Chapter 1. Survival Manual of the Transcended. Lu Yao turned over, an immediate chill enveloping him. He sneezed violently, his nostrils filled with the earthy scent of soil. A cold wind swept through his throat, bringing with it a sharp pain. How peculiar. Why is it so cold? Is the air conditioning broken? This thought lingered in his mind for merely a fleeting moment before being shattered by another fact. It was summer. With all his strength, Lu Yao managed to pry open his eyelids, which felt as though they were glued shut. A sliver of pale moonlight streamed through the cave entrance, barely dispelling some of the darkness and revealing his surroundings. Icicles hung from the rough, uneven rock walls, and the frigid wind howled at the cave's mouth, while delicate snowflakes incessantly pelted his face. He was in a cave. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding enveloped his every nerve. He struggled to lower his gaze, and was met with the sight of a completely unfamiliar body. A bare chest, with well-defined muscles marred by a multitude of crimson scratches. A sharp itch surged through his skin as the cold wind blew, indicating severe frostbite. This body was on the brink of collapse. What on earth is happening? He strained to bring his face closer to a thin layer of ice. The reflection revealed a visage both familiar and alien. The features were his, yet the expression was not. In those eyes dwelled a primal and fierce essence, one he had never possessed, that he had transcended. The moment that word crystallized in his mind, Lu Yao's muddled consciousness was thoroughly awakened. He had crossed over into the body of a primitive man who bore his likeness. Countless chaotic memories surged into his brain, fragments of a prehistoric world strikingly similar to Blue Star, yet still entrenched in a tribal and savage epic. Distinctly, this prehistoric realm was imbued with a force known as totemic power. That a select few could awaken this power within themselves upon reaching the age of 18, acquiring peculiar abilities. The original body was already 20, clearly lacking this awakening. In his memories, just last month, the tribe had suffered a devastating blow from a rival tribe. The enemy wielded crude yet lethal iron weapons, while they clung to spears and wooden clubs. It was a massacre. The surviving few, led by the female chieftain, fled northward, clinging to life. Lu Yao forced a smile, only to realize his facial muscles had long since stiffened, rendering even a bitter smile impossible. In his previous life, he had been a carefree librarian, his greatest pleasure lying in reading historical novels during work hours. He never imagined he would one day truly become entangled with history. Yet, the timing felt exceedingly premature, prehistoric. Before he could ponder further, a sharper question pierced through his thoughts. Why is it so cold? Where is the fire? Fragmented memories continued to coalesce. The day before yesterday, a colossal bear had attacked the tribe. It was a beast nearly the size of an elephant from his former life, its body a vivid shade of red, with fierce light glinting in its eyes. In the chaos, the tribe's only source of fire had been extinguished beneath the bear's massive weight. The extinguishing of fire in this era signified coldness and death. The original body had been exposed to the biting wind for 2 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to the frost, granting Lu Yao this opportunity to transcend. However, it was evident that if he could not devise a means to create fire, he too would meet the same fate. Lu Yao's throat constricted. Friction fire. He had witnessed countless survival experts on video, all of whom were well prepared and skillful. But now, the wind howled outside the cave, and snow fell heavily. Not only would igniting a flame be impossible, even a single spark would be snuffed out in an instant. Moreover, he could feel the severity of the body's frostbite. An odd warmth surged from the tips of his limbs. That he recognized what this signified. This was no sign of recovery. It was the last illusion, the final deception before succumbing to frostbite. Was he truly to languish and wait for death so pathetically? Mere moments after crossing over, a sudden pang gripped his stomach. Hunger arrived right on cue. As an inconspicuous member of the tribe, the original body had gone 4 days without substantial food. Furthermore, the plight of the tribes was as disparate as night and day, with his tribe evidently being among the most deprived. A meager group of a dozen individuals resembled not a tribe, but rather a band of wanderers struggling in desperation. Surviving to this day was solely thanks to the valiant female chieftain's relentless hunting. Yet, with the recent heavy snowfall, even she often returned empty-handed. The situation was graver than anticipated. No, I cannot die like this. Lu Yao gritted his teeth, his fierce will to survive overpowering both cold and hunger. Since he had transcended, where was his golden finger? Isn't that how novels always portray it? No sooner had this thought emerged than an invisible force yanked him into the depths of his mind. A book began to unfurl slowly. The survival manual had indeed arrived. Lu Yao's heart raced. As if molten blood surged back into his cold limbs. The manual comprised 4 pages: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Each page bore numerous gray icons awaiting illumination, and activating these icons would grant corresponding skills and attributes. Currently, the manual was in trial mode. Only the item recognition function was accessible. Successfully identifying 5 items would activate the official version, unlocking the reward of flame ignition. Flame ignition. Fire is the source of civilization. Ignite a flame at your fingertips. Usable for illumination and ignition. Lu Yao's heart soared with joy, only to be met with his data panel. Name: Lu Yao. Strength 5, agility, for charisma 10, constitution 4, affecting digestion, cold resistance, heat resistance, fertility 2, status lacking, sleep/anemia/severe frostbite/ starving skills none. It seemed this primitive man was utterly deficient apart from his handsome appearance. Lu Yao's gaze lingered on fertility 2 for half a second before he silently averted his eyes. However, with a golden finger at his disposal, even incompetence was only temporary. He moved his body, a tearing pain radiating from every inch of his skin. He must immediately gather items. Evolve the golden finger to the official version and acquire flame ignition. Start a fire. Lu Yao struggled to twist his body, his gaze scanning the dim cave inch by inch like a searchlight. Damp rock walls, dripping water droplets, scattered debris. His consciousness flitted past each item. Damp rock. Ordinary stone. No special use. Standing water. Murky. Not recommended for drinking. Unknown plant remains. Decayed. No reaction. None of these were what the manual required. His gaze finally settled on a pile of scattered stones on the ground. Wait. These stones seemed off. Most of the fragments were gray-white, appearing deep gray after being soaked with water. Yet amidst this pile of rubble, there were several jet-black stones, their texture appearing somewhat porous. They refracted no light, embodying a profound darkness that seemed capable of devouring illumination. At a sudden jolt surged through Lu Yao's heart as an audacious thought emerged in his mind. These peculiar objects bore an uncanny resemblance to coal. He immediately focused his attention and directed his consciousness towards one of the black stones. In an instant, a familiar scene unfolded in his mind once more. Open pit coal, a coal mine of acceptable quality, combustible, with moderate moisture resistance. It was indeed coal. Following this revelation, a blank entry in the survival manual abruptly illuminated. An exquisitely detailed illustration of a black coal block was indelibly etched onto the pages of the manual. Simultaneously, numerous gray silhouettes appeared around the coal block illustration, indicating various components required for synthesis. Item illuminated. Open pit coal. Collection progress 1/5. Reward 1 free attribute point. Here it comes. Without hesitation, Lu Yao immersed his consciousness into his data panel. In this primordial world, strength and constitution were paramount. His gaze fixated on the constitution section. Constitution 4. Affects digestion, cold resistance, heat resistance. Allocate points to constitution. As the thought settled, the previously numb and stiff muscles, injured by frostbite, began to regain a semblance of sensation and strength. Constitution 4-5. Chapter 2. The official version. Commence. As his physical constitution enhanced, a warm current surged through Lu Yao's nearly lifeless body. The chilling cold seeping from his bones was momentarily suppressed. Yet he understood that this was merely a drop in the bucket. The relentless wind and snow outside showed no signs of abating. No matter how robust one's physique, the inevitable outcome of enduring such conditions was death. He must act with urgency. Lu Yao's consciousness transformed into a radar, frantically scanning the cave. Time was the most scarce and precious commodity at this moment. Each passing second felt like a fresh wound inflicted upon his already fragile body. 10 minutes elapsed. He resembled an indefatigable scanner, repeatedly enveloping every inch of the cave with his mental energy. The crevices in the rock walls, the scattered stones on the ground, the stalactites above. Finally, his consciousness pinpointed an inconspicuous corner of the rock wall where a tattered spider web hung. A cave spider, about the size of a palm, rested in the center of the web, its 8 furry legs slightly curled, seemingly resisting the cold. Discovery: cave spider. An ancient arthropod whose silk possesses remarkable toughness, suitable for suturing wounds or crafting rudimentary ropes. The second entry in the manual illuminated instantly. Item activated. Cave spider. Collection progress. 25. Reward. 1 free attribute point. Success. Lu Yao felt a surge of exhilaration as his consciousness swiftly shifted upward. There, several dark shapes hung upside down. Discovery. Cave bat. A common nocturnal mammal that lives in colonies. Its droppings can be processed into fertilizer. The third entry in the manual lit up. Item activated. Cave bat. Collection progress. 35. Reward. 1 free attribute point. 2 more attribute points secured. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yao's thoughts flickered across the data panel, all allocated to physical constitution. Constitution, 5-7. He had thoroughly grasped the mechanics of the survival manual. The commonplace stones and soil were of no concern to the manual. To activate an entry, the identified item must possess a certain uniqueness and value. Living creatures, it was evident, were far more likely to meet these criteria than inanimate objects. Regrettably, in this cramped cave, the spider and the bat were the last 2 living beings he could find. 2 more were needed. If only he could escape. Once outside this cave, in the vast prehistoric world, what could he not find? However, the original body had been frozen for too long amidst the wind and snow. Now, he could not even manage to walk, let alone control his limbs. This thought stirred a profound sense of helplessness within Lu Yao. Just as he was engulfed in a state of desperation, a cacophony of footsteps and the indistinct chatter of primitive men abruptly resonated from the cave entrance. The faint light at the cave's mouth was obscured by several figures. They stumbled in, nearly rolling and crawling, their bodies enveloped in a biting cold wind and swirling snowflakes. The foremost man was extraordinarily robust, his exposed muscles taut and bulging, exuding an explosive sense of power, resembling a human grizzly bear. Following closely was a smaller, leaner companion. Both were rendered nearly speechless by the cold, their lips tinged with a bluish hue, trembling uncontrollably. So cold, so cold. Come inside and take shelter. The deep voice of the burly man echoed within the cave, and the manual instinctively translated his peculiar syllables into a language comprehensible to Lu Yao. The companion hurried towards them, cautiously extracting a few wild fruits from his coat. The fruits were diminutive, displaying a dark red hue, flecked with ice. Who knows when this snow will cease? Mu Hong, you possess great strength and consume much. You should have it. The fatigue and despair were palpable in the companion's voice. A heaviness settled in Lu Yao's heart. It seemed this tribe had truly reached a point of utter despair. The man named Mu Hong fixated intently on the meager fruits, his throat convulsing violently. Ultimately, he seized the smallest one, roughly breaking it in half and placing it in his mouth, crunching down as if it were stone rather than flesh. Leave 2 for the chief, he mumbled to himself. She hunts harder than any of us. In that very moment, Lu Yao's gaze was riveted on the wild fruit in Mu Hong's hand. It shimmered with a unique luster, unmistakably extraordinary. His consciousness sharpened in an instant. Buzz. The manual in his mind unfolded once more. Zhugua, a peculiar fruit that grows in frigid lands, containing a small amount of fire attribute energy. Consuming it can provide temporary resistance to the cold. 4th item collected. Item illuminated. Zhugua. Collection progress. 45. Reward. 1 free attribute point. Just 1 more to go? Lu Yao's heart raced, instinctively casting his gaze toward Mu Hong. Mu Hong seemed to sense the intensity of this burning stare. He turned his head to glance at the corner where the frost-bitten tribesman lay, then looked down at the half-eaten fruit in his hand, momentarily stunned. A flicker of struggle and reluctance crossed his face, yet he ultimately stepped forward, offering the half-fruit to Lu Yao's lips. "Sigh, you eat it," he exclaimed, as if having made a resolute decision. "Wait, I'll take another bite." With that, he swiftly took a small bite from the fruit, then pressed the remaining quarter of the zhugua into Lu Yao's icy hand. A surge of warmth instantly welled up from the depths of Lu Yao's heart. This was not merely about the fruit, it was a testament to humanity. In this dire predicament, the seemingly rugged primitive man was willing to share his meager rations for survival. Thankful, Lu Yao attempted to express his gratitude, only to realize that his tongue and vocal cords had succumbed to the biting cold, producing only an unintelligible, hoarse sound. Mu Hong waved his hand dismissively, turning away to rummage for some wood, clumsily and vigorously attempting to kindle a flame. The stick spun rapidly in his palm, exuding an astonishing force, as if he were deftly grinding the wood. Alarmingly, Amidst the intense friction, a faint spark emerged. Yet, as Lu Yao had anticipated, the frigid wind howled at the cave entrance, and the damp air rendered that fragile spark utterly insufficient to ignite a fire. The spark flickered and extinguished, only to reignite momentarily. Beads of sweat trickled down Mu Hong's forehead, and the last glimmer of hope in his eyes faded with the final extinguishing of the spark. Just one more thing. If I could acquire that final element, I could master the art of fire. I could create warmth. Lu Yao's heart raced with urgency as he struggled to gesture to Mu Hong, urging him to reveal everything he carried. However, the prolonged exposure to the cold left him so weakened that even lifting a finger was a daunting task, his voice reduced to an odd, rasping sound. Mu Hong glanced back at him, his expression filled with sympathy and confusion. Goodness, brother, have you lost your wits in this cold? No, my fruits are not for nothing. Lu Yao managed a grimace that was more painful than a smile. This primitive man possessed a kind heart and a surprising sense of humor. Just then, a figure emerged against the light, the swirling snow and wind parting as if to grant her passage. It was a woman. Her long, dark hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail with an unknown vine, swaying slightly with her composed strides. Unlike the other women of the tribe, her physique was neither bulky nor emaciated, but rather harmonious and vigorous. Each muscle radiated a beauty of strength, reminiscent of a graceful yet lethal female leopard. A well-fitted piece of animal hide tightly enveloped her ample bosom and firm hips, accentuating breathtaking curves. Her face bore no superfluous adornments. Her features were sharply defined, and her eyes, in the dim cavern, shone with an astonishing brightness. The thought of a female chieftain flashed through Lu Yao's mind, aligning instantaneously with the memories of his former self. As Lu Yao examined her, the chieftain's gaze fell upon him as well, calm and indifferent, as if she were observing a lifeless stone. Instinctively, Lu Yao squinted. The aura of this woman was overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, his attention snapped sharply. His eyes were fixated on the vine that secured her high ponytail. It was a pure white vine, appearing remarkably resilient, and in the dim light, it radiated a faint, ethereal glow. Buzz. It seemed as if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. The snow vine, a rare creeper flourishing atop the northern snowy peaks, renowned for its resilience, could serve as both rope and premium fuel. A manual within his mind erupted with unprecedented radiance, proclaiming the completion of 5 items. The survival manual, in its official version, was activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving the activation reward, the Flame Art. The Flame Art, fire, the very essence of civilization, is capable of igniting an everlasting flame at one's fingertips, useful for illumination and ignition. A profound stream of information surged into Lu Yao's consciousness. Chapter 3. And God said, "Let there be light." Mu Hong straightened instinctively upon seeing the chieftainess enter, forcibly swallowing the disappointment and sighs that had just hung on his face. He did not wish for the chieftainess to witness his weakness. Her condition was worse than he had anticipated. The fitted beast hide she wore was specked with snowflakes and ice shards, while her exposed, light wheat-colored skin was reddened from the cold, with some areas even turning a shade of purple. Those eyes, once sharp as a hawk's, were now filled with unmistakable fatigue. The heavy snowfall had obscured all traces of prey. Even she, the tribe's strongest hunter, had returned empty-handed. Her gaze swept over the blackened sticks at Mu Hong's feet and the insignificant remnants of extinguished charcoal on the ground, pausing momentarily. She was well aware of what Mu Hong was attempting and understood that it was ultimately futile. Fire had slipped further from their grasp. At that moment, a long, haunting wolf howl pierced through the howling wind and snow at the cave's entrance, resonating clearly within. The expressions of several alert tribesmen shifted dramatically. The howl was not particularly loud, lacking the majesty and strength of a great wolf, sounding more like a pack of ordinary wild wolves. Yet, at this very moment, the sound was equally lethal. They were cold and hungry, with severe frostbite afflicting nearly everyone. In such a state, facing a pack of wolves was daunting. Even a single wolf could inflict casualties. More frightening was the sight of their half-frozen kin, rendered almost immobile by the cold, appearing to the famished wolves as mere morsels laid out on a platter. The chieftainess's gaze instinctively swept over the tribe's people huddled within the cave. Ultimately, her eyes settled upon Lu Yao. This young man was the quietest in the tribe, often unnoticed, yet whenever food was distributed, He silently shared his portion with the elderly and children. Now, he was on the brink of death. A profound anguish finally manifested on her resolute face. How many of those who had followed her from the ruins of their homeland, struggling northward for survival, would remain after this unparalleled snowfall? If only there were fire. These ordinary wild wolves, inherently fearful of flames, would not dare approach. The breath of the chieftain grew heavy. Outside the cave, the howls of wolves echoed, one after another, drawing ever closer and clearer. They had caught the scent of life within the cave. There was no time to waste. The chieftain abruptly turned, casting a resolute glance at Mu Hong, her voice low yet imbued with an unyielding finality. "Mu Hong, chief." Mu Hong responded instantly. "I will draw them away." Her tone was calm, as if she were discussing the most mundane of matters. "You stay behind and protect everyone." Mu Hong's rugged visage flushed crimson in an instant. He stared wide-eyed, wanting to protest, but the chieftain's cold and steadfast gaze silenced him. He understood. This was an order. The order of the chief. Tears welled in his eyes as he nodded heavily. His massive fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. "Yes." The chieftain spoke no further. Casting one last deep look at their kin, those who shared both joy and sorrow, engraving their images into her memory. Then, with unwavering resolve, she turned and stepped toward the stormy mouth of the cave. She would become the bait, trading her life for a flicker of hope for her people. At that moment, Lu Yao remained oblivious to the world outside. His entire consciousness was immersed in the stream of nascent, profound information coursing through his mind. The fireball technique. It was not merely knowledge. It was instinctual, akin to breathing or blinking. He felt that with just a thought. He could conjure forth a miracle that symbolized civilization and hope. He slowly raised his gaze, witnessing the chieftain's determined silhouette, hearing Mu Hong's stifled breaths, and more clearly, the increasingly near howls that heralded death. Enough. Lu Yao summoned every ounce of strength he had accumulated since his arrival, along with the slight control granted by his precious physical attributes. He battled against the stiffness of his muscles and the numbness of his nerves, contending with the biting cold. His right hand began to rise in a manner that was visibly slow yet unwaveringly resolute. This motion drained him of all his energy. Then, he extended his index finger toward the apex of the cave, as if in judgment, or perhaps in prayer. He parted his cracked lips, and with a voice so hoarse it was nearly indistinguishable, akin to a fevered dream, he uttered an ancient adage from another world, another civilization: "Let there be light." The next moment was devoid of forewarning or process. A soft crack echoed. A small, golden, warm flame, bright enough to be blinding, suddenly ignited above his fingertip. The flame was no larger than a fingernail, yet it blossomed like a miniature sun, instantly unleashing boundless light and heat. Though the fire was feeble, it seemed to dispel the long-accumulated chill within the cave. Time, in that instant, came to a complete standstill. Within the cave, an oppressive silence enveloped the space, akin to the stillness of death. The howling winds and the cries of wolves seemed to be banished to an entirely different realm. The expression of tragic determination etched upon Mu Hong's face had solidified into a mask of horror. His eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets, and his mouth gaped uncontrollably, expanding to a size ample enough to accommodate a fist. Before him flickered a flame, materializing out of nowhere, a phenomenon that defied comprehension and was absent even from the annals of myth. His mind was a blank slate. With a soft thud, the treasured wooden stick he had cherished, used to kindle fire through friction, slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the woman who had approached the cave's in trance, poised to sacrifice her life in defense of her tribe, the chieftainess, was momentarily halted. Her figure, as upright as a pine, became as rigid as a statue in that instant. Slowly, inch by inch, she turned to face the source of the anomaly. In her eyes, which had always mirrored tranquility even in the face of death, there now flickered for the first time a brilliant, pulsating golden light, reflecting the visage of a dying man whose pallor remained ashen, yet whose lips curled into a slight, serene smile. Chapter 4. Establishing a new tribe. The cluster of golden flames burned quietly at his fingertips, small yet dazzlingly intense. A murmuring sound escaped Mu Hong's throat, his rugged face etched with astonishment. The chieftainess stood frozen, oblivious to the snow and wind battering against her. Her eyes, normally as calm as a deep pool, now quivered slightly, reflecting the flickering light of the flame and the man who had conjured it. Fire. Quickly, find something to burn. Her voice shattered the silence, tinged with a tremor she herself had not realized. The dazed crowd was suddenly roused. Yes, fire. We have fire. Mu Hong, animated by a sudden urgency, scrambled forward. He first cautiously offered his cherished fire drill, but feeling it insufficient, he turned to tear at the relatively dry animal hides and withered grass strewn across the ground. Another companion, awakening to the urgency, extracted the last few seeds of the red fruit from his pocket. Alongside a handful of damp firewood unearthed from a corner that had likely been stored for an eternity, they piled everything before Lu Yao, creating a modest mound. Their gazes were reverent, as if they were constructing an altar. Lu Yao regarded the damp fuel with a bittersweet smile. Under ordinary circumstances, a mere spark would not ignite it. Rather, it would likely extinguish upon approach. Yet, the flame at his fingertips was different, the flame of the fire-making technique that never extinguished. He controlled the flickering flame, gently touching it to the most fragile dry grass. With a hiss, a plume of black smoke rose. The grass merely charred without igniting. It was too damp. The temperature within the cave was too low, the moisture in the air thick enough to wring out water. The flickering hope that had just ignited seemed poised to be extinguished by the harsh reality. Mu Hong and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yet, Lu Yao did not relent. He maintained his fingertips contact, continuously roasting a single point with the tiny flame. It was a clumsy method, yet the only method available. 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute. The golden flame, akin to an indefatigable sprite, ceaselessly emitted warmth and light. At last, under the gaze of all, the long-roasted dry grass suddenly erupted with a genuine, earthly, orange-red flame. It was a triumph. It ignited. It ignited. Mu Hong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, nearly leaping with joy. The group hastily added more dry grass and small twigs, carefully blowing gently. Under their tender care, the flame transformed from a flicker to a cluster, and then to a roaring bonfire. Boom! The warm orange-red glow instantly filled the cave, casting a rosy hue upon every face. The penetrating chill that had seeped into their bones was finally dispelled. A long-forgotten sensation, known as warmth, enveloped each individual like a tidal wave, rendering them nearly unable to suppress their sighs of comfort. Outside the cave, the howls of wolves abruptly ceased. In their stead came a few low growls filled with fear and unease. They had caught the scent of fire, a primal fear etched deep within the genes of all beasts. After a moment, the howls that signified death finally retreated, disappearing into the wind and snow. The crisis had been averted. Inside the cave, jubilation erupted. The surviving primitive people, even though their hands and feet were numb with cold, strained to draw closer to the fire, greedily absorbing the hard-won warmth. A few who still retained their awareness spontaneously stood up and moved to the cave entrance, forming a human barrier to block the frigid winds, effectively sealing in the warmth. Mu Hong carefully moved Lu Yao to a warm spot beside the fire. The flames roasted his stiff body, a tingling warmth gradually awakening from deep within his limbs. He could feel his control over his body slowly returning. "Brother, is that divine power you possess?" Mu Hong squatted beside Lu Yao, his eyes gleaming like brass bells, his voice low and filled with excitement and reverence. This question piqued the curiosity of all, drawing the chieftainess's gaze back to Lu Yao, filled with intrigue. Divine power? In Lu Yao's mind, a flash of memories from his original self surged forth. Indeed, in this primitive and savage world, extraordinary powers existed. A select few individuals would awaken a certain innate ability upon reaching the age of 18, and the people of the tribe referred to this incomprehensible force as divine power. Those who awakened such powers were natural leaders, entitled to establish tribes and protect their kin. Their chieftainess had awakened a formidable divine power. Thus, it became clear to Lu Yao, his fire manipulation, in the eyes of the inhabitants of this world, was akin to the so-called divine power. He could not deny this. Conjuring fire from thin air surpassed their understanding, and any attempts at concealment or deceit would only serve to raise suspicion. Yet, he could not reveal everything. The survival manual was his greatest secret and must remain undisclosed. After pondering for a moment and feeling his vocal cords gradually recover, he spoke in a voice that remained hoarse yet discernible, vaguely stating, "It seems so. However, my divine power does not appear very strong. He displayed a semblance of confusion and uncertainty typical of one who had just awakened their powers, simultaneously feigning vulnerability. This was both a truth and a strategy for self-preservation. Upon hearing his response, the chieftainess's gaze softened noticeably. Meanwhile, Mu Hong clapped his thigh enthusiastically, grinning broadly and exclaiming, "No worries, brother. Whatever divine power you possess, you have already become our savior." His words were met with unanimous nods from those around. Their eyes, filled with gratitude and respect, regarded Lu Yao. On this desolate snowy night, it was this near-death youth who had rescued them all with his divine power. The chieftainess moved to sit by the fire, the warm glow finally bringing a hint of color to her frostbitten face. She glanced at the tribe members huddled around the fire, some lying down, others sitting, and the weariness and resolve in her gaze intertwined, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Within that sigh lay both despair and relief. "Those of us who escaped from the ruins of our homeland now number only 10, she spoke softly, yet her words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The lively atmosphere that had just risen within the cave fell abruptly into silence. A wave of sorrow swept through the crowd. Indeed, only 10 remained. Lu Yao's heart sank alongside theirs. The chieftainess did not allow the sorrow to linger for too long. She turned her head, her gaze finally resting on Lu Yao with a newfound equality. "Your name is Lu Yao?" Lu Yao nodded. It was only at this moment, illuminated by the bright firelight, that he truly saw the chieftainess's face, which was far younger than he had imagined. Her skin bore a healthy, light wheat hue, and her features were both pronounced and profound. Perhaps the trials of a harsh life had rendered her more mature and resolute than her actual years would suggest. Yet, the faint traces of youth in her delicate contours hinted that she might be younger than she appeared. Her gaze swept across the faces of her kin. Her voice regained its firmness, imbued with strength. "Trust in me. Since I have led you out, I shall ensure your survival. Here, we shall establish a truly new tribe that belongs to us." In that moment, the flickering flames cast a glow upon the young and determined visage of the chieftain, as if bestowing upon her a sacred radiance. Within the cave, the growls of hunger echoed, persistent and unyielding. Yet, in their eyes, the flames of hope reignited. They looked upon their leader, the warm campfire, and the man who had conjured miracles. With every ounce of strength, they nodded resolutely. Survive. Build a new tribe. Chapter 5, Destination Ice Lake. Chapter 7, Astonishment. Fishing at Ice Lake. "Lu Yao, that lake is not close. Keep up." The deep voice of Mu Hong drifted through the wind as he and the chieftain, Yu, forged a path through the snow. Lu Yao trailed behind, his chest heaving as though he were dragging a broken bellows, gasping for breath. Despite having enhanced his physique several times, he remained pitifully weak compared to these two true primitives. Each step they took sank deep into the snow, which reached above their ankles, and the toll on their stamina was formidable. After nearly half an hour, an expansive white plain finally emerged at the horizon's end. The ice lake, the vast, boundless surface resembled a tremendous mirror coated in dust, reflecting the overcast sky. "We've arrived," Mu Hong exclaimed, excitement tinged with the fatigue of their long journey. Yet, in the next instant, his elation froze on his face. He witnessed Lu Yao approach the lake's edge, searching around before straining to lift a stone the size of a human head, and began to strike the thick ice repeatedly. "Lu Yao, what are you doing?" Mu Hong's expression was filled with disappointment and confusion. He had anticipated that Lu Yao possessed some miraculous method to entice the fish to leap from beneath the ice. After all this, he was merely smashing the ice? What sort of strategy was that? Even if he managed to create a hole, the fish were hardly foolish enough to swim over for capture. Such commotion would surely scare away all the fish lurking below. Unperturbed by Mu Hong's dismay, Lu Yao channeled all his strength from his core into his arms, bringing the stone down with force. Thud! The stone collided with the ice, producing a dull thud. Only a faint white mark remained on the surface. The ice was thicker than he had anticipated. Lu Yao's gaze sharpened as he steadied his breath and raised the stone high once more. Thud! Thud! Each strike was delivered with unreserved force. Every ounce of his strength poured into the effort. Yu remained silent, her deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Yao's arms tremble violently from exertion, she suddenly spoke. "Let's strike together." Mu Hong, filled with skepticism, glanced between Lu Yao and the female chieftain. Perhaps there was indeed some hidden knowledge he was unaware of? With that thought, he ceased to ponder further and mimicked Lu Yao's actions. hauling a larger stone from the riverbank and aiming it at the white spot Lu Yao had struck, bringing it down with great force. You joined in as well. Immediately, Lu Yao sensed that the combined strength of these two far exceeded his own, particularly you. Despite her lithe appearance, lacking the muscular build of Mu Hong, each blow she delivered was both heavy and precise, surpassing even Mu Hong's strength by a considerable margin. As their powers combined, their efficiency surged dramatically. With a crisp crack, after they had struck for nearly 10 minutes in succession, the once unyielding ice surface finally revealed a network of spiderweb-like fissures. Bang! You, summoning every ounce of her strength, delivered the final blow. Ice shards flew, and a hole the size of a basin emerged before the trio, revealing the dark green waters beneath, swirling with a chilling aura. Panting and exhausted, Mu Hong wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the small ice hole, unable to suppress his question, "Will this work?" No sooner had the words left his lips than his eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the recently calmed water surface, a silver shadow darted past. Soon after, a second and a third followed. Several palm-sized, entirely silver fish, drawn by the vibrations of the broken ice and the light filtering through, curiously approached the edge of the hole, swimming near the surface. Fish. There were indeed fish. Mu Hong's voice trembled as he stared into the water, as if witnessing the most astonishing sight imaginable. Some audacious fish even poked their heads above the surface, blowing bubbles. A surge of certainty flooded Lu Yao's mind. It was accomplished. The presence of fish signified the promise of sustenance. The art of fish spearing. The knowledge and techniques instantly transformed into instinct, melding into his muscle memory. Lu Yao swiftly raised the spear, holding his breath, his body's center of gravity, the angle of his strike, and the timing of his thrust, all crystallized in his mind with remarkable clarity. He aimed for the slowest swimming fish, and with a powerful thrust of his arm, he plunged the spear down. Splash! Water splattered. The unfortunate fish, just peering above the surface, was precisely impaled by the spear. With a flick of his wrist, the barbed tip ensnared the fish's body, and with a vigorous tug, a lively silver fish was flung onto the ice. The winter fish were sluggish, significantly easing the challenge of the hunt. The enchantment of the spear fishing technique rendered him akin to a seasoned angler, having spent a lifetime in pursuit of fish. Mu Hong and Yu were captivated, their eyes widening in amazement. They promptly emulated him, each gripping a spear tightly and positioning themselves by the icy hole. With a series of splashes, one fish after another was impaled and flung onto the ice, and the beaming smiles of Mu Hong and Yu grew increasingly radiant. Nearly impossible to contain. Within a mere span of minutes, over a dozen fish lay abandoned on the ice. They struggled momentarily in the frigid air before quickly succumbing to the cold, transforming into natural fish popsicles. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yao thrust his spear once more. Crack! The spear shattered with a resounding snap. He gazed at the half-broken shaft in his hand, recalling the description of the snow-capped fur, dense yet brittle, prone to splintering under forceful impact. Indeed, this proved to be true. Meanwhile, Mu Hong and Yu's spears also exhibited varying degrees of damage. The barbs, secured with tree bark, had loosened and fallen into the water after repeated stabbing and swinging. Observing the broken spear in his hand, Lu Yao noticed the purpling arms of Mu Hong and Yu, and decisively spoke, "Let us call it a day. There will be ample opportunities in the future. It is not worth risking frostbite." As he spoke, Lu Yao shivered, the prolonged stillness allowing the cold to seep into his body. Enough, enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 15 fish. My goodness, 15. That is enough to feed many. Mu Hong exclaimed, his face flushed with joy, a pure and primal delight radiating from him. Lu Yao instructed Mu Hong to spread out his animal skins and carefully wrap the 15 frozen fish within. The natural chill served as the finest preservation method. On their way back, Mu Hong, carrying the hefty bundle of fish, moved with a lightness akin to flight, repeatedly exclaiming, "How wonderful! We have meat to eat." Upon their return to the cave entrance, all eyes instantly converged upon them. Under the hopeful yet anxious gazes of the tribe, Mu Hong strode confidently to the fire, as if presenting the most cherished offering. With a dramatic flourish, he unfurled the animal skin, releasing a cascade of 15 straight, frozen Silver Lake fish that tumbled to the ground. The cave fell into an eerie silence, all conversations and the sounds of stone tool crafting abruptly ceasing. The weary tribe members, whether reclining or seated, struggled to prop themselves up, their eyes fixated on the unexpected bounty of fish, their faces reflecting an indescribable astonishment. What followed that shock was an eruption of exuberance. Chapter 8. The taste of hope. The bonfire blazed vigorously, the oils from the fish skin sizzling and dripping into the flames, sending up a shower of sparks. As the rich aroma of charm mingled with the fish's pungency, filled the cave. The scent was not particularly pleasant. However, for these primitive souls, starved for days, the aroma before them was akin to the most exquisite delight imaginable. They sat huddled around the fire, each clutching a skewer adorned with roasted fish, their eyes shimmering with anticipation, fixated on the golden brown flesh, their throats instinctively convulsing in hunger. When you declared that they could indulge, a frenzied feast commenced. Ignoring the searing heat, they tore into the steaming fish with their bare hands, shoveling generous portions into their mouths, producing sounds of contentment and muffled chewing. There was no salt, no spices. Even the fish's entrails, hastily unprocessed, emitted a bitter, pungent flavor. Lu Yao tore off a small piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. A raw, unrefined taste, reminiscent of earth, instantly filled his palate. It was unpalatable, indeed. The most distasteful fish he had ever encountered since birth. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he beheld a different scene. Mu Hong, with grease smeared across his face, had tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. A man named Shi, while ravenously devouring his portion, carefully offered the largest piece to a companion nearby, who was too frostbitten to move. Even the usually stoic and resolute chiefess, Yu, momentarily cast aside her defenses, engrossed in her roasted fish, her bright eyes reflecting the firelight, mirrored a long-lost emotion, satisfaction. They ate as if to consume the entirety of their recent days filled with hunger, cold, and despair, alongside the fish. As Lu Yao observed them, he suddenly found that the piece of fish in his mouth, which he had deemed unpalatable, seemed less disagreeable. He had never experienced such a sensation before. An ineffable sense of accomplishment surged within him like a warm tide, cleansing his very being. This was not mere virtual data from a game, nor historical text from books. These were living, breathing individuals, embodying joy, embodying hope. And all of it was due to him. Lu Yao, why aren't you eating? Boomed Mu Hong, having finished his portion, licking his fingers with relish. He noticed Lu Yao holding the fish, unmoving, and assumed it was burnt. Is yours bitter? Eat mine. Mine's good. Without a second thought, Mu Hong offered Lu Yao the finest fish he had just retrieved from the flames. Lu Yao smiled, shaking his head and returning it. I'm fine. Just pondering a few things. Mu Hong scratched his head, unable to comprehend what could be more important than eating meat. Yet he accepted the fish back, grinning sheepishly. Just then, a figure approached, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance, and stood beside Lu Yao. It was Yu. Having finished her meal, some color had returned to her face, and in the firelight, her striking features appeared even more sculpted and captivating. She said nothing. She silently reached into her pocket, retrieving 2 items and placing them into Lu Yao's hands. They were 2 red fruits, warm to the touch, imbued with the residual warmth of her body. Lu Yao was taken aback, lifting his gaze towards her. Yu's expression was tranquil, yet seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. She had evidently discerned his aversion to fish. This woman, who appeared rather straightforward, possessed a sensitivity far more intricate than anyone could fathom. Thank you, Lu Yao murmured softly. Yu merely nodded slightly before turning away, returning to attend to the gravely injured members of their tribe, holding the red fruits in his hands. A surge of warmth enveloped Lu Yao, intensifying within him. He directed his gaze towards the survival manual lingering in his mind. The icon for Simple Fish Spear had illuminated, while above it, a more intricate icon for Iron Fish Spear shimmered with metallic luster, yet remained gray. Iron refining? The thought flickered briefly before he extinguished it. Such a process required exceedingly high temperatures, a stable furnace, and ample iron ore, an endeavor utterly fanciful for them at this moment. His gaze swept across the individuals gathered around the fire. Although they had fire and food, the howling cold wind that surged through the cave entrance still felt like an invisible blade, slicing into each person. Several tribe members, including himself, had not seen significant improvement in their frostbite. The excruciating itch served as a relentless reminder that danger had not yet receded. This issue must be addressed. Lu Yao's consciousness raced through the manual. Clothing, food, shelter, transportation. His gaze ultimately settled on the page for shelter, an icon representing a rudimentary structure crafted from wooden planks. Slowly materialized with his intent. Primitive door, a simple portal made from wood and vines, capable of withstanding cold winds. Crafting reward, 1 free attribute point. Unlocks entry, rough skin. Your skin will become more resilient, slightly enhancing physical defense. A door. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, they required a door, one that could shield them from the cold and danger. Just as he solidified his resolve, you stood up. She moved to the center of the cave, the firelight casting her shadow long and imposing. All eyes converged upon her. From this day forth, we shall no longer fret over food. Her voice resonated within the cave. Firm and powerful. She turned, pointing towards Lu Yao, who sat quietly in the corner. It is Lu Yao. He has led us to fish. He has brought us hope. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted. Oh, Lu Yao, Lu Yao. The cave resounded with cheers akin to a roaring tide. Mu Hong took the lead, and everyone, regardless of age, gender, or injury, exerted their utmost strength, calling out his name. The heartfelt exclamations, brimming with gratitude and reverence, converged into a searing torrent that struck deeply into Lu Yao's heart. He gazed upon the astonishingly bright eyes illuminated by the firelight, observing the purest and most sincere smiles adorning their faces. For reasons unknown, his modern heart, accustomed to detachment and indifference, felt a trace of long-lost warmth at that moment. Perhaps this place could become his new home. Chapter 9. A door is needed. The cheers gradually subsided. The air within the cave seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. What had once been frigid and desolate was now replaced with a tranquil satisfaction following a hearty meal, illuminated by the flickering flames. More importantly, there was hope. The light had returned to each person's eyes. Lu Yao did not linger long under the nearly worshipful gazes. He understood all too well that the comfort derived from a full meal was but fleeting. To truly survive and thrive, much remained to be done. He rose and walked directly to Yu's side. We need a door. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a pebble, distinctly falling into the tranquil depths of Yu's heart. Yu, who was tending to her kin's wounds, paused slightly, her fingers stiffening. She lifted her gaze, her amber eyes reflecting the dancing flames, accompanied by a hint of pure inquiry. A door? Lu Yao pointed towards the cave entrance, where the wind and snow gusted in, then gestured to those huddled by the fire, still trembling. The fire could not dispel the chill that pervaded the cave. Following his direction, you immediately understood. In their former tribe, they would pile thatch and stones at the entrance to shield against the wind and sand. Yet here, that meager thatch would likely be scattered by a mere gust. Without hesitation, she stood up decisively. What should we do? Her gaze was fervent, filled with curiosity about the unknown and an unwavering trust in Lu Yao. I need tools and manpower. Lu Yao's response was equally succinct. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited. To rebuild a home in this untamed land, the flames of everyone must be ignited. He surveyed the area and found a relatively flat stone slab on the ground. Then, he retrieved a piece of charred wood from the bonfire. Under the curious stares of all the tribespeople, Lu Yao crouched down. The charcoal glided across the stone slab, producing a soft, rustling sound. Several stout, straight lines formed a robust framework. A series of parallel lines were neatly arranged within the framework. He then drew 2 circles on one side, connecting them to the framework with curved lines, envisioning hinges crafted from resilient vines. Finally, a thick line that could traverse horizontally became the latch. Thus, a rough yet distinctly structured and purpose-driven design emerged within the primitive cave. What on earth is this scribble? Mu Hong leaned in, his eyes wide as saucers. Yet his expression was one of utter bewilderment. He could not comprehend a single line. However, he was profoundly shaken. You approached as well, refraining from inquiries. And mirroring Lu Yao's demeanor, she slowly crouched down. Her gaze meticulously traversed the lines etched into the stone slab, her brows occasionally furrowing, then relaxing. Suddenly, her breath caught in her throat. In her bright eyes, something ignited in an instant, radiating an astonishing brilliance. She understood, though she had never encountered such a phenomenon before. She could envision, in her mind, a tangible object that could be opened and closed, capable of withstanding the harshest winds and snow, following those simple lines. The impact of this moment was far more intense than the miraculous act of conjuring fire that Lu Yao had performed. Fire was a divine miracle, a unique power belonging solely to Lu Yao, incomprehensible to mortals who could only revere it. Yet this was a form of wisdom, a wisdom that could be illustrated, understood, learned, and even passed down. Mu Hong, you gradually rose, her voice imbued with an unprecedented strength that brooked no contradiction. Go, Chief. Mu Hong immediately straightened his back. Take 2 individuals and search for wood. It must be thick and straight like this. You emphasized her point by tapping the stone slab's door frame. Also, find some smooth planks to create this. She gestured toward the door panel. Then, she turned to a man named Sure, who possessed relatively refined craftsmanship. Sure, you shall gather the most resilient vines. Furthermore, collect all our animal hides. Yes, the named clansman's eyes ignited with flames of excitement. They were no longer mere lambs awaiting their fate. They had a clear objective. Finally, Yu's gaze returned to Lu Yao, her tone involuntarily softening. Imbued with a trace of respect she herself had not yet realized. You will teach us how to transform these materials into a door. At that moment, Lu Yao's role subtly shifted. He had become the first chief engineer of this nascent tribe. Wait, just as everyone was eager to set off, Mu Hong raised his stone axe, looking troubled. Chief, our stone axe is sufficient for cutting small trees. However, we cannot fell trees as thick as those depicted in the drawing, nor can we make them even. The fervor that had just ignited seemed doused by a bucket of cold water. A new dilemma lay starkly before them all. To accomplish a task well, one must first have the right tools. Without suitable instruments, even the most perfect blueprint would remain mere scribbles on the stone slab. Lu Yao's brow furrowed as well. He glanced at his survival manual. Simple stone axe. Unlock reward. Free attribute point 1. Lumberjack skill level 1. Advanced direction. Sharp stone axe. Requires harder stone and honing techniques. His gaze swept across the ordinary stones scattered throughout the cave, and an answer began to form within him. Let us not rush to fell the trees, Lu Yao spoke, halting the eager Mu Hong, who was ready to lead the group. First, we must create something. He picked up a stone slab adorned with a drawing of a door and, using charcoal, sketched a simpler shape beside it, a hatchet. Before we construct the door, Lu Yao's voice was calm and resolute. We must first possess a superior axe. Chapter 10, Felling Trees, Burning with Fire. Without further ado, Lu Yao approached the pile of rubble meant for crafting stone axes, crouching down to meticulously select his materials. His movements were focused, his fingers gliding over the rough stones, discerning their textures and patterns. Mu Hong and Yu also gathered around, puzzled by the distinctions between the stones. To them, a stone was simply a stone. At last, Lu Yao came to a halt, lifting a piece of rock with a shell-like fracture and a texture far superior to that of ordinary stones. Granite, hard and brittle, with sharp edges. It is an excellent material for crafting tools from the Stone Age. This is the one. Lu Yao then sought out a relatively flat sandstone to serve as a grinding stone. Unlike others in the tribe, who merely struck the stones to create sharp edges, he held the granite in his hand, positioning its thinnest edge at a slight angle against the sandstone, and began to grind with patience and precision. The rhythmic sound of friction resonated through the cave, a monotonous yet captivating cadence. Everyone stood in awe. They had never witnessed such meticulous craftsmanship. In their understanding, tools were simply stones used to strike other stones, and once an edge was formed, the task was complete. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on Lu Yao's forehead, and his arms began to ache slightly. Yet, his movements remained unwavering. Finally, he paused, raising the axe he had crafted towards the flames. A sharp glint flickered across the blade in an instant. Mu Hong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he pointed at the obsidian axe, stammering, unable to articulate a single word clearly. Is this still a stone? This is clearly a weapon. Lu Yao did not relent. He picked up a thick wooden stick left from previous chopping and, with the stone axe, carefully carved a notch at one end. He then firmly embedded the finely honed axe head into the groove. In the final step, he employed the resilient vines he had prepared, intricately binding the axe head and wooden handle together in a crisscross manner. Round after round, he exerted all his strength to tighten each knot until, with the last binding, a beautifully crafted stone axe, embodying power and efficiency, was born. At that very moment, a brilliant light illuminated Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Successfully unlocked item, sharp stone axe. Reward, life skill, lumberjack level 1. Reward, free attribute point 1. A surge of newfound knowledge flowed into his consciousness like a gentle stream. techniques on how to assess the direction of a tree's fall, how to wield the axe with maximum efficiency, and how to leverage the weight of the tree, all transformed into instinct in an instant. Adding to his strength. With a thought, Lu Yao felt the surge. Strength, 67, a more potent sense of power surged forth from the depths of his muscles. He weighed the newly acquired stone axe in his hands. Noticing it felt considerably lighter than before, instilling within him a sense of calm mastery. Mu Hong extended his rough hand, cautiously touching the smooth wooden handle. Then glancing at his own palm, calloused and marked with tiny wounds, his eyes wide with astonishment. With this wooden handle, chopping trees would no longer result in injuries. Previously, they had held the stone axe by its blunt end, which not only made it difficult to apply force, but also frequently resulted in cuts from the sharp flint. To Mu Hong, Lu Yao's minor improvement felt like a monumental revolution. Lu Yao weighed the axe, sensing a subtle, almost imperceptible lightness at the junction where the vine met the handle. He understood well that while the axe appeared formidable, the binding method of the vine was still rather primitive, incapable of enduring several powerful strikes. Using it to fell a large tree would be akin to chasing a mirage. However, that was not his intention. Mu Hong, follow me, Lu Yao called out, stepping out of the cave with his new axe in hand. Mu Hong promptly followed, while Yu quietly picked up a stone spear, bringing up the rear. The wind and snow had considerably lessened. At the edge of the forest, Lu Yao quickly identified a fir tree that was not overly thick, but robust enough to serve as a frame and panel for a door. Under the puzzled gazes of Mu Hong and Yu, Lu Yao did not immediately swing his axe. He crouched down and extended his index finger. Snap! A golden flame ignited once more at his fingertip. He directed the flame toward the base of the fir, beginning to sear it back and forth like a flamethrower. Mu Hong's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Can it really be done this way? Approximately 2 minutes later, the tree's roots were charred black, even sparking small flames. Lu Yao casually scooped up a handful of snow, spreading it around to create a makeshift fire break to prevent the flames from spreading. Once he observed that the fire had sufficiently weakened the structure of the roots, he stood up, took a deep breath, and raised the sharp stone axe. With a shout, the techniques of lumberjacking naturally unfolded. He did not rely on brute force. Instead, he angled his body slightly, engaging his core to drive his arm, and brought the axe blade down at a perfect diagonal angle, striking fiercely into the charred, fragile roots of the tree. Crack! A crisp sound resonated through the air. The axe penetrated the wood with a resounding thud. Mu Hong felt a surge of fervor, nearly yearning to seize the axe and take action himself. Lu Yao did not pause. He swiftly withdrew the axe and delivered another precise strike. Crack! Bang! After merely the third blow, the frail blade shattered under the immense force. Yet, it was sufficient. The roots of the spruce had been thoroughly ravaged by flames and the 3 heavy strikes. In the astonished gaze of Mu Hong and Yu, the colossal trunk emitted a spine-chilling creak before crashing down in the direction Lu Yao had anticipated. Snowflakes scattered in all directions. Success! Lu Yao gazed at the fallen tree, then at the axe in his hand, which now bore only a wooden handle, and a triumphant smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, Mu Hong stood in utter disbelief. He stared at the toppled giant and then at the nonchalant Lu Yao, feeling utterly overwhelmed. With fire to burn and an axe to strike, Lu Yao brushed off the wood shavings from his hands, preparing to beckon Mu Hong to assist in dismantling the tree for transport. In the next moment, he was left speechless. Mu Hong strode purposefully to the fallen spruce, inhaled deeply, and his muscular frame tensed with immense power. To Lu Yao's astonishment, he bent down and, with both arms, lifted the several hundred-pound trunk, emitting a primal growl. With sheer determination, he hoisted the entire tree, resting it upon his broad shoulders, which were as sturdy as fortress walls. He then trudged forward, each step leaving a deep imprint in the snow, heading toward the cave. Lu Yao and Yu exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of incredulity and awe. Chapter 11. Who are you really? Lu Yao and Yu returned to the cave, one following the other, both wearing expressions of lingering astonishment. Inside, the tribe members, having just feasted and now languidly resting by the fire, fell silent upon witnessing Mu Hong enter, bearing an entire tree. The cave was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Mu Hong's towering figure cast a shadow as immense as a mountain at the entrance. The stout spruce on his shoulder nearly obstructed half the cave entrance, with remnants of snow cascading down, bringing with it a biting chill. All movement ceased. One individual had just placed a piece of roasted fish in their mouth, frozen mid-chew. Another was crafting stone tools, their arms suspended in midair. With a resounding thud, Mu Hong dropped the massive trunk onto the cave floor, causing the entire cavern to tremble. He brushed his hands together, wiped the sweat from his brow, and flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of pearly whites, akin to a child seeking praise. "Brother Lu Yao, Chief, I brought back the tree." The silence shattered with this heartfelt proclamation. In the next heartbeat, a roar erupted. A voice, uncertain in its origin, erupted with a shout, soon followed by a cacophony of thunderous roars that reverberated through the cave. "Mu Hong! Mu Hong!" Everyone surged forward, encircling the fir tree, leaping and bounding with exuberance. They reached out their hands to caress the rough bark, to feel the astonishing weight, as if they were touching a living totem. A symbol of the tribe's future hope, Lu Yao stood apart from the throng, observing the fervent clansmen and casting a glance at the grinning Mu Hong, who was hoisted aloft by the crowd. His heart raced, not from excitement, but from a profound sense of awe. He abruptly glanced at his data panel. Strength, 7. Despite having invested points twice, his strength barely reached 7. Yet Mu Hong's strength was undoubtedly far beyond that figure. 20, 30, perhaps even more. A clear realization dawned upon Lu Yao. The physical prowess of the primitive people in this world surpassed that of Earth. The so-called divine power might not be mere ethereal abilities. A form of pure physical strength, transcending the realm of mortal comprehension, was perceived as divine power by these primitives. This revelation offered Lu Yao a fresh perspective on the power dynamics of this world. After the initial shock and celebration, a new dilemma loomed before everyone like a mountain. How to transform an entire tree into smooth planks. Mu Hong wielded a stone axe and struck the trunk with great force. Clang! Sparks flew. A faint white mark was left on the stout trunk. While the edge of the stone axe suffered a chip, the once vibrant atmosphere abruptly chilled. The crowd exchanged glances, excitement swiftly replaced by a sense of impotence. A treasure trove lay before them, yet the means to exploit it were lacking. At that moment, Lu Yao's calm voice broke the silence. "We need not chop it down." All eyes refocused on him. Lu Yao approached the trunk unhurriedly, instructing everyone to find several hard stones. He then took a pristine stone axe and began to patiently strike and shape the stones. This time, he was not crafting an axe. He molded the stones into a wedge, broad on one end and sharp on the other. "What is this?" You squatted beside him, eyeing the oddly shaped stones with confusion. "Wooden wedge," Lu Yao replied succinctly. He picked up a finished wooden wedge and approached the thick cross-section of the trunk, inspecting the natural grain of the wood intently. Then, he positioned the pointed end of the wedge against the grained seam and forcefully hammered it in. "Mu Hong," Lu Yao turned back. "With all your strength, find a large stone and drive these wedges in one by one." Although Mu Hong did not fully comprehend, he unconditionally obeyed Lu Yao's command. He lifted a colossal stone weighing nearly 100 pounds, took a deep breath, and aimed at the first wooden wedge, striking it down with great force. Bang! A deep rumble echoed throughout the cave. The wedge sank an inch into the trunk. Bang! A second strike. The wedge penetrated further. A jarring sound of tearing resonated from within the trunk. Everyone held their breath. Yu's eyes fixated on the fissure pried open by the wedge, which was visibly expanding along the tree's natural grain. "Continue," Lu commanded. Mu Hong's eyes widened as he let out a furious roar, summoning all his strength to drive in the third and fourth wedges. Ripping! A tremendous sound erupted. It was as if an invisible hand had brutally torn the entire trunk asunder. Amidst the swirling wood shavings, the stout fir tree was neatly split in two. Though the fracture was rough, it was far smoother than any axe could achieve. The cave fell into a profound silence. Everyone was utterly astonished by the scene before them. You suddenly turned to gaze at the man who remained eerily calm. This man seemed to possess eyes that could see through the essence of all things. Under Lu Yao's direction, the entire tribe sprang into action. An ancient and primitive engineering team was born. Mu Hong and several strong men took on the task of employing the innovative wedge-splitting technique to dismantle the massive trunk into thick wooden planks. The more skilled Sher, accompanied by a few others, patiently polished the edges of the planks with sandstone, rendering them smoother. The women were equally industrious, under Yu's guidance. They gathered all the animal hides in the tribe, meticulously cutting them with stone knives, and sought out the sturdiest vines, twisting and weaving them into robust ropes. The cave was no longer a place of stagnant waiting. Instead, It resonated with the sounds of wedges being driven, the gentle rasping of polishing, and the hushed, excited murmurs of the people. Each individual labored toward a shared goal. The fervent passion for building a home dispelled the last remnants of cold and despair. Lu Yao stood at the center, like a true chief engineer, orchestrating everything with meticulous precision. He sketched the designs, instructing Sher on how to craft thick wooden dowels that could interlock laterally. He then took the animal hides and vines, demonstrating to you how to layer and entwine them into hinges that were both resilient and flexible. You learned swiftly, her gaze focused and bright, like a parched sponge eagerly absorbing this newfound knowledge. The complexity of her feelings toward Lu Yao deepened. Awe, curiosity, and inquiry intertwined within her amber eyes. Chapter 13. The Gate of Miracles. The wind and snow remained locked outside. The day slipped away in a blaze of industrious labor. Through the collective effort of all, a robust and weighty wooden door, marvelously complete in its structure, emerged within the cave. Composed of 3 substantial planks, it was bound tightly with resilient vines. On either side, flexible hinges crafted from animal hides wrapped around sturdy reeds, designed by Lu Yao, were affixed. The center of the door featured a vast square opening, beside which lay a wooden peg, as thick as an arm, resting quietly. All halted their tasks and gathered around, their gazes filled with tension and anticipation, as if revering a divine artifact about to descend upon them. Install it. Yu's voice trembled faintly. Mu Hong and Sher exchanged a knowing glance and nodded earnestly. Together, they lifted the heavy wooden door. Under Lu Yao's guidance, they cautiously set the doorframe into the uneven mouth of the cave, filling the gaps with rubble and wet mud. Subsequently, they secured the animal hide hinges to the doorframe with sharpened wooden pegs. The installation was fraught with challenges, as primitive tools and coarse materials rendered each step arduous. Yet, no one voiced a complaint. The hearts of all intertwined as one. At last, when the final wooden peg was driven into the crevice of the rock wall, the door, bearing the hopes of the entire tribe, stood steadfast at the cave's entrance. Close the door. Lu Yao issued the final command. Mu Hong inhaled deeply, extending his calloused hand to grasp the edge of the door. Under the breathless gaze of his kin, he reverently pushed the heavy door toward the frame. The rough wood scraped against the stone, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. The howling wind and snow diminished as the gap narrowed, and the flickering light within the cave ceased its dance. With a click, the door and frame did not meet perfectly, yet they sufficed to conceal most of the entrance. Mu Hong seized the stout wooden peg, aligned it with the square opening, and forcefully inserted it. A dull thud of the locking mechanism echoed. In that moment, the world fell utterly silent. The howling storm that had raged for days, the roaring cold winds, all sounds synonymous with chill and danger, were thoroughly barred. An unprecedented feeling of warmth and safety enveloped everyone in the cave, akin to the softest animal hide. The temperature within the cave began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. A young child, gazing at the immense door that shielded them from the tempest outside, felt a long-forgotten warmth and could not help but cry tears of joy. His weeping served as a signal. We have a home. Oh. Following a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of elation and cheers erupted. People embraced and wept, laughing and dancing, expressing their excitement in the most primal and sincere manner. At that very moment, a radiant brilliance erupted from the manual in Lu Yao's mind. Item successfully unlocked. Primitive gate. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Unlocked entry: rough skin. Your skin will become more resilient, slightly enhancing physical defense. A warm current surged throughout his body. Without hesitation, Lu Yao concentrated his thoughts, adding it to strength. Strength: 78. A more potent sense of power emerged from the depths of his being. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt as if an invisible, resilient layer of keratin had formed on the surface of his skin, akin to the sensation of scratching hard leather with his nails. As the entire tribe rejoiced for this miraculous gate, a figure wove through the jubilant crowd and approached him. It was you. She stepped before Lu Yao, silent, yet her gaze bore an extraordinarily complex intensity as she fixed her eyes upon him. Finally, she spoke slowly, her voice lowered to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Your divine power. She paused, seemingly in search of the right word. Is it wisdom? After posing this question, she took a half step forward, her remarkably bright eyes locking onto Lu Yao's, and she inquired, word by word, who exactly are you? Chapter 12. The wolf attack inside the cave, the echoes of the celebration lingered. Outside, the wind and snow were severed by a door leading into another realm. Warmth and safety felt so real it brought tears to one's eyes. Yet at that moment, U.S. inquiry before Lu Yao was colder and sharper than the storm outside. Who exactly are you? Her voice was soft, yet it struck like an invisible ice pick, precisely pressing against Lu Yao's throat. The cheers of the surrounding tribe members faded into the distance, becoming distorted and remote. Lu Yao's breath caught for a moment. He gazed into Yu's eyes, which sparkled eerily in the firelight, devoid of malice, filled only with an unadulterated yearning for the truth. Any lie would be pierced by those eyes. To lay everything bare would be akin to seeking one's own demise. Countless thoughts exploded in Lu Yao's mind, only to be extinguished in an instant. Meeting Yu's gaze, he did not flinch, his expression calm. His voice, similarly hushed, carried an oddly soothing power. I am Lu Yao, and your divine power? You pressed, her body slightly leaning forward due to the tension. Lu Yao did not respond immediately. He extended a finger and tapped his temple. My divine power resides here. He glanced at Mu Hong, who was laughing heartily not far away. Mu Hong's ability to lift colossal trees was a manifestation of strength. He then pointed towards the heavy wooden door. I can envision a collection of timber intricately assembled into a door. I can perceive sharpened stones affixed to wooden sticks, transforming into axes. I can see spearheads scorched by flames, capable of piercing prey's flesh with greater ease. His voice, unwavering and deliberate, resonated like pebbles cast into the tranquil lake of Yu's heart, creating ripples that cascaded outward. My divine power is not tasked with combat or hunting. It is solely responsible for discerning the truths that lie behind existence and then creating. Lu Yao gazed into Yu's eyes, which had contracted sharply in astonishment. And with a single phrase, he defined himself. If strength is the authority bestowed upon mortals by the divine, then wisdom is the essence of divine power itself. Wisdom. This word struck like a thunderclap, cleaving through the chaos and instantly dispelling the fog within Yu's mind. She experienced a profound revelation. Indeed, creating fire from nothing is a miracle. Yet, the barbed spear for fishing, the tempered spearheads, the sharpened stone axes, and this very door, all these are not conjured from thin air. They adhere to a certain logic, one that she cannot fully comprehend, yet undeniably exists. And Lu Yao is the one who perceives this logic and manifests it into reality. The scrutiny and sharpness in Yu's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a reverence that emanated from the depths of her soul. I understand now. The crisis has abated, and life is returning to its rightful course. With the door in place, the cave has finally transformed into a true home. However, new challenges swiftly followed. The ground remained cold and damp, and laying down animal hides proved futile as the chill seeped through to the bones, particularly hindering the recovery of those afflicted by frostbite. Lu Yao directed Shi and Mu Hong to bind the remaining planks with vines, crafting several elevated wooden beds. The structure was astonishingly simple, comprising several planks joined together, propped up by short wooden stakes. He then instructed the women to gather all the dry reeds within the cave, toasting them by the fire until thoroughly dried, and laying them thickly atop the wooden beds. When the first frostbitten tribesman was lifted onto the warm bed laden with dry grass, he let out a satisfied sigh of comfort. And at that very moment, ding! Item unlocked, primitive wooden bed. Reward, free attribute point, 1. Reward, living skill, sound sleep LV1. Your sleep quality will improve, accelerating recovery of stamina and spirit. This skill is quite beneficial. With a thought, Lu Yao allocated the newly acquired attribute point once more to strength. Strength, 89. In the days that followed, the tribe settled into a routine of simplicity and joy. Mu Hong and Shi took people to the icy lake daily to fish, while you led the women in mending animal hides, processing the catch, or foraging for dry twigs near the cave entrance. Within the cave, the bonfire blazed continuously, and the air was perpetually infused with the aroma of roasted fish. Each person's face glowed with color and smiles. Lu Yao, too, was not idle. His foremost task now is contemplation, pondering the next steps for this burgeoning tribe. While food and shelter have been provisionally addressed, clothing remains a critical deficiency. Everyone is still clad in tattered, flimsy hides. He has frequently gazed upon his survival manual. On the page dedicated to clothing, the icon for hide garments radiates an enticing glow. Hide garments, crafted from tanned hide sewn with bone needles. They offer effective protection against the cold. Unlock reward. 2 free attribute points. Unlock entry. Resistance level 1. Your body's resistance to pathogens and infections is slightly enhanced, making it less likely to become infected after being bitten by a beast. 2 attribute points. Furthermore, an exceptionally precious resistance entry. Lu Yao gazes at it longingly. However, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. The collective hides in the tribe are insufficient to create a single complete garment, not to mention the tools for tanning the hides and the bone needles for sewing. He must wait for the winds and snow to subside before venturing out to hunt. Lu Yao sets this plan aside for the time being. Mu Hong has now become his devoted follower, returning each day with fish, relishing the joy of squatting beside Lu Yao and listening to his unheard-of theories. Lu Yao, do you really think we will be able to eat fish every day in the future? Mu Hong, clutching a fishbone for toothpicking, beams with happiness. Certainly. Leaning against the warm stone wall, Lu Yao replies, when spring arrives, we shall also cultivate food. Cultivate food? Mu Hong's eyes widen in astonishment. Just as Lu Yao is about to enlighten him about primitive agriculture, an all-too-familiar howl suddenly pierces the air outside the cave. Oh, whoa. The joy on Mu Hong's face freezes instantly as he seizes the nearby stone spear. It's those damned wolves. Lu Yao furrows his brow. Something feels amiss. The howl this time lacks the usual disarray, greed, and cunning. Instead, within this howl, a singular voice resonates, strikingly different. It is not the loudest, yet its penetrating power is terrifying, as if it could pierce through eardrums and shake the soul. Majesty, a high pitch. It exudes an undeniable aura of a sovereign. Inside the cave, silence descends abruptly. A primal fear, rooted deep within their bloodlines, grips each person's heart. Feather dashes to the entrance, peering through the crack in the door. In the wind and snow, pairs of glistening green eyes emerge along the dark forest's edge, and at the apex of those green lights, a pair of enormous eyes fixates intently on the cave's entrance. In those eyes, there is only a frigid, ghastly white. Chapter 13. The first battle those eyes. Pallid and hollow. Merely being scrutinized by them causes Lu Yao's breath to halt abruptly. A chill surges from the base of his spine to the crown of his head, as if his entire being were filled with icy shards. The Wolf King. It did not howl. It merely stood there, its colossal shadow engulfing the snowstorm, exuding a suffocating silence that commanded submission from all living things. The ordinary giant wolves surrounding it were far beyond Lu Yao's comprehension in size. When they stood, their height nearly matched that of an adult, their bulging muscles resembling solid rock, saliva dripping from their sharp fangs, scorching the snow beneath them into blackened pits. They have returned. A tremulous voice from a clan member ignited the frozen terror within the cave. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy and relentless thuds echoed from the newly crafted wooden door. The giant wolves were ramming their bodies against it. The sturdy door groaned under the strain, splinters and mud cascading down. Yu's expression was grave to the utmost. She did not attempt to block the door. It would have been futile. Instead, she grasped a spear tempered by flames, its tip glimmering with a profound light in the fire's glow. She moved to the side of the door, her body taut, merging with the shadows of the corner. Lu Yao, stand behind me. Mu Hong had long swallowed the fish meat in his mouth, like an iron tower. He stood before Lu Yao, wielding the heaviest wooden spear. The other 7 members of the tribe, including a child of merely 10 years, had also armed themselves. Their faces were devoid of laughter, replaced by a cold resolve, tempered by countless life and death battles. They were warriors. Boom. A deafening roar. The heavy wooden door shattered under an overwhelming force, exploding into countless fragments. A putrid gale rushed in, as the most impatient of the giant wolves roared and charged into the cave. At the very moment it burst through the entrance, the shadow that had merged with the darkness sprang into action. Yu's figure was a blur, her arm muscles surging as the wooden spear sliced through the air, drawing a straight black line, accompanied by a shrill whistle as it flew from her grasp. To Lu Yao's eyes, it left only a straight black line on his retina. The spear was silent in its swiftness, devoid of any murderous aura, until it struck its target. Thud. The dull sound of penetration resonated. The giant wolf that had just entered the cave felt a violent jolt in its massive head, letting out a pitiful howl that never escaped its throat, abruptly silenced. The tempered spear tip had precisely penetrated its eye socket, traversing its entire brain. The immense body collapsed with a thunderous crash, twitching twice before falling silent. A single strike to kill. Lu Yao's heart raced violently. This was the power of the clan leader. However, this gruesome scene did not deter the pack. Rather, it ignited their ferocity. A howl that shook the heavens. The Wolf King moved. It did not charge. Rather, with a flick of its form, it tore through the snowstorm, instantly covering a distance of several meters, disregarding the obstacles posed by Mu Hong and the other clan members. Its objective was unmistakable, charging directly at you. The fire of battle ignited in Yu's eyes as she deftly seized another wooden spear from the ground, advancing rather than retreating, boldly confronting the white specter of death. Clang! The spear's tip collided fiercely with the lethal claws, erupting a shower of blinding sparks. A man and a wolf were instantly locked in a deadly embrace. The battle erupted in full force. Roar! Mu Hong let out a furious bellow, swinging his stone axe in a deadly whirlwind, shattering the bones of the two giant wolves that lunged at him, sending them crashing to the ground. In a frenzy, he seized one wolf by the hind leg, lifting the massive creature, weighing hundreds of pounds, and wielding it like a meteor hammer, he smashed it against the pack. The remaining clansmen exhibited astonishing combat prowess. A man named Shur, alongside another clansman, stood back to back, forming a makeshift spear formation, calmly blocking and striking. Even the youngest child moved agilely along the periphery of the battlefield, occasionally delivering finishing blows to the wounded wolves. There were no weaklings here, except for Lu Yao. Despite boosting his strength attribute to 9, in the face of such a genuine life-and-death struggle, his body still appeared clumsy. His mind roared. Yet his body moved like a rusty machine, always a beat behind. The instinct for battle could not merely be acquired through attribute points. Soon, the wolf pack detected this vulnerability. They were born hunters, adept at targeting the weak links within a prey group. 3 giant wolves abandoned their skirmish with Mu Hong and others, lunging at Lu Yao from 3 directions. Be careful. Mu Hong's eyes widened in alarm, wishing to rush to his aid, but he was firmly entangled by other wolves. The stench of blood filled the air. Lu Yao's pupils constricted as he beheld the 3 gaping maws, catching the nauseating scent. The shadow of death loomed over him in an instant. A wolf's fang grazed his cheek. His skin burned with a sharp sting, yet the attribute of rough skin proved effective, preventing any laceration. In that moment of life and death, Lu Yao's mind sharpened to its utmost clarity. 3 wolves, 3 directions. They seemed to be lunging at him. But that twisting waist, those powerful hind legs, the point where they would converge was not him. It was the neck of Mu Hong, exposed when he turned. This was a trap. Using his own weakness as bait, luring Mu Hong to defend, then launching a true fatal strike the moment he turned and revealed an opening. Mu Hong, retreat. Lu Yao let out a roar. He did not step back. Instead, he lunged forward frantically, extending his hand with all his might, gripping Mu Hong's shoulder just as he prepared to turn. With that tug, Mu Hong's massive form staggered back, retreating 2 or 3 steps. Meanwhile, the 3 giant wolves attacking Lu Yao twisted unnaturally midair. Their true fangs were bared. Their target was the vulnerable neck of Mu Hong, which would be exposed the moment he turned. With a sickening sound, blood erupted. A giant wolf's claw tore open Mu Hong's shoulder, flesh twisting grotesquely. Meanwhile, another colossal wolf sank its teeth into Lu Yao's arm, its sharp fangs piercing through skin and muscle. The agony was excruciating. Yet, Mu Hong's neck remained intact. Trembling with fear, Mu Hong stood frozen, acutely aware of the searing pain in his shoulder, glancing down at the gaping, bleeding wounds on Lu Yao's arm. As he recalled the deadly trajectory of the 3 wolves' assault, an icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Lu Yao's thunderous roar, he would have already met his demise. Chapter 14. Survival is paramount. The pain, the torment of the wolf's fangs tearing through flesh rendered Lu Yao's mind a blank slate. He could not even muster a cry of anguish. A force of immense magnitude yanked him away from the depths of that suffering. It was Mu Hong. The imposing figure cast a glance at the claw marks on his shoulder, then fixed his gaze on the 2 gaping, bleeding punctures on Lu Yao's arm, instantly grasping the gravity of what had just transpired. The frail Lu Yao had used his own body to shield himself from the lethal fangs. He had saved his own life. A roar, suppressed to its utmost limit and utterly inhuman, erupted from the depths of Mu Hong's throat. His eyes, in that brief moment, were consumed entirely by a crimson haze. Death. He relinquished all defense, allowing a giant wolf's claw to carve 3 deep gashes across his chest. He did not even glance at the beast. With his wooden spear shattered, Mu Hong seized a crude stone axe in one hand, sweeping it with an aura of annihilation. Crack! The ambushing giant wolf's spine was instantly shattered. The stench of blood and shattered entrails doused Mu Hong, yet he remained oblivious, swinging the stone axe backhandedly, using the broken wolf as a weapon to strike fiercely at the third beast. A trade of wounds. A gamble of life. Amidst the tide of encroaching wolves, he carved out a sanctuary for Lu Yao behind him, protected by Mu Hong. Lu Yao felt the throbbing pain in his arm and the loss of blood causing the world to darken. He could only grit his teeth, refusing to succumb. Watching Mu Hong's formidable silhouette carve through the pack, each injury inflicted upon him made Lu Yao's heart convulse. Those wounds were meant for him. At that moment, a sharp and piercing scream, reminiscent of a child, unexpectedly shattered the silence of the cave. Then, it abruptly ceased. Mu Hong's frenzied slaughter came to an instant halt. He instinctively turned his head. In that fleeting moment, a colossal wolf, lurking silently in the shadows beside him, seized the rare opportunity, launching itself with deadly silence towards the vulnerable spot at Lu Yao's back, now fully exposed by his turn. The shadow of death loomed once more. Lu Yao's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He yearned to scream, yet his throat, ravaged by blood loss, rendered him mute. He longed to move, but excruciating pain anchored him in place. It was over. Just as despair engulfed Lu Yao, a dark figure surged forth from his side. It was Shan, the taciturn and steadfast tribal warrior, as solid as a mountain. He was closest. There was no time for contemplation, no time to hurl a weapon. He made the most primal and resolute choice. Like a frenzied bull, he expended every ounce of his strength, crashing violently into Mu Hong's side. Bang! The tremendous force staggered Mu Hong, narrowly evading the fatal assault. Yet, Shan, propelled by the momentum, lost his balance entirely. He unwittingly presented his unguarded back to the wolf's deadly fangs. With a sickening thud, the razor-sharp fangs pierced his throat without resistance. A fountain of hot blood gushed forth. Lu Yao stood frozen, watching as the crimson droplets splattered against the rocks before him, staining his face. Warm, iron-sweet. Shan's body convulsed violently, his life force rapidly ebbing away. But in the final moment before his collapse, his eyes, dulled by blood loss, ignited with an astonishing brilliance. With his last vestige of strength, he drove the fractured wooden spear upward, thrusting it forcefully and accurately into the soft underbelly of the colossal wolf. A mournful howl erupted from the beast, releasing its grip. Shan achieved the final and most glorious strike of his life. His towering form toppled backward heavily. In the last fleeting second before his consciousness sank into eternal darkness, his gaze traversed the chaotic battlefield, piercing through the snarling wolves, locking steadfastly onto Lu Yao, the one he had sacrificed himself to save, who stood dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. In his eyes, there was neither resentment nor fear, only a heavy, silent entrustment, as if to say, survive. Carry us on. No. Mu Hong let out a heart-wrenching scream, and Lu Yao, witnessing Shan fall before him, gazing into those unblinking eyes, beholding the silent entrustment, felt an unprecedented surge of humiliation and rage explode within his chest. Wisdom? Foresight? In this blood-soaked world, wisdom without the strength to protect is the most futile of jest. It could not even safeguard the life of a comrade. Meanwhile, the battle between you and the Wolf King had entered its most gruesome phase. At the very moment the mountain collapsed, even the Wolf King exhibited a fleeting distraction, influenced by the anguished cries of its companions. An opportunity. The fire of battle ignited in Yu's eyes. Instead of retreating, she surged forward, twisting her body at an astonishing angle, and boldly collided with the Wolf King. She relinquished her weapon and, in the instant of their intersection, propelled herself upward, landing atop the Wolf King's broad back. The Wolf King howled in pain, thrashing wildly. Yet Yu's legs clamped around its waist with the tenacity of iron pincers. She drew forth a bone dagger, crafted from the hardened bones of bears and long untouched, aiming for the Wolf King's colossal head. Its eyes. With every ounce of strength, she drove the dagger into the Wolf King's vast, pallid eye socket, inch by inch, until it was completely embedded. In that moment, time stood still. The Wolf King's massive form became rigid, its frantic struggles abruptly ceasing. Those ghastly white eyes lost all glimmer in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the Wolf King collapsed to the ground, witnessing the demise of their leader. The remaining giant wolves were instantly filled with an overwhelming dread, their green eyes now brimming with terror. They emitted desperate, sorrowful whimpers, abandoning the fight, turning tail, and fleeing madly into the blinding snowstorm outside the cave. The battle had come to an end. Inside the cavern, chaos reigned. The stench of blood flowed like a stream across the uneven ground, mingling with the lifeless forms of 7 massive wolf corpses, sprawled haphazardly in pools of blood. Beside them lay the mountain and the child with a severed neck, a cold corpse. The ecstasy of victory never arrived. Silence prevailed. Only heavy breaths and muffled sobs broke the stillness. What had once been a home filled with the aroma of grilled fish and joyous laughter had, in an instant, transformed into a bloody hell. From a tribe of 10, only 8 remained. Mu Hong knelt beside the mountain, extending a trembling hand to close the unblinking eyes. He understood. The mountain had sacrificed itself for him. Lu Yao struggled to rise, approaching the mountain's body. He gazed down at the man who had died to protect him and Mu Hong, noting the frozen expression of trust in his eyes. His gaze then shifted to Mu Hong, who, usually so foolishly cheerful, was now inconsolable in his grief. A resolute thought surged within him: to survive, he must ensure that the remaining souls lived on. Chapter 15. The first combat skill, freezing technique. The joy of victory had long been swept away by the chilling grip of death. The 8 survivors sat silently around the fire, the flames illuminating the sorrow and exhaustion etched on their faces. Mu Hong, with his robust physique, knelt on the ground, rendered speechless. The wound on his shoulder, torn by a wolf's claw, revealed flesh that had rolled back. The bleeding had ceased, yet the skin surrounding the injury exhibited an ominous dark purple hue and slight swelling. Lu Yao's own arm was hastily bandaged with strips of cloth, the piercing pain incessantly reminding him of the brutal reality of recent events. His gaze fell upon Mu Hong's wound, which had begun to turn black. Infection. In this primitive world devoid of antibiotics and sterilization methods, a seemingly non-fatal wound could claim the life of even the strongest warrior. Lu Yao immediately plunged his consciousness into the survival manual within his mind. With fervent intent, he sought anything related to healing. Soon, amidst the pages detailing essentials beyond mere survival, a gray icon, crafted from herbs and vines, gradually emerged in his consciousness. Primitive bandage, made from specific herbs crushed and wrapped in clean linen or tree bark, suitable for initial wound treatment, effectively reducing the risk of infection. Unlock conditions. Successfully create the first primitive bandage. Unlock rewards. 1 free attribute point. Level 1 basic healing technique. That's it. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The basic healing technique. This was precisely the ability he needed at this moment. However, what specific herbs were required to craft the bandage? The manual provided no illustrations. Lu Yao desperately sifted through fragmented memories of his original self. Fleeting images belonging to another soul raced through his mind. Eureka! On the way to the ice lake, he recalled encountering a plant with serrated leaves and small purple flowers in a shaded area at the forest's edge. In his original memories, he had used it to treat wounds. I must go out. Lu Yao rose to his feet, his hoarse voice shattering the cavern's silence. All eyes instantly turned towards him. He was wiping the congealed blood from Shan's face with a warm piece of animal skin when she heard his words, her movements abruptly freezing. Are you mad? The wolf pack has just retreated. Who knows if there are still ambushes outside? Who knows if that wolf king has kin lurking nearby? You sprang to her feet, stepping in front of Lu Yao, nearly pointing a finger at his nose. You are the hope of our tribe. Your divine strength lies in wisdom, not combat. You cannot take such risks. Her reaction was intense, tinged with a hint of fear. The tribe had already lost Shan and that child. She could not bear the cost of losing Lu Yao as well. Lu Yao shook his head. He did not argue, merely raised his injured arm and gestured towards Mu Hong's shoulder, which had started to darken. His gaze swept over each person present, noting the wounds, large and small, that adorned their bodies. We are all injured. The weather is so cold, these wounds will not heal. He refrained from uttering the word infection, instead invoking a fear deeply rooted in their bloodlines through a manner they could more easily comprehend. In the past, did we not have kin who, after being bitten by wild beasts, suffered only minor wounds but succumbed to fever days later, uttering nonsensical words before eventually perishing in agony? Yu's pupils constricted violently. Mu Hong's sorrowful visage turned pale in an instant. They certainly remembered. The despair of watching a companion's wound fester and decay, their body weakening day by day, ultimately succumbing to death amidst anguished cries, was a nightmare etched deeply into their very bones. Lu Yao met Yu's trembling gaze, speaking each word with deliberate gravity. I know of a herb that can heal our wounds. We cannot afford to delay Mu Hong's treatment any longer. His voice, though not loud, carried an unwavering resolve that implied a willingness to sacrifice everything. Yu stared intently at him. In Lu Yao's eyes, she recognized the same determination she harbored, a willingness to gamble everything for the tribe. This man was not merely a strategist lurking in the shadows. His heart bled alongside theirs for this nascent home. Silence. A prolonged silence. The wind outside the cave began to howl in their ears once more. At last, Yu closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all emotions had dissipated, leaving only the cold ruthlessness and resolve of a warrior. She picked up her sharp-boned dagger from the wall and approached Lu Yao. I will accompany you. Chief, allow me to go. My skin is tough and my flesh resilient. Mu Hong struggled to rise, but was struck down again by a sudden wave of pain and dizziness, collapsing back into his seat. Everyone, stay still. Yu's voice quelled all unrest. Protect our home. She glanced at Mu Hong and the remaining members, her gaze finally resting on Lu Yao. Let us proceed. Just as the two were about to step out of the cave, Lu Yao halted. His gaze fell upon the Wolf King's corpse, sprawled like a small mountain in a pool of blood. Those eyes, wide open even in death, were a ghastly shade of pale, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Wait. Lu Yao suppressed his unease and approached. You followed him, puzzled yet vigilant. Lu Yao crouched down, extending his hand. Just as he was about to touch the Wolf King's icy fur, he hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he gently placed his palm upon it. At the moment of contact, ding! The survival manual in his mind erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Lines of golden text flooded his vision. Successfully contacted secondary life form. Icefield Wolf King, mutant. Unlocked Beast Codex. Icefield, Giant Wolf. Icefield, Giant Wolf. Pack hunting carnivore. Extremely dangerous. Its blood and flesh contain trace amounts of cold poison. Prolonged consumption will lead to bodily stiffness, and it is inedible. Upon reading the words inedible, Lu Yao's heart lurched violently. He abruptly turned to gaze at the corpses of several ordinary giant wolves within the cave. If it were not for his unnecessary actions, once the food supplies were exhausted, the starving tribesmen would surely resort to consuming the wolf meat. At that moment, the entire tribe would silently face an impending catastrophe. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Meanwhile, the information in the manual continued to unfold. Detected host participation in the slaying of the Wolf King, triggering a special reward. Reward combat skill. Ice Freeze, LV1. Ice Freeze, LV1. You can expend mental energy to condense a small sphere of cold air in the palm of your hand, which can be used to freeze objects or slow down enemies. A refreshing, icy current surged from his palm, where he had made contact with the Wolf King, instantly permeating his body and ultimately converging in his mind. The excruciating pain in his arm seemed to be somewhat subdued by this coolness. A brand new skill icon, radiating an ice blue halo, illuminated in the manual. Ice Freeze. This was undeniably his own extraordinary power. Lu Yao suppressed the overwhelming joy and shock within him and slowly rose to his feet. Its meat is toxic. It cannot be consumed, he calmly informed you behind him. Let us proceed. Without further hesitation, Lu Yao stepped out of the cave alongside you. Outside, the snowstorm had ceased. The blood-stained snowfield, under the grayish-white daylight, appeared strikingly vivid. The air was as sharp as a blade. The two trudged through the knee-deep snow, one after the other. You led the way, gripping a bone spear, vigilantly scanning every shadow around them. Lu Yao followed closely behind, relying on the memories of his former self and his own innate sense of direction as a traveler to discern the path to the ice lake. He immersed his thoughts into his mind, attempting to activate that newfound power. Ice Freeze. He opened his left palm, concentrating his energy. A peculiar force surged from his mind, coursing through the meridians of his arm, gathering in his palm. Buzz. A visible sphere of cold mist, emanating wisps of white vapor, materialized in his palm. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Chapter 16. Crafting Bandages. The Observer in the Snowy Forest. The minuscule moisture in the air was drawn to the cold mist, coalescing into visible fragments of ice crystals that swirled above his palm. It worked, though the potency of this cold air might be modest. The significance it represented was enough to send Lu Yao's heart racing. For the first time in this untamed land, he possessed the ability to inflict harm at will. This was the divine power uniquely his own. I found it. Just as Lu Yao reveled in the shock of his new ability, Yu's icy voice echoed from ahead. Lu Yao gathered his thoughts and looked up. Beneath a snow-covered rock face, several resilient plants were peeking through the snow crevices. Their leaf edges bore fine serrations, and clusters of inconspicuous dark purple flowers bloomed at the tips. They matched precisely with the image in his former self's memory. Lu Yao strode forward, extending his hand to gently brush the leaf of the plant. Ding! Item successfully identified. Violet-flowered ground ivy, hemostatic herb. Properties, when crushed and applied externally. It possesses the efficacy of clearing heat and detoxifying, cooling blood and reducing swelling, with initial inhibitory effects on wound infection. Optimization, after crushing. Heating it with flame can awaken its deeper medicinal properties, enhancing its effectiveness on wounds by more than threefold. Lu Yao felt a surge of joy within him. Indeed, it was the one. More critically, the manual provided an optimization scheme previously unheard of. Flame heating. He and Yu immediately set to work, carefully harvesting these miraculous life forms from the snow. In this primitive era, such plants could be the lifeline that determined life and death. However, after a brief moment of harvesting, Lu Yao suddenly halted. He noticed that the root of one violet-flowered ground ivy bore distinct marks of being cut by stone tools, and the incision was still fresh. Yu also discerned this. She crouched down, pinching a bit of soil, her gaze sharpening like that of a wolf. Someone had been here, and not long ago. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the gravity in the other's eyes. There was no time to waste. They must return immediately. Just as they turned, a chilling malice pierced the skin at Lu Yao's nape like a needle. An aggressive gaze shot from the depths of the dense forest, locking onto him with unwavering intensity. He whipped around, but all he could see was the snow-laden trees swaying in the wind. Don't move. Yu's voice dropped to a whisper as she firmly grasped Lu Yao's shoulder, taut muscles pulling him behind her. The bone spear she had been holding was now poised across her chest, its tip aimed at the encroaching darkness. The feeling of being watched did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. That gaze clung to him like a shadow, imbued with the predatory scrutiny of a hunter. In the next moment, Yu made an unexpected decision. Instead of choosing to confront, she suddenly bent down and effortlessly hoisted Lu Yao onto her shoulder. Hold tight. Before the words had fully left her lips, her leg muscles surged with power, propelling her forward like a released cheetah, sprinting toward the cave. The wind howled in their ears as the trees on either side blurred past. Lu Yao, perched on Yu's seemingly slender yet explosively strong shoulder, felt jostled yet acutely aware of the formidable strength contained within the female chieftain. Time blurred as they ran, the sense of being stalked gradually receding. Yu halted behind a massive tree, lowering Lu Yao to the ground, her chest heaving slightly as she exhaled a cloud of white vapor. There are others on this mountain. Her voice carried a hint of coldness. This was undoubtedly ominous news. Resources in the wild are limited. If it were merely a few wandering souls, there might be a possibility of integrating them into the tribe. However, should another well-established tribe seek to defend its territory and resources, a bloody war would be inevitable once their cave is discovered. The two dared not linger any longer and hastened their steps back to the cave. Upon witnessing their safe return, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Without pausing for rest, Lu Yao's first task was to place the purple flower he had gathered upon a flat stone slab, meticulously grinding it into a dark green medicinal paste with another stone. Lu Yao, quickly apply it to Mu Hong, urged a tribesman anxiously. All eyes turned to Mu Hong, whose complexion had taken on an abnormal crimson hue. His lips cracked and breathing labored, reminiscent of a worn bellows. The wound on his shoulder had swollen to the size of a darkened bun. Yet, Lu Yao shook his head. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, he carefully moved the stone slab containing the medicinal paste near the campfire, patiently allowing the flames to gently warm it from a distance. What is he doing? How can herbs be heated over fire? They are not food. Mu Hong struggled to open his eyes, looking at Lu Yao in confusion. In their understanding, this was akin to wasting precious medicinal plants. Lu Yao refrained from explaining, simply uttering a calm, "Trust me." These three words seemed to carry a peculiar enchantment, silencing all doubts. He observed the medicinal paste deepening in color and releasing an unusual herbal fragrance under the caress of the flames. Simultaneously, he instructed Sher to gather the remaining dry bark from the fir tree, which he too roasted briefly over the fire for the most primitive form of disinfection. Finally, he evenly applied the warm medicinal paste to the inner side of the bark. Thus, several rudimentary yet effective makeshift bandages were fashioned. At that very moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Successfully unlocked item, primitive bandage. Reward, free attribute point. 1. Reward, life skill, basic healing art, LV1. A gentle, life-infused warmth surged into Lu Yao's mind. He promptly approached Mu Hong. The mangled flesh, darkened wound, and a mixture of pus and blood emitted a foreboding scent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao firmly placed the still-warm bark bandage over the wound. As the scorching herbal remedy made contact, Mu Hong's entire body shuddered, letting out a pained gasp. Having completed this, Lu Yao took a deep breath and gently pressed his uninjured left hand upon the bandage. Basic healing art. He silently chanted in his heart. In the next instant, a miracle unfolded. A soft, tender green light, reminiscent of new sprouts, erupted suddenly from his palm. The glow was not blinding but was filled with an indescribable, overwhelming essence of life. The green light enveloped Mu Hong's entire shoulder through the bandage. A faint sound, reminiscent of spring rain falling upon parched earth, emanated from the wound. All eyes widened, fixated on the orb of green light, even breath forgotten. To their astonishment, Mu Hong's face, once contorted in agony, gradually relaxed, his rapid breaths transforming into a steady rhythm. The feverish flush upon his forehead visibly receded. As Lu Yao, feeling a wave of dizziness from the depletion of his mental energy, withdrew his hand, the silence of the cave was shattered by a collective gasp. He unveiled a corner of the bandage. The prior horrifying blackened swelling had diminished by nearly half. The frayed edges of flesh began to reveal the promising blush of new life. My heavens, a miracle! Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Lu Yao decisively allocated his newly acquired attribute point to his constitution. A warm surge coursed through his body, swiftly alleviating the pain in his arm and the fatigue of his spirit. He then delved into his consciousness, gazing at his rejuvenated data panel. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 9. Constitution: 9. Agility: 4. Fertility: 2. Charm: 10. Free attribute points: 0. Life skills: Fire manipulation LV1, Fish spearing LV1, Logging LV1, Slumber LV1, Combat skills: Rough skin, passive. Freezing spell LV1, Basic healing spell LV1. Beholding his increasingly formidable panel, an unprecedented sense of control enveloped him. The freezing spell as his primary offense, and the healing spell as his essential support. In this perilous primal world, he finally possessed a true safeguard for his existence. Chapter 17. The direction of a new home. A handful of emerald light flowed serenely within Lu Yao's palm. Beneath its radiant embrace, Mu Hong's previously blackened and swollen shoulder was recovering at an astonishing rate. The dark purple necrotic flesh at the jagged wound was vanishing. The resilient pink granulation tissue was visibly proliferating and spreading. The fever-induced flush on Mu Hong's forehead quietly dissipated. His labored breathing gradually steadied and lengthened. Within the cave, one could hear a pin drop. All had forgotten to breathe, their gazes riveted upon the orb of green light that symbolized a miracle. This was the essence of life's power. Lu Yao felt a wave of mental fatigue wash over him, yet he pressed on. Using the same method, he attended to the wounds of the remaining 6 injured tribespeople. Whether it was flesh torn by wolf claws or joints sprained in battle, all were greatly soothed under the glow of that verdant luminescence. Having completed this task, Lu Yao's mind began to spin. He picked up a roasted herbal bandage. Gazing at the assembly, and calmly elucidated, this herb, when smoked, enhances its efficacy. He paused, his eyes sweeping over each tribesman. In the past, when we applied it directly, there were still those who succumbed to minor injuries, were there not? His words awakened a collective realization among the crowd. Indeed, while the application of this herb provided a cooling sensation to the wounds, there were still warriors who, despite its use, met their demise. The reverence in their gazes towards him intensified palpably. At that moment, Yu rose to her feet. She strode to the center of the cave, the flickering firelight casting undulating shadows upon her resolute visage. When Lu Yao and I ventured out, We discovered signs of others in the snow forest. Her voice, though soft, instantly froze the atmosphere within the cave. The warmth from their recent victory over the wolf pack dissipated, replaced by a chilling dread that coursed through everyone's spine. Panic silently constricted their throats. They had fled here only after being vanquished by another tribe. Would that nightmare unfold once more? Must they flee again? A woman's voice trembled with despair. Yu's sharp gaze swept across the assembly, sensing the encroaching fear. She suddenly elevated her voice, imbued with strength. Listen to me. In the past, we had but one warrior awakened with divine power. But now, she pointed at the still-breathing Mu Hong. Mu Hong is gradually awakening his divine strength. I am here as well. Finally, her fingers solemnly indicated the man who stood quietly aside. We also have Lu Yao. His awakened power is wisdom. As long as we live and remain united, no one can defeat us. We shall surely rebuild our home here. Yu's words shattered the ice that had formed in their hearts. Yes, they possessed Mu Hong, who could bear an entire tree. They had a chieftain capable of slaying a giant wolf with a single spear. They had Lu Yao, who could conjure fire from thin air, fish from beneath the ice, and heal wounds. All eyes converged on Lu Yao and Yu in unison, a gaze that entrusted all hope upon them. You two looked at Lu Yao, her resolve softening slightly. Lu Yao, the door has been broken, and the wind has entered. Can we construct another? Lu Yao's gaze traversed the crowd, settling upon the chaos at the cave entrance. Shattered wooden planks mingled with congealed blood, while the wind and snow from outside surged through the enormous gap. He shook his head. The door can be remade. His voice was gentle, yet clear to all. But we cannot remain in this cave any longer. He was taken aback. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yao approached the pile of newly crafted fish spears, picking one up and feeling the sharpness of the spearhead with his fingers. A wooden door stands prominently at the entrance of a cave, stark against the icy expanse. The cave's mouth is vast, yet its interior is shallow, allowing the biting wind to sweep in, leaving the inhabitants with no refuge. Moreover, should the enemy block the entrance, we would find ourselves bereft of any avenue for retreat or counterattack. The gravity of his words was not lost on you. Indeed, if members of other tribes were to search the mountains and spot such an unmistakably crafted wooden door, they would undoubtedly uncover our presence here. Lu Yao's gaze drifted over a stone slab adorned with a rudimentary map sketched in charcoal. We had gathered herbs. The area under surveillance lies to the west of the snow-capped mountains, indicating that those individuals are also positioned to the west. His finger traced resolutely across the slab, decisively directing towards the opposite side. Hence, we shall venture eastward, into the forests of the east, seeking a more concealed and secure cave. He turned to face everyone, his gaze ultimately resting on you. You nodded emphatically and spoke up. Lu Yao is correct. Starting tomorrow, I will accompany Lu Yao to the ice lake to catch a sufficient quantity of fish to preserve. Over the next few days, I shall also seek new caverns to the east. Once everyone has sufficiently healed, we shall embark to our new home. Within the cave, silence enveloped the group. All eyes were fixed upon the matriarch, Yu, and the man wielding a harpoon, who had illuminated a path for the tribe. On their youthful faces, there was neither confusion nor fear, only tranquility and confidence. The sorrow of battle and the dread of the unknown were, in that moment, supplanted by a more potent force, hope. All right. Mo Hong was the first to break the silence, straining to shout, his excitement momentarily disregarding his wounds. We shall heed the matriarch and Lu Yao. Yes, we shall go to our new home. A raucous cheer erupted, the pent-up emotions finally finding an outlet. The cavern reverberated with the thunderous roar, dispelling shadows of death and igniting boundless anticipation for the future. Chapter 18. A sudden encounter. The matriarch's frantic dash. The decision to migrate had crystallized, transforming the remnants of sorrow within the tribe into a fervent urgency to build a new home. The objective was clear. In the days that Mo Hong and the other injured members recuperated, Lu Yao and you must gather as much food as possible. The fish in the ice lake represented their sole option. However, new challenges soon emerged. While the harpoon was efficient, the quantity of fish caught by hand significantly hampered their progress. In the survival manual, a section labeled Primitive Backpack lay quietly. Primitive Backpack. Unlock reward. Free attribute. Point 1. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the vines left behind after the wooden door was bound. Without uttering a word, he seized the vines and approached the fire. The flames licked the vines, curling and darkening their bristles, yet enhancing their resilience. Soon, he began to weave with a technique utterly incomprehensible to others, albeit somewhat clumsily. The willow branches danced at his fingertips, weaving in and out, intertwining and converging, tying knots. His fingers were not exceptionally nimble, yet the memories of watching elders craft bamboo baskets in his childhood surged vividly in his mind. An oval-shaped vessel, sturdy in structure, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with an entrance left open, gradually took shape in his hands. Yu crouched nearby, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. This creation resembled an intricately designed nest. When Lu Yao finally secured the last end of the willow branch with a tight knot, a rustic and practical primitive fish basket was born. At that moment, a notification chimed. Success. Item unlocked. Primitive backpack. Reward. 1 free attribute point. No skills were granted. Lu Yao understood instantly. The backpack was merely a container, its crafting threshold low, unlike the harpoon and stone axe, which could directly instigate a transformation in production methods. The manual's criteria for evaluation might be linked to the depth of technological revolution or its impact on productivity. This made sense. No longer troubled by it, Lu Yao delved into the attribute panel. Agility. 4. In the fierce battle against the wolf pack, he could perceive the enemy's trajectory, and his brain could keep up. Yet his body felt like a rusted machine, hindering him at every turn. Strength and constitution were the foundations of survival, but speed delineated the line between life and death. He must develop comprehensively, adding to agility. Agility. 45. A surge of exhilarating lightness erupted from the Yongquan point at the soles of his feet, instantly coursing through his limbs. The heaviness that had burdened him vanished, and each joint felt as though it had been infused with lubricant, granting him an unprecedented sense of coordination. In pursuit of ultimate efficiency, Lu Yao crafted a second fish basket. Prepared, he and Yu set forth immediately. They carried empty fish baskets on their backs and wielded harpoons. Once again stepping into the silent, snow-laden forest. The atmosphere was palpably different, with each gust of wind rustling through the treetops. The drifting snowflakes sharpened Yu's gaze to a razor's edge. She led the way, her every step silent, her vigilant stance reminiscent of a mother leopard surveying her territory. Lu Yao followed closely behind, his senses heightened, alert to any signs of movement. Before long, they arrived at the ice lake. The surface remained as smooth as glass. The ice hole they had carved last time still visible. They wasted no time and immediately began fishing. Yu had completely mastered the art of spearing fish, even more decisively than Lu Yao. Each thrust of her harpoon was swift, accurate, and fierce. The splashing ice water barely settling before the tip of her spear pierced the prey. With his enhanced agility, Lu Yao's dynamic vision and bodily coordination surged, making his own thrusts faster and more precise than ever before. 1 fish, 5 fish, 10 fish. The schools of fish around the ice hole were swiftly depleted by their efforts. 25 plump fish filled 2 baskets to the brim, heavy with the hope of the tribe's continuation. Let us go, Lu Yao urged in a hushed tone. The icy lake here lay closer to the western flanks of the snow-capped mountains. The lurking threat could reappear at any moment. They had to race against time. Yu, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded resolutely, hoisting 1 basket of fish over her back, while gripping the spear tightly in her other hand, and promptly turned to leave. Lu Yao followed suit, shouldering his share. Yet, just as he straightened up, an ominous gaze ensnared him. It had arrived. Lu Yao's heart tightened abruptly as he turned sharply towards the source of that malevolence. This time he saw clearly. At the edge of the dense forest on the distant hillside, a shadowy assembly of figures stood silently, their dark silhouettes scattered along the tree line, motionless, like phantoms emerging from the snow, exuding an unmistakable malice as they scrutinized their prey. A dozen figures. This was no mere pair of wanderers. This was an organized tribe. Yu's fears had morphed into a dire reality. Trouble loomed large. Lu Yao's heart plummeted. In that moment of adrenaline surging through his veins, a sharp pain struck deep within his mind. Having healed 7 individuals consecutively had already drained his mental faculties to the brink. Now, the intense hunt coupled with the sudden looming threat acted as the fuse igniting this explosive tension. The repercussions of his mental exhaustion erupted violently. The world before him began to sway violently, tearing apart. U.S. vigilant silhouette fractured into countless afterimages in his sight. This was dire. Lu Yao could only emit a faint cry before his body succumbed to chaos, plunging into darkness. Lu Yao. You sensed the disturbance behind her instantly. She whirled around just in time to see Lu Yao collapsing backwards. Her expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's thought, she lunged forward, catching him deftly before he hit the snow. He felt scorching to the touch. His forehead burned alarmingly hot. The toll of his powers had taken its toll. Yu's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. She glanced at the shadows in the forest that had begun to stir, then at the unconscious Lu Yao in her arms. Without a trace of hesitation, Yu made the most resolute decision. She let out a fierce growl, bent down sharply, and heaved Lu Yao along with the heavy basket of fish onto her slender right shoulder. Then, with her left hand, she firmly grasped the other basket filled with fish. The weight of an adult man and 25 hefty fish, totaling over 200 pounds, pressed down upon her frail shoulder. She tightened her grip. She shouted at the unconscious Lu Yao, as if commanding him, and perhaps herself, as well. In the next instant, the muscles in her legs bulged with sudden power, and the snow beneath her feet exploded. The entire figure resembled a blood-red arrow loosed from its bow, racing away from the cave with wild abandon. The howling wind and snow tore through the air, creating a piercing shriek. The trees on either side transformed into blurred shadows, rushing past in a dizzying blur. Yu's chest heaved violently, each breath expelling great clouds of white mist. The frigid air seared her lungs, inflicting a pain akin to that of a knife's edge. The weight upon her shoulders caused her to sink deeper into the snow with each step, leaving half-foot-deep prints behind. Yet her speed showed no signs of waning. Her gaze remained sharp and resolute, fixated on the path ahead that promised escape. She sensed the dark figure trailing closely behind her. The chaotic sounds of footsteps and shouts grew ever nearer within the snowy forest. Yu gritted her teeth, and a fierce blaze of anger ignited in her bright eyes. She could not allow the enemy to be led back to the cave. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from behind. An arrow, crafted from bone, struck with a sickening thud into her left shoulder. Pain surged through her, and she stifled a grunt, nearly stumbling. Yet, paradoxically, this very agony awakened a primal ferocity within her, compelling her to summon the last vestiges of her strength, causing her speed to surge once more. Gradually, the footsteps behind her began to fade away. As dusk fell, having traversed a wide arc while carrying Lu Yao and all the fish, she burst into the cave, utterly spent. With a crash, she carefully set down the fish basket, and Lu Yao, collapsing to one knee, gasping for breath like a cornered beast on the brink of death. "Chief, what has happened to Lu Yao?" The tribespeople gathered around, their voices filled with alarm. "He is fine, merely fatigued," Yu replied, waving her hand, her voice gravelly as though it had been rasped by sand. The night deepened. The campfire crackled softly, casting a warm glow. Lu Yao stirred, slowly opening his eyes to the familiar, uneven ceiling of the cave. The warmth of the flames dispelled the chill from his body, and the air was infused with the aroma of roasted fish and a hint of herbs. He had returned, struggling to sit up. He noticed a soft pelt draped over him, and the wound on his arm had been tended to anew. He turned his head. Across the cave, Yu sat with her back to him, quietly beside the fire. She had removed half of her fur coat. In the firelight, the arrow wound on her shoulder was a stark sight, surrounded by fresh bloodstains from branches that had grazed her in the forest. She mimicked Lu Yao's actions, awkwardly applying a piece of roasted bark smeared with dark green medicinal paste to her shoulder wound. Her movements were slow, yet remarkably focused. The flickering flames highlighted the resolute contours of her profile. Perhaps sensing the commotion behind her, Yu paused and turned her head. Their eyes met. "You're awake." Chapter 19. What makes you blush? It is my divine power. Lu Yao felt a gentle stab in her heart. How far had she run, bearing the weight of her burdens, before finally evading those pursuers and returning here? He wished for nothing more than the well-being of this female chieftain. At the very moment that thought arose, the survival manual in his mind unexpectedly illuminated. A line of fresh, softly golden text materialized vividly within his consciousness. Objective: arrow wound of Yu. Nature of wound: high-speed puncture caused by a bone-blown arrowhead, non-toxic. Due to vigorous movement, the wound has torn, showing slight signs of infection. Optimized treatment suggestion: utilizing a basic healing spell could expedite recovery, but the host currently lacks sufficient mental energy. Alternative solution: ensure the wound remains clean. Apply hot compresses of purple flower mud twice daily, Refrain from vigorous activity for 3 days, and it may heal naturally. Lu Yao was utterly taken aback. What new function was this? The manual could directly analyze injuries and provide such detailed treatment plans. Could it be that his heartfelt concern for Yu's condition prompted this response from the manual? This golden finger appeared to be more intelligent than he had imagined. As if sensing the movement behind her, or perhaps due to Lu Yao's overly focused gaze, Yu abruptly paused her actions of applying medicine. She turned her head. Their eyes met. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of the flames. You are awake. Yu's voice remained cool. Yet Lu Yao discerned a hint of barely perceptible panic in her eyes. She swiftly pulled up the animal hide, concealing her shoulders and back, as well as that ghastly wound. Then, somewhat awkwardly, she averted her gaze from Lu Yao, silently turning away to retrieve a fish roasted to a golden brown by the fire, which she offered to him. Eat. Her movements bore a certain stiffness, as though she were masking something. My body is not seriously harmed. Lu Yao accepted the roasted fish, his voice hoarse as he gazed at the faintly reddened ears illuminated by the firelight, a wave of regret washing over him. This time, I have burdened you. Had it not been for his sudden fainting from mental exhaustion, she would not have found herself in such peril. I do not blame you. You seemed to sense Lu Yao's remorse as she shook her head, her gaze returning to him, her eyes regaining their usual candor and resolve. I merely hope you remember that your divine power is precious, but so is your body. Do not push yourself. If difficulties arise, we shall share them together. She paused, then spoke a phrase that struck Lu Yao's heart anew with an air of inevitability. We are family. Those 3 words, if uttered by a leader from his previous life, would have elicited nothing but disgust from Lu Yao. Yet at this moment, spoken from the lips of the chieftain of this primitive tribe, they resonated with the utmost sincerity. Devoid of any pretense, Lu Yao grasped the warm, roasted fish, a wave of warmth surging through his heart. My injury should be of no great concern, right? You seemed reluctant to delve further into this topic. She shifted her injured shoulder and casually inquired. After all, Lu Yao's green light, which could hasten healing, had become a new miracle in the tribe. There is a matter, yet it is not quite significant. Lu Yao regarded her, mimicking the conclusions from the manual, and spoke calmly. A flicker of confusion crossed Yu's eyes. Lu Yao elaborated. In the coming days, it would be prudent for you to remain in the cave to recuperate and refrain from excessive movement. Otherwise, your wound will heal at a painfully slow rate. Fortunately, the fish we brought back will suffice for everyone's sustenance for several days. His gaze swept across the cave, ultimately resting upon the stone slab inscribed with a map, his tone turning resolute. The task of seeking new caves shall be entrusted to me and sure. Yet your health, you furrowed her brow instantly, her face etched with concern. Lu Yao had just fainted, a sight she had witnessed firsthand. I am fine. Lu Yao shook his head. He was acutely aware that his recent fainting spell was solely due to the extensive use of basic healing techniques on 7 individuals, which had drained his mental strength to its limits. This had indeed sounded an alarm for him. Such skills, which require active release, must not be employed recklessly in quick succession. Adequate rest is essential to restore mental vigor thereafter. I merely require rest. I have already recuperated. Lu Yao's words resonated with confidence. By tomorrow, my energy will be restored. Observing the undeniable certainty in Lu Yao's eyes, Yu paused in silence for a moment before ultimately choosing to trust him. She nodded. Very well. The cave returned to tranquility. Lu Yao leaned against the warm stone wall, savoring small bites of the roasted fish, feeling his strength and spirit gradually revitalize. Meanwhile, Yu rested on the opposite side, her eyes closed as her breathing steadily became even. She was utterly exhausted. The flickering campfire cast their shadows upon the rough stone walls, elongated and at times separating, at other times intertwining. Chapter 20. The Search for Caves at Dawn. The first rays of sunlight emerged. Lu Yao donned a coarse beast skin and tightly gripped a fire-roasted wooden spear. Shur followed closely behind, also wielding a spear, his arms cradling 2 roasted fish barely sufficient to satiate their hunger. The 2 embarked on a journey toward the eastern woods, bearing the future of the tribe upon their shoulders. Lu Yao, brother, Shur walked beside him, his youthful face tinged with a hint of bewilderment. You were once a member of our tribe. Why does it seem you have forgotten so much? This question was one Lu Yao had anticipated. He had thought it would be you who would ask first. It seems this young man named Shur indeed possesses a keen mind. Lu Yao nodded, his tone laced with a barely perceptible melancholy. Perhaps it is due to awakening my divine power. Some hazy memories are indeed difficult to recall clearly. This was not an outright falsehood. The memories of the original self are but fragmented pieces of a puzzle, and even after his integration, many gaps remain. Shi did not delve deeper. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yao spoke. Could you recount our past stories? Shi consented. Having grown up alongside you, he remembered the tribe's history vividly. Our former tribe had as many as 50 members. The chief was a highly respected elder. The landscape of our dwelling was particularly beautiful, with a continuous water source and abundant game. At the foot of the great mountain to the south, there was an especially large cave. As Shi's voice lowered, a trace of sorrow became evident. Regrettably, a person awakened with the power of the bear god suddenly emerged from the neighboring tribe. That individual was far too powerful. We simply could not contend with him. Even you was no match for him. Lu Yao's heart trembled. He had believed you to be sufficiently formidable, and it was already a remarkable feat that she had led them through their escape thus far. Yet, the mention of the bear god's power and the notion of complete awakening sparked a revelation in his mind. Perhaps the divine powers of this world were capable of growth. As the two conversed while jogging along the mountain path, they soon reached the eastern slope. Just as they rounded a bend, Lu Yao's brow instinctively furrowed. The cave where they once resided was located on the southern slope, where the terrain was gentle and sheltered from the wind. In contrast, the eastern slope was evidently much windier. The cold wind howled, lifting the snow from the ground and producing a mournful sound through the trees. Shi also sensed the anomaly. He halted, casting a hesitant glance at Lu Yao. Brother Lu Yao, with such strong winds, are we truly going to search for a new home here? Lu Yao harbored doubts as well. However, they had trekked for nearly half a day and could not return empty-handed. He glanced at the sky. The sun had risen for some time, but the light on the eastern slope was clearly not as abundant as that on the southern slope. Let us search a bit first. Lu Yao maintained his composure. They needed to ascertain whether there were any suitable caves. They began to meticulously search along the edge of the forest line on the eastern slope. Before long, a massive figure entered their view. It was a colossal bull, adorned with a pair of robust horns, bent low as it grazed on some plant hidden beneath the snow. Is that a longhorn bull? Shi exclaimed softly. They typically inhabit the forest much further south. How did it end up here? Lu Yao's heart stirred. The appearance of the longhorn bull suggested that the vegetation here might be richer than anticipated, at least sufficient to support some large herbivorous animals. This was a favorable sign. However, the subsequent caves only deepened Lu Yao's frown. The first cave had an entrance that sloped downward at a steep angle, leading straight underground. Too dangerous. Lu Yao immediately dismissed it. The cave's incline was too steep. Should it rain or snow, water and melted snow would inundate the interior. Furthermore, the cave is exceedingly deep, making ingress and egress quite challenging. A rope ladder must be constructed. Should the ladder fail, anyone attempting to enter or exit the cave could potentially meet with fatal consequences. The second cavern presents a low entrance, requiring one to stoop almost to a crawl to gain entry. The interior is exceedingly cramped, incapable of accommodating the entire tribe, making even the act of kindling a fire feel constricted. It is too low and too narrow, rendering it wholly unsuitable. Lu Yao shook his head repeatedly. The third cave, however, appeared rather promising. The entrance is level, and the interior is sufficiently profound, seemingly offering ample shelter. Lu Yao and Shi, guided by the flickering light of their torches, cautiously ventured inside. Within a mere 5 minutes, they found themselves compelled to retrace their steps. The multitude of passages was overwhelming. Lu Yao's expression turned grave. This cave is a veritable labyrinth, with numerous branches. We nearly lost our way. He paused momentarily to add, and my intuition warns me that perilous entities may lurk deeper within. In the primal world, instinct is often the essence of survival. The pair continued their search until the sun began its descent, the light on the eastern slope growing increasingly dim. The biting cold wind intensified. Shi glanced at the darkening sky, his face betraying anxiety. Lu Yao, we must return. After sunset, this mountain may harbor unknown dangers. Lu Yao too felt the encroaching chill. He surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of reluctance gleaming in his eyes. The wind from the eastern slope indeed posed a significant challenge. The labyrinthine cave brimmed with uncertainty. Yet, time waits for no one. Very well, let us return, Lu Yao resolved, inhaling deeply. However, we must conduct a more thorough exploration of that maze-like cavern. Perhaps we can discover a relatively safe passage or mark our route. He understood that the quest for a new homeland would inevitably be fraught with difficulties. The trials ahead were only just beginning. Chapter 21. The perilous labyrinthine cavern. On their return journey, both Lu Yao and Shi bore heavy hearts. The winds from the eastern slope were indeed far more ferocious than those from the southern slope, posing a considerable disadvantage for their primitive tribe. Lu Yao, Shi remarked, walking alongside him, his voice tinged with fatigue and concern. Can that labyrinthine cave truly serve as a dwelling? Lu Yao shook his head. I am uncertain myself. However, if we can identify a secure main passage that does not intersect with others, it may suffice. As for the wind, he gazed upward at the darkening sky. We can devise a solution at the cave's entrance. In his mind, rudimentary ideas began to form, utilizing vines and animal hides to construct a rudimentary windbreak at the entrance, or even attempting to fashion a sturdier wooden door. Certainly, the premise of all this hinges on the cave being sufficiently secure. The two hastened their pace, striving to return to the tribe's dwelling before the sun fully set. Inside the cave, the tribe members had long awaited their return with palpable anxiety. Upon seeing Lu Yao and Shi return, Yu approached, her eyes brimming with evident concern. How did it go? Did you find a suitable cave? Lu Yao shook his head and candidly replied, we discovered a cavern spacious and deep enough, yet its myriad passages resemble a labyrinth, and I sense there may be perilous entities within. Yu's expression shifted, her gaze flickering between Shi and Lu Yao. Peril? What kind of danger? I'm uncertain, Lu Yao admitted. It is merely an instinct. Shi interjected, Lu Yao is correct. That cave is excessively convoluted, and we nearly lost our way. Moreover, the winds from the east are indeed fierce. Yu fell into contemplation. The southern cave had already been claimed by a previous wolf pack and was too distant from the water source, although the eastern cave boasted ample space. The strong winds were disconcerting, yet it was close to an area where they had previously discovered the potential presence of longhorned cattle. We must make a decision swiftly. Yu's voice was barely above a whisper. Our food supplies are dwindling, and those individuals may come seeking us at any moment. Tomorrow, Lu Yao and I will return to that labyrinthine cave. Yu made her decision resolute. They must venture inside to ascertain the truth. Lu Yao nodded, aware that this choice was fraught with peril. Yet, as he had stated, they had no alternative. Their existence was already known, and in their current state, should the cave be discovered, they could face nothing but demise. You cannot go. Tomorrow it will be Shi and I, he insisted, gesturing to the wound on Yu's shoulder, which had yet to heal. Yu paused, looking at Lu Yao, and eventually nodded in agreement. Night fell, accompanied by the howling winds and swirling snow. Lu Yao lay upon a rudimentary wooden bed, feeling the gradual restoration of his vitality and the faint warmth from the wound on his arm. He closed his eyes, and the interface of the survival manual materialized once more in his mind. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 9. Constitution: 9. Agility: 5. Fertility: 2. Charm: 10. Free attribute points: 0. Life skills: Fire manipulation LV1. Fish spearing LV1. Lumberjack LV1. Sound sleep LV1. Combat skills: Rough skin, passive. Freezing spell LV1. Basic healing LV1. Lu Yao meticulously reviewed the information displayed on the panel. His strength and constitution had both reached the notable level of 9, forming the cornerstone of his survival in this world. After reaching an agility level of 5, there was a remarkable enhancement in his dynamic vision and physical coordination. Although there remains a gap to truly attain combat-ready agility, he was no longer the defenseless weakling. The freezing spell and basic healing spell constituted his primary means of combat and support. Meanwhile, the roughened skin served as a passive skill that could save his life in critical moments. Tomorrow, they were to explore the mysterious cave. Lu Yao understood that the real challenge was only just beginning. He took a deep breath, feeling the weariness of his body, along with the anticipation for the unknown exploration. Then, he fell into a deep slumber. The night remained heavy. Deep within the cave, only the crackling of the campfire and the steady breaths of 8 survivors could be heard. Everything was gathering strength for the exploration to come. Chapter 22. Intent to kill. The morning's cold wind still cut at the skin, yet it was somewhat mitigated by the rare sunlight that dispelled some of the chill. Lu Yao and Shi set out once more, their destination the eastern woods known as the Labyrinth. On Lu Yao's back was a newly crafted wicker fish basket, sturdy and spacious. Shi carried a small basket filled with charcoal blocks used for marking. Lu Yao go. Shi quickened his pace to match Lu Yao's stride. His voice carried a tone of curiosity mixed with an indescribable unease. Can people really reside in that labyrinthine cave? I always feel it's eerie and somewhat ominous. As Lu Yao discerned the faint traces among the trees, he replied without turning his head, "Any place can become habitable if we find the right key. The crux lies in the method, not in luck." He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the withered leaves beneath his feet. Just like our former clan leader, he surely sought every means to make that great cave safe. Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the clan leader once said that our ancestors survived countless dangers by employing their intellect. Then, Lu Yao Gu, is your divine power also a matter of intellect? Shi's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Lu Yao felt a stir in his heart. He understood that the divine power Shi spoke of referred to his extraordinary abilities to ignite fire, craft tools, and heal wounds. One could interpret it that way. Lu Yao acknowledged calmly. My divine power allows me to perceive the principles behind how things operate and then to act upon them. He refrained from delving deeper, attributing this ability merely to wisdom and creativity. Shi seemed to grasp part of it, but the admiration in his gaze for Lu Yao intensified. The two quickened their pace. Soon, the entrance to the labyrinthine cave they had discovered the previous day came into view once more. The cave mouth was dark and foreboding, with cold winds howling from within, carrying a scent of decay and dampness. This is the place. Lu Yao pointed at the entrance, addressing Shi. I marked it yesterday. He produced a charred wooden piece from his pocket, where a rudimentary map sketched with charcoal was clearly visible. This is the route I sketched based on yesterday's exploration. Lu Yao handed a wooden piece to Shi. We shall only traverse this main path, avoiding those side trails. Shi accepted the wooden piece, studying the lines inscribed upon it with wide-eyed wonder. Brother Lu Yao, you managed to depict the cave's shape? This is a record, Lu Yao elucidated. Only by documenting it can we remember and avoid becoming lost. The two cautiously ventured into the cave, well prepared this time. Lu Yao held aloft a torch while Shi gripped his stone axe, alert to their surroundings. The cave was colder than the outside, with a faint, fishy scent permeating the air. They progressed along the main passage marked by Lu Yao. At intervals, they used charcoal to leave conspicuous markers on the stone walls. After about a quarter of an hour, they emerged into a spacious stone hall. In the center of the hall lay several enormous, long-dried skeletons. What beast do these bones belong to? Shi's voice trembled. Lu Yao approached, examining them closely. The size of the skeletons was colossal, far exceeding that of the great wolves they had encountered. One skull still bore a few large tusks, glimmering with a sinister sheen. This must be a remnant of some giant beast that once inhabited this place, Lu Yao speculated. It likely perished here, either from old age or at the hands of something else. A sense of alarm surged within him. The entity capable of slaying such a monstrous creature could not be an ordinary beast. We must leave immediately. Shi's voice quivered with evident fear. Lu Yao nodded, sharing the same apprehension. Though the hall was vast, it was steeped in an ominous aura. The two dared not linger and continued along the main passage. Soon, they encountered a massive fissure, its depths unfathomable. Only faint sounds emanated from within, akin to the slow breaths of some creature. Brother Lu Yao, Shi's voice quavered. I am a bit frightened. Lu Yao too felt the chilling essence wafting from the fissure. This chill was not merely a drop in temperature, but rather a shudder that seemed to resonate from the depths of the soul. Do not fear. Lu Yao suppressed his own unease, patting Shi's shoulder. Let us mark this spot and then depart. It is too perilous here. He understood that this cave was not suitable as a new home for the tribe. At least not at this moment. The two turned and hurried back along their path. Just as they were about to exit the cave, Lu Yao's footsteps abruptly halted. He spun around, gazing into the cave's dark depths. There, an abyss of darkness obscured everything. Yet, he felt an unsettling presence, as if something in that darkness was watching them. A cold, malevolent gaze, palpable as if it were a tangible force, rested upon his back. What is it, Brother Lu Yao? Shi inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Lu Yao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the abyss of darkness before him. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. We must leave immediately, he exclaimed, abruptly grasping Shi's arm. The two of them tumbled out of the cave in a frantic rush. Once bathed in the sunlight again, Lu Yao felt an unsettling chill, as if that penetrating gaze lingered still within the shadows. Brother Lu Yao, Shi remarked, observing the pallor of his companion's face with concern, are you feeling unwell? Lu Yao shook his head, striving to compose himself as he recollected the sensation that had overwhelmed him moments earlier. I am fine, he managed a faint smile. It's just that the cave does not seem suitable for us. He withheld the truth from Sure, not disclosing the pure, terrifying intent to kill he had felt. One that surpassed even that of the Wolf King. It felt as if it emanated from an ancient and formidable entity. Let us seek another refuge, he suggested, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Sure nodded in agreement. Though he could not fathom the source of Lu Yao's anxiety, he chose to trust him unconditionally. In silence, they continued their journey homeward, the glow of the setting sun stretching their shadows long, yet failing to dispel the persistent gloom that lingered in their hearts. The eastern woods appeared far less tranquil than they had initially envisioned. Chapter 23. Danger approaches. Choices of the eastward migration. 8 survivors sat in a circle, the air thick with tension and suffocating silence. The news brought back by Lu Yao and Sure weighed heavily upon each heart like a boulder. The eastern winds were wilder than they had anticipated, swirling with snowflakes and stirring anxiety within. The few caves available to them were, without exception, utterly contrary to the notion of being conducive to survival. With Lu Yao's herbs and meticulous bandaging, Mu Hong's injuries had largely healed. He picked up a smoldering stick, poking the fire to shatter the silence. The winds from the east are fierce, and the caves are in such disrepair. Should we not reconsider moving? As soon as he voiced his thought, a young female tribeswoman interjected, her tone laced with a reluctance to confront the harsh reality. Indeed, this location is close to the ice lake, making fishing convenient. As long as we remain cautious, they should not be able to find us here, right? This question struck a chord with the wavering hopes of everyone present. The thought of leaving this dilapidated yet familiar home for an unknown destination beset by howling winds was enough to instill trepidation in the faint-hearted. However, Lu Yao exchanged a meaningful glance with Sure, both shaking their heads in unison. Sure, still bearing the fatigue from their recent exploration, turned to the group, his voice tense and dry. It is not that simple. Those people may already be very close to us. Lu Yao took over the conversation, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable strength that commanded attention. Upon our return, we discovered fresh footprints in the snow, scarcely 5 miles from the cave. The prints were chaotic, indicating more than one presence, evidently searching in every direction. This revelation struck the group like a heavy hammer, instilling a profound sense of dread. Yu's eyes, perpetually half-closed, suddenly widened, sharp as a blade, locking onto Lu Yao. Is it them? The footprints originated from the west, did they not? Lu Yao slowly nodded, his expression grave. I cannot be entirely certain that they have uncovered this cave, but one thing is unequivocal. His gaze swept over the faces of his kin, now pallid with fear. Our exposure to danger is exponentially increasing. Remaining here is tantamount to wagering all our lives on the ethereal chance of safety. The cave fell into a deathly silence. Even the wind seemed to have vanished. I understand now, Mu Hong suddenly spoke. On his typically guileless face, an unexpected seriousness emerged, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. He bowed his head, tracing patterns in the ground with a heated stick, as if emulating Lu Yao's method of contemplation. Then, he abruptly lifted his head and slapped his sturdy thigh. Given the fierce winds at Dongpa and the harsh environment, it stands to reason that our pursuers would be less likely to venture eastward. Thus, the most perilous location has paradoxically become the safest haven. A glimmer of approval flickered in Lu Yao's eyes. This seemingly simple-minded primitive, Mu Hong, had begun to grasp the essence of reverse thinking. Perhaps this is the seed of wisdom quietly taking root within our modest tribe. Indeed, Lu Yao's voice affirmed Mu Hong's insight. Our immediate priority is not the search for an ideal cave at Dongpa, but rather to promptly extricate ourselves from this area, which has already been pinpointed by our enemies. All eyes ultimately converged upon you. The female chieftain rose and approached the mouth of the cave. Feeling the biting cold wind seeping through the cracks of the broken wooden door, she turned back to survey the faces of her people, each one a tapestry of fear and hope. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, Lu Yao is right. Her voice was resolute and undeniable, instantly dispelling the doubts and hesitations that had clouded their hearts. This cave is no longer safe. We must depart, regardless of the circumstances. She glanced at Lu Yao and Sure. Aside from that labyrinthine cave, are there not 2 smaller caverns? If need be, we can squeeze into one of those for the night and reassess our situation. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Yu's decisiveness became the will of the tribe. Lu Yao nodded emphatically. Very well. Everyone, gather your belongings swiftly. At dawn, we shall set forth. Unlike the others, he did not seek rest. Throughout the night, he rummaged through all the remaining willow branches, weaving together simple yet sturdy backpacks by the flickering light of the fire. The night passed in silence. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the heavy darkness, the entire tribe was poised for departure. Each individual bore a well-filled backpack, laden with the tribe's possessions: smoked frozen fish, the last remnants of charcoal, sharpened fish spears, and the bark bandages and herbs crafted by Lu Yao. Standing at the cave entrance, Lu Yao cast a final glance at the patch of black open coal seams in the corner. Given their current circumstances, extraction was utterly unfeasible. They could only relinquish it for the time being. Let us go. With a command from you, 8 figures resolutely stepped into the vast, swirling snowstorm. They proceeded eastward, unflinchingly towards the rising sun. By midday, the group finally arrived at the edge of the eastern slope. The fierce winds arrived punctually, whipping up a flurry of snowflakes that lashed against each person's face like countless tiny ice needles. One tribesman instinctively halted, pointing towards the entrance of a cave not far away, one that Lu Yao had explored the previous day, characterized by its low and narrow opening. Chief, should we seek refuge from the wind there? All eyes turned toward you, and Lu Yao at the front of the line. However, Lu Yao's steps showed no sign of hesitation. He did not even glance back. Keep moving. His voice cut through the howling winds, clear and resonant in every ear. You merely exchanged a glance with him before unwaveringly matching his pace. The others exchanged wary looks, ultimately gritting their teeth and battling the fierce winds to forge ahead. They passed the low, narrow cave and the slanted entrance of another cavern. Lu Yao understood that these places could not serve as lasting shelters. More importantly, he did not wish for the tribe's new home to be too close to the unknown terror lurking within the labyrinthine cave, the very presence that sent shivers down his spine. They had to venture further. Chapter 24. The snowstorm conceals a haven, a new home. The mountain winds of the eastern slope lashed like countless icy blades, striking the face with a stinging sensation. Snowflakes swirled high into the air, obscuring their vision. Every exposed inch of skin throbbed and numbed in the biting cold. The group trudged forward with great difficulty, each step sinking into the soft snow, only to be pulled out again. Their strength was depleting at an alarming rate. The vast expanse of the eastern slope offered no suitable refuge. Time ticked away, second by second. The tribesmen hung their heads low, their labored breaths resonating clearly amidst the howling winds. The unease buried deep within them began to spread. This wind is ferocious, someone muttered, unable to contain their thoughts. Must we truly seek a new abode in such a wretched place? Though the narrow crevice is diminutive, it at least offers some shelter from the wind. The words, though light, fell like pebbles cast upon the surface of a lake, stirring ripples within the hearts of the gathered. You led the way, silent, her grip firm upon her bone spear, her keen gaze sweeping over her kin behind her, ever vigilant of the path from whence they came. Her brow was furrowed. That slender passage, offering but a sliver of hope, lay not far from the icy lake and could indeed shield them from the wind, albeit temporarily. Yet, it was ultimately a fleeting solution. Lu Yao strode ahead, his steps resolute, the heavy fish basket upon his back seemingly an extension of his very being. He too dismissed the notion of the narrow crevice, for it was perilously close to the labyrinthine caves that sent tremors through his heart. Should they be discovered by their foes, that confined entrance would transform into a lethal snare, leaving them with no means of escape. At that moment, a young tribesman lost his footing and with a startled cry, tumbled heavily into the snow. This event was the final straw that broke the camel's back, plunging the morale of the group to an all-time low. Lu Yao halted abruptly, his movements devoid of superfluity. Instinctively, everyone followed suit, their gazes drawn to the hillside above, where shadows loomed and jagged rocks jutted out. A few protruding stones and tangled withered vines melded seamlessly with the mountainous silhouette, almost imperceptible in the gloom. Yet, within this nearly overlooked corner, a dark entrance lay concealed in silence. The opening was modest, irregular in shape, artfully camouflaged by the rocks and vines. Had Lu Yao not paused, none would have noticed this cleverly disguised portal crafted by nature itself. What is that? Someone whispered in bewilderment. Yu's breath quickened in anticipation. A faint smile graced Lu Yao's lips. Look, he said, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable conviction. This cave held exceptional strategic advantage. He gestured towards the entrance, elevated and defensible, and noted its southern orientation, perfectly shielding them from the winds sweeping down the eastern slope. A few succinct phrases ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of the tribe, like a spark in the frigid winter air. Shelter from the wind. A defensible position. This was precisely what they had yearned for. Shall we venture inside? Yu's voice trembled with incredulous anticipation. Lu Yao nodded firmly, without hesitation. A bright flame ignited at his fingertips, the flickering light dispelling some of the gloom at the cave's mouth, as if igniting the hope that lay ahead. He and Yu exchanged a glance of unspoken understanding and approached the hidden entrance, with Lu Yao leading the way and Yu following closely behind. As they ventured deeper, Lu Yao's heartbeat quickened. The entrance was indeed narrow, allowing only two individuals to walk side by side. This undoubtedly provided an excellent defensive advantage. Inside the cave, it resembled a pocket meticulously sculpted by nature. The entrance featured a gentle slope, with gravel crunching softly beneath their feet. Gradually, the incline eased. Suddenly, they were greeted by a vast, open space. A spacious, flat circular area lay before them, with an estimated diameter of at least 10 meters. The overhead space was equally generous, exceeding 4 meters in height. Even the tallest member of their tribe, Mu Hong, would not feel confined in this expanse. What delighted Lu Yao even more was that the main area extended further inward. The flickering flame illuminated the space. To the side of the main chamber, 3 distinct sections were visible. 2 horizontal compartments, slightly smaller in size, were adequate for resting or storage. The other, situated on one side of the main area, resembled a vertical passage. Climbing upward appeared to lead to a more secluded, independent alcove. What made Lu Yao's heart race was the absence of any signs of wild beasts inhabiting this cave. No feces, no gnawed bones, no traces of blood from battles. This was truly a perfect sanctuary tailored for them. Lu Yao exchanged a glance with Yu, their eyes sparkling with incredulous joy. He beckoned for the tribe members to enter. Lu Yao's voice carried a subtle excitement, but more importantly, a sense of immense relief. Yu immediately turned and waved, calling out to the tribespeople outside. Under Lu Yao's guidance with his flame technique, one by one, the tribe members cautiously entered this newfound refuge. When the last member, Mu Hong, safely crossed the threshold, he instantly felt the difference here. There was no biting cold wind, no damp chill eroded by snow and ice. It remained cold, but in comparison to the outside, it felt like paradise. The tribe members set down their burdens, their exhausted faces alight with exhilaration. They surveyed their new home, with some unable to resist the urge to touch the smooth, cool inner walls. Meanwhile, in that humble cave, eroded by the elements, a ragged group of wild men, their faces rugged and their clothing tattered, huddled around a now extinguished campfire. They were the very enemies who had previously pursued Lu Yao's tribe. A man of extraordinary stature, bearing a menacing scar on his face, felt the residual warmth of the ashes. They had only departed today. His voice was hoarse, tinged with reluctance, as he noted the lingering warmth of the fire. A gaunt wild man sniffed the air, excitement glinting in his eyes. I can still faintly smell them. The scarred man's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Find them. We must find them. Only then will we avoid hunger. His gaze fixated on the traces left by Yu's tribe as they departed, his tone resolute. Chapter 25. The spear within the cave lies an alternate realm. The howling winds are utterly devoured by the thick rock walls, leaving behind an unnerving silence that sends shivers down one's spine. We have truly found a home. One of the tribe members emitted a muffled sob, and before the sound faded, tears had already spilled from their eyes. No words were spoken, yet the faces, tinged with a bluish hue from the cold, radiated a euphoric bliss as if caught in a dream. Lu Yao did not linger in this emotion. He set down his burden, and a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips, casting light upon the flattest expanse in the center of the main hall. Everyone gather round. His voice, though not loud, resonated like an anchor, instantly steadying the hearts of all present. Kindle the fire. The tribe members sprang into action. Mu Hong and Shi busily transported rubble from the cave, while the others cleared the ground with their hands. Soon, a rudimentary circular stone pit was established at the heart of their new home. Lu Yao carefully stacked the precious firewood they had brought along, worth a life. Within the pit, with a deft flick of his finger, a spark fell precisely into the dry grass. With a roar, the flames erupted. The orange-red glow swiftly enveloped the entire cavern, dispelling the age-old chill and darkness. Warmth was no longer a distant dream. Everyone instinctively huddled around the fire, greedily extending their hands to embrace the warmth that penetrated to their very bones. A young tribesman even let out a contented hum, akin to a hibernating beast roused from slumber. With the imminent threat averted, an overwhelming sense of fatigue and hunger washed over them like a tide. Yu and Mu Hong volunteered to take on the task of roasting fish. 12 pieces of frozen fish, previously smoked, were re-erected over the flames, with the congealed fat melting under the heat, producing a sizzling sound. The dominant aroma swiftly invaded every corner of the cave. 8 individuals sat around the bonfire, sharing in this hard-won feast. Outside, a blizzard raged that could shatter bones. Inside, warmth flickered in the firelight, accompanied by the sizzling of roasted fish. The stark contrast birthed a current of happiness that flowed through each parched heart. In that moment, they truly felt alive. After the meal, Lu Yao did not allow anyone to rest. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over faces that bore a hint of weariness from their satisfaction, and began to announce the plan he had contemplated throughout the journey. From this day forth, everyone will be divided into 3 groups. The tribes stirred with renewed energy, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Lu Yao pointed towards Shi and 2 other men, Lin and Hua, along with the youngest boy, Feng. Shi, Lin, Hua, Feng. You 4 will form the materials group. Each day, I will inform you of what is needed. Your task will be to venture out and gather supplies. To conserve energy, only 2 will go out each day while the other 2 remain behind, rotating as necessary. The 4 individuals immediately straightened their posture and let out a deep grunt. Subsequently, Lu Yao's gaze fell upon Yu and Mu Hong. Yu, Mu Hong, and I, the 3 of us formed the food group, tasked with ensuring the tribe's sustenance. Yu and Mu Hong exchanged a glance, clearly expecting this arrangement. It was only fitting that the 3 strongest members of the tribe should shoulder the responsibility of hunting. Eventually, all eyes converged on the final member of the tribe, a young woman of quiet demeanor and deft hands. Lu Yao regarded her gently. He called by name. The woman, named he, nervously lifted her gaze. You will remain in the cave from now on. Lu Yao spoke slowly. I will teach you to weave and mend. You will assist us in crafting and repairing tools and clothing. His eyes instantly sparkled, and she nodded vigorously. Soon after, Yu stood up, sweeping his gaze over everyone once more, his voice taking on a serious tone. While we are out, do not approach the western slope. Although it is well hidden, danger has not dissipated. Remain vigilant at all times. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, within a few succinct sentences, a clear division of labor and efficient collaboration began to take shape within the tribe. The bewilderment in the eyes of the tribe's people faded, replaced by a fervent desire for a new life and the determination to forge ahead. Once all arrangements were made, Lu Yao began to inventory the belongings they had brought along in their migration. He laid each item on the ground, 2 freshly skinned ice wolves' pelts, 4 rolls of primitive bandages made from crushed bark and herbs, a small pile of firewood barely sufficient for 2 days, 3 worn spearheads of fish harpoons, and 4 wooden spears tempered by fire at their tips. Finally, his gaze settled upon a massive, roughly edged fir plank. This was the item you had insisted that the strongest Mu Hong carry throughout their journey. She possessed an extraordinary obsession with this object. Noticing Lu Yao's gaze, Yu approached and squatted beside him, looking at their meager possessions on the ground. What are you thinking? She asked softly. I'm contemplating what we still lack. Lu Yao replied, his eyes shifting from the supplies to the flickering flames. The firelight reflected in his pupils, revealing the jagged outline of the arrow wound on Yu's shoulder blade. His tone grew somber. What we lack most is a weapon capable of striking enemies from a distance. Long-range weapons? A hint of instinctive confusion flickered in Yu's eyes. Indeed, Lu Yao's response was resolute, akin to that which had previously injured Yu. The mention of blow darts instantly chilled Yu's gaze. Lu Yao, meanwhile, was entirely absorbed in the survival manual in his mind. In the actions section, an icon shimmered enticingly. Primitive bow and arrow, a long-range weapon crafted from resilient wood and beast sinew. Unlock reward. 3 free attribute points. Passive skill precision LV1. 3 attribute points. And a passive skill. The reward is indeed sumptuous. Yet, Lu Yao merely glanced at it before decisively shaking his head. The bow is a precision instrument. The selection of materials, the roasting, the shaping, the crafting of the bowstring, and the balancing and weighting of the arrows, All these elements must be meticulously executed. Any misstep would result in a mere trinket devoid of value. Given their current circumstances, attempting to unlock it would yield an unacceptably high failure rate. His gaze shifted towards another dim icon, which depicted an exceedingly rudimentary weapon, a sharp and short wooden stick. Throwing spear, a short spear adjusted for weight and balance. One of the most effective ranged attack methods of primitive tribes. Unlock conditions. Successfully craft a qualified throwing spear. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Active skill throwing technique LV1. This is it. Compared to the intricate bow and arrow, the threshold for crafting a throwing spear is negligible. Simple, straightforward, and effective. More importantly, the active skill, throwing technique, represents an immediate enhancement of combat capability. I recalled Chapter 26, The Talent of Feather, the subterranean meat warehouse. I remembered. Though Lu Yao's voice was subdued, it resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Feather and Mu Hong's gazes turned towards him. Without hesitation, Lu Yao picked up a charred wooden stick and sketched a rudimentary outline of a short spear on the dry stone ground. Our current weapons, whether harpoons or wooden spears, can only be employed in close combat. Should we face a multitude of foes or find ourselves besieged, we would be doomed. He emphasized the drawing with the tip of the stick. We require a weapon that can be thrown. He paused, adding, just like the one that injured you before. At the mention of the blowgun, Feather's body tensed instantaneously, a chill radiating from her. The throwing spear. Lu Yao uttered the words, straightforward to craft. Yet to achieve distance and precision in throwing, meticulous attention to weight and balance is essential. He rose, directing his gaze towards the 4 members of the material team. Sure. Your mission tomorrow is to seek out straight, resilient wood. Lu Yao gestured to indicate the approximate length and the thickness akin to an adult man's wrist. It need not be overly thick, but it must be straight. The more, the better. Additionally, gather as many dry vines and firewood as possible. The fire in the cave must never extinguish. Finally, he glanced at the cold fir plank that Feather had insisted on bringing back, and instructed them to find some sufficiently sturdy vines to create hinges. Our new home requires a proper door. Sure, and the other 3 young individuals nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the weight of the task bestowed upon them. Once arrangements were complete, Feather approached Lu Yao, lowering her voice. Although this place is favorable, she glanced towards the dark cave entrance, her lovely brow slightly furrowed, fearing that nearby food sources may prove scarce. This is precisely the question that Lu Yao is contemplating. This cave is nothing short of perfect. Its only drawback is the considerable distance to the ice lake on the west slope. A round trip would consume almost an entire day. More critically, the west slope lies within the search range of those adversaries. Retreat is not an option. Lu Yao's tone was resolute. The west is too perilous. We cannot gamble the lives of everyone on mere chance. He recalled the scene he and Shur had witnessed on the east slope the previous day. When I came with Shur, I spotted longhorn cattle. The presence of large herbivores indicates that the ecosystem here is intact. Lu Yao's thoughts were remarkably clear. Where there are large creatures, there must also be smaller ones. It is simply that we have yet to discover them. A new source of food must be found on the east slope. The night passed in silence. When Lu Yao opened his eyes, only Yu and Mu Hong remained in the cave. The fire crackled robustly, and the materials team, led by Shur, had already set out at dawn. Lu Yao felt somewhat embarrassed as he sat up. He had slept far too deeply. Why didn't you wake me? Mu Hong, sharpening the tip of a wooden spear with a whetstone, scratched his head sheepishly upon hearing the question. You looked so peaceful in your slumber. I didn't have the heart to disturb you. Yu, sitting nearby and meticulously polishing her bone dagger with a small piece of soft hide, added without lifting her gaze. I just woke up too. Mu Hong glanced at her with a peculiar expression but refrained from commenting further. Lu Yao understood that Yu was covering for him. On this rugged stone ground, were it not for the effects of the sleep level 1 skill, who could sleep soundly? Clearly, creating elevated wooden beds for everyone must be prioritized. Lu Yao noted this in his mind, letting go of his worries as he picked up his harpoon and a spare wooden spear, rising to his feet. Let us go find something to eat. The 3 exited the cave. The morning air on the east slope was crisp, carrying a hint of icy sweetness as it filled their lungs. Mu Hong, following closely behind you, could not resist asking, Chieftain, where shall we go today? You gazed toward the vast snow-laden forest, shaking her head. I do not wish to return to the ice lake on the west. Lu Yao shared the same sentiment. We shall search in this vicinity, he declared, pointing to a relatively gentle hillside nearby. Let us see if there are traces of smaller creatures. As the trio wandered through the forest, they searched attentively. Soon, Lu Yao's steps came to a halt. He pointed at the base of a withered tree, where there was an inconspicuous hole, about the size of a bowl. The soil around the entrance bore clear signs of having been excavated and smoothed repeatedly. Something resides here, Lu Yao asserted. He crouched down, probing the hole with several strands of dried grass, then withdrew them. A faint earthy and musky odor wafted into his nostrils. Perhaps we could smoke them out? Mu Hong suggested. However, Lu Yao shook his head. The burrowing creatures often create a labyrinthine network of tunnels, replete with numerous exits. If there were only a single entrance, they would inevitably escape through another. He glanced at Yu and Mu Hong. We must split up and locate every possible exit in the vicinity, sealing them all but one. For Lu Yao and Mu Hong, this task resembled searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. Without uttering a word, she silently sheathed her bone dagger at her waist. In the next instant, she seemed to transform into a shadow that melded with the forest. Commencing her silent search centered around the entrance. Her movements were swift and astute. Her footsteps barely made a sound upon the snow. And her gaze no longer scanned broadly but precisely dissected the ground, leaving no potential depressions or traces hidden beneath the snow unexamined. In less than 10 minutes, she called out, "Here's one. Another here. This one is quite concealed." Her voice was calm and assured. Lu Yao and Mu Hong followed her to investigate, their astonishment palpable. The entrances you had discovered were hidden beneath thick layers of fallen leaves, obscured by entangled vines. And one was even nestled within a narrow crevice of a massive rock. Had she not pointed them out, one could pass by 100 times without noticing their existence. A tremor coursed through Lu Yao's heart. This was not merely skill, it was a gift. Yu's prowess extended far beyond combat. Soon, along with the initial entrance, they had located a total of 7 exits. Seal 6 of them, Lu Yao commanded, and the 3 of them immediately set to work, using heavy stones and damp earth to seal 6 of the openings securely. Finally, they returned to the first entrance. Lu Yao positioned Yu and Mu Hong on either side, weapons in hand, resolutely guarding this sole escape route. He then gathered a small pile of damp leaves and grass before the entrance. With a flick of his fingertips, the fire spell ignited. A bright yellow flame caught the tinder. However, this time, it did not blaze into a great fire but instead produced a thick, acrid smoke that billowed forth. Lu Yao waved 2 large leaves, fervently directing all the dense smoke into the dark abyss of the cave. Time ticked away, second by second. Inside the cave, an eerie silence reigned. After a prolonged 10 minutes, Mu Hong grew restless and leaned closer, lowering his voice to ask, "Lu Yao, will this work? What if it's empty?" Doubts began to gnaw at Lu Yao's mind. Could it be that this nest of creatures had fortuitously vacated their home today? Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, a faint, terrified squeaking sound, accompanied by the frantic scratching of claws against the soil, resonated from the depths of the cave. Occasionally, there were sharp cries. The sounds grew closer, clearer, and increasingly frantic. They were coming, with a surge of spirit. Lu Yao instantly matched the creature he encountered to the memories of his original self and the knowledge from his previous life. It was a marmot. Chapter 27. A bountiful return. A sharp, piercing screech, so intense it threatened to rupture one's eardrums, erupted from the depths of the burrow, mingled with the frenzied sound of claws scraping against the earth. It was coming. Every nerve in Lu Yao's body tensed instantaneously. In the next moment, a robust, brownish-yellow figure burst forth from the cave, propelled by a foul gust of wind. The creature appeared as a veritable mass of flesh, and as it ran, the blubber around its body quivered in waves, moving with such speed it left but a fleeting shadow in its wake. Yet, Yu's reaction was swifter than that shadow. Without any unnecessary flourish, her gaze turned frigid. The instant the corpulent form erupted from the burrow, she released the bone spear in her hand, transforming it into a white line that sliced through the air, suddenly pinning down its target. A dull thud echoed as the lethal weapon pierced flesh and bone. Heavy and clear, the marmot's mournful cry was abruptly silenced as its massive body was impaled by an irresistible force, firmly anchored in the snow, its limbs twitching involuntarily. One strike, and it was finished. Almost at the moment the first spear struck home, a second, equally robust shadow followed closely behind, terrified by the demise of its companion. It abruptly changed course and fled desperately towards Mu Hong's position. Mu Hong watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the yellow mass hurtled towards him like lightning. He had no time to adjust his wooden spear for an effective thrust. In the face of imminent danger, his mind went blank, entirely governed by primal instincts of survival. With a thunderous roar, this hulking figure arched his back dramatically and, summoning every ounce of strength, he sat down with a resounding thud. A sound of indescribable, viscous, and muffled explosion reverberated through the air. Following that, came the final, grotesquely contorted wail of the marmot as it was utterly crushed. Mu Hong, towering over 6 feet and weighing over 200 pounds, combined with the force of gravity, made that impact akin to a mountain of flesh descending from the heavens. When he finally managed to rise, grinning through gritted teeth, the once lively marmot had been reduced to a grotesque, bloodied mass, devoid of any sound. Lu Yao's temples throbbed. Simple, brutal, yet undeniably effective. At that very moment, a third marmot screeched as it charged out of the burrow. This one was far more cunning. The instant it burst forth, its hefty body twisted on the snow, tracing a peculiar arc that deftly circumvented the frontal blockades set by Yu and Mu Hong. Lu Yao's pupils dilated in alarm. This time, his body's reaction finally matched the speed of his thoughts. He instantaneously channeled all his strength into his legs, muscles taut, and with a fierce step to the side, he thrust forward, sweeping his wooden spear downward with a resolute motion, resembling a formidable barrier, precisely obstructing the path of the groundhog. Thud! The groundhog collided forcefully with the solid wooden spear, producing a muffled sound. Its swift momentum halted for a mere fraction of a second. It was in that fleeting moment, before Lu Yao could execute his next move. A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, brushing past his ear. It was Yu. Her second spear had arrived. The bone spear's tip, infused with a chilling intent to kill, struck from an ingeniously acute angle, piercing deeply into the vulnerable side of the groundhog's neck. Squeak! The final mournful cry was abruptly silenced. The third groundhog was similarly pinned to the snow. The battle concluded swiftly, merely a matter of a few breaths. Mu Hong stared blankly at the 3 corpulent carcasses on the ground, then glanced down at his own rear, muddied and stained with blood, before an uncontrollable, euphoric laughter erupted from his chest. Ha ha! Flesh! It is flesh! Such rich meat! He dashed forward, lifting the 3 groundhog bodies one by one as if they were mere sacks, each heavy enough to force his arms downward. His face flushed red. A complex expression of ecstatic joy and reverence enveloped him, and he turned to Lu Yao, his voice trembling. Lu Yao, how did you know there was something in this den? And 3 of them, also plump. Lu Yao exhaled a long breath, an overwhelming joy coursing through his being. He crouched down, examining these hard-won trophies with meticulous attention. The size of these groundhogs was truly extraordinary. Each was nearly the size of a medium dog he had encountered in his past life, round and robust, with the lightest one weighing perhaps 30 to 40 pounds. Combined, even after skinning and bleeding them, they would surely yield close to 30 or 40 pounds of meat. This would be sufficient for all 8 of them to feast without any reservations for several days. This creature is known as a groundhog. Lu Yao stood up, meeting the curious gazes of Mu Hong and Yu, and explained in a calm tone. They are accustomed to building nests on hillsides, their bodies rich in meat, yet inherently wary and exceedingly difficult to capture. He pointed northward, indicating that these animals typically inhabit the frigid mountainous regions further north, a sight unseen by their tribe in the south. You gazed deeply at Lu Yao. She said nothing, but the trust that had just been forged in her usually tranquil eyes deepened further. An immense joy enveloped the 3 of them. This bounty signified far more than mere sustenance. It validated that within this land, deemed barren and desolate by all, lay hidden a wealth of life capable of sustaining them. They continued to traverse through the forested mountains. This time, the mindset of everyone was remarkably different. As Lu Yao walked, he meticulously observed everything along the way. He gathered a considerable amount of resilient vines, essential for crafting tools and rudimentary portals. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a small patch of purple clover, and without hesitation, he harvested all of it. This unassuming herb could prove to be a life-saving anti-inflammatory remedy in critical moments. He also selected several pieces of hard stone with naturally sharp edges, intending to take them back for the creation of more stone implements. At that moment, Yu, who was leading the group, abruptly halted. She pointed to the gnarled roots of a nearby dead tree. There, to their astonishment, was an entrance identical to the one they had previously discovered. The three exchanged knowing glances, smiles illuminating their faces. The same tactic, once more. Block the entrance. Release the smoke. This time, their coordination was seamless. Minutes later, amidst the chaotic sounds of frantic digging, a similarly plump groundhog burst from the sole exit in a desperate bid for freedom. Yu, already poised for action, did not grant it even 3 steps. With a swift throw of her spear, she cleanly pinned it to the ground. A surge of elation coursed through Lu Yao's heart. Another one. This conclusively affirmed his hypothesis. In Dongpa, such robust groundhogs were certainly not an anomaly. They had formed a substantial population here. This signified that they had discovered a far safer, more stable, and efficient source of meat than fishing through the ice at the frozen lake. A boundless underground larder. As twilight approached, the weight of the 4 groundhogs had filled 2 woven baskets to the brim, and the trio returned triumphantly. When Lu Yao and Mu Hong appeared at the cave entrance, a warm breeze infused with the scent of burning wood and human warmth enveloped them. Inside the cave, flames danced merrily. The quiet woman named he was seated cross-legged by the fire, skillfully sharpening a wooden spear with a whetstone. Beside her, 5 freshly completed wooden spears were neatly arranged. Although the spearheads were still somewhat rough and irregular, it was undoubtedly the method Lu Yao had taught her. She had begun to learn and was practicing independently. A smile crept across Lu Yao's lips, barely containable. This was hope. Just then, a weary and heavy footfall echoed from outside the cave. It was Shi and Lin, returning from their material-gathering expedition. "Brother Lu Yao, we're back." Shi's voice was laden with exhaustion as he entered the cave, nearly collapsing under the weight of a large basket overflowing with firewood. However, in the next moment, his gaze froze. He was fixated on the enormous basket that Mu Hong had just unloaded from his back, and from it rolled 4 groundhogs, plump as pigs. The eyes of the stone widened slightly, until the sockets began to ache. He rubbed them vigorously and glanced again. The overwhelming richness that could be felt even through the fur, the sheen of the glossy pelt, the weighty sensation of flesh, a colossal impact that words could scarcely describe, suddenly obliterated all fatigue from his body. The youth gaped, his throat convulsing in a frantic rhythm. Yet no sound emerged. Eventually, he summoned all his strength and let out a vociferous, pitch-altered exclamation. "What on earth is this? How can it be so fat?" Chapter 28. The aroma of meat fills the cave. The spear is born. The boy's voice became hoarse. That altered exclamation ignited a spark, instantly setting ablaze the entire cave. Lin Huffling, who had just entered, rushed over, his gaze fixated on the 4 exceedingly plump marmots. Their throats worked violently, saliva uncontrollably pooling at the corners of their mouths, as if about to overflow at any moment. What is this creature? A rat? How could there be such an enormous rat in the world? Can it even be eaten? Yet, upon seeing Lu Yao's composed expression, all doubts dissipated. If Lu Yao declared it to be meat, it must undeniably be meat. You had already taken action. The sharp bone dagger danced in her hands, deftly slicing through the marmot's thick fur. Beneath the fur lay a layer of thick, snow-white fat that was almost heart-stopping. Mu Hong assisted nearby, observing the congealed dark red blood with regret, lamenting, "What a pity, the blood has solidified within the meat." Lu Yao noted this carefully. Next time, it was imperative to bleed the animal on the spot. Such preparation would yield superior meat, and the fresh blood might even serve his purpose. Amidst the fervent gazes of everyone, you swiftly processed the first marmot, carving off generous chunks of fatty meat, which she impaled on a sharpened wooden stick and placed over the fire. The high temperature forced the fat from the meat, dripping into the flames. With a loud sizzle, a rich aroma of meat erupted, instantly filling every crevice of the cave. The souls of all present were captivated by this fragrance, except for Lu Yao. He approached Shi, who was gazing dreamily at the roasting meat, saliva trickling down his chin like a glimmering thread. "Don't get distracted yet." Lu Yao patted his shoulder. "The marmot's meat must be thoroughly cooked before consumption, otherwise it may harbor pathogens. We need to work first." Shi jolted awake, as if emerging from a dream, his gaze following Lu Yao's finger to the large spruce plank. "Let's make a door." "All right, brother Lu Yao." The youth wiped his mouth, seemingly infused with boundless energy, and dashed forward with enthusiasm. This cave entrance was smaller and more irregular than the previous one, making the crafting of the door panel a greater test of skill. Lu Yao directed Shi to lift the heavy plank and carry it to the fire's side. He did not immediately wield the axe. Instead, he allowed one side of the wooden plank to be evenly roasted by the flames from a safe distance. The surface of the wood gradually charred, emanating a unique scent reminiscent of smoke and fire. "Brother Lu Yao, what is this all about?" Shi asked, his eyes filled with questions. "Carbonization," Lu Yao replied succinctly. "It enhances the wood's durability, making it resistant to decay and pests." Shi found himself perplexed by this explanation. Once both sides were uniformly carbonized, Lu Yao grasped the stone axe and began to refine the edges of the plank. In his hands, the stone axe became deft with each strike. It precisely shaved away the excess, gradually shaping the wood to fit the irregular opening. Shi stood nearby, carefully collecting every scrap Lu Yao trimmed away, unwilling to waste a single fragment. Next came the most vital component of the door, the pivot. Lu Yao procured a sturdy short stick and sharpened one end. He twisted resilient vines into a thick rope and, employing an intricate structure, secured this stick firmly to the left side of the door's top, allowing the pointed wood to protrude upwards. At the corresponding position at the bottom of the door, he used the stone axe to carve a rounded blunt tip. "Let's install the handle," Lu Yao called out, and together with Shi, they lifted the heavy wooden door towards the opening. He instructed Shi to first secure the blunt tip at the bottom of the door into a natural stone crevice in the ground. Next, they aligned the protruding pointed wood at the top with another gap at the top of the opening. "Lift," Lu Yao commanded in a low voice. The two exerted their strength simultaneously, raising the heavy plank upward and forcefully pushing it inward. A dull thud resonated as the upper and lower pivots were embedded into the rock, albeit not perfectly. Lu Yao gently nudged the door, and to their astonishment, the hefty wooden door began to rotate smoothly on those 2 points. "It moves. It moves," Shi exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. The commotion attracted the attention of the tribe members inside the cave, who all gathered around. Lu Yao did not pause. He fetched a robust horizontal beam and propped it behind the door, with both ends snugly fitting into the protruding rocks on either side of the cave wall, creating a solid door bolt. Yet, it was still insufficient. Shaking his head, Lu Yao instructed Mu Hong to bring a thick wooden stake, positioning it diagonally against the center of the bolt, with the other end firmly pressing against the ground. Double security. When the door was completely closed, the bolt inserted, and the hefty wooden stake firmly braced against it, the howling wind and snow outside abruptly ceased. The entire world fell into an unprecedented silence, warm, heavy, and solid. A comforting wave of security enveloped every individual within the cave. A sudden roar erupted from an unknown individual, breaking the prolonged tension. The pent-up exhilaration burst forth from everyone's chests. They embraced, jumped, and howled, expressing their euphoria and renewed spirit after surviving the ordeal. A smile graced Lu Yao's face, yet he did not relent. His gaze fell upon the large bundle of straight, slender wooden sticks that Shi had brought back, and a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The main event was just beginning. He approached the timber, picked up one stick, and scrutinized it closely in the firelight. The stick measured approximately 1.7 meters in length, somewhat short for a spear, yet adequate for the task. He brought the bent section close to the flames, heating it evenly. Then, with his knee braced against the protruding part, he grasped both ends with his hands, bending at the waist to exert force, and slowly twisted it in the opposite direction. The wood fibers softened under the heat, emitting a faint creaking sound. He repeated the process of cooling, reheating, and bending. Gradually, the once curved rod was straightened in his hands until it resembled a perfectly straight line. The onlooking tribesmen were left in awe. In their understanding, forcing a bent piece of wood straight would only lead to its ruin. Yet, Lu Yao managed to achieve it. After straightening the spear shaft, Lu Yao took a coarse piece of sandstone and meticulously polished the surface of the shaft, removing any splinters that might affect its feel. He held the smooth wooden shaft in his hands, weighing it gently. Subsequently, he picked up a stone axe and made fine adjustments to the rear end of the shaft. He shaved and weighed it repeatedly until the center of gravity was precisely established at 1/3 of its length from the front. That was the golden point for the transmission of force during a throw. "Bring me the leg bones of the marmot," Lu Yao commanded without looking up. Helian hastily presented several of the stoutest thigh bones. Everyone, use stones to grind them into this shape. Lu Yao drew a sharp spearhead outline on the ground. The tribesmen immediately sprang into action, and the cave was filled with the sound of grinding bones. Soon, gleaming, bone spearheads, exuding a lethal glint, were crafted one after another. The final step was assembly. Lu Yao, with the stone axe, deftly carved a precise slit at the end of the straight shaft. He securely embedded the base of the bone spearhead into the opening and, using soaked, resilient vine fibers, wrapped it tightly in circles, exerting all his strength to bind it, finishing with an unyielding knot that could never come undone. When the first spear was fully crafted and Lu Yao gripped it, a chilling, sharp aura of lethal intent emanated from the spear's body. This was no longer merely a sharpened stick. It was a true weapon. After a solid 2 hours, when the sixth identical spear was neatly arranged on the ground, the first marmot was finally roasted to a golden crisp, its skin perfectly rendered with juicy fat. The intoxicating aroma of the meat had reached a peak that could overwhelm reason. You presented the largest, most aromatic piece of roasted meat to Lu Yao with great reverence. The rebirth of the tribe began with that first morsel of meat and these 6 spears. Chapter 29, The Art of Throwing. The campfire crackled and popped. The warm glow caressed the weary yet content faces of each clan member. The final morsel of roasted marmot had long been devoured. The rich, wild aroma lingered in the cave's air, refusing to dissipate. This was their first true feast in this unfamiliar land of ice and snow. Lu Yao sat by the fire, observing his gathered kin, emotions swirling within his gaze. The modern palate found it difficult to genuinely appreciate the ruggedness of the roasted meat. The intense, gamey scent still caused a slight unease in his stomach. Yet he understood that for them, this was a divine delicacy sufficient to quell their hunger. You silently offered him the most charred piece of meat, her eyes betraying a hint of unspoken concern. Lu Yao did not refuse. It was a recognition of his kin's labor and a silent acknowledgement of her thoughtfulness. He sensed that since his last injury, Yu's gaze had transformed, filled with an ineffable depth. "Thank you," he murmured. She merely nodded slightly, her eyes shifting from his face to the crackling flames, then glancing at the newly completed, impeccably crafted wooden door at the cave's entrance. A smile of reassurance finally graced her features. As night deepened, the storm outside grew increasingly ferocious, as if intent on engulfing the entire world. Yet within this warm cave, the breaths of the clan members became steadier and more prolonged. Lu Yao knew it was time for everyone to rest. "Sure, Lin," he instructed, "please gather the remaining firewood and materials, as well as those wooden spears." He gestured toward the freshly crafted spears lined up nearby. "Temporarily store them in a dry place." Once arrangements were made, Lu Yao settled back by the fire, mentally reviewing the day's achievements. 6 rough yet lethal throwing spears, a sturdy wooden door, and 4 plump marmots. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting 6 throwing spears. Unlocked. Throwing skill LV1. Reward, 1 free attribute point. A shiver of anticipation coursed through Lu Yao as he allocated the newly acquired attribute point to agility, without hesitation. He felt a lightness in his body, as if his coordination had been significantly enhanced. He spoke again. "Tomorrow, I will have Sure and the others gather more wood, as well as some straw and leaves." You lifted her head, curiosity evident in her eyes. "We are going to make wooden beds for everyone," Lu Yao explained. "Sleeping directly on the ground is too cold and damp. With beds, everyone will rest more soundly and accumulate more strength during the day." As she listened, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yu's eyes. She comprehended Lu Yao's intentions. This was not merely for comfort, but also for the health of the tribe members and their future combat effectiveness. "All right," she replied. Subsequently, her gaze swept over Lu Yao and then glanced at the nearby bonfire. Perhaps feeling the weight of the responsibility for guarding the cave entrance, or for some other reason. She rose to her feet and seated herself not far from Lu Yao, resting against a warm rock, embracing the warmth of the fire. Lu Yao took note of her actions, understanding her unspoken thoughts. Although this new home had a door, it remained cold. Positioning oneself near the fire was undoubtedly the wisest choice. He chose not to speak further, silently relishing this hard-won tranquility. Meanwhile, approximately 5 miles from the cave, at the edge of the frozen lake, the biting wind sliced through the darkness like a tangible blade. Dozens of figures gathered around the ice hole that Lu Yao had broken open. Each face bore the marks of impatience and discontent. "Chief," a gaunt primitive murmured, his voice hoarse against the wind. "It is here. They are fishing here." The leading man, imposing in stature, bore a visage marred by vicious scars. His eyes akin to wild wolves roaming the icy plains, ferocious and untamed. He peered into the ice hole, where a few small fish occasionally swam by. His brow furrowed in agitation as he waved his hand dismissively. How could we possibly spear so many fish from such a shallow hole? Weevee struggled all night just to gather this little. He gestured toward the few frozen fish piled nearby. This wouldn't even suffice to fill our teeth. Moreover, another subordinate interjected, our wooden spears lack the strength in the water. When we encounter fish, they simply escape us. Unlike those individuals, their spear tips appear quite sharp. The scarred man's gaze darkened ominously. Their ability to locate this frozen lake indicates they are not far from us. Furthermore, they consistently manage to catch such quantities of fish. Food is already scarce in this snowy mountain. If they establish a foothold, procuring sustenance will become even more arduous for us. He tightened his grip on the stone axe in his hand, producing a harsh clattering sound. We must find them. The scarred man's tone was laced with an undeniable ferocity. They are not ordinary beings. They seem to possess considerable knowledge. We cannot allow them to continue to thrive. Otherwise, his eyes surveyed his equally starving kin, his tone growing more menacing. The masters of this snowy mountain may no longer be us. Continue the search. Dig 3 feet into the earth if necessary. But we must uncover them. The command resonated like a chilling blade across the desolate snowfield, echoing in silence. The night glided by in a serene, yet tumultuous manner. Lu Yao awoke from a deep slumber, feeling unusually refreshed, a direct consequence of his sleep LV1 skill. Even amidst the cold and rough surroundings, he had managed to attain a high quality of rest. Beside him, Yu appeared to be asleep, her breath soft and even. The fire crackled merrily, maintaining a relatively comfortable temperature within the cave. Mu Hong and Feng stood guard, taking turns leaning against the newly crafted wooden door at the cave's entrance, alert to any sounds from the outside world. With this door in place, the burden of their vigil was significantly alleviated. Lu Yao gently stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated. He was aware that there were numerous tasks awaiting him today. It was time to construct a wooden bed, he mused. More timber was needed, as well as suitable straw or leaves for bedding. In this forest predominantly composed of pine and fir, finding soft materials for padding would pose quite a challenge. Chapter 30. Bed and Enemy Tracks. Lu Yao opened his eyes, invigorated by the restorative sleep granted by Sleep LV1. He felt a sense of ease envelop him. Mu Hong and Feng, leaning against the wooden door, were already awake, their vigilance fixed on the grayish-white world outside. Yu remained nestled against the rock wall. Her eyes closed in deep contemplation, her breathing long and steady, resembling a statue seamlessly integrated with the stone. As if sensing Lu Yao's movements, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Awake? Her voice bore the distinctive huskiness of morning. Lu Yao nodded, moving toward the fire to add a few twigs, watching as the flames eagerly licked the wood, dancing joyfully. Did you keep watch all night? He inquired, glancing at Mu Hong. Mu Hong grinned, revealing his honest white teeth, and patted the door behind him. Not at all. With this barrier, the wind is much gentler, and it's not cold. Lu Yao's gaze shifted to Yu, and he was about to inquire about her injuries when she preempted him. Just some superficial wounds, she stated flatly, interrupting him. She paused, her eyes resting on Lu Yao. Those ever-watchful orbs softened slightly. You slept quite soundly last night. The remark carried an undertone of concern, albeit subtly veiled. Lu Yao felt a warmth spread in his heart. Today, he needed to construct the bed. He redirected the conversation, his tone brisk and decisive. We need more straw or leaves. One by one, the young ones, Shi, Lin, Hua, and he, began to awaken and gathered around, their eyes sparkling with the anticipation of a new day. Lu Yao commenced delegating tasks, his voice clear and commanding. Shi, Lin, accompany me to gather timber for the bed and seek out materials for bedding. Mu Hong, you are in charge of today's provisions. The priority is to catch a marmot. He gazed at the youngest girl in the corner, continuing to fashion his spear. Such tools are perpetually welcome. The group responded in unison, the small tribe functioning like a finely tuned mechanism, operating with remarkable efficiency. Lu Yao, accompanied by Shi and Lin, once more ventured into the vast white forest. This time, their objective was clear. He required straight timber for the bed legs and boards, as well as broad-leaved, fluffy plant twigs to create a mattress. Under his guidance, the two quickly learned to discern suitable materials, dragging back several stunted shrubs crushed by wind and snow, and collecting an ample amount of dry twigs and grasses. covered in snow, yet still dry and fluffy within. Upon returning to the cave, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. Mu Hong and Yu had worked efficiently, bringing back 2 small marmots, sufficient to satiate their hunger. In the corner, he was intently sharpening a wooden rod with a stone shard. Beside her lay 3 nascent spears. Although their tips lacked sharpness, they already exuded a hint of menace. Lu Yao did not pause to rest. He immediately began constructing the bed. He enlisted the strongest Mu Hong to assist, using a stone axe to cut the wood into 4 roughly equal lengths for the legs. Then, he bound several relatively flat wooden boards to the legs with sturdy vines, resulting in a rudimentary yet stable bed frame. Next, Shi and Lin layered the dried grass and leaves thickly upon the bedboards. Finished, Lu Yao brushed off the wood shavings and grass remnants from his hands. He decided to make 2 beds, one for Mu Hong and one for Yu. Mu Hong gazed at the bed before him, his face alight with excitement. Previously, in their former cave, Lu Yao had crafted a bed, but they could not take it with them after relocating. He cautiously reclined upon it. Although still somewhat firm, the sensation of being entirely separated from the cold, hard ground, enveloped in softness and dryness, caused him to momentarily close his eyes and emit a satisfied sigh. It was infinitely more comfortable than sleeping directly on the ground. You remained silent, quietly picking up a sizzling, oil-dripping leg of marmot and walking over to Lu Yao, presenting it to him. "For you," she murmured softly. Lu Yao accepted the roasted meat, the warm grease coating his fingers, and nodded in appreciation. Meanwhile, as Lu Yao and the others reveled in the fruits of their labor, a mere 5 miles away, by the icy lake's edge, another group was tormented repeatedly by hunger and jealousy. The scarred chief's features contorted grotesquely, the scars on his face resembling frozen centipedes. He stared at the meager catch of just a few small fish at his feet, his chest heaving violently. "Useless!" he roared in a suppressed fury, seizing a nearby stone axe and smashing it into the ice below, shards flying. A pack of worthless fools, unable to catch even a few fish. The fierce glint in his eyes was swiftly replaced by insatiable greed as he fixated on the ice hole that Lu Yao had smashed open. The fact that they can catch so many fish indicates that the waters here teem with an abundance too great to consume. We can no longer afford to wait. He suddenly rose, emitting a primal roar that rent the silence of the vast ice expanse. "Find them. Capture them. Seize their harpoons, their means of kindling fire. Everything they possess." His voice was imbued with reckless madness. "Otherwise, we shall all perish from hunger here." His bloodshot eyes surveyed each distorted face, equally ravaged by starvation. "Search for me. Inch by inch, pursue the direction they departed. Even if we must overturn this snowy mountain, we shall uncover their whereabouts." Dozens of shadowy figures scattered like a pack of wolves driven by hunger, their desperation fueling their ferocity as they set forth in pursuit of the remnants left by U.S. tribe. The storm intensified, becoming even more ferocious. That wooden door, recently erected in triumph, along with the freshly crafted spears, would soon face their true test. Chapter 31. The Hunt for the Great Elk, a display of throwing skill. A new day dawned amidst a stifling gray pallor. Lu Yao pushed open the heavy wooden door. A gust of icy wind, mingled with snow, rushed in, slicing across his face, causing his eyes to squint into mere slits. The tempestuous elements had escalated beyond yesterday's fury. The world around was enveloped in a blinding whiteness. Visibility alarmingly low. A flurry of snowflakes descended from the heavens, and overnight, the accumulation at the cave entrance had risen to ankle deep. He extended his hand. The snowflakes landed in his palm, not melting but instead rapidly accumulating, their chill biting to the bone. The distant sky appeared a disconcerting leaden gray. Heavy clouds pressing down upon the mountain contours, devouring all light. "Lu Yao." The voice of Mu Hong emerged from behind, stripped of its usual warmth and imbued with an unusual gravity. The burly man stood beside Lu Yao, his towering figure casting a formidable shadow at the cave's mouth. His gaze fixed on the swirling tempest outside, brow furrowed in a tight knot. "We must stockpile more firewood." Lu Yao turned to him, puzzled. "Why?" Mu Hong glanced back at him, his expression peculiar, as if contemplating the folly of the question posed. "Have you forgotten? Once the sky takes on this hue, the snow will fall for at least 3 or 4 days, sometimes even longer. Everything in the mountains will be buried, nothing will be found." This statement cleaved through Lu Yao's memory. He recalled the scene he had deliberately sealed away, the last moments of the original inhabitant of this body. It was indeed a blizzard of overwhelming magnitude. The tribe's fire extinguished, survivors huddled in the frigid cave, helplessly witnessing the snowstorm seal off all hope. The original body, succumbing to the unending cold and despair, gradually stiffened, ultimately freezing to death. Had it not been for the fortuitous activation of the survival manual upon his arrival, this body would have long since become a mere ice sculpture. Lu Yao's heart tightened abruptly. He turned his gaze once more toward the seemingly endless snowstorm, his expression transforming entirely. This was not the picturesque winter landscape envisioned by modern eyes. Everyone, Lu Yao spun around, his voice low yet imbued with a metallic resonance that cut through the cacophony within the cave. Cease all activity. The eyes of you, Sure Lin. And he converged upon him with unwavering focus. Mu Hong was correct. This snowstorm might persist for many days. Lu Yao's tone was resolute. We must amass sufficient supplies before the mountains are completely sealed off. From this moment onward, every individual has but one task. He extended a finger, emphasizing the white hell outside the cave. Gather wood, hay, and food with fervor. We must fill this cave to the brim. The atmosphere within the cavern tightened to an almost unbearable degree. Everyone discerned the deadly threat concealed beneath the surface of the storm from the expressions of Lu Yao and Mu Hong. Let us move. Yu was the first to rise, seizing her bone spear and a throwing dart. Lu Yao and Mu Hong swiftly armed themselves as well, though in one corner of the cave hung 4 meticulously prepared marmots, seemingly enough to sustain them for 4 or 5 days. Lu Yao understood all too well that if the snowstorm lingered for a week or more, such provisions would not suffice. More reserves were imperative. The trio pushed open the door and plunged headlong into the raging tempest. The snowflakes cascaded like a descending curtain, stinging their faces like myriad tiny ice needles. They trudged through the drifts, each step a laborious endeavor. Soon, Lu Yao recognized a pressing issue. The previously discernible marmot burrows were now completely obscured beneath a thick blanket of snow, leaving no trace. Under the cover of the storm, locating those subterranean caches of meat had become nearly impossible. After searching for over half an hour, they had found nothing. Mu Hong's face began to betray signs of agitation. Suddenly, Yu, who had been leading, halted, crouching low and raising a finger. Silence, she whispered. Lu Yao and Mu Hong immediately held their breath, following her gaze. Not far ahead, on a snow-covered slope, a group of colossal creatures bent their heads to graze on the dry grass hidden beneath the snow. Their robust forms resembled that of horses, shrouded in thick, brownish-gray fur, seemingly impervious to the harshest of cold. Most striking were the enormous, upward-curving antlers atop their heads, branching intricately like the gnarled crowns of dead trees. The eyes of the 3 glimmered in unison, ignited by the sight of this immense treasure. Lu Yao's focus instantly zeroed in on one of the magnificent beasts. Name: Snowy Mountain Elk. Category: Level 1 creature, ordinary. Description: gregarious herbivorous beings, exhibiting a vigilant temperament. Their flesh is firm and rich in energy. Their antlers serve as excellent materials for crafting tools and weapons. This is no mere deer. It is undeniably a moving repository of resources. Yet, the act of hunting proves far more arduous than one might anticipate. The vigilance of these majestic elks is astonishingly acute. As soon as the trio draws near, the entire herd raises their heads in unison, ears swiveling, scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. Any slightest rustle or breeze sends them bolting away at once. The 3 can only linger at a distance, patiently biding their time amidst the swirling snow. Time passes. Second by second, they have trailed the herd for an entire half-day. The sun, feebly sliding westward, casts an increasingly dim light upon the landscape. Just as Lu Yao begins to resign to a fruitless endeavor, Yu, who had been lying in wait within the snow, springs into action. A slightly younger elk, straying from the heart of the herd in search of a patch of grass obscured by rocks, presents an opportunity. Now is the moment. Without any forewarning, Yu's body surges forth, her arm muscles taut, forming a perfect bow. The spear in her hand, at this instant, is akin to an arrow loosed from its string. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierces the air. The spear, meticulously crafted by Lu Yao, with perfect balance, transforms into a lethal black line, slicing through the wind and snow. Aimed directly at the lone elk. Thud! The spearhead plunges deep into the elk's abdomen. The animal emits a mournful cry, its massive form quivering violently. Yet the instinct for survival propels it forward, frantically fleeing into the distance. In an instant, the entire herd scatters in panic. The distance is too great. Although the spear found its mark, it failed to strike a fatal blow. Mo Hong emits a frustrated growl and sets off in pursuit. But the elk's speed is too formidable to match. As the injured creature threatens to vanish into the storm's embrace, Lu Yao's pupils constrict sharply. Instinct overtakes rational thought. Acting on impulse, he hurls another spear with all his strength towards the swiftly moving shadow. Throwing skill level 1. A mysterious sensation courses through his arm. An unseen hand subtly adjusts the angle and force of the throw at the very last moment. This spear, infused with an unexpected resolve and precision, traces a straight trajectory through the air, imbued with a touch of luck and a semblance of inevitability granted by skill. The fleeing elk, sensing the looming presence of death behind it, suddenly twists its head. This very movement exposes its most vulnerable spot. Thud! A sound more muted, yet infinitely deadlier resonates through the air. The spear, unwavering and precise, pierced through the immense eye socket of the elk, driving deep into its brain. The colossal body, propelled by inertia, surged forward for several meters before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. It rolled twice in the snow, its hooves twitching a few times before lying utterly still. A fatal blow. The entire snow slope fell into an instant silence. Chapter 32. Crafting Cured Meat. Unlocking Coarse Skin Level 2. Mu Hong's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He stood agape, staring at the colossal creature that had fallen in the distance. Incredulity washing over him as he glanced at Lu Yao. For the first time, Yu's usually impassive face betrayed an unmistakable shock. She slowly turned her gaze, fixing her burning eyes upon Lu Yao. He too was momentarily stunned. Looking down at his empty hands, a tumultuous wave of exhilaration and disbelief surged through his heart. Did I really accomplish this? Ding. Precise kill of the Snow Mountain elk. Illustration collected. Reward. 1 free attribute point. New skill unlocked. Elk call. Level 1 elk call? What is that? Lu Yao had no time for contemplation as his thoughts raced. He decided to allocate all the attribute points gained from crafting the spear into agility. Ding. Allocation successful. A warm, buoyant sensation coursed through his limbs, as if shedding an invisible shackle, rendering his body more harmonious and agile. Lu Yao summoned his status panel. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 9. Constitution: 9. Agility: 7. Fertility: 2. Charisma: 10. Free attribute points: 0. Life skills: Kindling technique level 1. Fish spearing level 1. Logging level 1. Throwing technique level 1. Restful sleep level 1. Elk call level 1. Combat skills: Coarse skin, passive. Freezing technique level 1. Basic healing technique level 1. When the trio returned to the cave, the sun had completely vanished. Mu Hong, exhilarated and flushed, bore the weight of a massive elk upon his shoulders, wrapping its antlers against the wooden door. The door was opened by Sure. Upon seeing the three return, a broad smile spread across his face. However, as his gaze traversed the trio and landed on the mountain-like elk on Mu Hong's shoulder, his smile froze in disbelief. His eyes widened gradually, mouth agape. An elk? Inside the cave, the bonfire blazed brightly. The warm glow illuminated the mound of firewood, hay, and leaves stacked high. All the tribe members were contributing their utmost efforts to withstand the deadly blizzard. The arrival of the elk was a potent tonic, a powerful surge of hope injected into every heart. The wind howled fiercely. Outside the cave, the entire expanse of the heavens resonated with a deep, thunderous roar. The heavy spruce door creaked and groaned under the relentless assault of the howling wind. At this moment, Mu Hong's earnest face bore a grave expression. Without uttering a word, he strode to the far corner of the cave, his muscular arms tightening like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. In an astounding display of strength, he lifted a boulder weighing several hundred pounds and, with heavy, resonant footsteps, approached the entrance. With a resounding thud, he pressed the massive stone against the doubly secured wooden door. The entire cavern seemed to tremble in response. The previously swaying door now stood resolutely still, and the heart-stopping cacophony was firmly subdued. Within the cave, only the crackling of the burning campfire remained, accompanied by the distant wails of the wind and snow. Isolated in another realm. All set, Lu Yao announced, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. We shall now redistribute the supplies. His directives were clear and precise. imbued with a natural authority that brooked no dissent. Sure, you and Lin, move the inferior, damp wood and excess hay to the side chamber over there. He gestured towards a dry, secluded space deep within the cave. Only leave enough firewood for a day's use in the main chamber. This is the most fundamental fire safety. In this frigid wilderness, I fear not a small flame, but a conflagration that could consume all our wood and hay. What if the fire goes out? A young voice inquired anxiously. Lu Yao smiled, raising his right index finger. A flickering flame, a vibrant orange, ignited spontaneously at his fingertip, dancing quietly and casting alternating shadows and light upon his resolute visage. A collective gasp echoed through the cave, mingled with suppressed awe. Indeed, how could they have forgotten? Lu Yao's fire was a manifestation of divine power. Now, let us address the matter of this deer. Lu Yao's gaze fixed upon the colossal snow-capped moose. The key to their survival amidst this apocalyptic blizzard. You shall assist. He turned to the former chieftainess. Ensure the hide remains intact, break down the meat, and keep the bones. You nodded, drawing forth a sharp bone knife, her eyes betraying no emotion. Her movements were precise and efficient, akin to a master of dissection. With the aid of her kin, the enormous moose was swiftly dismantled. Lu Yao, shall we roast it now? Mu Hong asked, his throat tightening as he gazed at the large, succulent cuts of meat. Lu Yao shook his head. We shall smoke it. Smoke? The term was as foreign to all within the cave as an ancient script. Lu Yao offered no explanation. He conveyed his commands through action. Under his guidance, they swiftly constructed a rudimentary framework above the fire using damp sticks and vines. You hung the prepared venison strips upon it. Lu Yao personally added a few pine branches and slightly damp logs to the fire. The flames waned, yet rich smoke infused with pine resin billowed upward, enveloping the hanging venison completely. The temperature within the cave was not particularly low. Without intervention, the deer meat would surely spoil and emit a foul odor within 3 days. The stench of blood and decay served as an invitation for predators in the night. Smoking, in Lu Yao's mind, was the only magic of this era that could contend with time. Why not smoke the marmot meat? He, ever perceptive, voiced the unspoken question of the group softly. A commendable inquiry, Lu Yao thought, casting her an approving glance. He picked up a piece of sizzling, oil-dripping marmot meat. Oil signifies energy. Smoking would dry it out, resulting in waste. Thus, they would consume it first. He then gestured towards the venison shrouded in smoke. The deer meat, devoid of fat, was pure muscle. Removing its moisture through smoking would allow for prolonged preservation. The others listened, their understanding still developing. Yet the glances they cast at Lu Yao had shifted from mere belief to profound respect. Under Yu's guidance, the tasks of dismembering and smoking proceeded with remarkable order. The cave was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, the fragrant smoke of pine, and the soft murmurs of the clanspeople. It was warm, bustling, and imbued with the hope of survival. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the cave. In one corner, he had crafted several makeshift wooden beds. 8 beds lined up in a row, thickly cushioned with dry hay, simple, yet effectively separating them from the cold, damp ground. At last, they possessed a proper sleeping area. The elk, along with the marmots and the fruits collected by Shi, Hua, Feng, and Lin over the past 2 days, combined their provisions to provide sustenance for over 10 days, if managed prudently. As Lu Yao savored the savory marmot meat, he mentally perused the golden survival manual. Weapons acquired. Food secured. Shelter established. Yet it was not enough. His gaze ultimately settled upon a newly unlocked item. Name: wooden shield. Category: tool armor. Description: a primitive shield crafted from sturdy timber, capable of effectively resisting most clawing, biting, and stabbing attacks. Unlock conditions: successfully craft the first wooden shield. Unlock reward: 1 free attribute point. Trait: rough skin, level 1. Rough skin, level 1. Lu Yao's pupils constricted suddenly. The lingering pain from his last encounter with the wolf pack still haunted his memory. Were it not for rough skin, his arm would have been torn to shreds by the wolf's vicious teeth. In a world where life is as fragile as grass, any enhancement in defense signifies a life saved. It must be crafted. He set down the roasted meat and rose to his feet. In the cave's corner lay a substantial pile of thick wooden planks, remnants from the disassembly of giant trees. Lu Yao selected a piece of wood, medium in size and sturdy in texture. He picked up the stone axe and began to carve. The night deepened. After a hearty meal and a day of toil, The tribe members laid down in their respective beds, slipping into a profound slumber. Only the campfire continued to burn tirelessly. Lu Yao sat alone in the flickering light, diligently sculpting the wooden plank in his hands. He placed the initially rounded piece of wood near the flames, patiently and evenly roasting it. The surface gradually carbonized under the intense heat, turning black and hardening. He pressed the shield face against the ground, using his body weight to bend it slowly. Achieving a perfect arc carbonization would render it more robust, better able to withstand moisture and decay. The curvature would dissipate the force of any impact. The laws of physics, in this world, held true as well. A faint sound of footsteps approached. It was you. She said nothing, but sat quietly a short distance from Lu Yao, observing him intently. She watched how he transformed a rough wooden plank into a curved shape with fire and stone axe. She observed how he crafted straps from beast sinews and vines on the back of the shield, creating openings for the arms to pass through and grip. Her gaze shifted from initial curiosity to understanding. She comprehended its purpose: to block, to shield against claws, to guard against teeth, to defend against all lethal assaults. Her eyes ultimately returned to Lu Yao's profile, illuminated by the firelight, deeply focused. Lu Yao did not raise his head, but felt her quiet gaze. He remained undisturbed, his heart growing ever more tranquil. As he secured the final vine, a rugged, heavy circular wooden shield, imbued with primal strength, was born in his hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting your first wooden shield. The illustration has been unlocked. Reward: 1 free attribute point. The trait, Rough Skin, has leveled up to LV2. Chapter 33, Use Smile. Ding. A crisp notification echoed in Lu Yao's mind. He felt a warm current surge within him, a tingling sensation spreading across his skin. The skin, once rough from awakening the rough skin skill, was undergoing a wondrous transformation. The coarseness faded, replaced by an indescribable resilience and smoothness. Rough Skin LV2. Defense increased once more. Lu Yao resolved to allocate that precious free attribute point decisively to strength. Instantly, an explosive power surged through his muscle fibers, as if tightening multiple coils of steel cable. Strength: 10, a whole number. A milestone. Lu Yao clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. And a slight smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. So it is, 10 points mark a new phase. He could distinctly sense that upon reaching this threshold, his strength had ascended to a level surpassing his previous capabilities. He cast his gaze down upon the newly shaped wooden shield in his hand. The shield's surface, charred and dark, was both hard and beautifully arched, yet still retained a wooden texture that lacked smoothness. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Lu Yao extended his left hand, palm facing the shield's surface. Frost spell LV1. A wave of icy blue energy erupted from his palm, swiftly enveloping the entire curvature of the shield. The moisture in the air was instantly frozen, forming a delicate yet resilient layer of ice, akin to gossamer wings, over the charred wooden surface. Under the flickering firelight, this primitive wooden shield reflected a crystalline luster. "What is this?" Mu Hong inquired, leaning in, his large head etched with curiosity and confusion. He reached out to touch the frigid shield surface, recoiling slightly at the slick sensation. Lu Yao secured the straps of the shield around his arm. "This is a shield," he explained, "used to block the weapons of others during a fight." Upon hearing this, Mu Hong picked up the shield, weighing it in his hands. Yet his brow furrowed in skepticism. "Is this just a piece of wood?" he questioned, doubting its thickness. "If someone thrusts a spear at it, won't it pierce right through?" Lu Yao opened his mouth to demonstrate, but was immediately reminded of the image of Mu Hong effortlessly carrying immense logs. Perhaps it was best to refrain. If such a colossal being miscalculated his strength, not only would Lu Yao's newly crafted treasure be ruined, but he might also find himself thoroughly skewered. At that moment, the Silent You approached. Without a word, she took the ice shield from Mu Hong's hands. Her fingers glided gently over the shield's curve, savoring the smoothness of the icy layer. The dancing flames reflected in her deep, penetrating eyes, igniting a spark of understanding within her. She comprehended its essence. You fastened the shield to her left arm, then lifted her gaze to the perplexed Mu Hong. "You may stab me with a spear," she stated calmly, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Mu Hong stood there, frozen in disbelief. "Huh, is that all right, Chief?" "It is perfectly fine," you replied, her tone unwavering. "You may proceed." After a moment of hesitation, Mu Hong finally grasped a training spear, taking a deep breath. "Here I come," he shouted, stepping forward, his arm muscles taut, as he thrust the wooden spear toward the shield in U.S. grasp, propelled by a gust of force. Though Mu Hong had tempered his strength, this blow was still potent enough to easily pierce through thick animal hide. Everyone's heart raced, teetering on the edge of anxiety. Just as the spear tip was about to make contact with the shield, you moved. Her arm did not resist forcefully. Rather, she subtly rotated her wrist, slightly tilting the curved surface of her round shield. A sharp, piercing sound echoed as the keen tip of the spear made contact with the hard, smooth ice. It appeared to lose all sense of direction, guided by the perfect arc, and veered off violently to the side. Mu Hong's mighty strike, fueled by all his strength, landed in empty space, the immense inertia causing him to stagger slightly. He stood there, bewildered. Within the cave, everyone was frozen in astonishment. Once more, Yu's voice remained calm. Unyielding, Mu Hong roared in defiance, exerting 7 or 8 parts of his strength as the spear stabbed fiercely once more. Yu's movements were identical to before. Her wrist turned. The shield tilted. A sharp sound echoed again. The wooden spear glided away, its ferocious power effortlessly redirected. Mu Hong gazed at the emptiness before him, then at Yu's shield, which remained unscathed, and his expression transformed from disbelief to sudden enlightenment. He understood. This object was not meant for brute resistance. It was designed to deflect attacks. With this, regardless of the claws of wild beasts or the weapons of foes, the chances of injury would be significantly diminished. Elation surged across the robust man's face. Meanwhile, Yu slowly lowered her shield, turned, and looked at Lu Yao. The firelight illuminated her face, which was perpetually marked by determination and vigilance. Then, she smiled. It was not the customary polite or reassuring smile, but a heartfelt, radiantly brilliant one. Her eyes sparkled with extraordinary brightness, resembling 2 obsidian stones submerged in clear spring water. Filled with appreciation, astonishment, the joy of creating miracles together, and something that Lu Yao could not comprehend, yet made his heart skip a beat. In that moment, Lu Yao was taken aback. For the first time, he realized that this chieftain, who always wore a stern expression, looked remarkably beautiful when she smiled. The atmosphere in the cave reached its zenith with the birth of the shield. The people feasted on the fragrant roasted marmot meat, their faces beaming with the happiness of survival and hopes for the future. Night deepened gradually. Outside, the wind and snow continued to roar tirelessly, as if countless giant beasts were bellowing across the earth. Inside the cave, however, it was warm and tranquil. After a day of toil and satisfaction, the tribespeople returned to their simple yet dry wooden beds, sinking into a deep slumber. The fire crackled softly. Mu Hong and Shi leaned against the sturdy wooden door, keeping watch and engaging in quiet conversation. Unlike his usual habit of staying up late, Lu Yao listened to the sounds of the wind and snow outside and the crackling of flames within, preparing for a good night's sleep. Just as he turned around, he noticed Yu standing beside him, cheerfully holding a large handful of soft hay. Her face, illuminated by the flickering firelight, bore a subtle blush, and her gaze flickered, hesitant to meet his. Lu Yao felt a twinge of confusion. Yu's voice was soft, laced with an almost imperceptible tension. "Could you assist me in moving the bed into that alcove above?" She pointed towards a small, independent chamber high on the cave's side wall, accessible only by climbing. That space was the most private and secluded within the entire main cavern. Chapter 34. The knocking sound in the wind and snow. A new day dawned amidst the howling tempest of wind and snow. The heavy wooden door carved the world into 2 halves. Outside lay a white hell that consumed all, as fierce winds whipped snowflakes into a dull, persistent roar, akin to the mountains themselves groaning under a burdensome weight. Within, however, was an entirely different realm. The warm glow of the orange-red campfire quietly burned, banishing every inch of darkness and chill. The rich aroma of smoked venison mingled with the scent of rendered fat, creating a flavor known as tranquility. The tribe's members did not awaken huddled in the biting cold. They lay upon their wooden beds, cushioned by thick, dry mats that insulated them from the frozen earth. The rhythmic sound of their breathing rose and fell, each face adorned with serenity. Lu Yao opened his eyes. The effect of sleep level 1 had granted him a dreamless night, leaving him invigorated, his limbs brimming with vitality. He sat up quietly, careful not to disturb anyone. At the cave's entrance, Yu leaned against the rock wall, Cradling the ice shield in her arms, her eyes closed in a feigned slumber. Her breathing was shallow, merging with the darkness and stone, resembling a female leopard lurking in the shadows, maintaining a lethal vigilance even in her sleep. Lu Yao's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he nonchalantly looked away. The enchanting scene from the previous night resurfaced in his mind uncontrollably. When you stood before him, clutching the hay, her eyes, always guarded, held a hint of shyness and avoidance as she asked for his help to move the bed into that intimate little chamber. His heart had skipped a beat. That small alcove was the most independent and secure spot in their new home. She wished to move in there herself, but sought his assistance. An adult naturally understood the implications therein. Before he could respond, you seemed to sense his silence. Or perhaps it was the restraint befitting a chiefess that prevented her from uttering another word. Clutching the hay, she flusteredly declared, "Never mind, I'll manage," and scrambled into the small alcove. Her retreating figure bore an air of hasty escape. In that very moment, as she slipped inside, a long-forgotten notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected clear signs of dependence and admiration from the opposite sex. Charm 1. Lu Yao instinctively summoned his status panel. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 10. Constitution: 9. Agility: 7. Reproductive ability: 2. Charisma: 11. So this is how charisma increases? A peculiar sensation stirred within Lu Yao. He naturally held a fondness for you. That woman, resilient, powerful, and astute, possessing all the most enchanting qualities of femininity in this barbaric era. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful. Particularly last night, under the flickering flames, her radiant smile and those captivating eyes that seemed to draw one in were unforgettable. Shaking his head, Lu Yao suppressed these distracting thoughts. The image of the mountain wolf severing a throat, the cold corpse of the child, remained vividly etched in his memory. In this world where lives were as disposable as grass, any moment of negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. He had to devote all his energy to enhancing the survival capabilities of the entire tribe. Matters of love and longing were irrelevant. Although his body was honest in its inclinations, he approached the cave entrance and gently pushed aside a gap. A chilling gust rushed in, mingled with countless fine ice crystals, invigorating his spirit. The snowfall outside was more intense than the previous day. The world was a blinding white, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. He extended his hand, scooping a handful of pristine snow from the crack and placing it in his mouth. It was chilling to the bone. Almost immediately, the snow melted in his mouth, transforming into a refreshing sweetness that alleviated the parched sensation reminiscent of a hangover. "What are you doing, Lu Yao?" The hearty voice of Mu Hong sounded from behind him. Unbeknownst to Lu Yao, Mu Hong had awakened and was curiously observing him. Lu Yao gazed out at the white expanse and said to Mu Hong, "Once the snow ceases, we need to create some containers." "Containers?" Mu Hong scratched his head, his face a mask of confusion. "What is that?" "Things that can hold water," Lu Yao explained, then added, "We can also use them to preserve food." Mu Hong looked even more perplexed. "Boil water? Why? Isn't it enough to eat snow when thirsty?" Lu Yao shook his head. He found it impossible to explain the concepts of bacteria and parasites to a primitive man. Yet he understood that since the advent of fire, boiling water could prevent 90% of intestinal diseases. In this medicine-scarce prehistoric world, a bout of diarrhea was no trivial matter. Boiling water with wood was impractical. So it seemed he must devise a way to create pottery. "I don't understand." Mu Hong chuckled at Lu Yao's contemplative demeanor. "But whatever you say, I will follow your lead." Lu Yao smiled in return. He harbored nothing but pure affection for this robust man. When Lu Yao was on the brink of death, Mu Hong had shared half of his precious Zhu fruit, a kindness more valuable than any divine power. With weapons in the form of throwing spears, shields for defense, and temporary security in food and shelter, they were making progress. As the snowstorm raged outside, the next step was to craft the leather armor, which boasted a remarkable 2 points in freedom attributes and an additional resistance affix. At that moment, a series of soft yet rhythmic knocks resonated through the air. The sound, though subtle, struck each heart within the cave like an invisible, heavy hammer. In an instant, the once serene atmosphere shattered. Yu, who had been feigning sleep, abruptly opened his eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, grasped his spear, directing his gaze towards the door. The awake members, Mu Hong, Shi, and Lin, simultaneously seized their weapons. Their muscles taut as they fixed their intense stares upon the wooden door that had produced the sound. The howl of the wind and snow continued to rage. Yet the gentle knocking penetrated their ears with an unsettling strangeness. Lu Yao's breath caught in his throat. Was it those intruders? Impossible. This blizzard was so fierce that even he dared not venture outside. How could the enemy possibly locate this cave, concealed by rocks and withered vines, in such weather? He held his breath and stealthily approached the door, pressing his eyes against the narrow gap to peek outside. The ferocity of the storm obstructed his view significantly. He could only faintly discern a white figure swaying in front of the door. Knock. Another sound. This time, he could see clearly. The white figure was persistently nudging the heavy wooden door with its small, newly sprouted horns atop its head. It was not human. A flicker of realization sparked within Lu Yao as he cautiously slid the bolt open a crack. Through the widening gap, he finally beheld the uninvited guest in its entirety. It was a calf. Its coat was pure white, long and thick, nearly brushing the ground, with sturdy limbs that rendered it somewhat clumsy. Most endearing were the tiny, obsidian-like horns that had just broken through the skin atop its head. It appeared to be frostbitten from the harsh winds, shivering as it huddled against the door, using its horns to push against it, as if pleading for a warm shelter. At that moment, as Lu Yao observed the creature, the system prompt blared in his mind. Ding! Detected a level 3 biological juvenile, high mountain yak. Description: weak offensive capability, long fur, astonishing defense. Upon maturity, it can reach a size of 3 meters. Classified as one of the top herbivore species inhabiting frigid alpine meadows. Level 3 biological. Lu Yao's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He recalled vividly that the formidable ice-fueled wolf king, which had posed a challenge even for you, was merely a level 2 biological entity. Chapter 35, Moo of the Cow. Lu Yao's focus sharpened like never before, his gaze piercing through the storm, firmly fixed on the white calf outside the door. In the next moment, streams of data unfolded before his eyes. Name: Highland White Yak, Juvenile. Category: Level 3 creature. Strength: 10. Agility: 5. Vitality: 10. Temperament: gentle, domesticated. Condition: frostbite, hunger. Near death, Lu Yao's breath caught in his throat, his body freezing in place. A strength of 10. A vitality of 10. Since his arrival in this world, he had struggled on the brink of life and death for nearly half a month, pouring every attribute point he possessed into his own strength, barely reaching the threshold of 10. Yet here before him stood an innocent-looking calf, which had been endowed with the very power he had toiled tirelessly to achieve from birth. Was there no justice in this world? However, what quickened his heartbeat even more were the final 2 words on the panel. Domesticated. The previous creatures he encountered, such as the ice-field giant wolf and the antlered elk, lacked this designation. This indicated that it was not merely a wild beast. It was a living, controllable entity that could potentially become a formidable force in the future. The system had hinted at such a possibility. Neglecting to rear, it would be a disservice to himself. Moreover, with its gentle disposition, even if it proved useless, it would merely mean caring for a larger creature with a manageable appetite. Without further hesitation, Lu Yao abruptly unlatched the heavy wooden door, swinging it wide open. Moo. The calf, sensing the warmth emanating from within, let out a soft, feeble sound. It hesitated at the threshold, seemingly intimidated by the shadows inside, but the allure of warmth and survival ultimately overcame its fear. It took its sturdy little legs and stumbled inside. Within the cave, everyone had gripped their weapons, muscles taut. However, upon seeing the unexpected guest, they all froze in astonishment. Mu Hong approached, his large eyes suddenly glinting with a ravenous light, saliva quickly pooling at the corners of his mouth. A cow? It's a calf, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his voice rising in excitement. Lu Yao, we have beef to eat. His words ignited a fervor akin to a spark in hot oil, awakening the appetites of everyone in the cave. Beef. Just the thought of it made their mouths water. Yet, Lu Yao wore a helpless expression as he raised his hand to block Mu Hong, shaking his head. This calf was likely far more formidable than any of us imagined. The previously silent Yu stepped forward, her brow furrowed in concern as she gazed at the calf making its way toward the fire. A weighty reminiscence clouded her eyes. I have seen this kind of cow, she spoke in a low voice, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. When I was very small, I accompanied my father to hunt in the northern snow mountains. An adult of this white breed stands twice as tall as Mu Hong, its fur cascading like a white waterfall, and its horns could effortlessly pierce a tree that one could barely embrace. Father said, "That is the deity of the snow-capped mountains. We must not provoke it." In the cave, an instant silence fell, allowing the crackling of the firewood to be distinctly heard. The sound of swallowed saliva ceased abruptly. Twice the height of Muhong. That must be over 4 meters tall. All gazes converged once more on the calf, which had yet to grow to their waists. Thus, Yu turned her head, locking her gaze on Lu Yao, entrusting him with the ultimate decision. "What do you wish to do?" This inquiry was starkly pragmatic. Though merely a calf, its weight was substantial. The flesh it bore was undoubtedly far more than that of an adult marmot. In a prehistoric world where food was perpetually scarce, this was an overwhelming temptation. Lu Yao's eyes settled upon the calf. The little creature had ambled to the fire, awkwardly lying down, comfortably squinting its eyes, and even began to nibble on some leftover hay scattered on the ground. It displayed not a hint of wariness towards the humans armed with sharp tools surrounding it. Lu Yao articulated a decision that left everyone astounded. "I wish to raise it." "Raise a cow?" Mu Hong was the first to exclaim, his face a portrait of disbelief. The others exchanged glances, unable to comprehend. Lu Yao nodded, his expression resolutely steadfast. "You was correct. Once it matured, it would be incredibly powerful. If we could rear it, it could become the mightiest warrior of our tribe, a living guardian." This notion was audacious and seemed distant. Doubt and confusion were etched on every face. In truth, Lu Yao himself harbored uncertainties. Kindness does not equate to wisdom. A docile cow, if unable to comprehend commands, would merely be a larger bovine, lacking any true combat capacity. Yet, he was willing to take a gamble. Lu Yao slowly approached the calf and squatted beside it. The calf seemed to sense his goodwill, raised its head, and mooed twice at him, as if in greeting. Lu Yao extended his hand, gently stroking the warm, budding horns on its head. At the moment his palm made contact with the horns, a familiar system notification chimed once more. Ding! Successfully contacted the level 3 creature, the Highland White Yak. The illustrated guide has been unlocked. Unlock reward. Life skill Mu LV1. Lu Yao's expression froze. Again? Previously, touching a deer granted him deer call. Now, touching a cow yielded Mu. What purpose could this skill serve? To learn to moo? At that moment, the others gathered around. Their curiosity piqued as they observed the little creature warming itself by the fire. It seemed to be on the verge of freezing. Its entire body was nearly pressed against the flames, its long white fur glowing in the light, as though it might ignite at any moment. "Oh dear, it's too close." He, ever the meticulous thinker, voiced his concern. Sure attempted to nudge the calf's rear, trying to coax it to move a little further away. The little calf merely flicked its tail in impatience, remaining utterly still. "Hey, you little creature." Mu Hong also attempted to pull it, but the calf's hooves seemed rooted to the ground. Despite his utmost effort, he could only manage to make the calf sway slightly. The cave was instantly thrown into chaos. At that moment, Lu Yao chuckled. He observed the group of tribespeople gesturing animatedly at the calf, and said leisurely, "How do you expect it to understand you when you talk to it?" Yu, seemingly quite fond of the snow-white calf, gently stroked its head. Upon hearing his words, she lifted her gaze, her bright eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief as she looked at Lu Yao. "Then you should make it move and see if it comprehends," she replied, her tone laced with playful banter. The others in the cave burst into laughter, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Lu Yao, noticing the amusement in Yu's eyes, felt a surge of playful spirit. Clearing his throat, he addressed the contented little calf in a serious tone. "Listen well, dear calf. If you inch any closer to the fire, you might find yourself becoming roasted beef." Hilarity erupted as Mu Hong was the first to unleash a thunderous laugh, followed by the others who laughed until they doubled over. The entire cave resonated with joy. However, in the next instant, all laughter ceased abruptly. The once stationary calf, upon hearing Lu Yao's words, froze in shock. It seemed to grasp the terrifying implication behind the phrase roasted beef. With a sudden leap from the ground, it retreated several large steps in evident fright, distancing itself from the fire. In fact, it even let out a moo in Lu Yao's direction, filled with a sense of grievance and a hint of appeasement, as if to say, "I understand, please don't roast me." Lu Yao was equally taken aback. The cave fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside, staring at the obedient calf that had retreated to a safe distance, then at the calm and unflappable Lu Yao. An indescribable chill crept up their spines. He truly can converse with cattle. After a brief moment of astonishment, a thought connected all the threads. He instantly understood. Mooing, this was its true meaning. Chapter 36. The Gluttonous Calf. Crafting leather garments inside the cave, it was as warm as spring. Compared to the storm-ravaged world outside, this place felt like paradise. Above the fire, a row of slightly curled venison, smoked by the flames, emanated a peculiar aroma that primitive people had never encountered before. The scent infiltrated their nostrils, bestowing upon them a sense of inexplicable reassurance. The arrival of the calf breathed unprecedented vitality into this tribe of merely 8 individuals. Lu Yao chose a rather unpretentious name for it, Dabai. At that moment, Dabai lay not far from the fire, its large head resting on its forelegs. Long white eyelashes drooping down as it slept soundly. Mu Hong resembled a child who had just received a new toy. He occasionally crept closer, using his large hand, akin to a fan, to stroke Dabai's thick fur, which prompted Dabai to impatiently swish its tail. The others in the cave were equally filled with goodwill and curiosity toward the snowy creature. However, this joy lasted merely 2 days. Lu Yao watched as the pile of fuel reserves in the corner of the cave visibly dwindled, veins on his forehead beginning to throb uncontrollably. 2 days prior, the towering mound of hay, leaves, and small twigs was sufficient to see them through a sustained blizzard lasting 10 days or more. Now, less than half remained. The culprit was none other than the drooling white glutton. Dabai was entirely indiscriminate in its eating habits. Whether it was tender leaves, dried roots fit for fuel, or even thorny branches, it devoured everything without hesitation. Its thick lips moved up and down, crunching loudly, a sound that was enough to make one's teeth ache. Its appetite was nothing short of terrifying. Each day upon waking, it either napped beside the fire or tirelessly feasted. Lu Yao, look, Dabai is eating again. Sure pointed at Dabai, who was gnawing on a bundle of withered vines, a look of astonishment on his face. Lu Yao tugged at the corners of his mouth, unable to muster a smile. If this continued, they might have to burn their wooden spears and shields for firewood. This was hardly the guardian spirit they had hoped for. It was more akin to inviting an ancestor back. On the 3rd morning, Lu Yao awoke to a faint cracking sound. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a fluffy white backside. Dabai was rooting around, its head buried at the edge of his bed, merrily chewing on the hay spread across the floorboards. Lu Yao's expression darkened instantly. He sat up abruptly and smacked Dabai's rear. Hey! Dabai jumped in surprise, turning around abruptly with a half-eaten grass stem in its mouth, its large, clear eyes gazing innocently at Lu Yao. You're still eating, Lu Yao exclaimed in exasperation, pointing at his nearly gnawed bed. If this keeps up, we'll have to sleep on the ground, and there won't be any firewood left. Do you believe I would roast you first? He half-joked and half-seriously admonished. The ability of Cow Mu LV1 quietly activated, conveying his meaning with precision. Dabai's massive body stiffened suddenly, and the grass stem fell from its mouth with a soft thud. It looked at Lu Yao, its large eyes welling up with unshed tears, brimming with an indescribable sense of grievance. Moo! It emitted a low, plaintive sound, reminiscent of a child who has erred. As it shuffled its sturdy limbs to approach Lu Yao, with its sizable head, it gently nuzzled Lu Yao's arm. Subsequently, it lay down, curling its body into a tight ball, refusing to cast another glance at the food. Lu Yao could distinctly sense that this creature's emotions were a true reflection of grievance and fear. He shook his head in resignation. This little being had visibly grown since its arrival 2 days prior, its size astonishingly increased. Clearly, once the snow ceased, the primary task would be to devise a specific diet for this ravenous creature. Disregarding the pitiful display of the little one, Lu Yao picked up the garment that was beginning to take shape beside him. This was the item he had diligently crafted over the past 2 days, beast skin garb. The unlocking reward was a generous 2 points of freedom attributes, along with a brand new attribute, resistance. Such temptation was utterly irresistible. He utilized an entire pelt from an adult marmot as the main material. Although the skin was not particularly large, it possessed exceptional toughness, abundant oils, and inherent waterproof qualities. He painstakingly used a sharp stone to roughly cut the skin into the desired shape, which consumed considerable time. Next came the smoking process. By employing damp wood and pine branches to generate thick smoke, he meticulously smoked the hide for an extended period. not only to prevent decay and insects, but also to render the initially stiff leather relatively supple. At this moment, he was engaged in the final and most crucial step, the stitching. Using a sharpened bone, he pierced small holes along the edge of the hide. Then, he threaded a coarse line made from the fibrous inner strands of sturdy vines through each hole, one stitch at a time. This task was tedious and intricate, demanding immense patience. At that moment, the sound of soft footsteps approached. It was Yu, having emerged from the independent little chamber situated above. Since moving in 2 days ago, she appeared quite fond of her private space. Today, instead of her usual routine of arming herself to check the entrances, she walked directly to Lu Yao and quietly crouched beside him. She observed the strange garment in his hands, watching intently as he transformed the pelt into something wearable using the bone needle and vine thread. Her gaze transitioned from initial curiosity to deep focus. On the opposite side of the cave, Mu Hong was joyfully grooming the long fur of the great white beast, which seemed to relish the attention, occasionally emitting contented grunts. The warm glow of the fire, the focused man, the quiet woman, the sturdy giant, and the gentle young beast created a scene imbued with the warmth of home. Lu Yao immersed himself in his work, and as the final vine thread was tightened and secured with a sturdy knot, a rugged, albeit somewhat unsightly, sleeveless jerkin came into existence in his hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully crafting the first primitive beast skin garment. The illustration has been unlocked. Rewards: 2 free attribute points. New entry: Resistance LV1 unlocked. Success. A surge of elation coursed through Lu Yao's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly allocated his 2 precious free attribute points, one to Constitution and the other to Agility. The system chimed, allocation successful. A wave of warm energy instantly flowed through his entire being. The enhancement in Constitution made him feel as if his internal organs were nourished, brimming with boundless vitality. Meanwhile, the increase in agility rendered his body lighter, elevating his reflexes to new heights. He immediately summoned his status panel. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Agility: 8. Fertility: 2. Charm: 11. Free attribute points: 0. Life skills: Combat skills: Rough skin LV2, passive. Resistance LV1, passive. Freezing spell LV1. Basic healing spell LV1. His constitution had also reached 10 points. Another milestone. Lu Yao could distinctly sense that when both his constitution and strength attained the threshold of 10, his body underwent a profound transformation, as if he had shattered an invisible barrier. The newly acquired entry, Resistance, further solidified his confidence. Resistance LV1. Your body has developed a basic resistance to toxins, diseases, curses, and other negative states. In this perilous and uncharted primitive world, the significance of this entry was immeasurable. Just as Lu Yao reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound power, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Suddenly, Yu, who had been quietly seated beside him, lifted her head without warning. Her profound gaze fixed intently on the heavy wooden door at the cave's entrance, her pupils constricting in an instant. A furrow formed on her brow, and her demeanor shifted abruptly from that of a tranquil observer to a tautly drawn bowstring. What is it? Lu Yao immediately sensed her unease. You did not respond right away. Instead, she tilted her ear, intently listening to the relentless roar of the wind and snow outside the door. The once cozy atmosphere of the cave was instantly shattered by her subtle movement, leaving only an air of tension. Mu Hong ceased grooming Bai and slowly rose. His muscles tensed like a colossal bear poised to pounce. All eyes instinctively converged upon the wooden door that separated life from death. After what felt like an eternity, Yu gradually shook her head, her tightly knitted brow unfurling. It's nothing, she said, her voice regaining its calmness, though Lu Yao detected a hint of uncertainty within. It might just be the wind, she whispered, glancing towards the outside. Such heavy snow, how could anyone be out? Yet, deep within her gaze, that sense of vigilance remained undiminished. Chapter 37. An unexpected visitor. Despite Yu's verbal dismissal, the wariness emanating from her very core did not wane. She approached the heavy wooden door, pressing her body against the icy rock wall, peering through the narrow gap between the planks. Her movements shattered the warmth and comfort that had just begun to fill the cave. Mu Hong set aside his work, rising slowly. His robust frame taut under the flickering firelight, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance. Lu Yao also stood up, adorned in a newly crafted marmot fur shoulder cape that insulated him from the chill, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. He stepped beside you. What do you see? You did not turn, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb something lurking outside. Only snow remained. The blizzard continued to roar, as if intent on devouring the entire mountain. Outside the door, there was nothing but white, an expanse of unbroken snow. Just as Lu Yao was about to withdraw his gaze, a nearly imperceptible detail at the edge of his vision caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Just beyond the cave entrance, not far down the slope, stood a small cluster of resilient fir trees. This was a reserve Mu Hong had purposely left as emergency fuel. At that moment, the fir trees swayed violently in the gale. The heavy snow blanketed everything, leaving no trace of footsteps. Yet, on one of the fir's crowns, a small patch of dark green needles, which should have been entirely concealed by snow, was conspicuously bare. It was as if someone had recently stood there, shaking off the snow from the branches. That position afforded a clear view of the entire cave entrance. You had evidently noticed it too. She slowly withdrew her gaze and met Lu Yao's eyes. No words were needed. The same icy realization reflected in both their expressions. Just moments ago, someone had stood there, watching them from the snowy forest. The very adversary that had forced them to abandon the South Slope cave had come for them. In the center of the cave, the campfire crackled softly, emitting sporadic pops. 8 figures sat in a circle, silence enveloping them. Even the drowsy great white seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere, nervously wagging his tail and burrowing his large head deeper. Has the enemy found us? Shi's voice, dry and hoarse, shattered the stillness. His words voiced the deepest fears harbored within everyone's hearts. But how? Confusion etched on Shi's face. He pondered the impossibility. With such heavy snow, how had they managed to arrive? This was also a conundrum for Lu Yao. The primitive physique of their world far surpassed that of Earthlings. Yet they were still flesh and blood. The rival tribe lay across the western slope, hundreds of miles away. And yet they had managed to pinpoint their location with such precision in this terrifying blizzard. This transcended mere physical prowess. It was divine intervention. The long silent you softly uttered 3 words, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Just as some could harness the strength of a bear and others the speed of a leopard, it was entirely plausible that someone might awaken a divine power impervious to the chill of winter. Divine power. Lu Yao comprehended this revelation in an instant. Fortunately, the heavy snow had sealed the mountains. He forced himself to remain calm, his voice steady as he reasoned that even if the enemy knew their location, they could not possibly approach in large numbers. His words eased the tense nerves of the group. Indeed, no matter how formidable an individual might be, they could not breach the defensible sanctuary of their cave. Yet, Mu Hong furrowed his brow, voicing a new concern. However, we cannot venture out to gather materials and forge more weapons. What will we do once the snow ceases? His words fell upon the hearts of all like a bucket of icy water. The blizzard served as both their shield and their prison. Once the snow stopped, with the enemy's forces looming, what would they do? Generally, a tribe led by someone awakened to divine power would consist of at least 20 members. Moreover, they could not ascertain how many awakened individuals their adversaries possessed, and they had only 8. Were they to abandon this hard-won refuge and continue fleeing like lost dogs? A sense of reluctance and struggle surfaced on every face. They had grown fond of this warm, spacious, and secure new home. Lu Yao remained silent. Evading the issue would not resolve it. Since the enemy had found them once, they could find them again. Passive defense was a path leading to certain demise. A clear yet audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. He lifted his gaze, scanning each of his kin. The adversaries might know of their presence, but were oblivious to their numbers and the nature of their weapons. This uncertainty was their greatest asset. Lu Yao's voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable conviction. Therefore, it was certain that the enemy would dispatch someone to scout again shortly. For he was unafraid of the cold and would use the blizzard as cover. Rising to his feet, his eyes gleamed with icy determination. We cannot wait for the snow to cease and for them to strike. We must act before they uncover our secrets, tearing away their minions and extracting from them all that we desire. The words "take the initiative" caused a collective gasp among the group. Mu Hong, you. Lu Yao called directly. The two responded simultaneously, instinctively tensing their bodies. You must prepare immediately. We will spend the night in the cedar grove at the cave's entrance. What? Mu Hong scratched his oversized head, astonished. Spending the night out there? We'll freeze to death. He instinctively shivered, as merely contemplating the cold sent chills through his bones. Yet, in an instant, you grasped Lu Yao's intent. A stunning light erupted in her eyes. A spark belonging to a hunter, igniting her thirst for battle. Lu Yao nodded in agreement. Venturing out directly was indeed too frigid. His gaze fell upon several freshly stripped and unprocessed marmot pelts. Then, he turned his attention to Mu Hong, followed by Shi, Lin, Huo, Feng, and the resourceful He. It was time to craft a true garment for every member of our tribe. Chapter 38. The First Captive. 8 figures encircled the fire. Mu Hong and Yu donned rugged yet robust sleeveless leather vests, fashioned from marmot skins. Under Lu Yao's direction, the skilled He, accompanied by the tribe members, utilized sharpened animal bones as needles and resilient vine fibers as thread to stitch the soft, cured hides together. The stitches were uneven, and the design was simplistic. Yet, when this garment, infused with the collective effort of the tribe, was worn, a wave of warmth surged from the fur against their skin, radiating to their limbs. It was astonishingly warm. Mu Hong thumped his chest, the thick fur producing a muffled sound as he reveled in the power that completely shielded him from the biting cold. His facial muscles twitching with excitement. You felt the same. She lowered her head, her fingertips tracing the edges of the vest repeatedly, her eyes reflecting the wonder and reverence akin to discovering a rare treasure. This was their first truly meaningful piece of clothing, no longer merely draping animal hides over themselves. They now possessed a form that liberated their hands entirely. Observing the joy on the faces of those around him, Lu Yao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The marmot skins were still insufficient. Once the snow ceased, they would capture more to ensure that each person had one. Upon hearing this, the faces of the tribe members blossomed with pure anticipation. Lu Yao rose, wielding a freshly polished throwing spear, its tip glimmering with a ghostly light in the fire's glow. You, Mu Hong, and I will venture out. His voice, though low, instantly solidified the warm atmosphere within the cave. All eyes turned towards him, filled with concern. Lu Yao was the first to speak, his voice strained. The snow outside can be lethal. Precisely because the snow can kill, it is our greatest weapon. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on you and Mu Hong. Put on your garments, take up your weapons, and prepare to depart. Mu Hong broke into a wide grin, revealing his white teeth, as he seized his ice shield and a thick wooden spear, slamming it heavily onto the ground. The thud resonated in the hearts of everyone present. Yu was more succinct. She silently crossed 2 of the sharpest throwing spears across her back and secured a gleaming bone dagger at her waist, her eyes reflecting the calm and sharpness unique to a hunter poised for action. The 3 of them, fully equipped, moved toward the cave entrance. Lu Yao unlatched the door, and the heavy wooden barrier opened a narrow crevice. A white tempest, mingled with icy shards, surged into the cave like a roaring beast, nearly extinguishing the flickering flame. Beyond the threshold lay a chaotic, indistinct expanse, a white hell where visibility was less than 5 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 figures slipped out in succession. The massive door was swiftly shut behind them, sealing the 2 worlds apart. The night was as dark as the thickest ink. The snowstorm showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew ever more ferocious, as if intent on devouring the entire mountain. A staggering figure struggled through the knee-deep snow. His name was Shui, a member of the mountain wolf tribe. His divine power allowed him to manipulate the airflow within a limited range, a gift that helped him evade the blizzard. Yet, this did not mean he was impervious to the cold. The chill penetrated relentlessly. Each breath felt like swallowing icy blades, causing his lungs to burn with pain. He muttered a curse under his breath. Upon his last return, he had failed to report the location of the new cave to the chieftain, Scarface, which had resulted in yet another order to scout the area. Shui's heart brimmed with resentment and fear. He was reluctant to be here. The images of the 3 figures by the ice lake lingered in his mind. The man named Lu Yao, employing methods beyond his comprehension, had extracted numerous fish from the frozen depths. The woman moved with the swiftness of a hunting leopard. The burly figure resembled a giant bear, standing upright. He had wished to approach them for fishing techniques, yet he did not dare. Instead, he bore the intelligence back, only to be met with the chieftain's eyes, gleaming with a manic greed and a chilling command. Find them, kill them, seize everything they possess. Shui sighed. raising his gaze toward the cedar forest that flickered in and out of view through the storm. The cave was there, even if he were to return. What could he possibly see? Merely the confirmation that they still remained hidden within. Dragging his weary body, he entered the cedar grove. Here, the wind was indeed less fierce. The snow crunched beneath his feet, the sound resonating clearly amidst the howling winds. Everything was just as it had been before. Suddenly, something flickered across the snowy ground before him. A small stone spun and skidded several meters away, finally coming to rest beneath a cedar tree. Who had thrown it? Shue's pupils dilated sharply, a chill coursed through him, raising every hair on his body as a wave of terror surged from his spine to the crown of his head. He spun around, looking toward the direction from which the stone had come. There was no one there. At that very moment, a shadow descended silently from the canopy above. Swift as a specter, simultaneously, from behind another towering tree, a massive figure lunged forth like a bear. He sensed it, yet his body, stiffened by the prolonged cold, refused to obey. He felt a chill at the nape of his neck, followed by an overwhelming blow, as if the very earth had collapsed beneath him. The world was instantly inverted. Before his vision succumbed to complete darkness, he heard a final phrase, laden with nasal tones and palpable impatience. "You finally arrived. I thought I would freeze to death." Time became an indistinct blur. Snow regained consciousness amidst excruciating pain. He abruptly opened his eyes. The first sight to greet him was a circle of flickering orange flames, illuminating the stark, cold faces surrounding him. He found himself lying in a warm, dry cave, his limbs securely bound by resilient vines, rendering him immobile. 7 or 8 primitive figures, armed with glistening bone spears, stood in silence, encircling him like spectators gazing upon a destined prey. Before him, a towering man, reminiscent of a mountain, slowly raised a wooden club thicker than his own arm, the tip stained with blood. Compounding his dread, a massive, snow-white calf, with piercingly cold, clear eyes, aimed its newly sprouted horns directly at his own. "Speak. Who sent you?" The thunderous voice of Mu Hong reverberated through the cave, as the club, poised to strike, summoned a menacing gust. The shadow of death loomed ominously over snow. "Please, don't strike. I'll tell you everything. Spare my life." Chapter 39, Interrogation. "Speak. Who sent you?" Mu Hong's voice thundered within the cave, the bloodied club stirring a tempest, poised to descend. "Please, don't strike." Snow's scream was high-pitched and distorted. "I'll tell you everything. Spare my life." Fear gripped his heart like countless icy hands, and he shouted incoherently, his body trembling uncontrollably. He genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. He nearly divulged everything, desperate to expunge the terror festering within him. He hadn't even disclosed the location of this new cave to the tribal leader, Scarface. The first time he witnessed Lu Yao and the others extracting numerous fish from the frozen lake, he had intended to approach and learn. But Mu Hong's muscular physique instinctively compelled him to retreat. He had not anticipated that such seemingly innocuous information about someone's ability to catch fish would ignite the leader's greedy fervor, resulting in a ruthless order for execution. Snow's voice trembled with anguish, as he spoke while instinctively inching closer to the fire, greedily absorbing every morsel of warmth. You furrowed her brow, her cold gaze fixed upon him. "Isn't your divine power impervious to the cold?" This had long been her speculation. Snow paused momentarily, a bitter expression crossing his face. "No," he weakly replied. "My divine power is the manipulation of air currents." To demonstrate, he strained to focus his energy. A faint current began to swirl above his bound palms, forming an almost invisible miniature vortex. "I can divert the wind and snow as they approach my body, yet I cannot dispel the chill." So it is. Lu Yao understood. No wonder this fellow could move freely amidst the blizzard, yet still be frozen to the brink of death. He took a step forward, looking down at the captive beneath him, unleashing a barrage of questions. "How many are in your tribe? What weapons do you possess? Where is your location? How long did it take to reach here?" Each inquiry struck at the very lifeblood of the tribe. Shue's face drained of color. His lips quivered briefly before he ultimately buried his head, opting for a profound silence. Lu Yao smiled, a smile devoid of warmth. "You may consider this a test of your loyalty." His voice was soft, yet it caused Shue's body to tremble anew. "However, you must understand. Your chieftain wishes to slay us. Thus, it is only just that we retaliate." Lu Yao's tone paused, his gaze fixated on Shue's uncertain eyes, his voice sinking even lower. "Moreover, you may believe us weak, but we have 3 individuals who have awakened divine power. 3. Shue's body stiffened abruptly. His gaze instinctively darted towards Yu and Mu Hong. That woman moved as swiftly as a predatory shadow. This robust man resembled an enraged beast. Who is the third? Under Shue's bewildered scrutiny, Lu Yao slowly extended his right hand, opening his palm. A flicker of orange flame leaped forth from thin air. It danced at his fingertips, quietly and assertively burning. Without kindling, without flint, the fire was birthed from flesh and blood. Shue's eyes widened gradually, his mouth involuntarily agape, his throat emitting gasps of astonishment. A miracle. This is the true miracle. To wield fire. This is closer to divinity than manipulating air currents, or mere strength and speed. Lu Yao clenched his fingers, extinguishing the flame in an instant, his voice turning as frigid as the ice and snow outside. It would be prudent for you to speak the truth. Otherwise, even if your tribe ultimately finds us, I assure you, before meeting death, I shall ensure you experience every conceivable agony. He leaned closer, whispering into Shue's ear with a barely audible breath. Furthermore, is a chieftain who coerces you into peril and allows his kin to starve truly worthy of your loyalty. This statement struck precisely at the softest, most vulnerable part of Shue's heart. He recalled the insatiable gaze of the scarred face and the emaciated children within the tribe. For the first time, his conviction began to crack. Just then, an overwhelming and unreasonably enticing aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils. Shue abruptly looked up. The extraordinarily formidable female chieftain was lifting a piece of glistening, sizzling venison, her expression impassive as she bit into it, tearing it apart with vigor. The crackling of fat bursts between the teeth, and the sinews of meat are torn apart by brute force. The overwhelming aroma, mingling with the distinct sound of chewing, resembles an invisible hand that throttles the throat of Snow, as well as his rationality. Meat. It is genuine meat. He was on the verge of forgetting the taste of meat. His Adam's apple rolled violently, his eyes glued to the piece of meat in Yu's hand. Unable to look away, saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth. This scene did not escape Lu Yao's keen observation. He squinted. It seemed that the previous tribe had not been abundant in food. Snow's voice was as hoarse as 2 stones grinding against each other. I cannot speak. He painfully closed his eyes. The chieftain, when I was on the brink of starvation as a child, offered me a morsel to eat. He was the one who brought me back to the tribe. I did not expose your location, but I cannot betray them. You are so formidable. What if you kill them all? His last words were almost a plea. Lu Yao and Yu exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other without words. Mu Hong, however, was far less patient. Not speaking? Very well. He sneered, and without a hint of hesitation, swung the wooden stick down fiercely. Crack. The dull sound of dislocated bones sent chills down the spine. The stick struck precisely on Snow's shoulder, the immense force instantly dislocating his shoulder joint. Ah! Snow emitted a beastly wail, the excruciating pain causing him to thrash on the ground like a fish out of water, convulsing. Lu Yao approached expressionlessly, grabbing several vines to bind the immobile Snow even tighter. This young man, inherently not malicious, was even somewhat naive. It was precisely this trait that made him so stubbornly cling to the gratitude for that morsel of food. In the cave, only Snow's suppressed groans and heavy breaths remained. Yu walked over to Lu Yao, inquiring with his gaze. Shall we kill him? Lu Yao narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No. His voice was soft, yet carried a chilling clarity. He is not a villain. If he divulged everything under slight pressure, then such a person should be eliminated immediately. Lu Yao looked at Snow, curled up on the ground, and continued. His abilities are quite useful. If we can recruit him, it would be a tremendous asset for us. However, we shall not harbor a potential enemy. He turned to Yu, stating his decision. Starve him for 3 days. If he remains obstinate after 3 days, then we shall kill him. Lu Yao's gaze was as cold as ice. Moreover, I refuse to believe that a living person can simply disappear without a trace. And that tribe would not react. If they dare to send someone to find this place again, we shall capture one, seize another. If one fails to divulge information, I do not believe that capturing 3, capturing 5, would not yield the answers we seek. While Lu Yao spoke these words, his mind was already devising another plan. He indeed must seize, yet he must also release. Chapter 40. The Price of Loyalty. The sky, dimly illuminated, pierced through the ashen canopy above. The wind and snow raged relentlessly across the expanse, showing no sign of respite. Emerging from the cave, a sanctuary warmer than any earthly dwelling. He was instantly besieged by an icy chill that penetrated his very limbs. The words of Lu Yao echoed ceaselessly in his mind prior to his departure. I will not kill you. However, your tribe will only leave you perpetually hungry. Stay with us, and I can ensure you are well fed at every meal. Snow stumbled, nearly collapsing into the white abyss. The taste of marmot meat lingered tantalizingly on his tongue, rich and savory. The warmth of the fat bursting in his mouth evoked a pure bliss he had not experienced since the onset of winter. A mere morsel was insufficient to satiate his gnawing hunger, yet it was enough to awaken within him the most primal, insatiable yearning for sustenance. Return and inform them you encountered us, merely 8 in number. Perhaps your scarred-faced chief will come once the snow ceases, to slay us and enjoy a hearty meal. Then, you shall continue to starve. He could also suggest that this place is warm, with food piled high, and that the female leader is benevolent. Stay with us, and you need never fear hunger or the cold again. Lu Yao's voice was calm, yet each word seared into Snow's mind like a brand. He recalled the flames that had danced before him. But could accompanying them truly guarantee an everlasting feast? Snow's insides churned in turmoil. If he were to return with this intelligence, by tribal custom, the scarred chief would reward him with an abundance of meat. But what then? Would he then lead his people to slaughter the very tribe that had offered him a morsel and granted him a chance at life? Snow clenched his teeth tightly, madly dashing forward through the deep snow, which reached nearly to his knees. Inside the cave, warmth enveloped like spring. Mu Hong was greedily tearing into a piece of roasted marmot meat, his mouth smeared with grease, staring at Lu Yao in utter confusion. Did he truly let him go? Why? The others in the cave, save for you, wore similar expressions of bewilderment. This was a scout, a potential harbinger of their destruction. You remained silent, sitting quietly beside the fire, methodically scraping freshly skinned hides with a sharp stone, her movements focused and steady. Yet her bright eyes reflected the flickering flames, betraying a depth of contemplation. Lu Yao, in silence, added a thick log to the fire, which crackled and popped as the flames licked the dry wood. Keeping him with us may grant us several days of safety, yet it is futile. You have seen for yourselves, he is fiercely loyal to his tribe. Mu Hong's mind struggled to comprehend, discarding a bone in frustration. So, loyalty is why you let him go? Lu Yao smiled, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each clan member. For the tribe to flourish, it cannot remain solely comprised of these 8 individuals. We require more hands, trustworthy hands. Yu's action of scraping the animal hide paused momentarily. She lifted her head to look at Lu Yao, her eyes reflecting an unspoken understanding. Indeed, war is merely a means. Strength is the ultimate goal. Although conflict is often necessary, indiscriminate slaughter does not yield genuine power. Are we to rely on just these 8 to exterminate everyone on this snowy expanse? Sherwin, with a voice that resonated like an echo, seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. You wish for him to return, bringing others to ally with us? But with his unwavering loyalty, how could that be possible? In the flickering firelight, Lu Yao's eyes appeared especially profound. Precisely because of his loyalty, he cannot be coerced. We allowed him to leave unharmed and even provided him with meat. As long as he possesses a modicum of intelligence, he should discern which side offers warmth and sustenance. You nodded slightly, her voice low yet imbued with a chilling intensity. Loyalty? What is that? Only the living can speak of loyalty. Observing his gaunt form, starved for an unknown duration, even the most steadfast loyalty could merely be a facade. Now we wait. We await hunger, we await the cold. We await as his cruel chieftain gnaws away at his meager loyalty, bit by bit. Snow returned to its own tribe. A frigid wind rushed into the cave, stirring up dust from the ground and carrying with it a nauseating stench. Within the cavern, over 30 shadows huddled in darkness. Some gnawed on roots frozen as hard as stone, while others numbly stuffed snow from the entrance into their mouths, melting it with their body heat. The chieftain, with a scarred visage, leaned against the rock, his scarred face in the dim light resembling a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Upon seeing Snow, his tightly furrowed brows twisted into a knot. Why has he returned? Snow's heart jolted, hesitating for a moment before lowering his head, daring not to utter the truth. The snow was too deep, and he had searched for a long time without success. The instant the lie escaped his lips, a wave of immense panic and unfamiliar guilt nearly engulfed him. He was uncertain whether to heed Lu Yao's words. That man's voice possessed an uncanny allure, compelling him to believe. Yet, instinctively, he felt that to kill Lu Yao and his group was wrong, foolish even. They had such a vast cave, such a warm flame, and an abundance of food piled high. A glimmer of hope that could save everyone through the harsh winter. Why? Why could the chieftain not speak with them amicably? Still not found. The chieftain's voice suddenly turned sharp, his gaze piercing into snow, and then he beckoned with a finger. Come here. He obediently approached, halting before the scar-faced man, his head bowed low, only daring to gaze at his frost-bitten toes. In the next moment, the wind howled fiercely, a resounding slap, imbued with the entirety of the scar-faced man's fury and strength, struck the snow-laden face. The tremendous force sent a buzzing sensation through his head, plunging him into an immediate void. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, the icy, hard surface colliding painfully with his coccyx, causing stars to dance before his eyes. A warm liquid seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the acrid scent of blood erupted within his mouth. The scar-faced man loomed over him, his gaze as frigid as the winter itself. Do not presume I am oblivious to your laziness. The faint chill emanating from you suggests you have been nestled in some cave, indulging in slumber. Am I correct? Snow cupped the stinging side of his face. His jaw clenched tightly, remaining silent. The gratitude for a morsel of groundhog meat, the promise that by following them he would never again have to fear hunger or the cold, felt like a searing seed, embedded deep within his frozen heart. Meanwhile, the loyalty instilled in him since childhood towards the chieftain and the tribe was now violently teetering on the brink of fracture amidst this agony and humiliation. His silence ignited the scar-faced man's wrath entirely. At dawn, you shall seek again. If you fail to find it, you will perish outside. Do not return. Chapter 41. Crafting traps within the cave. Healing's nimble hands flew with dexterity. She had mastered the suturing techniques taught by Lu Yao, and a new groundhog skin shoulder piece rapidly took shape in her hands. The wooden door at the cave's entrance creaked open, a sliver, cold air rushing in, only to be instantly dissolved by the wave of heat within. Lu Yao stood at the entrance, his gaze piercing through the swirling snow, landing on the snow-covered ground before the cave and the distant cedar forest. Releasing snow was a perilous gamble, yet an inevitable one. He wagered that hunger and cold could shatter a person's will far more effectively than mere loyalty. However, Lu Yao never entrusted the safety of everyone to the whims of a gamble on human hearts. Even with victory seemingly assured, he could not afford a moment's lapse in defense. He needed to lay down traps, the first true line of defense for this new home. Traps? I am well versed in that. Mu Hong approached, hefting a sturdy wooden spear. Upon hearing Lu Yao's plan, his head shook vigorously as he exclaimed, dig a large pit, fill it with sharpened stakes, and cover it with branches and snow. When animals fall in, they become skewers. He spoke excitedly, thumping his heel against the ground with enthusiasm. Thud! The sound reverberated. The earth is unyielding as iron, unmoving. The tremendous recoil sent a jolt through his entire leg. The excitement on Mu Hong's face instantly froze, and he scratched his head, his tone wavering. But Lu Yao, this ground is frozen solid as stone. Can we truly dig it? This question was strikingly pragmatic. In the depths of winter, attempting to excavate a large trap in frozen soil with merely a stone axe and wooden sticks is utterly futile. Lu Yao shook his head. Pits designed for trapping large beasts are effective, but his voice remained calm and unwavering. However, such traps are impractical here. Moreover, they are cumbersome, conspicuous, and can only be utilized once. What he required was a different kind of trap, one that is more subtle, more concealed, and meticulously tailored to the current environment. His gaze once again fell upon the silent cedar forest shrouded in snow and wind. If we suppressed the enemy with thrown spears, what would be their immediate reaction upon retreat? Lu Yao did not voice the answer directly, but posed the question back to Mu Hong. Mu Hong paused, following Lu Yao's line of sight, and then smacked his thigh in realization. They would seek refuge in that grove. Indeed, a chill laced Lu Yao's voice. Thus, that cedar forest would serve as the graveyard I have prepared for them. Half an hour later, Lu Yao, Yu, and Mu Hong braved the snowstorm, stepping into the desolate cedar forest. Yu led the way, moving like a snow leopard, her feet landing silently, her keen eyes scanning every inch of the ground in search of the perfect ambush point. Mu Hong trailed behind Lu Yao, tightly gripping a bundle of resilient vines, his face alight with uncontainable curiosity. Lu Yao halted before a young cedar tree, robust and straight, nearly as thick as a bowl, and remarkably flexible. This is the spot. He crouched down, clearing away the thick snow to reveal the ground beneath, cloaked in fallen leaves. Muhong, bring down the treetop. Right away, Muhong responded, stepping forward and embracing the cedar with both arms, his core muscles straining with effort. With a low growl, he exerted his strength, transforming the steadfast cedar into a taut, poised giant bough, the treetop nearly brushing the ground as it emitted a groan under the strain. Lu Yao swiftly retrieved the thickest vine, securing one end tightly to the bent treetop. Meanwhile, Yu had crafted a short wooden stick, an inch long, with a notch using a stone knife. Lu Yao took the wooden stake from her, using a stone hammer to drive it forcefully into the frozen earth, leaving the top of the notch flush with the ground. Next came the most crucial step, constructing the triggering mechanism. Lu Yao fashioned a slipknot at the other end of the vine, the loop perfectly sized to ensnare a foot. He carefully laid the noose on the ground, cleverly camouflaging it with surrounding twigs, dead leaves, and snow, leaving only a contour nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Then, he wedged the short wooden stick, acting as the trigger, into the notch of the stake, with the other end precisely securing the taut vine loop. A simple yet lethal interconnected device was complete. Should any creature step into the noose, even the slightest touch would shatter this delicate balance, causing the trigger to spring immediately. The formidable terror, long suppressed by Muhong's brute force, was poised to erupt within a mere fraction of a second. The taut vines would soar upward with a resounding whoosh, ensnaring the ankles of any intruder, and with an irresistible might, hoist the unfortunate individual upside down into midair. Under such a rapid tug, a fractured ankle would merely be the mildest of fates. More dreadfully, the suspended individual would utterly lose balance and the ability to resist, transforming into a living target, suspended in the air and thrashing in vain. Muhong released his grip, gazing at the still menacingly contorted cedar tree, its immense power ensnared by that insignificant wooden stick. A shiver ran down his spine. He could vividly imagine the abysmal fate that awaited anyone who dared to tread upon it. This contraption was 100 times more insidious than digging a pit. U.S. pupils narrowed slightly. One trap was far from sufficient. Over the next hour, the trio proceeded with their grim task. He was responsible for identifying the most likely paths of their prey. Muhong provided the brute strength, while Lu Yao crafted the core lethal mechanisms. One after another, deadly noose traps were silently laid within the tranquil cedar forest. They resembled an invisible net, patiently awaiting their quarry to stumble into its grasp. As the final trap was set, Lu Yao brushed the snowflakes from his hands and stood up. At that moment, a familiar voice thundered in his mind. Warning! Host detected the creation of an epic-defining lethal tool, noose trap. Illustration unlocked. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Success! Lu Yao felt a surge of excitement, allocating this precious point directly to agility. Ding! Allocation successful. A warm current coursed through his limbs, rendering his body lighter and enhancing his neural reflexes. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Agility: 9. Reproductive ability: 2. Charisma: 11. Observing the increasingly balanced and powerful attributes on his panel, Lu Yao wore a satisfied expression. Strength, Constitution, Agility. The 3 pillars of survival were steadily ascending to a new echelon. He turned to Yu and Muhong behind him. Let us return home. His voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Our guests should be arriving soon. Chapter 42. The illusory world. Snow once more entered that familiar cedar forest. Ahead lay a stretch of undisturbed snow, pristine and flawless. He lifted his foot, just as his soul was about to descend. A shadow suddenly darted out from behind a nearby tree. A hand seized his arm, rudely yanking him backward and causing him to stumble. Don't move. A tranquil voice resonated in his ear, devoid of any turbulence. Snow's body became utterly rigid. Slowly, he lowered his head to gaze at the spot where he had intended to place his foot. A withered leaf was stirred by the gentle breeze he created. Beneath the leaf lay a noose woven from vines, perfectly concealed beneath a blanket of snow. At the edge of the noose, a short wooden stick served as a trigger, precariously wedged at a fragile angle, firmly securing a taut vine. The other end of the vine was connected to a young fir tree, forcibly bent by external forces, its tip nearly grazing the ground. The entire tree was drawn taut, resembling a mighty bough at full moon, and he, almost, had stepped upon it. He could sense the terrifying power coiled within that tree, potent enough to rend him asunder in an instant. Death had never felt so imminent. A chill, colder than the swirling snowstorm, surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, solidifying the very blood within his veins. He did not perish, not due to vigilance, nor mere luck. Snow stiffly turned his head and beheld that calm visage. It was Lu Yao. Had this man been waiting for him all along? How could he have known that he would return? Lu Yao released his grip and pointed towards the trap, as if it were a trivial matter. Move to the other side. A lump of smoldering coal seemed lodged in Snow's throat, rendering him speechless. He merely stared blankly at Lu Yao, the man who was supposed to be his sworn enemy, and then silently circumvented the deadly snare. A wave of warmth enveloped him. Within the cave, it remained as warm and bright as ever. The campfire flickered, the meat sizzling enticingly, its rich aroma boldly infiltrating his nostrils. Everything here stood in stark contrast to his former cold, dark, and foul-smelling cavern. It was an entirely different realm. He was not bound. The bear-like man, Mu Hong, merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before returning to fashioning his spear. The formidable and frigid chieftain, Yu, did not even glance at him. Her focus unwavering as she scraped animal hides with a shard of stone, exuding a primal grace. No one regarded him as an adversary to be wary of. Lu Yao gestured to an empty spot by the fire. Sit. Snow obediently seated himself, his muscles still trembling from the lingering dread. A piece of roasted marmot meat, crisp and glistening, was placed upon the stone slab beside him. Snow fixated on the meat, then lifted his gaze, regarding Lu Yao with the eyes of one observing a creature of the abyss. His voice quivered as he posed the question that had perplexed him beyond comprehension. Were you waiting for me outside, just to prevent me from stepping into the trap? Lu Yao offered no reply. Nearby, Yu's scraping of the hide momentarily paused. She did not lift her gaze, but that slight cessation spoke volumes. Yes, they had waited long in the biting wind and snow. Lu Yao picked up a piece of firewood and added it to the blaze, causing the flames to leap higher, casting flickering shadows on the pale and astonished face of Shui. At last Lu Yao spoke, posing a question that pierced through the faint warmth that had just begun to rise within Shui. What was the reaction of the scar-faced man when you returned? This inquiry swiftly extinguished any glimmer of comfort in Shui's heart. His gaze dimmed instantly, and he instinctively touched the swollen side of his face, the searing pain still palpable upon his skin. He recalled the scar-faced man's suspicious eyes and the chilling words, "If you can't find it, you will die out there." Shui's lips moved, and eventually, in a voice as faint as a whisper, he recounted the ordeal of being slapped and coerced into facing death once more. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of the fire. Lu Yao listened intently, his expression betraying no surprise. Fixing his gaze on Shui, he calmly posed a second question. Do you intend to deceive him again this time? Shui froze, as if paralyzed. Lu Yao's eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul, unveiling all his struggles and deceptions. Before Shui could respond, Lu Yao shifted the conversation, unleashing a question that reverberated within Shui's mind. Or rather, do you still wish to return? Shui, in disbelief, lifted his head, his pupils constricting sharply with shock. You still want to let me go? He had assumed that this time, being captured would lead to his inevitable death. Yet, Lu Yao was offering him a chance at freedom. Why? What was this man truly contemplating? Lu Yao regarded him, his gaze profound as the night beyond the cave. A person is the sum of their relationships. His voice, though soft, struck Shui's heart like a heavy hammer, resonating within the souls of every clan member who listened intently. Your past, your memories, everyone you know, they are all there. If I forcibly keep you here now, it would be no different than killing you. Those words shattered the dam Shui had built within his heart, fortified by loyalty and gratitude. He recalled the kind elder who had brought him back to the tribe, whom he affectionately called Abba. He also remembered how, 3 years prior, that elder had perished during a senseless tribal conflict instigated by the scar-faced man, who had sought to seize a vital water source. Though they emerged victorious in that battle, they lost nearly half of their people, and the water source they claimed ran dry the following year. Abba would never return. Shui's eyes brimmed with tears, and he clenched his lips tightly, trembling violently from the weight of his suppressed emotions. Finally, he voiced the question that had tormented him for countless days and nights. I have never understood. His voice was hoarse, tinged with sorrow. Why, when life could be lived peacefully, Does the chieftain always prefer to resolve issues through slaughter and plunder? Lu Yao observed him, gazing at this young man who, despite the brutality of the world, still retained a flicker of confusion, because he possesses nothing but violence. Yet, Lu Yao's gaze sharpened, revealing an alternate possibility. Shui stood in stunned silence. An alternate possibility. He recalled the fish easily caught beneath the thick ice, the wooden door that could be opened and closed, the warmth of the leather vest upon his shoulders, the unquenchable fire before him, and the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat that made one yearn to devour their own tongue. Indeed, he perceived it. A superior way of living. Lu Yao fixed his eyes on Shui, aware that the moment had arrived. He proposed a revolutionary idea. I shall allow you to return, not to deceive him, but to bring back an answer. Shui was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp Lu Yao's line of thought. Rising to his feet, Lu Yao looked down upon him, as well as upon all his kin. In that moment, his voice resonated with unprecedented clarity and conviction. Go back, tell your friends, tell those who, like you, are starving, shivering, and barely surviving under the brutality of the scarred-faced. Inform them that here, there is an abundance of meat. Here, the fire will never be extinguished. Here, there exists a new home willing to embrace them. Lu Yao's gaze swept over Shui's astonished face, adding the most critical statement. But the condition is that they must, like you, possess gratitude and goodwill. They must choose between following your leader, who knows nothing but slaughter and plunder, continuing towards annihilation in the cold and hunger, or coming here to embrace a different way of life. Let them decide for themselves. Lu Yao's voice echoed within the warm cave, each word imbued with strength. He finally turned to Shui, articulating deliberately, of course, this includes you. The choice lies with you. Chapter 43. The scavenger. All noise faded away, leaving only Lu Yao's words reverberating within Shui's mind, colliding and resounding. Return? Tell his friends? Let them choose for themselves? His gaze slowly shifted. The bright flames of the cave dispelled all chill. The surrounding primitives exhibited caution, yet lacked the numbed ferocity of the scarred-faced tribe. In the corner, a white calf lazily flicked its tail, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a still warm piece of roasted meat. His throat convulsed violently. As if expending his last ounce of strength, he nodded heavily towards Lu Yao. I'll do it. These two words drained the final remnants of hesitation from his body. A genuine smile finally graced Lu Yao's lips. Excellent. He spoke no further, turning to venture deeper into the cave. There, hanging in rows, were dark-hued strips of smoked venison. Lu Yao selected a piece, carefully wrapping it in a broad, dried leaf, and then retrieved a newly sharpened bone dagger from the weapon rack on the stone wall. The dagger, crafted from the stoutest leg bone of a marmot, glimmered with a chilling white light in the flickering fire. He returned to the presence of Snow, pushing the dagger, along with a bundle of jerky and a piece of roasted meat atop a stone slab, towards him. Take it. Snow's pupils contracted slightly. It was jerky. A sample. Lu Yao's voice was calm, devoid of any ripple. Take it back. Let those you trust taste it, so they may know that my claim of unending meat is not mere rhetoric. His fingers gently tapped on the sharp bone dagger, producing a sound reminiscent of teeth clashing. This is for self-defense. If your chieftain is capable of striking you once, he can do so again. Should he truly lay hands upon you, use this to resist. The cold sensation transmitted through Snow's fingertips caused him to momentarily falter in his breath. Finally, Lu Yao gazed deeply into his eyes, presenting the last and most significant proposition. Moreover, tell them that my understanding of divine power extends beyond merely fire. I can heal their wounds, be it from blades, arrows, or the savage bites of beasts. These words detonated in his mind, not like lightning, but as a thunderous eruption. Healing. In this merciless world, where a mere cut could lead to death. The weight of those three words was exponentially heavier than the mere act of satiating hunger. Really? Snow's voice quivered, as memories of a companion, gored by a wild boar and howling in agony for 3 days and nights amidst blood and stench, flooded back. Lu Yao nodded, opting for action over words. He seized the bone dagger and drew a deep line across his own arm, blood instantly flowing forth. Then, placing his fingers upon the wound, he performed a basic healing spell. Within 10 breaths, the injury mended as if it had never existed. Lu Yao felt a wave of emptiness wash over him again. Yet he observed Snow's eyes reddening in an instant. Indeed, his actions were justified. Remember, Lu Yao's voice pulled him back from the tumult of emotions. The jerky is not for the scarred face, only for those friends who can discern good from evil and are worthy of salvation. Snow abruptly lifted his head, deeply etching Lu Yao's visage into his memory. He carefully tucked the jerky and dagger into his embrace, pressing them against his chest. Feeling the daggers chilled juxtaposed with the warmth of his own heart. Rising, he uttered not a word, but awkwardly bowed deeply to Lu Yao and all within the cave. Then, he turned and stepped into the storm outside. This time, his strides were no longer unsteady or lost. The slender figure, receding into the blizzard, stood tall and straight. The cave of the mountain wolf tribe resembled a festering wound, rotting and oozing. It was cold and damp, the air thick with the mingling stench of blood, excrement, and despair. As the figure of Snow was thrust into the cave's mouth by the howling blizzard, dozens of numb, hollow gazes, akin to ghostly flames, drifted forward in unison. The clan leader, Scarface, leaning against the rocky wall, stirred in the dim light, his grotesque visage suddenly animated. He sat upright, his fierce gaze fixated on the snow. His voice, coarse and laced with the irritability of hunger, broke the silence. Have you found them? Snow's heart jolted. Lowering his head, he forced out the well-rehearsed lie, steeped in fear and exhaustion. I found them, Chief. They are in a high cave that is difficult to ascend. The entrance is very narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. Scarface's eyes gleamed with a ravenous light, nearly spilling from their sockets. However, Snow's subsequent words froze that gleam in an instant. There are many of them. I hid from a distance and counted at least 18 capable men. Moreover, 3 of them have awakened divine powers. At the cave's entrance, there is a colossal white bull, as large as a small mountain. Snow exhaled this exaggerated intelligence in one breath, feeling as if his heart might leap from his throat. 18 robust men, 3 divine power wielders, a giant bull. Scarface's brow furrowed in a knot, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. His tribe, counting the starving elders and the helpless infants, barely numbered over 30, with only a little over 20 capable of combat. If the adversaries possessed such strength, a direct confrontation would surely result in devastating casualties. Yet, the fish piled high upon the ice lake, the aroma of roasted meat that could make one's mouth water, and the strikingly agile female leader. Her arrow merely grazed her shoulder. Her wild and powerful physique was the most perfect prey he had ever encountered. Food, women. The 2 ravenous beasts of greed instantly shattered the last remnants of reason within him. What is there to fear? Scarface erupted, springing to his feet and kicking a nearby stone, sending shards flying. They possess divine power, but do I not? He surveyed the gaunt faces in the cave, pale and yellowed from hunger, and let out a primal roar. When the snow ceases, all of you will follow me. Flatten that cave. Seize their meat. Take their women. Whoever dares to refuse, I shall be the first to snap his neck. Watching Scarface descend into madness, the last glimmer of light extinguished in Snow's downcast eyes. He understood. This tribe was fundamentally rotten to its core. There was no salvation. That night, as the deep darkness enveloped the world and everyone huddled in the corners, using slumber to mask their hunger, Snow silently crept to the far end of the cave. There, 2 youths of similar age leaned against each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from the cold and hunger. These are the last 2 individuals he can still consider companions, Amu and Jinzi. Their names, spoken in a voice low as a whisper in the wind, carry a heavy weight. The 2 slowly opened their eyes, their gazes dull and lifeless, reminiscent of a bottomless pool of stagnant water. Without uttering a word, he solemnly retrieved from his bosom the item wrapped in leaves. In the dim light, he untied the vines. An intoxicating, assertive aroma of meat, imbued with the essence of smoke, enveloped them like an invisible hand, instantly constricting the throats of the 3. Amu and Shirtu's eyes widened in astonishment. Their gazes were fixated on the piece of jerky in Shue's hand, its deep hue glistening faintly with oil. Their throats convulsing in a frenzy, producing guttural sounds. Shue tore the jerky into 3 pieces, offering one to each. Instead of using their hands, the 2 lunged forward like ravenous wolves, snatching the morsels with their mouths and stuffing them inside. As the blend of richness from the fat, the savory saltiness, and the fragrant essence of what exploded on their tongues, Amu and Shirtu wept. No sound escaped them. Their bodies convulsed violently, and scalding tears cascaded from their sunken eyes, mingling with the jerky as they swallowed it down. They could scarcely recall the last time they had tasted genuine cooked meat. The overwhelming joy brought by this bite of jerky shattered the ice of hunger and despair that had long frozen their hearts. "Where did you get this?" AMU's voice trembled, laden with emotion. Observing the flicker of life rekindled in their eyes, Shui's heart ached profoundly. It was the most primal yearning for life, a spark potent enough to ignite a conflagration. He leaned closer, whispering the words of Lu Yao, precisely as they had been spoken. The following day, employing the same method, Shui reached out to 2 more oppressed tribesmen within the village, who also found themselves in dire straits. He discovered that this tribe, seemingly ruled with an iron fist by the scarred-faced leader, was rife with undercurrents of discontent and simmering resentment. The so-called loyalty was but a castle in the air, long since devoured by the relentless hunger and cold of each passing day. He selected only these 4 trustworthy, inherently good individuals, for he held fast to Lu Yao's admonition that new home would not harbor evildoers. Chapter 44. Emptiness. The snowstorm began to diminish. After days of torment, it finally showed signs of fatigue. Yet within the cave, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense with the waning of the storm. Lu Yao understood well that the blizzard served as their natural barrier. Once it ceased, the scarred-faced tribe could emerge at any moment. His gaze swept across the 7 tribesmen within the cave. They bore solemn expressions, gripping their newly crafted spears, gathered around the fire, silently honing the points of their weapons. Yet, Lu Yao contemplated a critical issue. Once a battle erupted in the cedar forest outside the cave, the intricate terrain would render shouting commands ineffective. The cacophony of wind, snow, and conflict would drown out his voice, exposing his position and making him the prime target for concentrated fire. There must exist a more efficient and discreet means of communication. Lu Yao delved into his mind, rapidly flipping through the survival manual. An item he had previously overlooked emerged before him. Item: bone whistle. Description: crafted from hollow, hard bone. It can be shaped through drilling and polishing to produce a sharp, high-frequency sound. Unlock condition: successfully create the first bone whistle. Unlock reward: 1 free attribute point. Living skill: sound recognition LV1. This is it. Lu Yao had discovered the key to solving his predicament. He immediately rummaged through his supplies and unearthed the sturdiest leg bone of a snow mountain elk. The bone was exceptionally hard and of high density, far superior to that of a groundhog. Lu Yao called out. The dexterous girl promptly set aside her task and approached briskly. Lu Yao, what are you going to do? Make this. Lu Yao drew several drilling marks on the bone with a small piece of charcoal and then handed a sharp stone shard to he. Here, grind a hole. Take your time and be patient. Lu Yao understood that her meticulousness far surpassed his own. Without his prior life experiences, he would have been less skilled at such tasks than he. He accepted the stone shard with focused eyes. She did not inquire about the reason. Instead, she simply followed his instructions, using the tip of the stone to begin the tedious and precise grinding on the iron-hard bone. The faint sound of friction resonated clearly in the silent cave. The first attempt ended in failure. He, too eager, exerted too much force, causing the stone to slip and leaving a long scratch on the bone, thus compromising the intended airflow channel. The second attempt also failed. The hole was drilled, but its inner wall was rough, producing a hoarse sound that could not travel far. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, her petite face etched with frustration. Do not fret, Lu Yao spoke gently as he picked up another piece of bone. You see, this part needs to be smoothed out more, like this. He guided her, demonstrating the technique. His eyes sharpened with focus, committing every detail to memory. On the third attempt, he took a deep breath, her gaze unwaveringly intense. The stone shard seemed to come alive in her fingertips. An hour later, as the final grain of bone dust was blown away, a beautifully crafted, smoothly polished bone whistle finally lay in her palm. At the moment the whistle took shape, a crisp sound erupted in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the illustration, bone whistle. Acquiring rewards, 1 attribute point of freedom. Obtaining the life skill, sound listening LV1. Sound listening LV1. You can concentrate and hear sounds from greater distances. Success. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lu Yao's heart as he decisively allocated that precious point to agility. Ding. Allocation successful. Name, Lu Yao. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Reproductive ability, 2. Charisma, 11. All 3 fundamental attributes have reached a perfect score of 10. An unprecedented sense of coordination and strength flooded Lu Yao's limbs. He even experienced an illusion that he could distinctly perceive the subtle tremors of each muscle within his body. He handed the bone whistle to Lu Yao, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Lu Yao accepted it, but did not keep it for himself. Instead, he turned and passed it to you. You should use it. You paused momentarily. Your hearing is the most acute, and your reactions are the swiftest, Lu Yao explained. It is most fitting for you to scout and issue commands with it. Subsequently, Lu Yao swiftly taught them several sets of signals representing different meanings. A long whistle indicated the discovery of enemy traces. 2 long whistles signaled a full-scale attack. A single short whistle commanded to remain stationary. 2 short whistles followed by 1 long indicated to maintain ranged spear throwing. Rapid consecutive short whistles represented the highest order of retreat for all members. Thus, a simple yet efficient battlefield communication system was established. He led the team consisting of Shi, Lin, Hua, and Feng, tirelessly crafting spears day and night. On the eve of the complete cessation of the wind and snow, 30 perfectly balanced, sharply pointed new spears stood neatly against the cave wall, exuding a chilling aura of murder. Mu Hong, under Lu Yao's guidance, practiced shield blocking repeatedly. He ceased to merely brace against Yu's wooden spears. Instead, he learned to rotate his wrist, utilizing the smooth curve of the ice shield to deflect the fierce force aside. Clang. With each collision, he progressed from initial clumsiness to barely managing to block 70% of Yu's attacks. Meanwhile, Lu Yao expended significant mental energy to cast a basic healing spell upon each tribe member. He alleviated the fatigue and hidden injuries accumulated from days of labor, restoring their bodies to peak condition. Lastly, he distributed the few remaining primitive bandages to Yu and Mu Hong, who would charge into the fray first. This was their final lifeline. After completing all these tasks, Lu Yao felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He did not rest. Grasping a spear, he approached the cave entrance, feeling the coldness converging at his fingertips. He discovered that he could imbue the icy energy of the freezing spell onto the spear tip, forming a thin layer of frost. This ice spear, upon striking an enemy, would unleash the accompanying chill, momentarily hindering the opponent's movements. However, each enchanting act would drain nearly 30% of his internal strength, an immense toll. This would be his ultimate trump card. Everything was prepared. 2 days later, the snowstorm ceased. The white tempest that had ravaged for nearly 10 days had exhausted its final breath. The first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds, casting its glow upon this world draped in silver. Atop the cave, amidst the cedar trees, a figure like a sculpture of ice and snow lay concealed in the highest treetop. It was Yu. She had vigilantly guarded throughout the entire night without rest. The sunlight brought illumination, yet it also heralded a deadly threat. Suddenly, Yu's pupils contracted sharply, her gaze fixated intently on the slope below, at the distant horizon's edge. There, a line of moving black dots emerged. They were coming. Without a moment's hesitation, she brought the bone whistle hanging at her chest to her lips. A sharp, urgent blast, imbued with extreme vigilance, shattered the morning tranquility. The enemy had been detected. Within the cave, at the instant the whistle sounded, everyone jolted awake from their respective states. Mu Hong seized the nearby ice shield and wooden spear, his imposing form blocking the entrance like a mountain. Shi, Lin, Hua, and the others each grasped 2 throwing spears. Their eyes fierce, muscles taut. The guard, he, darted towards the pile of damp pine branches, tightly clutching a piece of smoldering charcoal, her small face set with determination. Lu Yao leaped to the cave's mouth, peering through the narrow gap in the door. Before him were 4 emaciated figures struggling through the snow, 3 men and a woman. The leader, Lu Yao recognized immediately. It was Shui. Behind him trailed 3 similarly ragged, gaunt tribespeople. They bore no weapons, merely leaning on makeshift wooden staffs, laboriously maneuvering through the snow. 100 meters behind the 4 figures, several large snow wolves loitered leisurely. They did not attack, maintaining a safe distance, their green eyes glimmering with a cruel yet patient light, as if toying with their soon-to-be meal, waiting for their prey to exhaust its last vestiges of strength. At that moment, Shui finally spotted the cave obscured by rocks and withered vines on the slope. He froze for a moment, then his frostbitten face contorted, erupting into a frenzied ecstasy, as if he had survived a catastrophe. There, right there. With all his might, he shouted to his companions, his voice transformed by excitement. "We have arrived. There is hope." Like a shot of adrenaline, his words invigorated the three companions. They raised their heads, and upon seeing the inconspicuous cave entrance glimmering in the sunlight, their dull eyes instantly ignited with a spark of life. The four individuals, no longer sparing their waning strength, rushed towards the cave entrance with a frantic fervor, rolling and crawling in their haste. Among them, one man, weakened to the brink, faltered and collapsed into the snow, sending flurries flying. He struggled momentarily, but could not rise. In an instant, Shui returned, hoisting him from the ground and draping him over his shoulder, continuing to stagger forward. This was an act of surrender. Shui carried with him a comrade who dared defy their tribe, risking pursuit by their chieftain and the threat of beasts, seeking refuge. It was a declaration of allegiance. Chapter 45. The Test of Trust. Mu Hong, with a physique as formidable as an iron tower, stood resolutely in front of Lu Yao. His muscular arms taut, veins bulging, poised with a spear aimed directly at the cave's entrance. A primal growl rumbled from his throat, his gaze fierce. "Do not move." The quartet of Shi, Lin, Hua, and Feng had also assumed combat stances, muscles tensed, the glint of their spears mirroring the intensity in their eyes. The atmosphere at the cave's mouth was palpably charged. "Wait." A steady hand pressed down on Mu Hong's poised arm. Lu Yao's voice, calm yet imbued with a soothing authority, resonated. His gaze pierced through the crack of the door, landing on the lead figure's frostbitten, ashen visage. The expression was a tapestry of extreme fatigue interwoven with exhilaration, a look that could not be feigned. Lu Yao deduced that at least this one, Shui, was genuinely here to surrender. "Lower your weapons." His command was brief and unequivocal. Mu Hong's muscles tensed in confusion, yet he quelled his surging battle spirit. Slowly lowering his arm, "Open the door." Shi hesitated, glancing at you. The female chieftain merely regarded Lu Yao's profile with an unwavering calm, her expression betraying no emotion. As if she had everything under control. She inclined her head slightly. Understanding her cue, Shi and Lin joined forces to shift the massive stone blocking the door, unfastening the heavy bolt. With a creak, the thick wooden door parted, creating a narrow opening. In the next moment, an overwhelming rush of warmth mingled with the savory aroma of roasting meat surged forth, as if a tangible force had collided with them. Shui, leading the charge, staggered as if he had struck an invisible, yet warm wall. His companions, a Mu, Jinzi, and a frail girl named Xiaoya, frozen in place, were like drowning souls clutching at a lifeline, desperately flaring their nostrils to greedily inhale this scent that seemed to exist only in dreams. Then, they beheld the scene within the cave. The bright flicker of the bonfire cast a warm glow throughout the spacious cavern. On the fire, a massive cut of meat sizzled, exuding an intoxicating aroma that drove one to madness. In the corners of the cave, firewood and hay were neatly stacked, while the stone walls displayed rows of cured meats and weapons. This place was clean, warm, and abundant. It was a paradise. The cavern, cold and damp, reeking of despair and the stench of decay, stood in stark contrast to the world beyond. Thud! Snow could no longer bear the weight of his body and collapsed heavily onto the frigid ground. Immediately, the three companions behind him knelt in unison. This overwhelming assault on their senses shattered their taut nerves completely. They remained silent, burying their heads deep in the snow, their shoulders trembling violently. Lu Yao did not urge them. He simply observed quietly. This profound shock spoke volumes beyond mere words. At that moment, Yu, who had been silent, did not focus on the roasted meat before her. Her gaze sliced through the unfamiliar faces like an ice pick, precisely capturing a detail. Snow, Mu, and Jinzi were all fixated on the roasting meat, their eyes betraying an unmasked, primal hunger. Yet, the girl named Xiaoya was different. The instant she knelt, her eyes lingered on the meat for but a moment before swiftly darting away, scanning the depths of the cave. Her gaze accurately assessed the cave's structure, the entrance to a side chamber, the number of weapons, and ultimately settled upon Lu Yao. Her movements were rapid, concealed beneath a veil of anxiety. Yet they did not escape Yu's keen observation. Yu's expression remained impassive as she averted her gaze. "Let them in. It is cold outside." Lu Yao's voice shattered the silence. The four of them nearly tumbled into the cave, and as the warm air enveloped them, they felt an overwhelming comfort that nearly prompted them to moan with relief. He handed them several pieces of warm roasted meat. In an instant, they transformed into ravenous beasts, devouring the steaming morsels and hot water, seemingly oblivious to the scalding heat. It was only after a substantial piece of meat settled in their stomachs that the overwhelming sensation of fullness began to temper their frayed nerves. Snow set down the cleanly gnawed bones, his face flushed with excitement, and turned to Lu Yao, his voice trembling with tension. "Lord Lu Yao," he uttered, unsure of how to address him, resorting to the most primitive form of reverence. "The scar-faced man has gone mad." A flash of dread crossed Snow's eyes. "He believed my fabricated tale. I claimed there were 18 men and 3 empowered beings here, yet he showed no fear. He incited all his kin, declaring that as soon as the snow ceased, he would lead everyone to storm in and seize everything we possess." This revelation darkened the expressions of Mu Hong and the others instantaneously. They would come at us in mass. A relentless battle to the death. Snow inhaled deeply, releasing an even more dire revelation. The scar-faced man's power is bloodthirsty. Once he is injured and tastes blood, his strength and speed will surge manifold. Moreover, he will lose all sense of pain, becoming a mindless beast that will relentlessly attack until it either tears its enemies apart or bleeds out completely. Bloodthirsty? A flicker of gravity passed through Lu Yao's eyes. It was a classic berserker ability, extremely troublesome indeed. This signifies that Scarface must never be allowed to suffer injury or bleed easily. If blood is to be shed, it must be with a single lethal strike. Understood. Lu Yao nodded, his calm demeanor swiftly stabilizing the previously agitated tribesmen. He turned to the 3 individuals behind Shui and inquired gently, "What are your names?" "I am Amu. I am Jinzi. I am Xiaoya." The girl's voice was as faint as a whisper, her gaze cast downward, reluctant to meet anyone's eyes. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the 3 faces before seemingly casually posing a question. "Shui mentioned that 3 years ago, your tribe fought a brutal battle over a water source. Is that correct?" This detail had been mentioned inadvertently during the interrogation. Amu nodded immediately, his face a canvas of sorrow and anger. "Yes. 7 brothers died for that wretched water source. My father perished in that battle, and the following year, the water source dried up." Jinzi gritted his teeth in agreement. Scarface revels in such acts. He cares nothing for our lives. The reactions and statements of the 2 aligned perfectly with Shui's account, their emotions betraying no falsehood. Lu Yao's gaze ultimately settled on Xiaoya. "And you, Xiaoya, do you remember?" The girl visibly stiffened, burying her head lower, her hands twisting the tattered edges of her animal skin garment until her knuckles turned white. I was still young then. I cannot recall clearly." Her reply was vague, her eyes flitting away, utterly unwilling to make eye contact with anyone. The atmosphere within the cave shifted imperceptibly. Lu Yao called Shui aside to the other side of the cave. "There is something amiss with that girl, Xiaoya," he stated matter-of-factly. Shui was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "What? How could that be? Xiaoya is very kind, exceptionally timid. She hardly speaks loudly. If she hadn't been unbearably hungry, she would never have dared to come out with me." Lu Yao shook his head, his profound gaze fixed intently on Shui. Timidity and a reluctance to speak do not equate to kindness. Kindness does not guarantee intelligence. He then rephrased his inquiry. "Shui, let me ask you this. If Scarface were to arrive with 20 warriors while the 4 of you were inside the cave, coordinating from within, what would transpire?" Shui's face drained of color. "The men would be slaughtered, and the women would be taken as spoils. Everything here would be plundered, transforming into a realm of bloodshed and terror." "I understand." Shui's lips were parched, and his gaze toward Xiaoya had grown exceedingly complex. Lu Yao patted his shoulder. "Shui, I trust you 7 parts. However, behind me lies the fate of the entire tribe. I cannot wager their lives for the remaining 3 parts." His tone was measured. "Therefore, for the time being, the 4 of you will need to be accommodated in the adjacent chamber. Rest assured, I will ensure that food and water are provided regularly, so you will not suffer from hunger. When you may emerge, I shall determine." Snow gazed intently at Lu Yao. In the depths of his opponent's eyes, he discerned no trace of murderous intent. Instead, he perceived a profound and unwavering calmness that spoke of an absolute responsibility towards the entire tribe. He understood. This was a trial that must be endured prior to the establishment of trust. Snow nodded heavily. "Very well, I shall heed your arrangements, my lord." Lu Yao then instructed Mu Hong to escort the 4 of them into the independent side chamber closest to the cave entrance. Amidst the complex gazes of Snow and his companions, Lu Yao and Mu Hong brought forth a heavy wooden board, sealing the side chamber's entrance with meticulous precision. A resounding thud echoed through the quiet cave as the ponderous bolt was drawn down, marking the division of two worlds, and also the separation of trust that had yet to be fully forged. Chapter 46. The last to escape. Mu Hong's robust form cast a formidable shadow in the flickering firelight as he approached Lu Yao. His voice tinged with an uncontainable irritation. What shall we do? Over 20 individuals, including a monster with a scarred face, 8 against 20. Even with this bull, we are merely 9. Engaging in direct combat would be tantamount to throwing eggs against stones. Despite their superior equipment, with throwing spears and shields, once embroiled in chaos, casualties would be inevitable. This fragile tribe could not withstand yet another loss. Yu meticulously polished her bone dagger, her icy countenance revealing no emotion, merely stating in a subdued tone, "Leave that chieftain to me." Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering confidence. Lu Yao nodded in acknowledgement. He trusted in Yu's capabilities. Yet, that alone was insufficient. What he sought was a victory that incurred minimal losses while maximizing gains. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the cedar forest he had strategically arranged. The snares constituted the first line of defense. The throwing spears served as mid-range firepower. The ice shields provided close combat assurance. However, these were merely tools. His greatest advantages over the primitive people of this era were never strength or physique, but knowledge and strategy. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the side chamber, sealed off by wooden boards. Within lay 4 defectors, and also the key to breaking the impasse. You seemed to sense his thoughts as she approached. Her voice lowered significantly. The girl named Xiaoya poses a problem. Lu Yao met her sharp, hawk-like gaze and acknowledged, "I am aware." Rising to his feet, Lu Yao commanded Mu Hong, "Bring out Snow, Amu, and Jinzi. Leave Xiaoya inside." Mu Hong paused momentarily, yet refrained from questioning further, promptly moving to shift the wooden board and summon the 3 men out. As the boards were sealed once more, unease was etched across the faces of Snow, Amu, and Jinzi. Lu Yao regarded them, the firelight casting his visage in flickering shadows. He did not beat around the bush. "Your companion, Xiaoya, is likely an insider sent by the Scarface." The statement reverberated through the minds of the 3 like a thunderclap. "Impossible." Amu was the first to exclaim, his face a canvas of disbelief. How could Xiaoya possibly be that? Jinji shook her head repeatedly, unable to accept that the typically gentle and fragile girl could be a spy for the enemy. Lu Yao did not engage in their argument. His voice remained calm, yet bore an unyielding weight of authority. "Any questions I pose henceforth must be answered truthfully. Otherwise, you are not aiding her, but condemning her to death." The 3 gazed into Lu Yao's unfathomable eyes, a shiver coursing through them. They understood that this man was not jesting. I inquired, "Who does Xiaoya associate with most closely within the tribe?" Shui strained to recall, stammering, "Except for the 3 of us, Xiaoya has a good friend named Yu." "Yu?" Lu Yao seized upon this unfamiliar name. Shui's expression grew peculiar. "Yu has always been the woman of Scarface." The air within the cave thickened instantaneously. They share a strong bond. Xiaoya often seeks you out for conversation. Lu Yao pressed further. "So, does the woman named Yu have feelings for Scarface?" This question left the 3 exchanging glances. Amu hesitated but finally spoke. "We don't know if she likes him. But we all know that Scarface is brutal towards the women of the tribe and harbors deep suspicions. Yu often bears injuries. Coercion? Or perhaps some more complex exchange of interests." Lu Yao chose not to delve deeper into this matter, shifting his focus. "Was your escape smooth? Did anyone obstruct you?" Shui nodded immediately. "I was sent out to scout. No one would hinder me." Amu continued. "The 3 of us took advantage of the darkness, using the pretext of needing to relieve ourselves, and then we regrouped at the designated spot." Lu Yao fell into contemplation. Beside him, Yu narrowed her elongated eyes slightly and suddenly spoke. Her voice was frigid, like ice. "So, you 4 left one by one?" The 3 instinctively nodded in agreement. "Yes. To avoid detection, we acted separately, perhaps with less than 10 minutes between each departure." Yu's gaze fixated intensely on Shui's face. She posed the pivotal question. "Then, which order did Xiaoya leave in?" Shui was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, the color draining from his face at a visible rate. His lips moved, but his throat felt as though it were obstructed, rendering him voiceless. Beside him, Amu and Jinji quickly grasped the implications, their faces paling to match Shui's. Indeed, the 3 of them were the first to flee. Xiaoya was the last to emerge. Lu Yao and Yu exchanged a knowing glance. A brutal and suspicious chieftain would permit such a clumsy escape plan to unfold seamlessly? The answer is self-evident. In the dimly lit side chamber, Xiaoya curled up in a corner. Upon hearing the sound of the wooden board being shifted at the cave entrance, her body tensed noticeably. She lifted her gaze to see Lu Yao entering, and he was alone. The board was closed behind them, severing all connection to the outside world. Xiaoya watched him cautiously. The timidity and panic that once filled her eyes had vanished, replaced by a fierce vigilance and ferocity characteristic of a cornered beast. She had shed her pretense. Lu Yao regarded her, his voice steady as if discussing the weather. What benefit has the scar-faced man conferred upon you? Chapter 47. Regardless of victory or defeat, she would meet her demise. The wooden board of the side chamber was closed, completely isolating the light and warmth from the main cavern. The cold and darkness enveloped this confined space instantaneously. Xiaoya scrutinized Lu Yao, her earlier timidity and distress having dissipated, leaving only the ferocity of a trapped beast. She was no longer pretending. Lu Yao appraised her, his tone as calm as before. What benefit has the scar-faced man conferred upon you? Xiaoya's lips curled into a cold arc, her voice hoarse and laced with self-mockery. Benefit? Do you believe in a place like ours, aside from the mere act of breathing? There exists any benefit? She attempted to adopt a hardened demeanor in hopes of securing some invisible leverage for herself. Lu Yao did not display anger. He merely shifted to a more comfortable stance, leaning against the cold stone wall, his voice devoid of any tumult. Shui, Amu, and Jean are outside. They know what you have done. A barely perceptible tremor coursed through Xiaoya's body. Lu Yao continued, his words deliberate and piercing. Do you perceive the way they look at you? It is not anger, it is sorrow. They cannot fathom why the one they risked everything to rescue would betray them from behind. You have trampled upon the trust they gambled their lives to bestow upon you. Do you believe that if you walk out now, they will still recognize you? You cannot return. You know precisely what the scar-faced man is. He regards you as nothing more than a dog. You cannot return to Shui and the others. Now, no one wants you. Lu Yao's voice was soft, yet carried an icy chill. With just a few words, he had severed all her avenues of retreat. Xiaoya could no longer maintain her facade. The hardened exterior she had constructed shattered, and she curled up, hugging her knees, her sobs escalating from stifled cries to uncontrollable breakdowns. It's not me. It's not what I wanted. Her voice was saturated with despair. My brother is still in his hands. Lu Yao's gaze shifted slightly. So it was true. Using coercion from one's closest kin is far more aligned with the suspicious and brutal nature of the scarred face than winning hearts through bribery. Xiaoya lifted her head, tears mingling with dirt, carving two deep furrows down her face. My brother is ill, burning with fever. The scarred face one tea let me eat. He said as long as I obey him and infiltrate your ranks, he will provide meat for my brother. I have no choice. I truly have no choice, she sobbed, her heart shattered. In this era where lives are valued less than grass, a morsel of meat equates to a life. Lu Yao paused for a moment, then continued his questioning. So, he sent you merely to gather intelligence? Xiaoya's cries ceased, fear flickering in her eyes. He fears death too. I heard there are 18 of you, and a formidable bull. He himself is wavering. He ordered me to blend in. Memorize everything here, and then wait for an opportunity to slip back and report on your defenses. When you are all in deep slumber, he will lead an assault under the cover of night. It was not a particularly clever scheme. Yet now, all the details of this plan lay bare before Lu Yao. If he lacks certainty, why attack here? Lu Yao squinted. This is illogical. It seemed he had intentions for her. Xiaoya's gaze timidly drifted toward the entrance of the cave. Unbeknownst to her, you had quietly stood there, his silhouette outlined by the flickering firelight. Both Lu Yao and you were taken aback. It was apparent that desire had clouded his judgment. Observing the broken girl before him, Lu Yao swiftly reached a resolution. He crouched down, bringing his gaze level with hers. I can save your brother. Xiaoya suddenly looked up, disbelief written all over her tear-streaked face. What did you say? I said, I can cure his illness and ensure he lives. There was an undeniable strength in Lu Yao's voice. My powers extend beyond fire. He extended his hand. However, you must do something for me. A task that will secure the survival of both you and your brother. As Lu Yao and Xiaoya emerged from the side room, all eyes immediately converged upon them. Shui, Amu, and Jin Zi exhibited a complex mix of emotions, anger, disappointment, and a hint of unmasked pity. Mu Hong stepped forward. His fists clenched, joints cracking slightly. Xiaoya shuddered at the commotion, instinctively shrinking behind Lu Yao. "Everyone, stay still." Lu Yao's voice, though not loud, silenced all unrest. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Shue's face. "I am fully aware of the Scarred Face's plan. From this moment on, Xiaoya is one of us." Those words stunned everyone into silence. Mu Hong grew anxious. "Lu Yao, she is being coerced." Lu Yao interrupted him. "Her family is in the hands of the Scarred Face." The anger on Shue and the others' faces faded instantly, giving way to understanding and compassion. They are all too familiar with the methods of the Scarred Face. "Now, listen to my plan." Lu Yao's gaze sharpened. "We have but one enemy, Scarred Face. Once he is dead, the rest are merely a rabble, starved and frantic." His eyes turned toward Xiaoya, his voice chilling and clear. "Xiaoya, I will allow you to return. Inform him that the defenses here are weak, that a few individuals could easily breach the wooden door. At night, only one or two are half asleep on patrol, while the others are in deep slumber." Yet, he did not mention the most perilous patch of cedar forest. Xiaoya's body trembled. She understood that each lie she uttered would steer Scarred Face towards his demise. Lu Yao saw through her hesitation, his voice devoid of warmth. "Of course, you could return and speak the truth. But before we perish, I will eliminate them first." Lu Yao's fingers slowly lifted, pointing towards the snow, the gold, and Amu. Those three faces, once so familiar, now bore expressions of terror and plea. Xiaoya's pupils constricted suddenly. He was using the lives of her beloved companions to coerce her into betraying the one who held her brother's life in his grasp. No matter her choice, her hands were destined to be stained with blood. Xiaoya's lips lost all color as she finally comprehended that she had never had a choice from the very beginning. She forced out those two words through clenched teeth. You stood silently beside her, watching as Lu Yao orchestrated everything, the light in her elongated eyes flickering unpredictably. She approached Lu Yao and whispered in a tone only they could hear. "Are we truly letting her go? If we emerge victorious, what will become of this girl?" The smile faded from Lu Yao's face, leaving only indifference. His gaze drifted beyond the flickering campfire within the cave, peering into the profound darkness outside. Regardless of victory or defeat, she would meet her end. Yu's breath caught for a moment. Lu Yao's voice continued, flat and devoid of emotion. "If we win, Scarred Face will die at our hands, and his tribe will believe Xiaoya betrayed him. She and her brother will not survive. If we lose, we all perish. And she, of course, will not live either. From the moment she chose to be a traitor, her fate was sealed. It is not us who will kill her. It is Scarred Face, and it is herself." Chapter 48. The Spear Thrower, Strength, 11. Xiaoya's slender figure was soon engulfed by the wind and snow, vanishing from sight. Inside the cave, an eerie silence settled. The impending battle loomed like an invisible boulder, pressing upon the hearts of all. Mu Hong paced restlessly, his grip on the spear tightening until his knuckles turned white. Yet, Lu Yao's gaze swept across the neatly arranged spears upon the cave wall. Weapons, still too feeble. Merely relying on brute strength for throwing renders both range and penetration exceedingly limited. Once the enemy closes in, one is forced into the most brutal and savage melee combat. A result he cannot accept. Since yesterday, Lu Yao's gaze has repeatedly swept over the illustrations in his mind, and at last, a primitive yet efficient instrument of warfare materialized with clarity. He shattered the silence. "We still have time." Lu Yao's voice captured everyone's attention. "Before they arrive, we can create something, a new weapon that will amplify the power of the spear several-fold." He extracted a straight wooden stick, as thick as an arm, from the pile of firewood, and seized a resilient vine. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lu Yao took the wooden stick and, with a sharp stone axe, carved a shallow groove at one end. The size of the groove was just enough to securely hold the tail of the spear. He then bound one end of the vine to the front of the stick and wrapped the other end around his wrist several times, forming a rudimentary wristband. Thus, a peculiar, seemingly inconspicuous, and even somewhat ludicrous tool was born. Mu Hong scratched his head in confusion. "Lu Yao, what is this?" "A spear thrower." Lu Yao offered no further explanation, for the most direct demonstration speaks louder than 1,000 words. He instructed the crowd to step back, then walked to the center of the cave, taking a spear identical to the previous one, and securely placed its tail in the groove of the spear thrower. "Watch closely." With a flick of his wrist, his arm lashed forward like a whip. There was no earth-shattering spectacle. Instead, a sound pierced the air. sharper than before, a whistle that tore through the atmosphere. Whoosh! The spear seemed not to be thrown, but rather propelled by an invisible giant bow. It transformed into a nearly imperceptible black line in the air. In the next instant, thud! A terrifying sound erupted, akin to tough animal hide being torn apart in an instant. The crowd watched in awe as the spear effortlessly pierced through a thick wooden board used as a table against the cave wall. Wood chips flew. The spear, undeterred, struck the rock wall behind the board with a resounding crash. Clang! Sparks flew. The majority of the spear was firmly lodged in the crevice of the rock wall, leaving only the bare shaft, quivering wildly in the air, emitting a mournful buzzing sound. Everyone stood as if frozen in place, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the pierced wooden board and the trembling spear shaft. At that moment, a long-awaited sound erupted in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the illustration, Simple Spear Thrower. You have created a lever-based weapon, significantly enhancing the tribe's long-range striking capability. Reward received: 1 free attribute point. Skill upgrade: throwing level 1 to level 2. A warm current surged through Lu Yao's entire being. He sensed that his comprehension of throwing had ascended to an entirely new realm. The coordination of muscle power, the subtle tremor of his wrist, the meticulous calculation of angles, an array of information converged in his mind, manifesting as an almost instinctive intuition. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious point of attribute to strength. Ding! Allocation successful. Strength, 10 to 11. Boom! Lu Yao distinctly felt a surge of power within him, as if he had shattered an invisible and formidable barrier. His muscles, bones, and fascia resonated in jubilant harmony at that moment. If 10 points represented the limit of mortal flesh, then 11 points signified the dawn of the extraordinary. He slowly clenched his fist, the joints emitting a series of crisp cracks. An unprecedented sensation of overwhelming power, capable of commanding everything, filled his body and mind. Don't just stand there. Lu Yao's voice resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, awakening everyone around him. Before nightfall, we must ensure that everyone obtains this treasure. Meanwhile, in the cold and damp cave of the mountain wolf tribe, Xiaoya burst in, drenched in snowmelt and mud, her face marred by several cuts from branches, appearing utterly disheveled. Chief! As soon as she entered, she collapsed at the feet of the scarred-faced man, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. The man's fierce eyes were fixed upon her, filled with suspicion and scrutiny. Speak! What did you see? Xiaoya's body trembled violently, as if paralyzed by fear. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice tinged with the sobs of a survivor. Chief, I have returned, though I almost did not make it back. She recounted the premeditated lie, her tone steeped in terror. The cave's defenses were lax. There was only an old man dozing off at night, while the others slept soundly. Their wooden door, I examined it. It was quite flimsy, easily breached by a few people. And Xiaoya's voice faltered momentarily, a glimmer of insatiable greed flashing in her eyes, a gaze driven to the brink by hunger. Their cave is filled with meat, rows of cured meat hanging, and on the fire, they were roasting a large marmot. The aroma was unlike anything I have ever encountered, so enticing. Food. These 2 words seared into the hearts of everyone in the cave like a hot iron. Dozens of ravenous gazes instantly turned crimson. The sound of saliva being swallowed echoed throughout the cave. At last, it seemed Xiaoya recalled something, timidly glancing at the scarred face before quickly lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper. As I observed the snow, I spotted the 3 of them. They appeared to have genuinely found refuge and were feasting on meat. A sinister smirk flickered across the scarred face. Merely 3 useless beings. If they wished to act like dogs, so be it. He held no concern for their lives. His sole focus was on meat and women. The report from Xiaoya perfectly validated his most avaricious fantasies. He rose and surveyed the cave, taking in the distorted faces twisted by hunger. The storm outside had ceased. The scarred man bared his yellowed teeth, his voice echoing like a beast's roar. Do not sleep. Tonight, we shall act. We will reclaim the meat that belongs to us. Chapter 49. Dimensional Strike. Throw the spear. The snow had stopped, yet the chill intensified. The air sharp enough that each breath felt like swallowing shards of ice. Outside the cave of the mountain wolf tribe, over 20 dark figures silently gathered in the snow. Their faces bore no solemnity of impending battle, only an insatiable greed twisted to its extreme by hunger. Each individual's eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light. The gaze of famished wolves. Did you hear that? The scarred man lowered his voice, his words brimming with cruelty and excitement. The defenses are lax. Only an old man watches the door. Inside, there are mountains of meat. And women. He extended his tongue to moisten his cracked lips. His gaze fixed intently on the shadowy outline of the cave entrance not far away. There lay paradise. Charge. Break through that wooden barrier. Everything within belongs to us. With a suppressed growl, the scarred man was the first to surge out from behind the concealing rocks. Hell! The 20-odd tribesmen were instantly ignited with ferocity, emitting beastly howls as they brandished crude stone spears and wooden clubs, transforming into a filthy torrent, rushing toward their perceived paradise in a desperate charge. They could almost sense it, the warmth and aroma of meat wafting toward them as they burst from the cedar trees onto the open snowfield. Yet, at the very moment they emerged, a sharp, elongated whistle, entirely alien to human sound, pierced the stillness of the night. Whistle. This sound was an invisible command. The scarred man, at the forefront, felt a jolt of instinctive danger, a primal awareness that raised the hairs on his body. He instinctively halted. In the next heartbeat, directly in the path of their charge, from behind several massive rocks flanking the dark cave entrance, 8 figures silently rose. Leading them was Lu Yao. He bore no spear, only a crude wooden stick. Behind him stood Yu, Mu Hong, Shi, Lin, Hua, Feng, and he, each wielding a similar makeshift weapon. The tribesmen of the mountain wolf tribe were momentarily stunned. What was this? Using wooden sticks for combat? The mockery and confusion etched on their faces lasted barely a moment. For the 8 men on Lu Yao's side simultaneously executed a maneuver that was utterly beyond their comprehension. They affixed a slender spear to the end of their wooden staffs, then drew back their arms and swung with ferocity. Lu Yao's gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotion. His focus had long since zeroed in on the enemy closest to the scarred face at the forefront. Release. A single word echoed like the harbinger of death. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 spears, empowered by the terrifying mechanism of the spear thrower, were endowed with a force that transcended this era. They were no longer mere throwing weapons. Instead, they became deadly bolts launched from a massive crossbow. The air was torn asunder, emitting an unprecedented, teeth-aching shriek. That sound was the wail of hellish demons. 8 indistinguishable black lines traversed nearly 50 meters in an instant. The torrent of the charge collided violently with the dark lines of death. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 foremost tribesmen of the Mountain Wolf clan, their faces still alight with greed and excitement, had yet to comprehend what was hurtling toward them. They only felt an irresistible force strike their chests with brutal impact. The terrifying power rent their thin animal hides, piercing through their chests, and explosively creating a grotesque hole in their backs. They lowered their heads in dazed disbelief, staring at the spear shaft that had pierced through their chests. Still vibrating with a low hum, the immense force then propelled their bodies backward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 lifeless forms were firmly nailed to the snowy ground behind. Scalding blood instantaneously stained the pristine white snow. This gruesome, surreal spectacle, far beyond their comprehension, struck each member of the Mountain Wolf clan like an invisible hammer on their hearts. The entire charging line seemed to be ensnared in a spell, abruptly halting. Everyone stood in stunned silence. They stared blankly at the 3 impaled corpses, then glanced down at the ludicrous stone spears in their hands. Their maximum throwing distance barely exceeded 30 meters, while their opponents had unleashed a massacre from 50 meters away, employing a method they had never before encountered. How could they fight? This was not combat at all. It was execution. Scatter, scatter. Into the woods. The scarred face finally snapped out of his extreme shock, unleashing a hoarse roar. His eyes bulged, and his heart raced as if it might explode. He knew that he could not remain a target in the open. The remaining tribesmen, awakened from their stupor, emitted a terrified scream, losing all courage to charge, and turned to flee madly toward the only cover, the cedar forest behind them. Yet they were not running toward salvation. They were racing toward another layer of hell. A tribe member sprinting ahead suddenly found himself in midair, his feet having given way beneath him. With a brief gasp of surprise, he was ensnared by a concealed noose hidden beneath the snow, which tightened mercilessly around his ankle. An irresistible force surged from above. The resilient cedar tree, bent by the brute strength of Mu Hong, snapped back with ferocity in that instant. Whoosh! Ah! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the unfortunate soul was yanked upward, dangling helplessly in the air. The rapid pull sent bone-chilling cracks echoing through his body, rendering him a mere rag, wildly swaying in the void, utterly stripped of the will to resist. This anguished cry served as a signal. Ah! Help me! My leg! A cacophony of desperate screams erupted in the cedar forest, one after another, as fleeing tribe members fell victim to the cleverly disguised snares beneath the snow. One by one, they were hoisted aloft, dangling from the trees like futile prey. The scar-faced man, rushing into the woods, came to an abrupt halt. Horror etched across his face as he beheld this hellish spectacle. Traps. They were everywhere. He had been deceived. That wretched fiend. With a shrill blast, Lu Yao sounded the bone whistle once more. Short bursts were followed by a prolonged note, signaling the command to fire freely. Yu's gaze was icy and unwavering as she swiftly loaded a new spear into her launcher, her arm sweeping forward. Whoosh! The spear flew accurately towards an enemy thrashing in midair, suspended from a tree. Thud! The spear pierced through his back, emerging from his chest, killing him instantly. The battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. The morale of the mountain wolf tribe crumbled in the face of death and the chilling unknown. Demons. They are demons. Run for your lives. The few surviving tribe members, driven mad with fear, fled recklessly in the direction from which they had come. The scar-faced man watched this unfold. His eyes ablaze with rage, his body trembling, not from fear, but from an overwhelming fury. He whirled around, his fierce gaze locking on his Xiaoya, who lay paralyzed in the snow from terror not far away. Wretched girl. He let out a primal roar, lunging forward and seizing her delicate neck in his massive hand, lifting her into the air. On Xiaoya's face resided not a plea for mercy, but a grimace of liberation. Crack! The scar-faced man, disinterested in uttering another word, twisted with force. The sharp sound of her neck Brea, the scarred face, observed the few remaining tribesmen being precisely eliminated by Yu and Muhong, while he gazed at the distant young man, calm and indifferent in his command. He realized that if this continued, everyone would perish here. A surge of frenzied crimson flooded his vision. He no longer concealed himself, nor did he give orders. All his anger, resentment, greed, and desire transformed into primal bloodlust, fixating intently on two individuals, the man who had destroyed everything he held dear, Lu Yao, and the woman beside him, Yu, whose athletic grace ignited an overwhelming urge to possess her at first sight. With a deafening roar that echoed through the mountains and forests, the scarred face unleashed a violent cry. His muscles swelled visibly, veins bulging grotesquely beneath his skin, and he appeared to rise several inches in stature. His eyes were utterly consumed by bloodlust. The divine powers surged forth. He abandoned all his tribesmen, determined to force his way through relying solely on his own strength. To kill that man. To seize that woman. Chapter 50. You have no divine power. The roar was no longer human. It was the final blaze of life and reason ignited within a cornered beast. The scarred face's muscles twisted violently, tearing through his ragged beast hide, with thick, contorted veins causing his form to rise unnaturally. The rationality in his eyes was incinerated, leaving only the crimson madness of a predator yearning to consume flesh. The earth trembled beneath him. He relinquished all defense and forsook his tribesmen, charging like a crazed behemoth toward Lu Yao and Yu, intent on obliterating those who had ruined him. Yu's gaze instantly turned icy as she gripped her spear thrower, her body slightly lowering, an astonishing force emanating from her core, as if she intended to meet him head-on. Stay still. A steady hand pressed upon her shoulder. It was Lu Yao. His voice bore no trace of emotion, as if the approaching monster was merely a moving stone. Just a madman. At this distance, he was merely courting death. Lu Yao's gaze swept over Yu and Muhong, his orders crisp and chilling. We have 7 spears prepared specifically for him. I will use 2, Muhong will use 2, and you will use 3. The others, return to the cave and close the door. Sure, Lin. And the others showed no hesitation, immediately turning back to the cave, the heavy wooden door slamming shut behind them, leaving only a narrow crack through which to glimpse. On the battlefield, only the 3 of them remained, forming a deadly triangle. I'll go first. Muhong let out a beast-like growl, raising his spear thrower first. Facing the charging scarred face, he showed no fear, channeling all his strength into his arm, and striking fiercely. Whoosh! The spear cut through the air with tremendous force. Mu Hong ultimately lacked precision. The spear failed to strike true, instead piercing the left arm of the scarred face with a resounding thud. The terrifying force penetrated his rock-like muscle, erupting into a spray of crimson. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Yet the scarred man's charge showed no sign of faltering. On the contrary, the scent of blood ignited the flames of his fury. A primal roar erupted from his throat, more beast than human, as his bloodlust surged to its peak. His skin flushed an unnatural crimson. Muscles swelling once more, the blood streaming from his wounds became his fuel, propelling his already astounding speed to unprecedented heights. He grew swifter and stronger. At that moment, a second dark line sliced through the air. It was you. Her movements, though less earth-shattering than Mu Hong's, exuded a deadly elegance and precision. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the spear-throwing apparatus danced effortlessly in her grasp. Thwack! This spear struck true, piercing the scarred man's right chest. The immense force halting his forward momentum abruptly. Yet, it was merely a momentary pause. The frenzied scarred man had completely lost his sense of pain. He glanced down at the two spears embedded in his chest and arm, a grotesque grin stretching across his face. Undeterred, he continued his relentless charge. The trembling spear shafts made him appear as if he had risen from the depths of hell. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on the faces of Yu and Mu Hong. What manner of monster was this? The scarred man was now less than 30 meters away from them. Lu Yao, who had remained silent until now, finally moved. He did not rush into action. Instead, he waited. He awaited the moment the scarred man entered his absolute confidence range. He patiently bided his time for the opportunity to strike, to deliver a lethal blow. Now was the moment. Lu Yao's eyes narrowed slightly as all data within his sight coalesced into a singular, straight trajectory. The endpoint was the center of the scarred man's brow. He swung his arm. Whoosh! The sound sliced through the air. Sharper and more piercing than any before, a clarion call of death. A concentrated beam of black light tore through the night sky. The scarred man, propelled forward, felt his blood-red eyes widen in horror. The shadow of death loomed over him. He attempted to evade, but it was too swift. The black light closed the final distance, striking precisely at the center of his brow. Thud! The sound of piercing was deafeningly profound. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The madness and savagery on the scarred man's face instantly solidified. His immense forward momentum was abruptly seized by a force far more terrifying. In an instant, he was as if struck by a battering ram. His feet lifted from the ground, and he was sent hurtling backward. Crash! He was mercilessly impaled by the spear, pinned to the snowy ground several meters away. The shaft protruded from the back of his head, embedded in the frozen earth, leaving only a portion trembling in the air. The battle had concluded. Yu and Mu Hong exhaled deeply as they gazed upon the lifeless body. Just as Mu Hong was about to advance, Lu Yao's voice echoed again, cold and cautious. He stepped forward, retrieving the remaining spears from Yu and Mu Hong without concern for waste. His only fear was the possibility, should this creature not be completely vanquished. A final desperate counterattack would be the most foolish of losses. With an impassive expression, Lu Yao thrust two more spears into the lifeless form. One pierced precisely into the abdomen of the scarred-faced leader, while the other once again penetrated the heart that had long ceased to beat. 3 spears ensured he was thoroughly anchored to the earth. Behind the crevice of the cave entrance, Shui, Amu, and Jinzi witnessed everything with clarity. They trembled, not from the cold, but from a profound sense of dread and reverence emanating from the depths of their souls. This was an undeniable and overwhelming domination. The formidable scarred-faced chieftain, who had instilled despair within them, was easily dispatched to the ground as if hunting a wild boar. Thanks to the efforts of 3 individuals and their spears, the man named Lu Yao was indeed terrifyingly powerful. In that moment, the last remnants of their doubts about joining the tribe dissipated entirely. Lu Yao and his companions approached the corpse of the scarred leader, who was still clinging to life, gasping for breath with diminishing vitality. Lu Yao mused inwardly that the so-called divine power ultimately succumbed to the fate of slaughter when faced with weaponry and tactics that transcended eras. Technology was the foremost productive force. The scarred leader emitted a rasping sound from his throat, laboriously lifting his head to fix his fading bloodshot eyes upon Lu Yao. Suddenly, he smiled. In that smile, anger had vanished, replaced by an eerie mockery. Cough, cough. This time I've met my end, he spluttered. Blood and internal fragments spilling from his mouth. But you won't last long either. Lu Yao's gaze remained indifferent. That is not for you to worry about. Do you know why I have come? The scarred leader's gaze swept over you and Mu Hong before returning to Lu Yao. His eyes glinting as if regarding two morsels ready to be devoured. Shui and Xiaoyu mentioned that you possess 3 empowered beings. If I consume your flesh and blood, my divine power will ascend. Divine power ascension. Lu Yao, you, and Mu Hong exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. This information was invaluable. The scarred leader's smile grew more pronounced, infused with malicious intent as he cast a final scrutinizing glance at Lu Yao, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Then, with the last vestige of his strength, he uttered a phrase that rendered the entire snowy night utterly frozen. Yet both of them had deceived me. His gaze was fixed intently upon Lu Yao's face, his voice hoarse yet resolute. You bear no trace of divine power. Chapter 51. The Fall of the Scarred Face. The Victor's Choice. The scarred man's voice was raspy and unwavering. You bear no trace of divine power. At the moment the words left his lips, his head tilted, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes was extinguished completely. Mu Hong and Yu's pupils contracted slightly. Mu Hong paused for an instant, then let out a disdainful scoff. Nonsense. He kicked the scarred man's lifeless body and spat. If Lu Yao lacked divine power, we would have long been reduced to wolf dung. Mu Hong's words resonated with conviction. Yu nodded slightly, retracting his gaze. Indeed, if Lu Yao possessed no divine power, then what was the flame that emerged from thin air? What was the verdant glow that healed wounds? Lu Yao offered no explanation. Yet, within his heart, a ripple of unease stirred. No trace of divine power. How could the adversary perceive this? Did divine powers truly bear some form of scent-like signature? Moreover, from the scarred man's words, Lu Yao realized that divine power might indeed be detectable and even devourable. At that moment, in the distance among the cedar trees, the surviving members of the mountain wolf tribe had completely crumbled. The chieftain was dead, impaled to the ground by 3 individuals in a manner they could scarcely comprehend, akin to nailing a wild beast. All greed, desire, and courage transformed into the purest form of fear in that instant. The chieftain was dead. Run. It's a demon. Unbeknownst to whom the first desperate wail belonged, the remaining 7 or 8 adversaries instantly scattered like birds, no longer concerned with formation, frantically turning to flee deeper into the darkness of the forest. They merely wished to distance themselves from this hell, further and further away. A fierce glint flashed in Mu Hong's eyes as he grasped his spear-throwing device, ready to pursue. Do not chase. Lu Yao's voice resonated just in time. Do not pursue a desperate foe. His gaze swept over the fleeing figures, issuing his final command. Capture them alive. Find those who lag behind or are injured. It was effortless to eliminate them, but for a tribe just beginning its journey, every captive represented invaluable labor. Understood. Mu Hong instantly grasped the intent, letting out a furious roar as he charged out of the cave with Shi, Lin, and the others. With minimal effort, they easily subdued several slow-moving or slightly injured enemies, binding them securely with vines. The battle had conclusively ended. The snow-covered ground before the cave lay in disarray, strewn with corpses, blood, and shattered weapons, transforming this serene snowy expanse into a veritable battlefield. Lu Yao did not approach the captives. Instead, he hastened to the side of Yu, the female chieftain. Her left shoulder bore a wound, an arrow's incision still seeping blood, a mark of her pursuit of the fleeing enemy, who had retaliated in their final moments. Do not move, Lu Yao's voice rumbled softly. He extended his right hand, positioning it above Yu's injury. Yu felt an imperceptible stiffness seize her body. She could distinctly sense the warmth of his palm, separated from her cold skin by a mere whisper of distance. A strange, tingling sensation emanated from her shoulder, compelling her to instinctively withdraw, yet she remained still. In the next instant, a vibrant green light cascaded forth from Lu Yao's palm. Within mere breaths, the wound had scabbed over and fallen away, revealing a patch of tender, fresh skin beneath. Yu gazed closely at Lu Yao, who was intently channeling his divine power. In the flickering firelight, his chiseled profile exuded a profound calm, and his deep-set eyes mirrored the verdant glow. Yu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. At that moment, a triumphant anthem resounded in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for for leading the tribe to a flawless victory in your first external war without any casualties. You have protected your kin and demonstrated exceptional leadership. Unlocked new skill. Basic Intimidation LV1. Basic Intimidation LV1. Your words, actions, demeanor, and even a single glance will impose a psychological suppression on other beings, making it easier for them to feel subservient or fearful toward you. Reward acquired. 3 free attribute points. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lu Yao's heart. This was the most significant gain from the war. Without hesitation, he directed all 3 precious attribute points into spirit. This was not due to a lack of desire to allocate them elsewhere, but rather because his strength, agility, and constitution had all reached 10 and were temporarily locked. Ding. Allocation successful. Spirit. 47. A refreshing aura surged forth from the depths of his consciousness. Lu Yao felt as though the entire world had become clearer, more transparent in his eyes. The fatigue from casting the healing spell dissipated, restoring his mental state to its peak. He withdrew his hand and looked at you. All done. You instinctively touched her shoulder, now as smooth as ever, and glanced up at Lu Yao. Ultimately, she merely pressed her lips together and offered a soft acknowledgement before turning away, choosing not to meet his gaze again. Yet, the faint flush at her ears flickered in the firelight, barely visible. Outside the cave, when Shui, Amu, and Jinzi emerged from the side chamber at Lu Yao's signal, they were met with a scene of carnage. The ground littered with corpses, the scarred face of a slain enemy nailed down, and their fellow tribesmen, bound and trembling in the snow. Meanwhile, Lu Yao's side remained unscathed, with all 8 of his companions untouched. The 3 individuals, Snow, Amu, and Jinzi, stood in a stupor, gazing at the young man whose tall figure loomed beside the flickering flames. A tumult of emotions, fear, reverence, and relief, intertwined within them, ultimately culminating in profound submission. Thud. Snow was the first to kneel, her forehead striking the cold, hard snow with a heavy thump. Amu and Jinzi followed suit, prostrating themselves before Lu Yao with the utmost sincerity. They finally comprehended that their allegiance was not merely to a more formidable tribe, but to an individual wielding powers beyond their comprehension. Lu Yao's gaze swept over them, and he could distinctly sense the tremors coursing through their bodies intensifying as his eyes fell upon them. This was the power of primary deterrence. Not far off, from the heap of captives, came a muffled sob. It was Amu's companion, who had just witnessed the lifeless body of his beloved brother, cold and sprawled in a pool of blood. He had been slain in the chaos, a casualty of their own fleeing kin. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's brother, Xiaoyan, stood among the captives, staring vacantly at Lu Yao. Lu Yao's expression remained inscrutable. War has never been a game of chance. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, where victory and death intermingled, an incongruous voice unexpectedly broke the silence. A captured woman suddenly lifted her head. Though her face bore bruises and her lips were stained with blood, her eyes radiated an unsettling calm, devoid of any sorrow or fear typical of a vanquished foe. She met Lu Yao's gaze unwaveringly and spoke coldly. I am you. Now that Scarface is dead, what do you intend to do with this tribe? Chapter 52. Tribal Expansion. Acquiring the skill of bloodlust. Yu's voice rang clear, slicing through the crackling of the flames. The air inside and outside the cave tightened again with her words. The recently bound captives froze momentarily, raising their heads with a mixture of confusion and a flicker of lingering hope, directing their gaze toward the man who held their fate in his hands. Snow, Amu, and Jinzi were so tense that their breaths seemed to halt. Mu Hong furrowed his brow, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the spear thrower tightly. Yet, Lu Yao did not look at her. He had no intention of addressing her inquiry. The victor never explains himself to the vanquished. His calm gaze traversed the faces, some filled with fear, others numb, finally resting upon a man slumped in the cave, unconscious. The man's calf was impaled by a spear, the wound a grotesque mess, frozen in dark red amidst the biting cold. His life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Mu Hong, Lu Yao's voice shattered the tension. Bring him to the fire. Mu Hong's large hand grasped the man's arm, dragging him toward the crackling bonfire like a discarded sack. Amidst the uncertain gazes of the onlookers, Lu Yao approached the dying captive with measured steps and knelt before him. He placed one hand upon the grotesque wound. Then, a radiant emerald light emanated from his palm. This illumination did not arise from thin air. Rather, It seeped forth from beneath his skin, gentle yet imbued with an indescribable, fierce vitality that instantaneously dispelled the chill surrounding the campfire. The captives, including the previously composed Yu who had been questioning him, froze in astonishment. Their pupils constricted violently. Their mouths opened in unconscious disbelief, and a dry rasp emerged from their throats, rendering them mute. A miracle. This was the sole term within their impoverished understanding that could elucidate the scene before them. In their world, such grievous injuries culminated only in infection, decay, and demise amidst endless suffering. But what were they witnessing now? Under the embrace of the verdant glow, the contorted flesh and shattered bones began to writhe, coalesce, and heal at a pace that utterly subverted their worldview. The bleeding ceased. The swelling receded. In the span of mere breaths, the gruesome wound transformed into a faint pink scar. As the light dissipated, Lu Yao withdrew his hand and retrieved a small wooden bowl from his garment, which contained a dark medicinal paste mixed with violet flowers, prepared in advance. He scooped some with his fingers and evenly applied it to the scar, then took a charred piece of bark and carefully bandaged the wound, akin to a dressing, to prevent infection and facilitate a swifter recovery. He gently explained to the still unconscious man. The healed man's eyelids fluttered, and he gradually regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes in bewilderment, he was not met with excruciating pain, but rather a warm, comforting sensation emanating from his leg. Struggling to sit up, he looked down at his calf. The wound had vanished, replaced by the neatly wrapped black bark. Stunned, he gazed up at the young man who had bestowed upon him this miracle. Confusion, astonishment, and ultimately, all emotions collapsed into profound awe and fervor. With a thud, he prostrated himself, pressing his forehead firmly into the snow at Lu Yao's feet, his body trembling with excitement. Lu Yao rose to his feet. He surveyed the kneeling captives before him, his gaze sweeping over each individual. The power of basic intimidation descended with the weight of an invisible mountain upon their hearts. His voice, though not loud, pierced clearly into the ears of everyone present. The war has ended. The instigator of this conflict was the greed and brutality of the scar-faced man, not you. We are all victims alike. Each word he uttered was cold yet crystalline. Indeed, now, you are the ones I have liberated from his tyranny. Liberators? These 3 words reverberated in the minds of all the captives. Lu Yao did not grant them a moment to ponder. He turned aside and gestured towards the silent, yet agile Yu beside him. She is the chieftain of this tribe. From this day forth, you shall also become her kin. If you genuinely join us, you will be bestowed with a warm abode, ample sustenance, and the dignity of survival. You shall live a life tenfold better than under the command of the scar-faced man. You stepped forward. Her cold gaze swept over the crowd. She uttered not a word, but merely nodded slightly, affirming all that Lu Yao had proclaimed through her actions. The chieftain's authority intertwined with Lu Yao's promises, forming an undeniable dominion. To shatter their final psychological barrier, Lu Yao nodded towards he within the cave. He immediately placed the last, and the most plump, marmot of the tribe upon the bonfire. Sizzle. The golden fat dripped into the flames, erupting into a shower of sparks. An intoxicating aroma of meat, rich enough to drive one mad, engulfed the entirety of the cave and its surroundings. The stomachs of all the captives rumbled uncontrollably. Their eyes instantly glistened with hunger, fixated on the marmot rolling in the flames, gradually turning golden and crisp as they salivated uncontrollably. Observing their reactions, Lu Yao uttered his final words. Those who wish to join may come forth and partake of the meat. If you do not wish to stay, you may leave now. I shall not impede you. As his words lingered, an oppressive silence fell. Should they venture into the unknown, frigid darkness where starvation and freezing awaited them, or remain to savor the succulent roasted meat? This was no true choice. The first to rise was you. She struggled, unsteady on her feet, and approached the bonfire. He tore off a luscious leg of the marmot and offered it to her. You trembled as she accepted it, glanced at Lu Yao, and then stuffed the scorching meat into her mouth. The heat made her grimace, yet she disregarded it, devouring it ravenously. 2 streams of hot tears silently streamed down her soiled cheeks. With the first one, came the second. The remaining 6 captives could no longer suppress their instinct for survival, scrambling eagerly towards the fire. As the warm roasted meat touched their lips, they all wept. These were not tears of sorrow, but of ecstasy, having tasted the flavor of hope after surviving calamity. Yet one remained unmoved. Xiaoyan's younger brother, Xiaoyan. He did not budge. He fixated on the scar-faced man, impaled in the earth by 3 long spears, then turned his gaze toward the distant snow, where the lifeless body of his sister lay, long since frozen. In his eyes resided a profound hatred and an insurmountable confusion. He held a piece of roasted meat, cautiously approaching him. Xiaoyan glanced at the meat, then at the snow, where the gentle snow was tending to the captives with warmth and concern. He abruptly pushed away He's hand, and amidst the complex gazes of all present, he remained silent, turning away and staggering into the boundless darkness and snowstorm. Lu Yao watched his disappearing silhouette without intervening. A fruit that is forced to ripen is never sweet. The seeds of hatred cannot be resolved with mere flesh. At that moment, the voice he had long anticipated finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully assimilating the remnants of the mountain wolf tribe, 10 individuals. The tribe's population has expanded for the first time to 18 members. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the godly empowered Scarface. Unlocked new skill, Bloodlust LV1. Bloodlust LV1, passive skill. When you are injured and bleeding, your strength and speed will receive a slight enhancement while your pain perception diminishes significantly, plunging your mind into a state of mild frenzy. The effect intensifies with the severity of the injury. Lu Yao's brows slightly lifted. So that was it. Chapter 53, A New Order. The scent of war began to dissipate in the cold morning breeze. Lu Yao opened his eyes. The cave was no longer empty. The ground was strewn with bodies, old tribesmen intertwined with new faces, their breaths rising and falling in a rhythmic chorus. Yet, distinctly, a void lay between the two groups. A space unoccupied. The tribe's population had skyrocketed from 8 to 18 overnight. This was the fruit of victory, yet it bore a burden. Food, shelter, and management issues would inevitably arise with the surge in numbers. Lu Yao did not rise immediately. Instead, his consciousness delved into his mind to assess the greatest gains from the previous night. Name, Lu Yao. Race, human. Strength, 11. Constitution, 10. Agility, 11. Mentality, 7. Charisma, 11. Divine power, none. Skills, Ember Art LV1, Frost Art LV1, Sleep LV1, Basic Healing LV1, Deer Call LV1, Cow Moo LV1, Throwing LV2, Rough Skin LV2, Resistance LV1, Sound Listening LV1, Basic Intimidation LV1, Bloodlust LV1. Free attribute points, 0. The 3 fundamental attributes of strength, constitution, and agility had all temporarily reached the pinnacle of mortal limits. The enhancement of his mental attribute rendered his thoughts clearer, as if the world had shed a layer of frosted glass, transforming into something remarkably transparent. The newly acquired ability brought a profound realization to his gaze. Bloodlust LV1, passive skill. When you are injured and bleeding, your strength and speed will receive a slight enhancement while your pain perception diminishes significantly, plunging your mind into a state of mild frenzy. The effect intensifies with the severity of the injury. The divine power of Scarface had now become his passive skill. However, Lu Yao sensed that, compared to Scarface, his version of Bloodlust seemed to be a diminished variant. Awake? The voice of Yu came from beside him. She had long awakened, leaning against the cave wall, the stone spear that had accompanied her for many years resting across her knees. Even in the safest of places, she maintained the vigilance of a warrior. Lu Yao nodded slightly and sat up. One by one, the inhabitants of the cave stirred from slumber. The newly joined members huddled together, gazing at the flickering bonfire in the center, their eyes filled with a mixture of uncertainty about the future and trepidation towards their predecessors. Lu Yao rose to his feet and clapped his hands. The crisp sound drew everyone's attention. All of you, come here. His voice was not loud. Yet under the influence of his primary dissuasion, each word resonated clearly in their hearts, carrying an irresistible weight. The newcomers hesitated, exchanging glances, but ultimately, under the guidance of Shui, they approached anxiously. From this day forth, you shall be a part of our tribe. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the crowd, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. For the sake of effective management, I require someone who can convey my orders and report your circumstances back to me. His eyes finally settled on Shui. Shui, you shall take on this role. Shui was taken aback, shaking her hands in panic, nearly collapsing to the ground. No, Lord Lu Yao, I cannot. I am merely a scout. I possess no skills, and they will not follow me. You can. Lu Yao's voice remained calm, yet powerful. You are the first to choose to believe in me and provide vital information for the tribe. This merit is sufficient for you to excel in this role. Furthermore, you possess divine strength. Shui was momentarily stunned. She raised her head and met Lu Yao's gaze, also seeing the eyes of her new companions behind him, filled with hope and dependence. Taking a deep breath, she bowed her forehead heavily against the cold stone floor. Yes, Lord Lu Yao, I will do my utmost. The first issue was resolved. Mu Hong, with a deep voice, raised the second question. Lu Yao, where will they reside? They cannot continue to squeeze in the main cave with us. Perhaps we should let them occupy the side chamber. It would also allow us to keep an eye on them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the newcomers shifted subtly. Being treated differently and being monitored was not a promising sign. Shui's face was also filled with embarrassment and unease. Her previously lifted chest sank once more. Just as Lu Yao was about to speak, you stepped forward. She moved to the center of the gathering, her icy gaze sweeping over everyone, both old and new. No. The two words were spoken with unyielding certainty. Mu Hong was taken aback. Why? This is the safest option. We do not require such safety. Yu's voice was cold yet imbued with an undeniable authority. A tribe is a singular entity, not divided into you and them. She extended her hand, pointing to Mu Hong and the other old tribesmen, then gestured towards the anxious newcomers. During the day, everyone congregates in the main hall to engage in various activities and labor. It is only at night, when slumber beckons, that the newcomers retreat to the side chambers for rest. I wish for you all to remember that upon entering this cavern, distinctions of old and new cease to exist. The only differentiation lies in the quantity of work one contributes and the value one brings to the tribe. I refuse to witness isolation among my people or the formation of cliques behind closed doors. Those who dare to engage in such behavior shall be deemed enemies of the tribe. Her words struck each heart like searing stones, igniting a spark of incredulity in the eyes of the newcomers, while even the veteran members, such as Shur and Lin, exhibited contemplative expressions, their gazes toward the newcomers softening considerably. A faint smile curved at the corners of Lu Yao's mouth. Yu was transforming from a mere warrior into a visionary leader of great ambition and insight. With you setting the tone, the subsequent arrangements became significantly more straightforward. Lu Yao swiftly reorganized the division of labor within the tribe, taking into account the additional manpower. Shui, you shall lead the 7 newcomers. Today's primary tasks are twofold. First, venture into the forest to gather sufficient firewood to fill the vacant side chamber. Second, process all remaining animal hides. Sure, Lin He. You 3 will instruct them on the process and supervise their efforts. This is fundamental, albeit laborious work. It serves both as an assessment and a means of cohesion. As Lu Yao allocated the tasks, his gaze subtly lingered on a woman named Yu. She stood apart from the other newcomers, who appeared timid and apprehensive. Instead, she exuded calmness, her movements swift and efficient, devoid of unnecessary chatter. She was an astute woman, perhaps too astute, which could lead to her harboring her own ideas. A sense of caution arose within Lu Yao. As Yu inspected the weapons, he approached her and whispered, "Pay close attention to the woman named Yu." Following his gaze, Yu merely glanced at her before retracting her sight and nodding. She did not inquire further, trusting in Lu Yao's judgment. That evening, all arrangements were in place. A new order began to take shape, albeit with some stumbling, as the 18 members of the tribe nestled under the same roof for the first time, peacefully drifting into slumber. The warmth of the campfire and the sturdy wooden door dispelled all weariness and anxiety. However, in the depths of the night, as everyone succumbed to sleep, a thunderous crash resounded from the entrance of the cave. The sound was akin to a battering ram striking the door. An enemy attack. Mu Hong was the first to spring from the ground, his muscular arms seizing a spear as he charged toward the entrance with a fierce roar. Everyone was jolted awake in an instant. The atmosphere within the cave tensed to the utmost degree. Lu Yao and Yu reacted with remarkable swiftness. Exchanging glances that conveyed a hint of resignation, they both understood that it was not an enemy. In the corner of the cave, a white yak, nearly the size of an adult yellow cow, innocently wagged its tail. It had merely turned around in the narrow confines of the cave, but its burgeoning body had collided forcefully with the wooden door. Lu Yao rubbed his temples. This sweet burden was growing at an alarming rate. The cave could no longer accommodate it. His gaze instinctively drifted to the survival manual in his mind, where a brand new blueprint materialized with clarity at his thought's behest. Item: wooden fence. Effect: Enclose livestock. Establish a safe zone. Unlock condition. Construct the first segment of the wooden fence. Unlock reward. 1 freedom attribute point. Unlock life skill. Taming LV1. Your will shall be more readily understood and accepted by animals, significantly enhancing taming success rates and loyalty. Taming LV1. A spark of brilliance ignited in Lu Yao's eyes. The first step towards the expansion of the tribe would commence with this fence. Chapter 54. Wooden Fence, Cattle Shed. All eyes were fixed upon the colossal creature. Da Bai, the Highland white yak calf, had swelled to a size nearly equivalent to that of an adult yellow cow. Its snow-white, long fur glistened, and the horns atop its head had developed into 2 formidable, curved blades, exuding a primal sense of strength. It appeared utterly oblivious to the chaos it had caused, merely having bumped into the wooden door due to the cramped space, now gazing with its clear, innocent eyes at a group of humans awakened from slumber. Mu Hong, spear in hand, looked at the resonating heavy wooden door and then at Da Bai, his anger dissipating instantly, leaving behind a bemused expression. This creature was growing far too quickly. As the commotion subsided, an urgent dilemma confronted everyone. The cave, intended as a refuge, could no longer house this rapidly maturing divine beast. Lu Yao massaged his temples, contemplating this delightful burden, and resolved that a new home for Da Bai must be constructed. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Today, we shall build a cattle shed using wooden fences. Wooden fences? Cattle shed? The unfamiliar terminology bewildered everyone, including you. Observing their confusion, Lu Yao proceeded to elucidate. We will use wood to create walls, enclosing Da Bai within, providing him with a home. Among the new members, Jin Zi couldn't help but voice a concern. Lord Lu Yao, we are so many now, and food is already scarce. Do we really need to expend effort to build a house for a single cow? As soon as he spoke, Shui anxiously tugged at his newly donned animal hide garment, signaling him to be silent. This question echoed the sentiments of the majority of the new members. In their former understanding, the status of livestock was far inferior to that of humans. The idea of expending the entire tribe's strength to serve a single cow was unfathomably wasteful. Lu Yao felt no anger. He sought not blind obedience, but to fundamentally reshape their perceptions. His gaze swept across the gold, and the complex expressions of confusion, fear, and anticipation etched on the faces of all the new members. The power of preliminary deterrence quietly commenced. This was not an ordinary cow. Lu Yao's tone was calm, yet imbued with a captivating vision of the future. What you see is a home for it. What I see is the future of our tribe. He paused, shifting his approach with probing questions that struck at their most primal desires. You see, this head of cattle is not an ordinary beast. Right now, it is merely in its juvenile stage. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Juvenile? It's this large? War never truly vanishes. The existence of Da Bai is our assurance. If more formidable foes approach us in the future, he can aid us in repelling them. Hearing this, Da Bai raised his head and let out a proud moo. Moreover, our creation of wooden enclosures is not solely for Da Bai. Understand that only with enclosures can we domesticate more animals. Hunting relies on fortune. Today we may catch a moose, yet tomorrow we might return empty-handed, leaving our fate to chance. Lu Yao's voice deepened. But domestication is different. Today, we build a fence for Da Bai. In the future, we shall erect 10, 100. We will have them produce milk and wool for us. This is domestication. It is the first step for our tribe to escape hunger and stride towards strength. His words reverberated like thunder in everyone's minds. To confine wild beasts? To transform them into a resource? Shui, Amu, and Jinzi stared blankly at Lu Yao. Everything they had previously done was merely a struggle for the next meal, while Lu Yao was engaged in long-term planning. We understand. Shui was the first to respond. Bowing his head heavily to the ground, we will get to work. Yes, let us build the fence. The enthusiasm of the new members was thoroughly ignited. Any lingering confusion and hesitation had vanished into thin air. You stood silently aside, observing Lu Yao, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Soon, the entire tribe surged forth. Under Lu Yao's guidance, a grand logging operation commenced. Mu Hong and several strong men were tasked with felling the sturdy fir trees, while others dragged and cleared the branches. Lu Yao did not allow them to bind with vines. Instead, he produced a stone axe and began chiseling at the junction of 2 logs, demonstrating a simple mortise and tenon structure, one concave and one convex, fitting together seamlessly. When two stout logs connected without any external assistance, a collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. This construction method, far beyond their comprehension, once again reshaped their understanding of Lu Yao's wisdom. During the labor, a woman named Yu captured the attention of Lu Yao and Yu once more. With minimal explanation from Lu Yao, she swiftly grasped the intricate techniques of mortise and tenon joinery after a single observation, even extrapolating to refine some irregular wooden edges for a better fit. Her movements were nimble and efficient, her demeanor quiet, yet her capacity for learning was astonishingly formidable. Yu's gaze narrowed slightly, and he found himself increasingly in agreement with Lu Yao's earlier warning. This was no ordinary woman. As dusk fell, the setting sun bathed the snow in hues of gold and crimson. Not far from the mouth of the cave, in a sheltered hollow, a formidable and spacious wooden enclosure, constructed from dozens of thick logs, rose majestically. Lu Yao personally led the large white yak into this new sanctuary, filling it with a generous layer of dry hay. The yak seemed quite fond of its new abode, affectionately nudging Lu Yao before eagerly beginning to munch on the hay. At the very moment the gate of the enclosure closed, a voice echoed in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting a wooden enclosure. The blueprint has been unlocked. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Unlock life skill. Taming LV1. Taming LV1. Your will is more easily understood and accepted by animals, significantly enhancing taming success rate and loyalty. With unwavering resolve, Lu Yao allocated this invaluable attribute point to Spirit. Spirit, 78. A refreshing sensation swept through his mind instantaneously, rendering the world more vivid and sharpening his thoughts. Even the faint rustle of the wind through distant treetops became strikingly perceptible. He turned to face the leisurely grazing yak within the enclosure, concentrating intently as he mentally conveyed a rather complex command. Stay here, do not wander off, and await my return. Should danger arise, call out with your loudest voice. This intangible thought, enhanced by the ability of taming LV1, transformed into a stream of information directed at the yak. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the grazing white yak abruptly ceased its munching. It lifted its head, its enormous eyes fixed upon Lu Yao. Then, in a remarkably human-like manner, it emitted a deep, solemn moo in acknowledgement. Moo. The sound, though not loud, brimmed with a sense of affirmation and commitment, akin to a solemn vow. This scene nearly caused the eyes of all the new members to bulge in disbelief. Master Lu Yao could truly converse with the divine yak. Any remaining doubts within their hearts dissipated entirely with that moo, transforming into profound reverence. The cohesion of the tribe has reached its zenith. However, no matter how elevated the morale, it cannot satiate the hunger in empty bellies. Just as the crowd was still basking in joy, Mu Hong returned from the icy lake in the west, dragging along a weary group led by Shi. Approaching Lu Yao, his countenance was grim. Today, we only caught a mere handful of fish. Mu Hong's voice was laced with concern, gesturing towards the despondent faces of the others behind him. With 18 of us, there isn't even enough for each person to have a single fish. With those words, the fervent atmosphere that had just ignited extinguished in an instant. A more severe and realistic dilemma loomed before them all. The tribe was on the brink of starvation. Chapter 55. A vision for the future. All gazes instinctively converged upon that man, Lu Yao. Members of the original tribe, including Mu Hong and Yu, had fostered an almost blind trust in him. While the lack of food was indeed disheartening, they believed that for Lu Yao, it was not an insurmountable challenge. Snow and the new members behind her also looked to Lu Yao, but their eyes held not only reverence, but also a hint of perplexity. Lu Yao's face betrayed no emotion as he refrained from speaking immediately. He bent down and grasped a handful of black soil from the ground. The earth, moistened by the snow and wind, exhibited a glossy, jet-black hue akin to a thick paste. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled deeply. The distinctive fragrance of fertile soil ignited a spark in his eyes. He had long observed the rich black earth on this mountain. Though uncertain of how long it would take for crops to mature in this world, the very existence of this fertile land was a source of confidence. Look! Lu Yao opened his palm, showcasing the handful of soil mixed with ice and snow to the crowd. They exchanged bewildered glances, entirely at a loss regarding his intent. It is soil, Lu Yao stated plainly. In winter, the sources of food diminish. This is an unavoidable natural law. However, if we can endure when spring arrives, we shall hunt more animals and gather more fruits. He paused, his voice imbued with an unusual charm. Moreover, we can use this soil to cultivate grains. Grains? The term was utterly foreign to all present, including you. Everyone exhibited expressions of confusion. What are grains, Lord Lu Yao? The new member Jean dared to inquire softly. A type of delicious food, Lu Yao replied, his voice low, reminiscent of a distant flavor. In essence, as long as we can survive this winter and await the thawing of the ice and snow, everything will improve. Before the next winter arrives, we will be able to store an abundance of food. He painted an unprecedented picture for the crowd. By that time, they could comfortably gather around a warm fire in a cozy cave, engaging in conversation, no longer compelled to struggle for survival daily in the biting cold winds. The notion of escaping the harshness of the winter and living in peace, could it truly be? Yet, the undeniable expression on Lu Yao's face compelled them to believe. Observing the transformation of confusion to yearning in their eyes, Lu Yao understood that the seeds of hope had been sown. He was acutely aware that such a notion, in a past life, would have been dismissed as fanciful dreaming. However, in this brutal primordial world, guiding these individuals, who were teetering on the brink of survival, toward a path named civilization necessitated that he draw this vision and make it grand and compelling. Even if, hypothetically, the barren soil proved unyielding, he possessed alternative means to procure sustenance. Yet, those methods bore even greater uncertainty. With this thought in mind, he abruptly shifted his tone, as if dousing them with cold water, jolting them from their fantasies back into the harsh reality. However, that is a matter for the spring. For now, we must first resolve the immediate troubles to survive. His gaze swept across the group, his eyes as cold as ice. Starting tomorrow, we will reassign tasks. Lu Yao extended 3 fingers. The tribe will be divided into 3 groups. The first group, the fishing team. His gaze fixed on Mu Hong, led by Mu Hong, accompanied by Shi and 4 newcomers. Your sole task is to fish in the frozen lake. Remember, you are the last safeguard of the tribe's food supply. I do not demand a specific quantity, but there must be something every day. We can temporarily endure hunger, but no one must starve. Entrusted with this weighty responsibility, Mu Hong straightened his chest, a sense of mission replacing the worry on his face, and he shouted with all his might, yes. The second group, the hunting team. Lu Yao turned to you beside him, led by you, along with Lin and 2 other newcomers. Your target is the groundhog of the eastern mountain. The meat of the groundhog is a source of sustenance, but more importantly, its fur. Winter has not yet truly arrived, and we need more animal skin clothing, even animal skin blankets. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yu's bright eyes as she nodded emphatically. The third group, the gathering team. Lu Yao's gaze finally settled on Shui, the woman with a remarkably sharp learning ability. Led by Shui, along with all remaining newcomers. Your tasks are the most diverse. He paused to ensure everyone was listening attentively. You must collect everything useful: ample wood for burning and construction, sturdy stones for tool-making, and flexible vines for binding. And Lu Yao looked at Shui, enunciating each word clearly. Go to the water's edge and bring back some fine clay. The more, the better. Clay? Shui was momentarily taken aback, and the others shared her look of confusion. Lu Yao, facing the perplexed gazes of the crowd, introduced a novel concept. We cannot continually consume icy snowmelt, for it may lead to illness during the winter months. I intend to fashion utensils from clay that can withstand the flames for boiling water. The unfamiliar term, boiling utensils, struck the audience anew, challenging their perceptions. As everyone remained engrossed in the grand vision Lu Yao had painted, he stepped back, positioning himself beside you. He bowed slightly, addressing her with a tone that was both clear and respectful. You are the clan leader. My plan has been articulated. What are your thoughts? The newly inducted members felt a resounding alarm within, instantly clarifying the power dynamics of the tribe. You regarded Lu Yao with a profound gaze. In her eyes, trust was now accompanied by an imperceptible softness. She took a step forward, surveying the assembly. The authority of the clan leader was palpable in that moment. Lu Yao's plan is our tribe's plan. Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable resolve. Do all comprehend? We do. 18 voices, both new and old, roared with fervor, echoing through the cavern. The fear and confusion that had arisen from the recent food shortage were utterly obliterated under Lu Yao's clear vision and Yu's commanding presence, dissipating like mist. In its place surged a spirited determination and an insatiable yearning for the future. Observing this rejuvenated scene, Lu Yao felt his taut nerves finally begin to relax. A stable power structure and a unified goal had emerged, a cornerstone for the tribe's ascent to strength. His gaze drifted over the crowd, peering toward the snow-laden entrance of the cave. Though a secure cave offered safety, it also signified constraint. Within his mind, a bolder plan was quietly taking shape. Once they endured this winter, and with the arrival of spring, he envisioned constructing a true encampment beyond the cave, built from stone and wood, one that would belong solely to them. This would serve as the first landmark of the nascent tribe, standing tall amidst the vast mountain terrain. The following day, at dawn, while the light had yet to break, the cave was already alive with voices. The 18 tribe members, organized as per the previous night's arrangements, swiftly assembled, ready for departure. Mu Hong, leading the fishing group, bore sharpened stone spears and carried woven baskets, the first to plunge into the swirling snowstorm. Following closely was the hunting group led by Yu, where several women moved through the forest like phantoms, quickly vanishing into the depths of the eastern woods. Meanwhile, Shui, commanding the largest gathering, the foraging group, centered their search around the cave, meticulously scouring the snowy ground for all available resources. Chapter 56. The first drop of spring water on the second day following the orders. The entire tribe began to awaken gradually. Mu Hong's fishing group consistently ventured into the wintry tempest before dawn. At sunset, they returned with wicker baskets slung over their shoulders. Although the catch had dwindled due to the biting cold, the baskets had never returned empty. The dried fish, hanging on the cave walls, had been transformed into a deep golden hue by the smoke of the bonfire, arranged in rows and columns, representing the most steadfast assurance in everyone's hearts. The hunting group, led by Yu, often brought home a bountiful yield. Almost every couple of days, several plump game animals would be returned to the cave. The pelts, skillfully stripped, were entrusted to the deft hands of he for tanning. The warm fur garments and thick animal skin blankets allowed every tribe member to indulge in the luxury of fur during the long winter nights. Meanwhile, the gathering group, led by Shui, was the busiest presence in the tribe, scavenging everything beneath the snow layers. Wood was piled into small hills, sufficient to keep the flames in the cave alive until the ice and snow melted away. Hard stones were continuously transported back, and under the guidance of Lu Yao, they were fashioned into new spearheads, stone axes, and knives to replace the worn-out equipment from their struggles for survival. Within the cave, Lu Yao's focus had entirely shifted. Each day, he dedicated a portion of his mental energy to perform basic healing spells for tribe members injured during their labors. Shui brought back a substantial amount of rich, moist riverbank soil. Lu Yao grasped a handful, feeling its cold yet pliable texture in his palm. This is the first cornerstone of civilization. What we shall create is pottery. As Lu Yao spoke, he mixed the clay with fine sand, adding water and kneading it repeatedly until the mixture became uniform and resilient. He demonstrated to he and Yu how to shape the clay into bowls. With this, we can boil water and prepare soup. The introduction of this novel term sparked a look of curiosity and confusion in he's wide eyes. Yu, standing nearby, watched silently. She hardly needed Lu Yao to repeat himself, effortlessly mirroring each of his movements. Even in shaping the clay, her fingers exhibited precision and strength and angle that surpassed that of her teacher. The first bowl she crafted was impeccably formed, its walls uniformly thick, rendering Lu Yao's own efforts pale in comparison. This woman possessed an astonishing capacity for learning. However, the first batch of pottery, without exception, met with failure. The clay bowls, placed at the edge of the fire to dry, either cracked under the drying process or exploded violently under the flame's caress. The newly arrived tribe members gazed at the precious soil shattered into fragments, their faces reflecting sorrow and frustration. Yet Lu Yao remained composed. He understood this was a necessary path. Without a kiln and relying solely on the bonfire for temperature control, the likelihood of success was already minuscule. Calmly, he picked up a broken shard of pottery and showed it to the group. If there's too much water in the clay and the fire is too fierce, it will end up like this. We shall try again. His voice bore no hint of discouragement, but rather a steadfast conviction in eventual success. The repeated failures did not diminish the tribe's spirit. In addition to his pottery endeavors, Lu Yao steadfastly continued his daily routine of herding the cattle. The growth of the great white beast has surpassed all expectations. It has transformed into an undeniable giant. Its coat of pristine white fur glistens under the sunlight. And when it stands still, it resembles a formidable, moving hill. Yet, this behemoth possesses a gentle temperament and particularly enjoys trailing behind Lu Yao, resembling an affectionate, oversized feline. Each afternoon, during the sun's warmest embrace, Lu Yao takes it for leisurely strolls through the forest near the cave. This serves as a release for both the great white beast and for Lu Yao himself. It is during these excursions that Lu Yao unearthed another remarkable ability of the beast. The creature possesses an innate sensitivity towards flora. One day, the great white halted before a thicket of low shrubs, almost entirely blanketed by heavy snow, and with its massive antlers, diligently began to excavate the thick layer of snow. Intrigued, Lu Yao approached. To his astonishment, several frozen, deep purple fruits hung from the bare branches. He plucked one, feeling the biting cold seep through his fingertips. Ding! Edible plant discovered. Snowberry. Snowberry. A plant that withstands extreme cold. Its fruits are sweet and tangy, rich in energy, with seeds that possess remarkable vitality. Ideal for cultivation in harsh, frigid lands. Lu Yao's pupils dilated suddenly, and his heart raced. Was this not a crucial element of the grand blueprint he had envisioned for the tribe? He promptly gathered all the snowberries, savoring the sweet and tangy flesh, while treating each seed with the utmost reverence. From that day forth, his outings with the great white morphed into treasure hunts. The beast seemed to relish this new game, consistently uncovering peculiar items in unexpected corners. Sometimes, it would unearth crystalline fruits left behind by vines beneath the snow. Other times, it would reveal roots from certain trees that could be ground into sustenance. Though few in number, most were identified by the system as cultivable. Lu Yao meticulously sorted these precious seeds into small animal skin pouches and hung them in the driest corner of his dwelling. They represented hope, the promise of his tribe breaking free from a life of primal existence and stepping into an agricultural future. Time flowed quietly amidst this industrious and fulfilling rhythm. The harshest phase of winter eventually waned. Inside the cave, the massive snow-capped elk meat had been almost entirely consumed the previous night. This great beast, which had saved the tribe in their time of crisis, had its flesh and bones seamlessly integrated into the foundation of this burgeoning community. The end of one era heralded the dawn of another. The wind and snow subsided, and the biting chill that once pierced to the bone seemed to dissipate considerably. Outside the cave, the accumulated snow shimmered under the long-awaited sunlight, no longer a dull, lifeless white. Lu Yao stood at the cave entrance, extending his hand. A drop of melting snow water fell from the rocky ceiling. Plop! It landed in his palm, icy, yet brimming with vibrant life. He lifted his gaze towards the expanse of the azure sky, a canvas of clarity. Turning back, he surveyed the neatly stacked provisions within the cave, sufficient supplies of smoked fish and dried meat to sustain the tribe for over a month. He beheld the kinfolk gathered around the flickering campfire, their faces devoid of hunger and fear, occasionally breaking into soft laughter and discussing whether they might savor meat soup that evening. A genuine smile finally graced Lu Yao's lips, emanating from the depths of his heart. He inhaled deeply. The breeze, imbued with the essence of melting snow, for the first time, bore a touch of warmth. Spring. It was finally upon them. Chapter 57. The cost of consuming cooked food due to the lack of salt. Brother Lu, we cannot venture to the ice lake any longer. The voice of Shui trembled slightly as he busily handled the fish, his movements lacking their usual finesse. Yesterday, I took a glance, and the ice has begun to thaw, with numerous cracks appearing. I nearly lost my footing. His gaze towards Lu Yao had transformed from the initial formality of addressing him as Sir to an affectionate and admiring brother Lu. This was Lu Yao's preference. After all, being called Sir felt rather peculiar. However, regarding the thawing of the ice lake, Lu Yao merely nodded in acknowledgement, unperturbed by the news. Spring had arrived, as expected. The melting ice and snow heralded the revival of life, a natural law. With the ice lake melting, does that mean we can no longer fish as we did before? Shui's tone was laden with melancholy and unease. Despite their recent abundance of fish, the thought of an impending scarcity stirred feelings of insecurity within him. Lu Yao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Fear not. With spring's arrival, our provisions will only multiply. Shui recalled Lu Yao's previous words about cultivating crops and even domesticating animals. Could these aspirations truly be realized? Lu Yao pushed open the heavy wooden door at the cave's entrance. Warm sunlight flooded in, dispelling the last vestiges of the chill within the cavern. He casually plucked a handful of tender new leaves and made his way towards the nearby enclosure. Mu Daobai had been waiting there, and upon seeing Lu Yao, its large ears flapped in delight, emitting a joyful low moo. Daobai had grown to an astonishing size, standing like a small mountain clad in a snowy coat, exuding a primal and formidable presence that nearly matched the elephants Lu Yao had once encountered in a zoo. The barn originally constructed for it had long since been dismantled. Otherwise, this behemoth would struggle even to rise. Lu Yao's gaze lingered on Daobai, and a series of data points subtly materialized in his vision. Highland white yak, subadult. Strength, 65. Agility, 21. Vitality, 39. Lu Yao gazed at this formidable attribute panel, unable to suppress a surge of envy. This is merely a subadult. Once it reaches full maturity, could its power attributes truly hope to exceed the threshold of 100? What a fearsome mobile fortress it would become, traversing the mountains and forests. Since the unlocking of the taming skill, communication between him and the great white creature has grown increasingly fluid, deepening the bond shared between man and beast. He withdrew his thoughts and gazed at the substantial survival manual within his mind. The gray, enigmatic bestiary still extended into the unknown, resembling a vast sea of stars awaiting his illumination. At that moment, Yu approached, carrying a coarse ceramic bowl. The bowl brimmed with warm water, emitting wisps of steam. She sipped delicately, her posture graceful, her bright eyes sparkling in the morning light. This was one of the surviving pieces from Lu Yao's first batch of pottery. After unlocking the pottery crafting compendium, the system rewarded him with 1 point of free attributes, which he unhesitatingly allocated to Spirit. Spirit, 89, just then. Mu Hong returned with the fishing team, relief evident on their faces. Brother Lu, it's no good. The ice is too thin to tread upon, Mu Hong said with lingering apprehension. Today's catch was all patiently awaited at the edges of the ice shards. Lu Yao glanced at the cave's rock wall, where rows of smoked fish hung abundantly, enough to feed the tribe for over a month, prompting Mu Hong and the others to pause. Fishing has reached a temporary conclusion. Next, we shall have a greater abundance of food sources. Mu Hong chuckled amiably, scratching his head. To be honest, Brother Lu, I'm starting to tire of these dried fish. As soon as he spoke, you cast him an amused yet reproachful glance. What? Have you forgotten how you nearly swallowed your own tongue the first time you caught a fish? Her words were half jest and half a gentle admonition regarding the importance of food management. Mu Hong's face turned crimson, and he laughed awkwardly, hastily changing the subject. I don't know what is happening, but lately, I've been feeling rather off, empty, and lacking in strength. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shui, nearby, expressed her surprise. Me too. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. A ripple of concern spread among the group as several members voiced similar sentiments of weakness. Listening to their discussions, Lu Yao furrowed his brow slightly. Weakness and lethargy permeated the air. His gaze swept over the group, and then back to the smoked meats hanging nearby. A term, often overlooked by modern society, yet crucial in their current context, slowly emerged in his mind. Salt. In the past, the tribe subsisted on raw flesh and the blood of animals, which contained essential trace salts necessary for sustaining bodily functions. However, under his guidance, all game was now bled out and thoroughly cooked. This method of processing greatly enhances the texture and safety of meat, yet it also results in a significant decline in salt intake. Prolonged deficiency of salt can render a person weak and lethargic, potentially leading to more severe ailments and even death. However, he cannot allow the tribe to regress to a savage era of primitive living. Thus, only one option remains. Lu Yao's gaze traversed the crowd, settling upon the distant, undulating, snow-capped mountains. He must find a natural source of salt. He turned to his companion, the great white creature, quietly munching on tender leaves. Through the abilities granted by domestication, a clear thought accompanied by a vivid image was transmitted to him. Great White, assist me. When you roamed the mountains, did you ever encounter a peculiar type of stone? Lu Yao conjured an image of salt rock in his mind, envisioning a stone covered with a layer of white crystals, which, when licked, revealed a uniquely stimulating flavor. Suddenly, the Great White paused its chewing. In its clear, lake-like eyes, a flicker of human-like contemplation emerged, as if it were sifting through a vast archive of memories. After a moment, it raised its head and let out a resounding affirmative moo. It had seen it. Chapter 58. The chieftain, 18 years old? Lu Yao grasped a coarse pottery bowl in one hand and mounted the great white. U.S. figure was as light as the wind, gracefully leaping onto the back of the beast. The great white's broad back was covered with a thick layer of fur, resembling a moving blanket, warm and secure. It trod heavily, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, leisurely munching on the tender shoots that peeked out along the path. You sat quietly behind Lu Yao, her hands gently resting on the great white's back for balance. The vest made of marmot skin clung closely to her form, revealing the athletic and wild contours honed by years of hunting and training. Lu Yao could distinctly feel the remarkable elasticity and warmth emanating from her back, causing a fleeting disruption in his breath. Spring has arrived, heralding the revival of all things? The thought flashed through Lu Yao's mind, only to be forcibly rationalized by his knowledge of physics. It must be thermal expansion, indeed. What is the salt you speak of? Yu's voice floated from behind, warm with pure curiosity. She had listened to Lu Yao's explanation, understanding that the tribe's fatigue stemmed from a lack of salt. In this world, there are many essentials as crucial as food and water. Lu Yao felt the gentle mountain breeze, his voice steady. However, without water, a person will perish in 3 days. Without food, perhaps 7. Without the presence of salt, this process would be excruciatingly prolonged, potentially spanning 50 days or even 100, yet the inevitable conclusion remains death. Lu Yao paused momentarily, adding a finality to his statement. Salt is indeed one of the essential commodities necessary for our survival. You fell into contemplation, far more astute than Lu Yao had presumed, and almost instantaneously grasped the underlying significance. I understand, she articulated, her voice tinged with a newfound clarity. In the past, while on the grasslands, her father had indeed remarked that even if we feasted on cooked meals daily, we must periodically consume the fresh blood of animals. He asserted it was an ancestral tradition, vital for preserving one's strength. For the first time, Yu's voice revealed a genuine comprehension of this ancient custom. It turns out we are not merely drinking blood, but rather, the salt you spoke of. Precisely, Lu Yao nodded in approval. Your father is a man of great wisdom. The smile that graced Yu's lips shone particularly bright, infused with heartfelt pride. Her laughter was enchanting, devoid of her usual coldness, radiating the unique exuberance of youth. After a brief silence, she suddenly murmured, "The woman named Yu seems to have developed a good relationship with he." Lu Yao responded with a non-committal sound. "Yu is a clever individual," he remarked calmly. "She knows what she needs and how to attain it. At times, wisdom itself can be a force more potent than divine power." Yu nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with Lu Yao's assessment. She plucked a nameless red berry from a passing bush and popped it into her mouth, the sweet and tart juice causing her to squint in delight. However, she spoke vaguely. The scar-faced man's words before his demise were also mentioned by my father during his lifetime. Divine power seems to be something that can be consumed. This term instantly tightened Lu Yao's thoughts. He acknowledged with a sound, not turning back, and indicated for her to continue in a calm tone. My father said that even if one possesses divine power, the intensity varies greatly among individuals. You struggled to recall her father's words, seemingly piecing together those nebulous fragments in her mind. Lu Yao appeared puzzled, but the types of divine powers are inherently different. Some are combat-oriented, others, like Mu Hong, possess pure strength, and then there are those like Shui, who manipulate airflow. How can one compare their strengths? You shook her head. I am also unclear about the specifics. However, my father provided examples. He said my divine power is indeed formidable, though it has yet to fully awaken. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow involuntarily. This marked the first instance he had heard Yu voluntarily discuss her own divine power. Suppressing the tumult within, he inquired, "So, what precisely is your divine power, chieftain?" Yu fell silent. This silence lingered longer than any previous instance, as if she were meticulously organizing her thoughts. Ultimately, she edged closer, her warm breath almost brushing against Lu Yao's ear. "I call it." Her voice was soft yet imbued with an innate pride. "The power of all beings. The leap of a rabbit, the strength of a tiger, the speed of a leopard, even the ability of fish to breathe underwater. If I have seen and understood them, I can momentarily possess their strength." Lu Yao's mind momentarily short-circuited. This ability was nothing short of a glitch in reality. The tribe that had once driven them from the vast grasslands, their leader possessed a similarly formidable divine power. Yu's tone grew somber, laden with indelible hatred and fear. His divine strength was indeed potent, but entirely distinct from Mu Hong's. With a single punch, he had slain another warrior from their tribe, one who also wielded divine power. Lu Yao sensed the gravity of the subject and was about to divert the conversation when you suddenly lifted her head, her bright eyes seemingly piercing through his shoulder, gazing directly into his soul. However, I now believe your divine power surpasses that of that individual. Her words bore no hint of hesitation. Lu Yao could only respond with a wry smile. He possessed no divine power, merely the role of a knowledge bearer. He inquired further, "What do you mean by your divine power not being fully awakened? Don't you know?" You looked at him with a hint of surprise. Divine power reaches complete awakening around the age of 20, truly harnessing its full potential. Some exceptionally powerful divine abilities may even take until 23 or 24 to fully manifest. I see, Lu Yao thought, likening it to skills in a game, constrained by levels and proficiency. He gazed at Yu's exquisitely illuminated face under the sun, her eyes reflecting both youthful brilliance and a subtle maturity not typical for her age. Suddenly, he found himself impulsively asking, "So, how old are you this year?" This question momentarily stunned Yu. She blinked, and for the first time, a flicker of pure bewilderment, belonging to her age, emerged in her usually cold or authoritative gaze. She replied matter-of-factly, "I'm 18. Lu Yao felt his worldview gently shatter with that revelation. 18? The leader who had guided her people through dire survival in the snow. The one who commanded respect and had just engaged in a discourse on life and death was merely 18? Amidst their banter, half a day had passed. The massive white creature finally came to a gradual halt. They had arrived at a mountainside on the northern slope, where jagged rocks jutted out and vegetation thinned. "Moo!" The great beast called out in a deep bellow towards a massive, dark red rock ahead. Lu Yao paused, then swiftly dismounted. They had reached their destination. Chapter 59, Potatoes. Agricultural Civilization. Lu Yao's gaze was firmly fixed upon the immense dark red rock before him. The surface of the stone was rough and marred by deep cracks, the scars of time's relentless erosion. Within the jagged crevices, a delicate layer of white crystals had formed. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with a fragmented yet enchanting brilliance. Ding! Natural mineral detected. Salt crystal. Salt crystal. A naturally occurring crystalline salt formed through geological processes, rich in various minerals, suitable for direct consumption, and an essential substance for life's activities. Indeed, it was salt. The corners of Lu Yao's mouth could no longer suppress a smile. With this discovery, the tribe's most significant health threat was alleviated. He reached forth, carefully scraping some crystals from the crevice, rolling them between his fingertips. The texture was fine and dry. Yu, intrigued, leaned closer. Imitating Lu Yao's actions, she dipped her slender fingers into the white powder, first bringing it to her nose for a cautious sniff. A peculiar aroma, a blend of minerals and earth, invaded her nostrils. Tentatively, she extended her delicate tongue and tasted a small amount. In an instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. An intensity of flavor, unlike anything she had ever experienced, exploded on her palate. Salty, bitter, yet imbued with an indescribable savoriness. "Is this salt?" She lifted her gaze, her usually clear eyes now brimming with shock and wonder. "Yes," Lu Yao confirmed with a smile, "this is salt." As evening fell, the two returned triumphantly. On the broad back of the sturdy white beast, for hefty earthen bowls were laden with the white salt crystals scraped from the rock. Upon their arrival at the cave entrance, the flickering firelight illuminated the faces of each tribe member. All eyes were fixated on the unfamiliar white powder, filled with confusion and curiosity. Above the fire, a plump marmot sizzled, droplets of fat cascading down, releasing a rich, meaty aroma. Lu Yao approached the fire, grasped a handful of salt crystals, and decisively sprinkled them over the roasted golden-brown marmot meat. The white crystals, upon contact with heat, melted instantly, as if infused with life, rapidly permeating every fiber of the meat. Boom! A fragrance even more potent than before silently enveloped the entire cave. Gulp! Instinctively, everyone swallowed hard. When the first salted piece of grilled meat reached Mu Hong's hands, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Yet the aroma wafting into his nostrils gripped his reason like an invisible hand. He tore off a generous chunk of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. After just a brief chew, Mu Hong's movements abruptly halted. His wide eyes resembled those of a startled bull. The meat remained the same, yet the flavor had transformed. The original meat aroma was thoroughly awakened, and that peculiar salty and fresh flavor perfectly balanced the greasiness of the fatty meat, transforming each bite into an exquisite delight that surged straight to the crown of one's head. Absolutely delicious. Incredibly delectable. Mu Hong, inarticulately howling, devoured a large piece of meat in just a few bites, his eyes glistening with a primal longing as they fixated on Lu Yao. Will eating this restore our strength? He eagerly inquired between ravenous bites. Lu Yao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, after a few days of this, everyone will regain their strength. Oh, how the entire tribe erupted in excitement. Without a shred of hesitation, the people surged toward the bonfire, eagerly sharing the salt-sprinkled roasted meat. In a fleeting moment, the cave was filled solely with the sounds of satisfied chewing and uncontrollable, almost whimpering, praise. Observing the genuine ecstasy on the faces of his kin, a profound sense of accomplishment swelled within Lu Yao. After dinner, the tribe gathered around the bonfire, exhaustion swept away, their faces glowing with satisfaction. Yu quietly tugged at Lu Yao's clothing, leading him to a secluded corner by the cave entrance. The evening breeze was refreshing, caressing their faces. When can we start the planting you mentioned? She asked, looking up at Lu Yao, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Lu Yao's gaze drifted beyond her, towards the gently sloping hillside outside the cave. The snow had melted away, revealing the moist, fertile black soil beneath. The time has come. Right now? Lu Yao's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable strength. Without further ado, he returned to his quarters, carefully retrieving several small pouches wrapped in animal hides. These were the treasures he had accumulated over time. As he unveiled the seeds of blood peaches, fragrant pears, citrus fruits, and various unknown fruit pits before the crowd, confusion once again clouded every face. If we plant these in the soil, in a few months, we shall have fruit trees and an abundance of fruit. Lu Yao's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Under his guidance, the entire tribe sprang into action. Stone axes and wooden sticks broke open the slumbering earth, and illuminated by the bonfire, the people reverently buried each seed, representing their future, into the damp soil. This land was the tribe's very first field. Yu personally planted a blood peach seed, gazing at the soil with eyes full of hope for the future. But Lu Go, you said it would take a few months for these fruit trees to grow. Shue's voice chimed in. During those months, will we be left with nothing but to hunt groundhogs? Lu Yao shook his head and retrieved 2 more items from his pocket. The surfaces of these 2 objects were a yellow-brown hue, already stubbornly sprouting tender green shoots. You noticed what he held and curiously asked, "What are these?" Lu Yao smiled, cradling them in his palm with a tenderness akin to cherishing 2 rare treasures. These were the potatoes that I had discovered, initially intended as a snack. Through coaxing and cunning, I had managed to wrest them from his grasp. He lifted the 2 sprouted potatoes, his gaze sweeping over each hopeful face illuminated by the campfire. Potatoes. They are simple to cultivate, have a short harvest cycle, are rich in nutrients, and resilient. More importantly, this stable crop marks the dawn of our tribe's agricultural civilization. I had promised not to let anyone go hungry, and my confidence stemmed from these very tubers. Lu Yao's voice resonated with an unprecedented certainty and conviction. With this, he paused, enunciating each word, his voice piercing the night. We shall no longer have to worry about food. Chapter 60. The family of the horned dragon. As night surrendered to dawn, the soft golden light filtered through the clouds, bestowing a gentle glow upon the newly awakened world. Within the cave, the majority of the tribe remained in slumber, their faces reflecting the contentment of a hearty feast of salt-roasted meat. However, Lu Yao was already awake. Sleep level 1 ensured that his nightly rest was profoundly rejuvenating, awakening him with clarity and vigor unprecedented. Seated cross-legged upon his animal skin bed, his mind began to sketch a new blueprint. The potatoes had been planted, yet the primitive farming methods were woefully inefficient. Tilling the earth with stone axes and wooden sticks consumed excessive time and effort, while the depth of cultivation remained insufficient. He required a tool, the plow. Lu Yao silently contemplated this ancient term. A Y-shaped hardwood, sharpened at the base, paired with a crossbar to allow for foot pressure, enabling the pointed end to penetrate the soil deeply. Simple yet effective. This was the essence of agriculture. Just as he immersed himself in visions of the future, a faint sound of footsteps reached the cave entrance. Yu had returned from her patrol, carrying the chill of the morning air. Dubai had ventured out again. Yu's voice was calm, The tribe had long since acclimatized to Dubbai's frequent disappearances. The increasingly massive white yak seemed to regard the entire forest as its personal playground, wandering off to graze whenever hunger struck, returning leisurely once satiated. Lu Yao nodded, unconcerned. He was about to share his plow concept with you, suggesting she gather a team to find suitable timber, when an odd cracking sound suddenly emerged from outside the cave. The noise was faint, reminiscent of some creature gnawing on crisp plant roots. Yu's expression sharpened instantly. Mu Hong also heard the sound, seizing his spear, his sinewy muscles taut with anticipation. As if facing a formidable foe, Lu Yao raised his hand, signaling for silence, and stealthily approached the wooden door at the cave's entrance, peering through the crack. After just one glance, his breath caught for a moment. Outside the cave entrance, in the freshly turned earth that held the entire hope of the tribe, several unfamiliar figures emerged, one large and three small. Their sizes were not particularly immense. The largest among them barely reached the height of an adult's shoulder. Yet, their forms were distinctly peculiar. Their bodies were encased in thick, grayish-brown armor, and their heads sported three short but robust bony horns, reminiscent of a diminutive prehistoric behemoth. At that moment, the largest triceratops lowered its head, curiously nudging the soft soil where potatoes had just been planted, seemingly intrigued by the scent of the freshly turned earth. Meanwhile, the three smaller creatures had already opened their mouths, poised to gnaw at a tender sprout that had just broken the surface, one of the fruit tree seeds they had sown. "Stop!" Lu Yao exclaimed sharply, halting Mu Hong, who was ready to rush forward. Almost simultaneously, a notification ping echoed in his mind. Ding! Level 1 creature detected. Triceratops. Triceratops, herbivorous creature, gentle in nature. The armor on its back naturally sheds as it grows, its resilient texture making it an excellent material for crafting primitive armor. Armor. Lu Yao's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. Although the tribe had secured spears and shields, their bodies remained vulnerable against the claws and fangs of wild beasts. The defense of leather garments was almost non-existent. These triceratops were essentially walking resource troves. As the small triceratops prepared to take a bite, Lu Yao hesitated no longer. He swung open the wooden door and stepped boldly outside, surprising Yu and Mu Hong behind him. The adult triceratops, startled by the sudden noise, lifted its head warily. Exhaling 2 puffs of white mist, its bony horns aimed at Lu Yao, emitting a low growl of warning. Yet, Lu Yao showed no sign of fear. Meeting the triceratops' vigilant gaze, he slowly extended his hand and approached the largest creature. "Brother Lu." Lu Yao. Both Shui and Yu exclaimed in unison. However, Lu Yao's steps did not falter. Under the tense scrutiny of everyone, his palm gently and steadily pressed against the rough, hard armor atop the adult triceratops's head. Ding! Contact with level 1 creature Triceratops unlocked life skill. Dragon Roar LV1. Dragon Roar LV1. You can communicate simple emotions and intentions with Triceratops-like creatures through a special tone. It worked. A wondrous sensation coursed through Lu Yao's palm into his mind. He could distinctly feel the Triceratops's emotions, alertness, hunger, yet minimal hostility. A low, peculiar sound rumbled from Lu Yao's throat. Upon hearing this sound, the previously defensive adult Triceratops gradually lowered its horns, tilting its head in perplexity, its enormous eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Lu Yao emitted a series of syllables, simultaneously gesturing towards the few exposed potatoes, then vigorously shook his head, adopting a serious expression. Subsequently, he pointed towards the dense cedar forest at the foot of the distant hillside. "These are inedible. Over there, sustenance awaits." His straightforward intention was conveyed clearly through the dragon's roar. The leader of the Triceratops blinked, then lowered its head to sniff the earthy-smelling potatoes, seemingly attempting to ascertain their edibility. Observing this, Lu Yao swiftly returned to the cave and retrieved a large bundle of fresh cedar needles from the storage prepared for the great white creature. He placed the needles before the Triceratops. The leader hesitated for a moment, extending its tongue to taste them, and then began to chew heartily, producing satisfying crunching sounds. The 3 smaller ones immediately gathered around, vying for the food. Seizing the moment, Lu Yao communicated once more with the Triceratops leader through Dragon's roar. He gestured and promised that as long as they did not disturb this cultivated land, they would be rewarded with an abundance of fruit once the saplings nearby matured. After finishing the bundle of cedar needles, the Triceratops, having just awakened from its winter slumber and famished, finally satiated its hunger. The leader cast a deep glance at Lu Yao, then surveyed the freshly turned soil, ultimately letting out a low roar before turning slowly away with its 3 offspring. Thus, a crisis was averted. It was only when the Triceratops vanished into the forest that Mu Hong and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. Spring had arrived. Not just for the Triceratops. His gaze swept across the group. All hibernating beasts would awaken, emerging in search of food, and could appear anywhere. Our current defenses are insufficient. Indeed, today it was the docile Triceratops. What of tomorrow? What if it were a pack of wolves or a giant bear? Although the tribe's combat capability had significantly improved, the inevitability of casualties in battle was a prospect no one wished to confront. Lu Yao turned his attention to the survival manual. Blueprint, wooden wall. Description, constructed from tightly arranged sturdy wooden stakes. This defensive structure is capable of withstanding the assaults of medium to small-sized wild beasts. It serves as the first line of safety for the settlement. Unlock conditions. Construction completed. Unlock rewards. 1 free attribute point. New skill. Barrier LV1. This is it. From today forth, Shui, you and your group shall set aside your current tasks. We shall erect a wall. Shui nodded in agreement. As evening approached, while the tribe began planning to dig foundations on the hillside and prepare timber, a familiar and leisurely figure appeared at the foot of the slope. It was the great white creature, striding indifferently, chewing on an unknown plant, returning at a languid pace. However, trailing behind it were 4 stealthy little tails. Indeed, it was that family of 4 who emerged in the early morning. They seemed to find the surroundings quite agreeable, and that bipedal creature was remarkably generous. Following closely behind the great white one, meandering back, judging by their demeanor, they appeared intent on settling down here, unwilling to depart. Chapter 61. The First Territory. Divine authority over the land. Before dawn, the early light only just began to pierce the distant mountain summits. Lu Yao stood at the mouth of the cave, the cold wind stirring the edges of his animal hide garments. In his hand, he held a charcoal pencil that had cooled after burning, and he descended the slope to personally delineate the boundaries upon the gentle terrain. It formed a vast rectangular outline, encompassing the cave, the newly cultivated fields, as well as a spacious area ample enough for 100 individuals to frolic and play. This would be the future heart of the tribe, spanning over 300 square meters. Everyone, dig along this line. Lu Yao's voice resonated through the crisp morning air, steady and imbued with an unassailable conviction. How deep should we dig? Mu Hong, wielding a freshly sharpened stone axe, voiced his query, his tone rumbling like distant thunder. 1 meter. Lu Yao indicated with a single finger. Jinzi's brow immediately furrowed, and he tapped the solid ground beneath his feet, producing a sharp sound. 1 meter? Brother Lu, this frozen earth is harder than stone. How long will it take to excavate? His words echoed the sentiments of all present. To commence work on the frostbitten ground in early spring was indeed a grueling task. Lu Yao's gaze settled upon Jinzi, calm as the still waters. Jinzi, why are we building this wall? To fend off wild beasts, Jinzi replied without hesitation. Indeed, but it is far more than that. Lu Yao shook his head. This wall, today it protects us from the claws of beasts, yet tomorrow, it may need to withstand the axes of our enemies. If the foundation is not deep enough, a few wild boars could easily uproot it. What if we are faced with foes like Scarface? Lu Yao's voice lowered, yet it struck like a hammer upon the hearts of his listeners. They could easily kick our wall down, even if we were to emerge victorious. What are the lives lost? What meaning does victory hold for them? These words silenced all murmurs, leaving only the sound of the wind in the air. Mu Hong fell into contemplative silence, nodding gravely. He asked no further questions, instead turning toward the dark line, becoming the first to raise his stone axe. With all his strength, he brought the axe crashing down upon the unyielding ground. Under the grand vision sketched by Lu Yao and the harsh reality at hand, the entire tribe erupted with remarkable resolve. The division of labor was swiftly organized. Mu Hong, the undeniable pillar of strength for the tribe, led a majority of the men, including Shui, Mu, and Jinzi, to form the most arduous gathering team. They ventured deep into the forests, in search of sufficiently straight and resilient fir trees. Amidst the woods, only the sounds of chopping echoed, punctuated by the men's labored breaths. With dexterous hands, he and the astute Yu guided the tribe's spirited youth, undertaking a crucial task. Utilizing the newly gathered supple vines, they wove robust ropes, the thickness of a thumb, in preparation for binding the walls. Lu Yao, stationed at the center, personally oversaw the most vital procedure, processing the wooden stakes. As the colossal logs, requiring the embrace of two, were transported back to the camp, he would extend his palm. The azure flames danced in his hand, akin to a compliant fire serpent, meticulously licking each piece of timber. The uniform carbonization not only significantly enhanced the hardness of the stakes, but also endowed them with properties of rot and insect resistance, ensuring that the wall would stand resolutely for decades. The tribe's construction was fervent and industrious. However, the scenery below the hillside was starkly contrasting. Daba had fully embraced his role as the leader of the children, frolicking daily with the family of 4 triceratops in search of food among the woods. The triceratops family adhered to him obediently. Wherever Daba ventured, they followed, resembling a band of endearing little brothers. At times, Daba would even deliberately break off their favorite fern plants with his massive head, then let out a low bellow to signal them to come and feast. This warm yet amusing tableau became the tribe's cherished respite amid their arduous labor. The woman named Yu was truly wise. During a break, Yu approached Lu Yao and spoke softly. Following her gaze, Lu Yao observed the critical juncture where the horizontal beams met the vertical posts. The group was strenuously binding them with vine ropes, yet the structure lacked stability. After merely observing for a while, Yu identified the issue. She even proposed to Lu Yao that they could carve grooves into the vertical posts, allowing the horizontal beams to be interlocked and then secured with ropes. This method not only saved a considerable amount of vines, but also significantly enhanced the structural integrity, forming a perfect prototype of a mortise and tenon joint. Lu Yao promptly adopted her suggestion, and the results were immediate. His curiosity about the woman deepened. Her wisdom and insight appeared to transcend time, rivaling that of an ordinary member of a primitive tribe. 3 days, an entire 3 days of arduous labor. As the final carbonized stake was forcefully driven into the foundational trench by a chorus of men, a magnificent wall, towering a height of 1.5 men and composed of hundreds of tightly interlinked wooden stakes, was finally completed. It stood silently on the hillside, like a colossal giant, safeguarding the entire tribal camp within its embrace, exuding a reassuring aura of solidity. Ding! The illustration, wooden wall, has been unlocked. You have constructed the first settlement with defensive fortifications, deepening your understanding of territorial concepts. Reward, 1 free attribute point, new skill, barrier LV1. The familiar notification echoed in Lu Yao's mind. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious point of free attribute to spirit. At the moment of enhancement, Lu Yao felt as though his mind had been pierced by a chilling bolt of lightning. The entire world, within his perception, was completely reconstructed. Name, Lu Yao. Race, human. Strength, 11. Constitution, 10. Agility, 11. Mentality, 10. Charisma, 11. Divine power, none. Skills, fire manipulation LV1, ice spell LV1, sleep induction LV1, basic healing LV1, deer call LV1, cow moo LV1, throwing technique LV2, rough skin LV2, resistance LV1, sound listening LV1, basic intimidation LV1, bloodlust LV1, dragon roar LV1. Barrier LV1, free attribute points, 0. At this moment, his fundamental attributes of strength, constitution, agility, and mentality had all reached or surpassed the 10-point threshold. This signified that his bodily functions had finally attained the true limits of human capability. The feedback from his mentality reaching 10 was crystal clear. Lu Yao sensed that the speed of his thoughts was astonishingly rapid. Chaotic ideas transformed into distinct streams of data, easily captured and organized by him. He could hear, from 50 meters beyond the surrounding walls, the subtle sound of a squirrel gnawing on a pine cone, the friction of its teeth against the shell. He could see, 100 meters away, the slightest tremor of a leaf on the treetops caused by the gentle caress of the wind, suppressing the surging waves of emotion within. Lu Yao focused on his newly acquired skill. Barrier LV1 can create a temporary invisible energy barrier within a designated area, maximum 10 square meters, that lasts for 10 seconds. Capable of withstanding pure physical impacts not exceeding 100 kilograms. Cooldown time, 24 hours. A purely defensive skill. Though laden with limitations, in critical moments, it could be a lifeline. All fatigue was washed away in an instant by the exhilarating surge of spirit. Lu Yao took a deep breath, his legs coiling with power, his body light as a monkey, as he vaulted onto the freshly completed wall. Standing aloft, he surveyed the scene below. Each face was smeared with dirt, yet every pair of eyes sparkled with joy. Mu Hong, you, Shui, he, you, children, men, women, new kin and old kin. All gazes converged upon him, imbued with exhaustion, joy, and fervent reverence and anticipation. Lu Yao stretched his arms wide, arching his back, as a series of crisp cracks echoed through his bones. His voice soared through the mountain air, resonating in the ears of every tribesman. From this day forth, within these walls lies our territory. A brief silence ensued. In the next moment, a thunderous cheer erupted, reverberating through the skies and echoing in the valleys, startling countless birds into flight. At that very moment, a magnificent and ancient voice resonated deep within Lu Yao's soul. Detected host's bodily functions have transcended mortal limitations, and the concept of territory has been established for the first time, greatly advancing the progress of civilization. Divinity begins to sprout. Divine power awakens. Territory level 1. Lu Yao's pupils constricted suddenly. Divine power. Chapter 62. Special variety of potatoes, ready in 3 days, one at a time. As the last sturdy log was firmly pounded into the earth, the tribe's first line of defense, a simple yet solid wooden fence, finally closed. It enclosed the cave and the newly cultivated land in front, creating a true home that belonged to them. At that moment, an unprecedented system notification thundered in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Detected the formation of tribal territorial consciousness. The camp has taken shape. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the unique divine power. Territory level 1. Lu Yao's heart contracted sharply. This was not merely a skill. It was divine power. He immediately focused his mind and gazed at the new entry. Territory level 1. Under heaven, there is no land that is not royal. Within your territory, your dignity and power will resonate with the land. Strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5, spirit 5. As the words echoed, a tremendous warmth surged from the ground beneath him, coursing through his body. This was not a mere enhancement of power. Lu Yao experienced a wondrous illusion, as if the land enclosed by the wooden fence had become an extension of his own being. He clenched his fist, and the joints cracked audibly in a series of sharp snaps. The overwhelming sensation of power surged forth. The feeling of an instantaneous increase of 5 points in strength was exhilarating. Lu Yao opened his attribute panel. Within the territory formed by the wooden fence, each of his 4 fundamental attributes bore a conspicuous 5 mark beside them. His attributes had skyrocketed by a total of 20 points. This was divine power, awakened by the system in response to his establishment of the camp and formation of territory. It was a true manifestation of power, unique to him, emerging from nothingness. Name: Lu Yao. Race: human. Strength: 11, 5. Constitution: 10, 5. Agility: 11, 5. Spirit: 10, 5. Charm: 11. Divine power. Territory level 1 skills: Fireball level 1. Ice spell level 1. Sleep level 1. Basic healing level 1. Deer call level 1. Cow moo level 1. Throwing level 2. Rough skin level 2. Resistance level 1. Sound detection level 1. Basic intimidation level 1. Bloodlust level 1. Dragon roar level 1. Barrier level 1. Free attribute points: 0. This panel was undeniably luxurious. Lu Yao's thoughts returned to reality as he gazed at the wooden wall forged by his fellow tribesmen. In a space of approximately 300 square meters, nestled against the mountains, a semicircular encampment has been established. The cave serves as a sanctuary, while at the entrance of the camp, a gentle giant, a white cow, stands sentinel beside the barn. Perhaps, in the future, true wooden cabins and watchtowers could rise within. Lu Gu, we have walls now. Snow caressed the rough logs, her voice trembling with uncontainable emotion. For those who once wandered lost, struggling for survival in the wilderness, a wall signifies more than mere protection from beasts. It also separates them from the haunting shadows of fear and uncertainty that once enveloped their days and nights. Lu Yao nodded, his gaze drifting past the gathered crowd to the freshly turned black soil within the enclosure. Potatoes. Merely a day has passed, and the tubers buried beneath the earth have already sent forth tender green shoots, defiantly unfurling their delicate leaves. According to the survival manual, This particular variety of potato boasts an extraordinarily abbreviated growth cycle, yielding fruit in less than 3 days. The only drawback is that each plant produces but a single tuber. Yet, this is sufficient. For a tribe in dire need of sustenance, nothing is more crucial than a rapid turnover of resources. Oh well, Mu Hong strode in, triumphantly carrying 2 gophers skewered by his spear, a smile of victory gracing his face. Lu Gu, luck is on our side today. Lu Yao accepted the bounty, though a slight furrow formed on his brow. The supplies hanging in the cave had dwindled to just 4 gophers. It took Mu Hong and 3 others half a day to procure these 2. With spring's arrival, gophers have expanded their range, and the efficiency of the hunt has visibly diminished. The manpower required is excessive, while the yields remain uncertain. Continued like this, the tribe would surely face peril. At that moment, a gray rabbit peeked inquisitively from the nearby thicket, regarding the newly erected wooden walls with caution. It twitched its nose before swiftly darting back into the underbrush. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Gophers are elusive, but what of rabbits or wild chickens? They abound in the forests, their numbers vast. If only there were an efficient hunting method that did not require substantial manpower. Traps. A series of intricate yet lethal hunting trap designs began to manifest in his mind. Snares, pressure stones, and animal traps. 2 days later, on a sunlit morning, the entire tribe paused their tasks, instinctively gathering around the modest potato patch. Each face bore a complex mix of anticipation, tension, and skepticism. Lu Gu, can this really work? Snow crouched on the ground, gazing at the potato seedlings that had grown to nearly half a foot tall, their foliage lush. A single tuber buried in the earth can sprout anew in 3 days? This is beyond our comprehension. Lu Yao remained silent, merely smiling as he picked up a wooden spade beside him and deftly plunged it into the soil, targeting the most robust potato seedling. The moist, dark earth was turned over, and all present held their breath, fixated on Lu Yao's actions. As the wooden spade loosened the soil, Lu Yao reached in, feeling around beneath the surface. Moments later, he slowly extracted a cluster of roots from the earth. Beneath the tangled network of roots, there dangled a round, golden potato. It was not large, slightly smaller than Lu Yao's fist, still adorned with fresh soil. Yet it stood there, undeniably, before everyone's gaze. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Lu Yao lifted the newly emerged potato high, basking it in the morning sun. Its humble exterior shimmered with a golden halo under the sunlight. This was not merely a potato. It was the very cornerstone upon which this tribe would build its escape from hunger and embark upon the path to civilization. Chapter 63, Potato Cultivation. Treasures abound in the forests. The crowd's cheers eventually subsided, yet the fervent joy pulsated in the depths of each person's eyes. This soil-stained potato had utterly obliterated their concerns about food. Lu Yao handed the potato to He, the young girl who rinsed it clean with fresh water. Soon, the first batch of over 30 potatoes emerged from the earth. They were solemnly arranged upon a clean marmot skin, the sun bestowing upon them a layer of unpretentious radiance. Mo Hong's throat convulsed violently. He could almost savor the soft, sweet flavor of the roasted delight. Are we going to eat all of them? His voice quivered with an unrecognized tremor of desire. Lu Yao smiled. Of course we will. He bent down, picked up the largest potato, weighing it in his hand, and then selected 5 others that were equally round and plump. But these 6 cannot be eaten. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Brother Lu, why not? These look the best. Jinzi scratched his head, confusion etched across his face. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on the 6 potatoes he had chosen. He offered no explanation, merely posed the question through his actions. Why? A cool voice cut through the air. You had approached unnoticed. She picked up an ordinary potato and contrasted it with one chosen by Lu Yao, placing them side by side in her palm. The disparity in size and weight was immediately apparent. The tribespeople followed her movements, falling into contemplative silence. But what did this signify? In their world, the harvest was left to fate. Food quality varied, dictated solely by luck. A glimmer of contemplation illuminated Yu's eyes as she raised her head, locking her gaze with Lu Yao. Is it because the roots that bear them are inherently superior? Her tone was inquisitive yet imbued with unwavering certainty. Lu Yao's lips curled into a subtle arc as he nodded emphatically. Indeed, only the finest seeds can yield the best fruits. We must retain the best from this harvest for our future, enabling us to cultivate more and superior potatoes. Grasping a sharp bone dagger, Lu Yao deftly dissected a large potato into 5 sections, each adorned with sprouting eyes, preparing to replant them. If we persist through generations, our potatoes will flourish, becoming ever more abundant, a testament to the principle of survival of the fittest. The phrase survival of the fittest resonated with a peculiar potency, crashing into Yu's consciousness. In an instant, she comprehended the deeper meaning. It was not merely about potatoes. It represented a fundamental law, a rule that could liberate a tribe from ignorance and guide it toward strength, retaining the best while discarding the weak, whether it be potatoes, weapons, or even people. Yu's heart constricted violently. But should humans be subject to such ruthless selection? Or was she overthinking? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. The remaining potatoes transformed into the tribe's grandest feast that evening. As the salt-crusted roasted potatoes were distributed among the members, the searing warmth, the smoky aroma, and the exquisite melt-in-the-mouth texture elicited heartfelt applause that reverberated throughout the cave. The potatoes alleviated the tribe's basic needs, yet the persistent scarcity of meat loomed ominously. The next day, Lu Yao, accompanied by Mu Hong, plunged into the forest. "Is this it, Brother Lu?" Mu Hong inquired, eyeing the rudimentary contraption crafted from vines and sticks with skepticism. It appeared far too fragile, as if a rabbit could easily dislodge it. "We must try. We won't know unless we do," Lu Yao replied, patting his hands together. Though uncertainty gnawed at him, these traps were cobbled together from fragmented knowledge buried deep within his memory, a resilient branch bent by force. A fragile balance mechanism formed from slender sticks, and a noose concealed beneath fallen leaves. The theory was robust, yet the creatures of this world possessed extraordinary strength and size. Most concerning was the silence that enveloped his mind upon completing the first trap. No bestiary unlocked, no system rewards. This suggested either that the trap was too simplistic to capture the system's attention or that the system did not recognize it as a trap at all. Dismissing the thought, Lu Yao resolved to set more traps, hopeful that a hapless rabbit might stumble into one. Casting aside distractions, he directed Mu Hong along the beast paths to establish the 2nd, 3rd, and 10th traps. After a busy afternoon, the setting sun bathed the forest in a warm golden hue. Ever since his mental acuity surpassed 10 points, Lu Yao felt as though the entire world had transformed. With a mere thought, he could precisely capture and distinguish the mingled aromas of earth, decaying leaves, and wildflowers in the air. His gaze unconsciously swept through the forest. Suddenly, his footsteps halted. At the edge of an inconspicuous thicket, a plant adorned with delicate purple flowers intrusively captured his attention. His mental faculties sharpened to a heightened state of focus. Everything around him faded into obscurity, blurring into insignificance, leaving only that plant, magnified in exquisite detail within his vision. Ding! A usable plant has been discovered. Name: Purple Cloud Pea. Function: its crushed flowers and leaves, when applied externally, can swiftly halt bleeding and reduce inflammation, proving remarkably effective for cuts. Lu Yao's breath caught in his throat. Halt bleeding. Reduce inflammation. Was this not akin to a natural first aid kit and antibiotic? The efficacy appeared reminiscent of that of the purple-flowered herb, viola. He immediately uprooted it with great care. Next, Lu Yao began to consciously employ this newfound perception to scan his surroundings. Soon, beneath a damp rock face, he identified another plant resembling mint, a verdant grass. Name: throat-cleansing herb. Function: chewing its leaves invigorates the mind and alleviates throat discomfort, serving as a natural chewing gum and throat lozenge. Mu Hong, give this a try. Lu Yao plucked a leaf and handed it over. Mu Hong skeptically placed it in his mouth and began to chew. A burst of refreshing coolness surged through him, instantly dispelling the fatigue and drowsiness of the entire afternoon. Hey, this is invigorating. Following this, Lu Yao discovered several more plants. The cold-repelling leaf, effective against chill-induced ailments. The prickly vine, which, when ground into powder, enhances the flavor of roasted meats. He even found a root that could be ground into powder, providing an extraordinary sense of satiety, known as stone root tuber. This forest was evidently no barren wilderness. It was a vast, untapped treasure trove. With the advent of spring, the gates of this treasure trove had finally begun to open for him. Chapter 64. The Birth of the Great Wilderness Tribe. Lu Yao meticulously conveyed the characteristics of the newly discovered plants to Shui. He placed particular emphasis on the purple cloud pea and the stone root tuber. The former was a natural remedy for bleeding, while the latter represented a potential source of starch, the significance of which for the tribe was self-evident. Your task is to lead the gathering team and search the forest for as many of these two plants as possible, based on the samples I provided. Lu Yao's gaze was earnest. Remember, uproot them carefully, with soil intact. We must experiment to see if we can cultivate them in the camp. Shui nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Planting. Although she did not fully grasp the underlying principles, she understood Lu Yao's intent. If successful, they could acquire various plants that previously required foraging, just as they had with potatoes. The next evening, the setting sun cast a warm orange hue over the woods. Lu Yao and Mu Hong walked side by side along the familiar beast path, inspecting the traps they had set the day before. The first trap was utterly empty. The triggering mechanisms remained utterly intact. The second one was no different. The third, when examined, and similarly the 10th, which was the final trap, revealed a cleverly concealed vine snare, still lying quietly beneath the fallen leaves, leaving not even a trace of rabbit fur. The air was thick with an indescribable silence. Lu Yao touched his nose. He had anticipated a low success rate, but to achieve none at all was somewhat embarrassing. Beside him, Mu Hong initially stifled his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself, erupting into a thunderous guffaw. Ha ha, Brother Lu, it seems you've met your match today. He slapped Lu Yao on the shoulder with such force that Lu Yao nearly stumbled. On his honest face, there was no trace of mockery, only pure, heartfelt schadenfreude. Akin to witnessing an all-capable friend finally falter, a simple joy. I thought you could do anything. Turns out this wretched snare is useless. Lu Yao could only shake his head in resignation. The animals of this world were far more cunning and alert than he had imagined. They were also considerably stronger. Such traps, at this level, seemed inadequate even for the wild rabbits of this realm. He contemplated that an upgrade and modification of the traps was imperative. Perhaps a more intricate triggering mechanism was needed. Lost in thought, the two men had already exited the woods and returned to the campsite. Tonight, it appeared that they would have to ration the last two marmots. However, as they crossed the large white cow shed and stepped into the camp, both men froze in surprise. You had returned. She sat quietly beside the campfire, using a clean animal hide to polish her bone spear. At her feet lay a veritable mound of prey, 6 plump wild rabbits and 2 brightly feathered wild chickens. Mu Hong's laughter abruptly ceased. Lu Yao too found himself momentarily speechless. He glanced at the heap of game, then at his own empty hands, and an absurd feeling washed over him. The disparity in their fortunes was striking. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Before his arrival in this world, when Mu Hong's divine abilities had yet to fully awaken, this small tribe had relied almost entirely on you, armed with but a spear, to survive in the harsh wilderness. Her strength was an undeniable reality. It seemed you had sensed their gaze and lifted her head. Her eyes swept over their empty hands. Initially, she appeared slightly taken aback. Then, a faint but genuine smile broke across her typically frosty countenance. A smile devoid of any mockery, simply amused, as if encountering a delightful surprise. Lu Yao found himself momentarily captivated by Yu's gaze. Just then, Snow returned with the gathering team. Their backpacks were filled with freshly dug sweet potatoes and purple vetch. Soon after, another hunting party led by Shi and Lin appeared at the entrance of the camp. Although their haul was modest, they managed to bring back a half-grown marmot. The entire camp erupted in lively activity. Everyone was busy, processing the game, organizing plants, and reinforcing the wooden walls. A palpable sense of fulfillment and vitality radiated from every face. As Lu Yao gazed upon this scene, a warm wave surged within him. This tribe had finally found its footing. No longer did he have to toil alone, nor did they need to place all their hopes on his miraculous feats. It began to resemble a true living entity, possessing its own heartbeat and breath. That evening, for the first time, the tribe's bonfire blazed not in the oppressive confines of a cave, but in the heart of the camp, safeguarded by wooden walls. The warm glow illuminated every face. 18 individuals formed a circle, sharing an unprecedented feast. The richly roasted marmot, sizzling rabbit legs, aromatic roasted wild chicken, and soft, sweet potatoes with a hint of salt created an abundance of food. Never had they experienced such a lavish spread. Never had they felt such a profound sense of security. "We have survived," Jean said, gnawing on a rabbit leg, his voice thick with emotion, his eyes slightly reddened. This statement resonated deeply within everyone. From the despair of war, through the harsh winter-esque storms, To the tranquility of gathering around the bonfire to feast, it felt like a distant dream. You handed a choice piece of roasted meat to Lu Yao before rising to address the group. In the firelight, her figure elongated, her gaze sweeping over each tribesman. We have a home now, an abundance of food. We are no longer wanderers hiding in caves. Her voice was cool, yet imbued with a steadfast strength. This is a significant step for our tribe. From this day forth, we should have a name of our own. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement. A name. Indeed, they should have a name. What shall it be? Mu Hong scratched his head, the first to speak. How about we still call ourselves the Ling tribe? That was the name of our former tribe, he explained. The old chieftain, U.S. father, possessed a divine power known as spirit summoning, which allowed him to temporarily channel the souls of animals, thus gaining immense strength. However, you shook her head. Her gaze swept over Shui, you, Amu, and Jean. No, this tribe is not just ours, the 8 of us, but also includes everyone from the Mountain Wolf tribe. It would be unfair to continue with the old name. We are a completely new entity. Upon hearing this, Shui and the others displayed sincere gratitude in their eyes. The words of you completely dispelled the last vestige of hesitation in their hearts. One by one, they began to propose names, yet each felt inadequate. Ultimately, all eyes inadvertently converged upon Lu Yao. Meeting their gaze, Lu Yao pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. How about we call ourselves the Great Wasteland? The Great Wasteland? Shui inquired curiously, what does that mean? Lu Yao's gaze transcended the crackling fire, surveying the vast, shadowy forest beyond the wooden walls. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear. The land beneath our feet is a desolate and remote wilderness. Here, the winters are long, wild beasts lurk, and it is fraught with the unknown and peril. Yet now, we stand united and have firmly established our presence. We have walls, a home, and ample food for everyone. The Great Wasteland signifies the past, as well as the future. One day, this wilderness shall no longer be our prison, but rather our pasture and fields. We will become the true masters of this land. Thus, our tribe shall be called the Great Wasteland. The Great Wasteland. These 2 words reverberated like thunder, stirring the very souls of all present. They brimmed with strength, ambition, and boundless hope for the future. The Great Wasteland. The Great Wasteland. Howls of excitement erupted, with Mu Hong being the first to raise his arm in fervent cheer, soon followed by the chorus of voices soaring to the heavens. You observed the exhilarated crowd, then turned her gaze to Lu Yao, whose eyes burned with fervor, her heart swelling with emotion. Suppressing her feelings, she stepped forward and raised Lu Yao's hand before the assembly. I, you, the chieftain of the Great Wasteland tribe, hereby declare that from this day forth, Lu Yao shall be our prophet. Chapter 65. Acquiring the armor plate Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the tribal position, prophet. Tribal cohesion significantly enhanced. Civilization progress accelerated. Reward, 1 free attribute point. New identity privilege unlocked. Word as law, beginner. Word as law, beginner as the spiritual symbol of the tribe. Your words possess an innate persuasive and inspiring quality to all tribe members, making it easier for them to trust, comprehend, and execute your directives unconditionally. Lu Yao's heart leapt powerfully. Word as law. This was a divine skill tailor-made for tribal governance. With it, any new ideas or plans he sought to implement would yield exponential results. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious attribute point to Spirit. Spirit, 1011, in an instant. An indescribable sensation of coolness surged from the depths of his consciousness, enveloping his entire being. Lu Yao exhaled slowly, calming the tumult within his heart. At that moment, a figure approached him. It was you. Today, she donned a newly crafted vest made of rabbit fur, accentuating her already poised silhouette. She did not gaze at Lu Yao, but rather fixed her eyes on the mountain woods outside the camp, bathed in the morning light. My father was the chieftain of the Ling tribe, and also a seer. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. He told me that a tribe requires not only the meat that fills the belly and the spears that conquer foes, but also a spark that allows everyone to see the path and hope amidst darkness and despair. You turned her head, her clear eyes earnestly locking onto Lu Yao for the first time. You are the spark of the great wilderness tribe, our hope. Only you can occupy the position of the seer, ensuring the peace of mind for all. Lu Yao comprehended the profound meaning in her gaze. She was elucidating and imparting the weight of the responsibility that this identity entailed. He nodded silently. The silence between them resonated with an unspoken understanding. After breakfast, Lu Yao gathered everyone. His gaze swept across each tribe member, ultimately landing on Mu Hong's eager face. "Brother Lu, are we going to set the snares today? We didn't catch a rabbit yesterday, but today will surely be different," Mu Hong exclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. His words elicited laughter from all, instantly lightening the atmosphere. However, Lu Yao shook his head. He stepped before the crowd and calmly stated, "The traps from yesterday failed." Those simple 6 words froze smiles on everyone's faces. They had not anticipated that the seemingly omnipotent seer would candidly acknowledge his failure. "I am not a deity. I too can err." Lu Yao's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. "What I create may bear flaws. Therefore, we must identify the problems and then seek to improve them." There was no pretense of profundity, nor was there any attempt to mask the awkwardness. He presented the issue before everyone with stark honesty. The effect of his candidness quietly unfolded. His words did not diminish his authority, but rather fostered a sense of intimacy and trust among the people. Indeed, the seer was human. He would lead them to strength, yet he would also require their assistance. A flash of approval crossed Yu's eyes. "What is the problem?" she inquired proactively. "Vines," Lu Yao replied, picking up a leftover vine from yesterday, tugging it forcefully until it snapped. "It lacks resilience and sufficient elasticity. Against the formidable beasts of this world, such vines cannot even ensnare a rabbit. We need materials that are stronger and more robust to craft the ropes, ones that can tighten instantly and withstand the struggles of large prey." Lu Yao's gaze swept over the crowd. Perhaps the tendons of the animals could suffice. The word tendons resonated like a stone cast into the still surface of a lake. All breaths momentarily halted. Some tribe members instinctively shifted their eyes beyond the camp, where a colossal adult triceratops leisurely grazed alongside 3 young ones, feasting upon a variety of ferns. Their immense physiques and powerful muscular lines conveyed a singular message. Their tendons would undoubtedly serve as exceptional material for crafting robust ropes. A flicker of desire ignited in the eyes of some. The atmosphere shifted subtly. On one hand lay a formidable weapon within reach, while on the other, there existed gentle creatures coexisting harmoniously with the tribe. How to choose? Just as this delicate balance threatened to shatter, Lu Yao's voice resonated once more. He shook his head, his tone firm yet subdued, carrying an undeniable conviction. "No, they are not prey." His gaze traversed the faces of those whose eyes flickered with intent, his voice deepening. "These gentle beings lingered near our camp because they sensed our goodwill. Their presence embodies the peace and tranquility of our tribe. Should danger ever arise, they may even stand as our comrades in battle. We must never direct our weapons against our friends." The power of his words, imbued with unwavering belief, reached every listener. The burgeoning bloodlust, doused as if by a cold splash of water, extinguished instantly. Mu Hong nodded solemnly. Yu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Yu regarded Lu Yao's silhouette, her profound eyes finally reflecting genuine acknowledgement and trust. The strength of a tribe lies not solely in its might, but in its core principles and unwavering boundaries. Lu Yao was establishing the first tenet of righteousness for this nascent tribe. Having resolved internal discord, Lu Yao did not pause. He turned and strode directly towards the family of triceratops outside the camp. Hearts raced with uncertainty about his intentions. Approaching the largest adult triceratops, he halted, unflinching, and slowly extended a hand. A peculiar, low melody emerged from his throat. Dragon's Roar Level 1 activated. This melody, infused with a soothing and friendly essence, caused the initially wary leader of the triceratops to lower its massive head, allowing Lu Yao to gently caress its coarse, resilient skin. His gaze lingered on the broad back of the triceratops. There lay a grayish-brown scaled plate, approximately the size of a palm, its edges slightly lifted, indicating a loosening connection to its host, as if it were an old scale on the verge of being shed. Through the resonance of the dragon's roar, he conveyed a simple yet profound intention to the triceratops leader. "This exquisite old armor of yours, imbued with strength. Would you be so kind as to gift it to me?" The colossal amber-like eyes of the triceratops blinked, seemingly grasping his meaning. Moments later, it emitted a deep, rumbling roar, as if in response. Then, it turned its massive body and approached a nearby protruding rock. With a swift motion of its back, It forcefully scraped against the lifted scale. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the grayish-brown plate fell away effortlessly. The leader of the Triceratops turned around and gently nudged the fallen plate towards Lu Yao's feet with its enormous head. Lu Yao bent down and picked up the plate. It felt slightly heavy in his grasp, its texture incredibly hard yet endowed with an unusual resilience, not merely a rigid stone. Gazing at this substantial piece of armor, he realized it was perfect material for crafting defensive plates. Success! The tribe's defensive equipment finally had a promising upgrade direction. Lu Yao raised the scale high, addressing all his kin. Behold, this is the reward we receive for steadfastly upholding kindness. A thunderous cheer erupted, reverberating throughout the valley. Chapter 66. The encirclement hunt. The issue of the scale was resolved, yet the tendons required for crafting formidable traps remained elusive. We must go hunting, Lu Yao declared, his gaze fixed on you with unwavering determination. We shall hunt down sufficiently large prey. Large-scale encirclement hunts are vital for a tribe's vitality, providing not only sustenance and materials, but also sustaining its combat prowess. You nodded, without a trace of hesitation. She grasped the impeccably sharpened bone spear, exuding an aura of fierce battle intent. Soon, a hunting party of 6, comprising Lu Yao, Yu, Mu Hong, Shui, Amu, and Jinzi, assembled. They ventured along the slopes of the eastern mountain, advancing deeper into the lush, primitive jungle. Since his mental prowess had surpassed 11 points, Lu Yao's perception of the environment had reached a new pinnacle. The scents carried by the wind and the traces left in the forest formed a dynamic map in his mind. This way, Lu Yao directed, pointing towards a specific direction. The group promptly followed, maintaining a loose fan shape, keeping a vigilant distance that allowed for immediate support as they cautiously advanced. Deep within the woods, the light dimmed. The towering canopies obscured the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. Suddenly, Yu, leading the way, halted and signaled with her hand. Instantly, everyone lowered their bodies, their breaths slowing in unison. Following Yu's gaze, one could see a vast clearing in the forest about 100 meters ahead, where an enormous elk was grazing on a type of moss. Its antlers were formidable, and its muscles rippled with strength, embodying the perfect quarry they sought. Excitement ignited in the eyes of the group, with Mu Hong gripping his spear tightly, his muscles taut and ready to charge. However, just as they prepared to strike, 3 shadowy figures emerged silently from the opposite side of the clearing. These silhouettes, similar in size to the previously encountered ice wolves, wore a more aggressive slate-gray fur. Their limbs were long and powerful, and their gaze exuded a cunning and cruelty distinctly different from that of the ice wolves. Lu Yao's heart raced. Ding! Discovered a level 1 creature, Terror Wolf. Strength, 8. Constitution, 7. Agility, 9. Spirit, 5. Description, a social predator, cunning and cruel, adept at teamwork with a strong territorial instinct. It was indeed a terror wolf, and to their dismay, 3 had appeared at once. Though their individual attributes were inferior to the ice wolves, the combined threat of 3 was certainly formidable. The massive elk, aware of their presence, let out a warning snort and attempted to flee, but it was too late. The 4 terror wolves sprang into action, forming a perfect triangular formation as they lunged from 3 directions with astonishing speed. In a mere instant, one of the large terror wolves had seized the elk by its hind leg, while the other 3 expertly targeted its neck and abdomen. Blood quickly stained the ground. The once mighty elk struggled for less than half a minute against the onslaught before collapsing, its throat savagely torn apart. This gruesome yet efficient display of hunting left the members of the hunting party gasping in shock. So swift, so brutal. Jinzi and Amu paled at the sight. Yet, in stark contrast, Mu Hong's eyes burned with fierce battle intent, devoid of fear. Howling, he struck his chest, unleashing a surge of ferocity. Mighty Force LV-1 activated. He appeared to swell in stature, roaring like an uncontrollable war chariot as he charged directly at the 3 terror wolves feasting on the elk. Mu Hong, come back. Lu Yao's expression changed as he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Such impulsiveness. The 3 terror wolves, alerted by the commotion, ceased their feeding and turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing the charging Mu Hong, rather than alarm, a glimmer of bloodthirsty excitement flickered in their eyes. As the formidable bone spear hurled towards him, the lead fear wolf attempted to evade, only to be impaled deeply into the forest floor by a single thrust. The tremendous force was accompanied by remarkable velocity. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced flesh and blood, anchoring the leading wolf firmly into the earth. In that very instant, the other 3 wolves sprang into action. They darted like 2 bolts of lightning, one to the left and one to the right, closing in on Mu Hong from both flanks. Their tactical coordination was impeccable. With his initial strike concluded, and his old strength waning while new vigor had yet to arise, Mu Hong could only roar in frustration, barely managing to turn his body to withstand the assault from the left wolf. The sharp claws of the wolf swiftly tore into his sturdy arm, leaving 3 crimson gashes. A searing pain coursed through him, eliciting a muffled groan. Meanwhile, the wolf on his right seized the opportunity, opening its gaping maw to viciously bite into his thigh. Yet, just as the foul breath of the wolf was about to make contact, a ghostly white figure appeared at his side. It was Yu. In that moment, her speed surged to its zenith. The seemingly unremarkable bone spear in her hand transformed into a streak of white lightning, striking first. With a resounding thud, the spear plunged into the flesh of the wolf that was about to sink its teeth into Mu Hong, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl as the beast was flung through the air by an overwhelming force, pinning it against the trunk of a large tree. The spear pierced through its eye socket, emerging from the back of its skull, delivering a fatal blow. This unexpected turn of events caused the remaining 2 fear wolves to hesitate in their assault. Shua, Amu, Jinzi, don't just stand there, hurry up. At the call, the trio snapped back to reality. Without hesitation, they swiftly retrieved their long spears, aiming at the wolf still entangled with Mu Hong. Kill. 3 figures, with a battle cry that was not particularly loud, formed a formation that sealed off all escape routes for the wolf. The creature, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to retreat. But it was too late. It barely had time to emit a reluctant howl before a spear accurately pierced its chest and abdomen, the overwhelming force rolling it onto the ground where it convulsed a few times, then lay still. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of 4 had fallen. The remaining wolf, witnessing its companions perish one after another, finally displayed a glimmer of fear in its eyes. No longer willing to fight, it let out a howl laced with rage and terror, turning to flee deeper into the dense forest. Thinking of escaping? Lu Yao scoffed. He had already locked onto its position, and the spear-launching device in his hand was poised for action. With a swift motion of his arm, a dark shadow streaked through the air. The fear wolf seemed to sense the impending threat, desperately twisting its body as it fled. However, Lu Yao's strike was executed at an angle that was simply too cunning. The spear ultimately grazed its hind leg, carving a profound gash into the earth. A miss. A heaviness settled in Lu Yao's heart. Seizing the opportunity, the fearsome wolf plunged into the dense thicket, on the verge of vanishing from sight. At that moment, the previously silent Yu stirred, her gaze fixated intently on the direction of the rustling bushes. In an instant, her entire demeanor transformed. As though she had merged with the very essence of the forest, she lunged forward, hurling the second bone spear at an astonishing angle towards the seemingly empty undergrowth with great force. A piercing wail, hauntingly shrill, echoed from deep within the thicket. Then, silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 67. Return Snow, Mu, and Jinzi pushed aside the damp foliage before them, their movements stiffened by trembling. In the next moment, they beheld the scene within. Their feet seemed rooted to the ground, and their pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. Deep in the thicket, the earth lay in disarray, littered with soil and broken branches. The last wolf, attempting to flee, lay in an oddly contorted position, now utterly silent. A nondescript wooden spear had pierced through the thick nape of the wolf, flawlessly transfixing its spine and anchoring its massive form into the moist earth. Deadly, precise. The blood that flowed forth had already stained the surrounding ground a dark crimson hue. Beside the lifeless body of the wolf, Yu stood quietly. Her breath remained tranquil, as if the thunderous throw had merely been the casual toss of a stone by the roadside. She did not gaze at the carcass of the wolf. Instead, she calmly turned around, her eyes sweeping over Snow, Mu, and Jinzi. This is the power of the chieftain. This is the warrior of their tribe. In an instant, the 3 were engulfed by a void in their minds, the earlier unease at the sight of blood completely consumed by an even more fervent and intense emotion. All, a reverence for absolute power, and a fervor to follow such a formidable being. What are you still standing there for? Yu's cold voice shattered the stillness of the forest. Clean up the prey and bring it back. Yes, chieftain. The three jolted back to reality, instinctively straightening their chests. No trace of hesitation or confusion remained in their eyes. Only a fervent blaze of admiration. Meanwhile, Mu Hong clutched his bloodied arm, keeping his head bowed in silence. He gazed at the multitude of wolf corpses and the enormous elk, now utterly cold not far away, his face devoid of any semblance of victory. Instead, a profound sense of shame replaced it, and a trace of fear, unnoticed even by himself, seeped from his very marrow. Had he emerged victorious? No. It was his companions behind him who had secured the win. Had it not been for Yu's swift and unparalleled support, his thigh would likely have been severed by that fearsome wolf. Without the timely intervention of Shui and the others, he might have perished in a drawn-out struggle with another wolf. For the first time, he vividly realized how fragile the strength and courage he took pride in were in the face of a true hunt. His recklessness had not only nearly cost him his life, but might have also jeopardized the entire team. A wave of regretful helplessness surged violently within his chest. At that moment, a warm hand gently rested on his shoulder. Mu Hong jolted, looking up to meet Lu Yao's calm and profound gaze. Lu Yao. Mu Hong's lips moved. His face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Lu Yao said nothing, but merely placed his hand over the claw marks. A soft emerald glow suddenly radiated from Lu Yao's palm. Basic healing technique activated. Mu Hong felt a cool and invigorating warmth rush into his wound. The pain swiftly ebbed away. Lu Yao withdrew his hand, offering no reprimand, only another reassuring pat on his shoulder. His voice was tranquil, yet it resonated with a power that pierced the soul. Remember this feeling, Mu Hong. For a warrior, living is far more important than slaying the enemy. Living is far more important than slaying the enemy. He stared blankly at Lu Yao, repeatedly savoring these words. As the silhouettes of the hunting party appeared outside the camp, the entire De Huang tribe erupted in jubilation. They had returned. Goodness, what is that? It's a fearsome wolf. 4 of them. 4 whole fearsome wolves. And a stag so large. We will have more than enough meat. When the corpses of the 4 wolves and the giant stag were collectively hoisted over the walls and dropped heavily onto the ground, the visual impact of the mountain of blood and flesh plunged everyone into ecstatic frenzy. The tribe erupted in thunderous cheers. This is the De Huang tribe, a formidable tribe that can effortlessly hunt 4 fearsome wolves, a place where they can eat their fill, dress warmly, and live without fear. In that moment, the last remnants of hesitation and unease among all the new members dissipated. The cohesion of the tribe reached an unprecedented height. Meanwhile, you quietly stood beside Lu Yao, watching the genuine smiles on her kin's faces, a subtle curve of her lips emerging, unbeknownst to her. Chapter 68. Not hunters, but an army. That night, the entire De Huang tribe was immersed in a sea of revelry. The bonfire crackled. The enormous stag was roasted over the flames, sizzling and oozing with fat. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the unique wild essence of the dire wolf permeated every corner of the camp. Each individual was served generous portions of roasted meat, indulging to the point of greasiness, with their faces radiating purest happiness. Even the family of ceratopsians was granted entry within the walls, receiving a bountiful share of their beloved coniferous branches and leaves. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The feast continued deep into the night, as the clan members, filled with contentment, returned in small groups to their wooden cabins or side rooms to rest. Only a few silent figures remained by the central campfire. Lu Yao, Yu, Mu Hong, along with the voluntarily lingering Shui, Amu, and Jinzi. As the crowd dispersed, the air grew increasingly somber. Today, we triumphed in battle. Yet we also unveiled numerous issues. Lu Yao spoke calmly, his voice resonating with clarity in the stillness of the night. He cast his gaze upon Mu Hong, then glanced at Shui and the others. Mu Hong, your impulsiveness nearly cost you your life and disrupted our original plan. Mu Hong's face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, as he lowered his head, wishing to vanish into the ground in shame. And you 3, Lu Yao's attention shifted to Shui, Amu, and Jinzi. When Mu Hong rushed out, you hesitated. The trio stiffened, their faces burning. I am not blaming you. Lu Yao's tone softened. I understand that confronting 3 ferocious dire wolves incites instinctive fear and hesitation. However, on the battlefield, even a moment's indecision can exact the price of a comrade's life. Lu Yao's voice, though softly spoken, struck each heart like a hammer. Our victory today stemmed solely from our individual strengths surpassing those of the 4 direwolves. Use speed. Mu Hong's power. Yet, what if next time we face 5 or 10 direwolves? Or an enemy even more cunning and formidable than the direwolves? Lu Yao surveyed the group, pausing deliberately before asking, "Can we rely on luck every single time?" No one could respond. Indeed, if our adversaries were to double in number, today's outcome might have been entirely different. Observing the gravity etched on their faces, Lu Yao recognized the moment had come. He rose, his gaze piercing as it swept across each person present. With an unprecedented solemnity, he proclaimed, "Starting tomorrow, all hunting team members will undergo tactical training." Tactical training? Mu Hong and Shui exchanged puzzled expressions, unfamiliar with this term. Precisely. Lu Yao's voice rang with conviction. "We can no longer rely solely on individual valor for hunting. What I need you to learn is collaboration, trust, and entrusting your back to your comrades. I aim to transform you from a group of brave hunters into a seamlessly coordinated team, a formidable army." The moment this phrase escaped from Lu Yao's lips, it seemed to carry an extraordinary enchantment, causing the hearts of all present to race with fervor. Though they may not fully grasp the essence of the term, they could sense a grandeur and solemnity in Lu Yao's tone. It embodied a presence far mightier, more disciplined, and more exhilarating than that of the hunting party. As dawn broke the following morning, the members of the hunting team were summoned by Lu Yao to the clearing of their camp. Alongside the 6 from the previous night, several robust young newcomers had joined. All gazed with curiosity and anticipation at Lu Yao, who stood at the forefront. Lu Yao wasted no time on superfluous words. He approached Mu Hong and presented him with the remarkably sturdy, ice-covered carbonized wooden shield. "Mu Hong," he called. "Here." Mu Hong instinctively straightened his posture. "From this day forth, you shall be the first shield guardian of the great wilderness tribe." Lu Yao's voice resonated through the crisp morning air as he raised the shield for all to see. The duty of a shield guardian is not to slay the enemy, but to use your body and your shield to protect your comrades from all danger. You stand at the forefront of the team, the most steadfast foundation of the tribe. Your existence signifies that your companions may unleash their lethal spears without hesitation from behind you. Mu Hong, can you fulfill this role? Mu Hong stared blankly at Lu Yao, his gaze fixed on the gleaming shield. Memories flooded back of the excruciating pain from yesterday when a wolf's claw had torn through his flesh, coupled with Lu Yao's teaching that living is far more crucial than vanquishing foes. An unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility ignited within him. Strength is not solely for charging into battle. It is equally for safeguarding one's companions. "I can," Mu Hong declared, his eyes ablaze with determination as he solemnly accepted the shield from Lu Yao's hands. "Excellent." Lu Yao nodded in satisfaction. Shui, a Mu Jinzi, and the others looked at Mu Hong, who now bore the massive shield with the reliability of a mountain, their eyes reflecting envy and admiration. "What about us? What is our position?" Shui inquired impatiently. Lu Yao smiled gently and began to assign groups. "Mu Hong, along with you 3, will form the first line and create the shield wall. Shui, a Mu Jinzi, you will stand behind the shield wall as spear bearers. Your task is to precisely thrust your spears through the gaps in the shield to strike the enemy." Lu Yao personally demonstrated the technique. He instructed Mu Hong to raise the shield while he wielded a spear, thrusting it sharply from the side of the shield. Thus, a fundamental yet highly effective infantry tactic was clearly displayed before the eyes of all the primitive warriors. Simple, direct, yet imbued with lethal efficiency. Chapter 69. The Upgrade of Traps, the Divine Skill of Capturing. The tactical training of the tribe was fervently progressing. Mu Hong seemed to have discovered his true calling, tirelessly practicing blocking and positioning with his shield each day, deriving immense joy from it. His strength had transformed from reckless charging into a steadfast guardian, as stable as a mountain. Shui, Amu, Jinzi, and others, under Lu Yao's guidance, repeatedly practiced their coordinated strikes, their synergy growing stronger with each session. Meanwhile, life within the tribe was advancing at a remarkable pace. In the fields that had been cultivated, Lu Yao personally selected high-quality potato seeds, astonishingly yielding a bountiful harvest every 3 days, providing the tribe with a substantial food supply. The golden roasted potatoes and the soft, fragrant mashed potatoes liberated everyone from their singular reliance on meat. Hunger, once a nightmare casting a shadow over the heads of all primitive people, had become a distant memory in the great wilderness tribe. With the fundamental food issue resolved, Lu Yao finally had time to attend to the most precious resources, the tendons of the 4 dire wolves and the giant deer. These resilient materials were excellent choices for crafting powerful traps and bowstrings. He entrusted this task to the skillful He and the highly adaptable Yu. Under Lu Yao's guidance, the 2 girls soaked the blood-streaked tendons in water, repeatedly pounded them with stone hammers to remove attached fat and impurities, and then air-dried them. The entire process was intricate and meticulous, yet he and Yu executed it with great diligence. A few days later, bundles of exceptionally resilient, pale yellow tendons were completed. Lu Yao nodded in satisfaction as he held the processed tendons. He immediately began crafting new rope snares. This time, he refrained from using fragile vines, opting instead for the processed tendons as the core material for the ropes. The resilience and strength of the tendons far surpassed that of vines. Lu Yao also made minor modifications to the triggering mechanism, enhancing its sensitivity. When he successfully created the first entirely new rope snare, using a tendon rope combined with a bent branch, the long-awaited system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crafting a rope snare, unlocking a new entry in the catalog. Rope snare, utilizing animal tendons as the core material, significantly enhancing resilience and strength, and increasing sensitivity to triggers, making it an efficient hunting tool. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Unlock new skill. Capture LV1. Capture LV1. Your traps or attacks have a very low probability of causing life-threatening creatures to surrender resistance and develop a desire to follow you. Note, the higher the intelligence of the creature, the lower the success rate. A new skill. Moreover, a divine skill for capturing. Lu Yao's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This skill is tailor-made for him. With it, whenever he encounters extraordinary creatures like Baymax or the Triceratops in the future, he will have the opportunity to directly claim them as his own. This is infinitely more valuable than mere hunting. Without hesitation, Lu Yao allocated that single precious point of freedom attribute to strength. Strength, 1112, filled with excitement. Lu Yao led several tribesmen to set up the newly crafted modified traps along the paths frequented by wild beasts in the forest. The results were immediate. The following morning, when they checked the traps, they were pleasantly surprised to find that 3 of them had been triggered. 2 traps each held a plump wild rabbit, still struggling in vain. The other trap ensnared an unfortunate wild boar. The remarkable success rate elicited cheers of joy from everyone. After resolving the issues with the traps, Lu Yao felt a great sense of relief. Standing atop the camp's wall, he gazed at the vibrant scene within the tribe, his heart brimming with a sense of achievement. In the fields, the potato seedlings thrived splendidly. In the open area, the hunting team was engaged in tactical drills, their chants synchronized. Not far away, in the wooden shed, he and Yu were processing new furs. Everything was progressing towards a brighter future. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the feet of the tribesmen training. As spring arrived, the melting snow rendered the ground muddy and slippery. Although the camp's ground had been leveled, the scattered stones, grass roots, and wooden thorns in the forest remained a considerable nuisance during excursions. He noticed a young tribesman, unsteady on his feet while turning during training, who had cut the sole of his foot on a sharp stone, grimacing in pain. Though his basic healing art could remedy such minor injuries, they still impeded movement and posed a risk of infection. Lu Yao's attention shifted to the corner where several wolf pelts were being dried. These pelts were tough and substantial, making for exceptional materials. A thought began to crystallize in his mind. It was time to provide his tribesmen with a brand new piece of equipment. He resolved to craft each person a true pair of shoes. Chapter 70. The first pair of shoes, swift strides. Lu Yao's gaze ultimately rested on those wolf pelts drying in the corner. Having undergone initial processing, these pelts exhibited excellent material quality. A notion fully clarified in his mind. It was time to bestow each member of the great wilderness tribe with a new piece of equipment, an item that would protect their feet, allowing them to traverse the forest with greater stability and safety. Shoes. This seemingly ordinary object in later generations was, in this era, an unheard of luxury. On the following day, Lu Yao did not partake in the training of the hunting team. Instead, he sought out the 2 most skilled individuals within the tribe, he and Yu. As Lu Yao laid before them a meticulously prepared wolf pelt alongside a bundle of resilient tendons, both girls exhibited expressions of bewilderment. What is this for? A new leather armor? He inquired with curiosity. No, it is for shoes, Lu Yao replied. seizing a piece of charcoal and sketching a rudimentary design on a flat stone slab. It was the profile of a high-top boot. I intend to create this. He and Yu leaned in, and after a moment of contemplation, they grasped Lu Yao's intention. In the past, some tribespeople would wrap their feet in animal hides for protection while traveling. However, such luxuries were reserved for the more privileged members of the tribe. As the resource of animal hides was limited, and their use as foot protection inevitably led to wear and tear, it appeared Lu Yao aimed to provide everyone with footwear fashioned from animal hides. He instructed He to fetch a wooden ruler and personally measured the length of Yu's foot and the height of her ankle, meticulously recording each measurement. Then, he picked up a sharp stone shard and began to carefully cut the wolf pelt into various components: the sole, the upper, and the shaft. Each piece was dimensioned through rough calculations. Yu, employing a bone needle, threaded the tendons through. Lu Yao handed the cut leather to her, saying, like this. So along the edges, he personally demonstrated a double thread stitching technique, which would ensure greater durability at the seams. Yu's aptitude for learning was astonishing. After a single demonstration, she grasped the essence of the technique and promptly took up the bone needle and tendons to commence sewing. Her fingers danced nimbly, each stitch executed swiftly and steadily, with a consistent tension. Meanwhile, he was tasked with preparing the shoe's sole. Lu Yao directed her to layer 2 pieces of wolf hide, sandwiching a layer of tightly packed hemp cloth made from plant ash in between to enhance the thickness and shock-absorbing qualities of the sole. Under the sun, the shadows of the 3 figures stretched long. Curious tribespeople gathered around, watching as the fragmented pieces of leather gradually transformed into a peculiar 3-dimensional shape through the hands of the seer and the 2 girls, their fascination palpable. Mu Hong scratched his head and quietly asked Shui beside him, "What is the seer doing? What purpose will it serve?" Shui shook his head, yet his gaze remained fixed on the focused figures of Lu Yao and Yu. He sensed that a significant event, one capable of altering the fate of the tribe, was unfolding. The entire day slipped away amidst this meticulous and intricate labor. As dusk approached, when the final tendon was tightened and secured with a robust knot, a pair of exquisitely crafted, deeply hued leather boots, with fine stitches, finally revealed themselves to all. They featured a sturdy sole, a snug ankle fit, and laces intricately threaded with fine leather cords. The fluid lines and robust texture exuded an air of sophistication and reliability. "It's done," he exclaimed joyfully. The gathered clansmen erupted in awe, their gasps echoing around them. Though they remained oblivious to the purpose of this creation, its flawless form had captivated them completely. Under the envious and curious gazes of the crowd, Lu Yao approached Yu, holding the pristine leather boots. Yu observed him quietly, a flicker of light dancing in her cool, clear eyes. "Come, give it a try," Lu Yao said, his voice tinged with mirth. Yu was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. "Is this for me?" "Of course," Lu Yao replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, being the first pair. It was only right for the clan leader. Laughter filled the air among the surrounding clansmen. Yu's heart inexplicably quickened. She did not hesitate. Instead, she calmly seated herself and extended her elegantly shaped, jade-like feet. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon her feet as he knelt down, lifting her ankle with a gentle touch that sent a warm sensation coursing through Yu's body, causing her to stiffen momentarily, a peculiar tingling spreading from the point of contact. Unperturbed, Lu Yao focused on fitting the boots onto her feet. When he finally looked up, he met Yu's eyes, which were filled with a mixture of shyness and brilliance. "Stand up and take a few steps," Lu Yao urged as he rose and clapped his hands. Taking a deep breath, Yu suppressed her fluttering heart and complied. As her feet touched the ground, an unprecedented sensation enveloped her, solid, stable, yet soft. She attempted a few steps, then broke into a light jog. The soles adeptly insulated her from the scattered pebbles below, while the high-top design securely embraced her ankles, providing unparalleled stability and comfort during her turns and jumps. This protective footwear was infinitely more convenient and comfortable than merely wrapping her feet in beast hides. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting the wolfskin boots. Unlocking a new entry in the catalog. Wolfskin boots. These will enhance the survival and combat efficiency of tribe members. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Unlocking new skill, Swift Step LV1. Swift Step LV1. Passive your movement speed and stamina receive a slight boost, while noise generated during actions is significantly reduced. Another formidable passive skill. Lu Yao felt a surge of joy and allocated that point to Spirit. Spirit, 1011. A refreshing sensation exploded in his mind, sharpening his thoughts to an even greater clarity. Just then, an unexpected disturbance shattered the cheerful atmosphere of the camp. A cry of pain pierced the air, disrupting the joy that had filled the space. Not far away, a tribesman engaged in transporting potatoes appeared flushed, and before anyone realized, he had collapsed onto the ground, seemingly fainting. "Jinzi, are you all right?" Shui inquired, gently touching his forehead. At that moment, Jinzi lay on the ground, his body burning with alarming heat, his teeth clenched tightly. The joyful atmosphere in the camp was instantly overshadowed by a wave of sudden panic. Chapter 71. The ineffectiveness of basic healing. Panic descended like an invisible cloud, enveloping the camp in an instant. Everyone halted their actions, staring in horror at the fallen Jinzi. His face was crimson, his lips cracked, and his body twitched sporadically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What has happened? Is it a curse? Or have we angered the mountain god? His body is so hot. The more timid members of the tribe turned pale with fear, instinctively taking a few steps back. They were not unfamiliar with such symptoms. Every year, some tribespeople would inexplicably suffer from intense fever. Some would recover on their own in a couple of days, while others would succumb to it. Everyone, remain calm. Lu Yao's voice rang out as he hurried over, crouching down and placing his palm against Jinzi's forehead. The astonishing heat radiated through his hand. A high fever. This is not an external injury. Without hesitation, he activated the basic healing spell. A gentle emerald light suddenly illuminated from his palm, cascading over Jinzi like flowing water. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the glowing orb that symbolized life and hope. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The emerald light enveloped Jinzi for a brief moment before gradually dissipating into the air. Jinzi still lay with his eyes tightly shut, his heat unabated, and his breathing grew more rapid and labored. Ineffective. The divine spell had failed. Lu Yao was not particularly surprised. The basic healing spell could only mend wounds and physical injuries. What lay before him was an ailment, a systemic collapse from within the organism. Heaven help us. Even Brother Lu's divine spell is powerless. A tribesman gasped in despair, his voice filled with hopelessness. This statement struck the already frightened crowd like a heavy stone, stirring up a tempest of fear. Even Lu Yao was at a loss. What does this signify? It signifies that Jinzi is doomed. The entire camp plunged into a silence thick with terror. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yao slowly rose to his feet. Activate basic intimidation. An invisible mental pressure instantly spread throughout the area. Everyone, do not panic. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. Jinzi merely suffers from a disease. He will not perish. Remain calm. Absolute calm. His face bore no trace of panic, only an undeniable and formidable confidence. It seemed that the illness afflicting Jinzi was of little consequence to him. Observing Lu Yao in such a state, the growing trepidation among the clansmen was abruptly quelled. After temporarily stabilizing their spirits, Lu Yao promptly began issuing commands. Muhong, Shui, immediately transport Jinzi to the innermost side chamber. Quickly, leave him alone. Muhong was taken aback. Is that feasible? The clansmen wore expressions of bewilderment. Jinzi was ill, yet they were to confine him to a side chamber? Did this imply that Lu Yao intended to abandon Jinzi? Yes, let Jinzi remain there alone. Lu Yao explained patiently, Jinzi's ailment may be contagious. Anyone who has had contact with him could contract the same illness. Therefore, we are not abandoning Jinzi. From this moment forth, no one is to approach that side chamber without my permission. I shall personally deliver food and water daily. This was his first decree. Next, he turned to all the clansmen, raising his voice slightly. The second command. Henceforth, everyone in the tribe is permitted to drink only boiled water. No more consuming raw water from the mountain streams. Boiled water? The crowd was even more perplexed. Water is water. What difference does it make whether it is boiled or not? Yet, no one dared to question him. Third, Lu Yao's gaze finally settled on you. I will seek the medicinal herbs to treat this illness. Isolate the afflicted to sever the transmission route. Drinking boiled water will eliminate pathogens in the water. We shall find the appropriate remedies for targeted treatment. This was a set of preventive measures that would later be considered fundamental knowledge. Under Lu Yao's guidance, the once chaotic tribe swiftly regained its order. Mu Hong and Shui promptly lifted the unconscious Jinzi, transporting him to the deepest side chamber, sealing the entrance with a massive stone. To ensure a steady supply of boiled water, more fuel was required. Lu Yao turned to Mu Hong, noting that the existing firewood was insufficient and burned inefficiently. I need you to gather people to create sturdier tools. He approached the stone slab and sketched a design for a stone pickaxe. Using the fire treatment method I taught you, process the hardest stones and sharpen the tip. Use it to hew the mountains. Mu Hong gazed at the design of the pickaxe, his eyes igniting with realization. He suddenly understood that his seemingly boundless strength might prove more useful in quarrying stone than merely chopping wood. Leave it to me. He nodded vigorously, discovering newfound purpose. Brimming with zeal. Shui, Lu Yao turned to her. Intensify the trap arrangements. We need a greater reserve of meat to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Yu. Your task is to swiftly craft boots for everyone. We will need them for foraging herbs. Got it. The two girls responded in unison. Tasks were allocated with clarity, and the entire Great Wilderness tribe functioned like a finely tuned machine under Lu Yao's command, operating with remarkable efficiency. Panic was supplanted by industriousness. As evening descended, while you prepared to lead a team into the forest in search of the herb known as chill-repelling leaf, as per Lu Yao's description, he called her to a halt. From his wooden abode, he retrieved an item, 3 palm-sized, dark greenish-black scales. They were horn dragon scales, polished to a smooth finish. With several small holes drilled along the edges, they were woven together with resilient tendons into a wearable harness. You gazed at the breastplate, momentarily breathless. Crafted from horned dragon scales, Lu Yao handed it to you, instructing her to try it on. If it proved useful, he would fashion one for Mu Hong and the others. As she accepted the breastplate, still warm from Lu Yao's touch, it felt slightly heavy in her hands. Chapter 72, Coal. The night deepened. By the central campfire, Mu Hong excitedly brandished a brand new tool, his face aglow with pride. It was a rugged and sharp stone pickaxe. The head was fashioned from the hardest stone available, subjected to fire and water tempering, rendering it significantly harder than ordinary rock. Several of the strongest men in the tribe took turns striking it with stones, gradually shaping it into a sharply pointed cone. A wooden handle was then fashioned, with a notch cut at the end to secure the pickaxe head. Mu Hong grasped the stone pickaxe and approached a massive boulder, regularly used for smashing bones. Taking a deep breath, his muscular arms flexed with power. With a mighty swing, the pickaxe arced through the air, imbued with formidable strength, and struck the boulder with a resounding thud. Clang! A piercing sound echoed. Sparks flew. To the astonishment of onlookers, the seemingly indestructible boulder was dented. A deep crater the size of a fist appearing on its surface, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. What an incredible tool! How fearsome! This far surpasses the stone axe. Everyone was awestruck by the power of the stone pickaxe. Mu Hong, flushed with excitement, gazed at his hands and then at the pickaxe. For the first time feeling his great strength find its most perfect expression. What better use could there be than to quarry stones with this tool? Meanwhile, Lu Yao and Yu, fully equipped, had ventured deep into the woods. The passive effect of Swift Step LV1 rendered Lu Yao nearly silent as he tread upon the dry leaves and twigs. After an indeterminate duration, they returned to a familiar location, the first cave. Remnants of the wood they had previously used for living still lay scattered on the ground. As they turned left, behind a thicket of shrubs, Lu Yao suddenly spoke. Without hesitation, you altered their course, and together they pushed through the damp underbrush. A plant with finely serrated edges that exudes a subtle spicy aroma appeared before them. They had found it. The joy in Lu Yao's eyes was unmistakable. The two of them cautiously gathered a substantial amount of the plant, known as cold-repelling leaf, and stored it in a leather pouch. Although their task was complete, Lu Yao hesitated to return immediately. His gaze drifted towards the cave he once explored. Let us venture a bit deeper, he suggested, recalling vividly that he had seen exposed coal within the cave while activating the manual. You did not inquire about his intentions, merely following him silently. Standing at the cave's entrance, they peered inside. Indeed, a patch of black stone lay exposed, just as he remembered. Lu Yao stepped forward, concentrating intently. Coal, a primitive combustible mineral, evolved from ancient plants, capable of releasing immense heat when burned, the spark that ignited industrial civilization. The burning efficiency of firewood was woefully inadequate, yielding limited heat and imposing a significant toll on the forest. However, coal was different. It represented a more efficient energy source, the foundation for smelting metals and crafting superior pottery. Previously, he had only been aware of the coal's presence but lacked the means to extract it. But now, circumstances had changed. When they returned to the tribe in the late hours of the night, burdened with a bounty of cold-repelling leaves and several pieces of coal, or that Lu Yao had forcibly pried loose, he promptly handed the leaves to He, instructing her to brew them into a deep brown medicinal concoction using a clay pot. The bitter, spicy aroma of the medicine quickly permeated the campsite. Lu Yao carried the first bowl of the remedy into the side chamber where Jean was resting. With the aid of snow, he pried open Jin's lips, gradually pouring the steaming concoction into his mouth. As the night passed, the following morning brought a delightful surprise. Jean had awakened. His high fever had subsided significantly, and though still weak, clarity had returned to his gaze. Lu Gu, Jean rasped, struggling to rise. Stay still, just lie down, Lu Yao urged, pressing him back down gently while offering him another bowl of warm medicine and a roasted potato. In the days that followed, Lu Yao diligently delivered medicine to Jean, who gradually began to recover. However, the ordeal was far from over. Just as the tribe celebrated Jin's recovery, Mu Hong, who had just concluded a round of training, suddenly shivered, feeling lightheaded. Soon after, Yu, who had been by Lu Yao's side, also furrowed her brow slightly. As winter transitioned into spring, it marked the peak of flu season. Even though the primitive inhabitants of this world possessed superior physical resilience, the absence of effective safeguards made cross-infection unavoidable. Observing the mountain of potatoes and smoked meat amassed in Lu Yao's storeroom and the weary yet resilient bodies of his tribesmen, he made a resolute decision. Everyone, cease training and refrain from venturing outside. Starting today, the tribe shall observe a 2-day respite. Restoring one's health is of utmost importance. After the crisis, the tribe finally welcomed a brief period of recuperation. Within these 2 days, fortified by warming herbal concoctions and ample sustenance, the cold symptoms of all members were alleviated. The comprehensive strength of the great wilderness tribe, following this crisis, achieved an imperceptible yet significant leap in quality. All 18 members of the tribe donned brand new, well-fitting wolfskin boots, greatly enhancing their mobility. Led by Shui, the team laid out additional improved traps within the woods, consistently providing extra meat for the tribe each day. Meanwhile, Mu Hong's mining team had crafted over a dozen sharp stone picks, ready to exploit the open coal mine at any moment. He and Yu, having completed the boots for everyone, commenced research on crafting sturdier plate armor from triceratops hide, tailored specifically for core shield guards like Mu Hong. Food, weapons, gear, energy, everything essential for a formidable tribe was rapidly advancing at a visible pace. Chapter 73. The First Torch, the Peculiar Black Bear. The exposed coal mine lay quietly within the depths of the cave. Previously, Lu Yao possessed the knowledge but lacked the tools and manpower for extraction. However, now the great wilderness tribe was robust and formidable. A dozen stone picks were sufficient to awaken this dormant treasure. Right here, Lu Yao addressed Mu Hong and several sturdy tribesmen behind him. Let us excavate these black stones with our picks. The more, the better. Mu Hong gazed at the black rock layer before him, then at the stone pick in his hand, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Heave! Mu Hong bellowed, being the first to swing the pick. His muscular arms unleashed tremendous force as the sharp pick, slicing through the air, struck heavily against the coal seam. The resounding clang echoed, more resonant than striking ordinary rock. Large chunks of black coal broke away, tumbling to the ground. So brittle? Mu Hong momentarily paused in astonishment, then erupted with joy. This is far easier than felling trees. With the success of the first individual, the other tribesmen quickly followed suit. In an instant, the once silent cave was filled with the sounds of clanging picks and the excited breaths of the tribe. The path from the open coal mine to the camp was not short, yet after 3 consecutive days of mining, a small mountain of coal reserves had accumulated within the tribe. These black stones lay quietly by the campfire, though the tribesmen were perplexed. Their absolute trust in Lu Yao led them to refrain from questioning further. That night, Lu Yao did not rest. He sought out the resourceful He and Yu. Before him lay several items: a pile of viscous yellow resin scraped from pine trees and a roll of rough cloth made from fine hemp fibers. A few straight wooden sticks remained. Lu Gu, what shall we do? His large eyes brimmed with curiosity. Lu Yao picked up a stick and tightly wrapped a piece of burlap around its top, then evenly coated the fabric with viscous pine resin until it was thoroughly saturated. Thus, a rudimentary torch took shape. Ignition. Lu Yao held the torch above the bonfire. The flames eagerly licked the resin-soaked burlap, instantly igniting a brilliant flame, far more vigorous than that of ordinary firewood. A rich aroma of pine wafted through the air, accompanied by waves of heat. The entire cave was illuminated. As if it were day, everyone was astonished by this sudden brilliance. They were accustomed to the bonfire, but it was static and cumbersome. Now, however, in Lu Yao's grasp was a mobile, handheld sun. This creation was called a torch. Lu Yao raised the torch high, his voice echoing within the cavern. From now on, during our night patrols, we can wield this to guard against surprise attacks from wild beasts. Roar. Mu Hong was the first to raise his arms in a fervent cheer, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. The rest of the tribes soon joined in, celebrating the birth of the torch, which signified their newfound power to conquer the darkness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully mining coal, unlocking a new illustrated guide. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully crafting torch, unlocking a new illustrated guide. Civilization progress accelerated. Double illustrated guide unlock rewards stacked. Reward: 2 free attribute points. Skill: flame manipulation, level increased. Flame manipulation LV1 to LV3. A series of system notifications rang in Lu Yao's mind. Without hesitation, he opened his attribute panel. Strength: 11, Constitution: 10, Agility: 10, Mentality: 11, Charisma: 11, free attribute points. 2. He allocated all points to strength. Lu Yao silently mused. Strength: 13. Boom. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a sharp sound. A sensation washed over him. He felt that with his fists alone, he could effortlessly defeat the person he was when he first crossed over. This was the terrifying enhancement bestowed by a strength of 13. Even more exhilarating was the upgrade of flame manipulation. He spread his palm, and with a thought, a fist-sized, blazing orange fireball coalesced in his palm, dancing with life. This was no mere flame. It was a true fireball. Its temperature and power far surpassed that of the previous flickering flames. This was a qualitative leap. The joy of achievement permeated the entire tribe. However, just as everyone reveled in the excitement brought forth by their new tools and newfound power, the sky, unbeknownst to them, had darkened ominously. Dark clouds gathered ominously from the horizon, heavy as lead. The air turned humid and oppressive. A single drop of icy rain landed on Lu Yao's cheek, followed by a gentle patter of spring rain that finally descended. The downpour intensified. Spring rain is as precious as oil. For the great wilderness tribe, which had just sown its crops, this rain should have been a divine blessing. Yet at this moment, Lu Yao's brow furrowed tightly. The rain was too heavy. Large droplets fell in rapid succession, quickly forming murky streams on the ground. Oh no, the potatoes! Shui exclaimed. The crowd turned to see the gentle slope, where precious potato seedlings lay buried, being ruthlessly washed away by the torrential rain. The rich black soil was swept away, and several fragile potato plants were uprooted, swirling helplessly in the muddy water. This was the tribe's hope for the future. Quick, bring the stone slabs and grass mats. Cover the fields. Lu Yao commanded decisively. The tribe members sprang into action, braving the deluge, hauling the stone slabs they usually sat upon and the grass mats they dried, rushing to the fields in an attempt to construct a makeshift shelter for the vulnerable potato seedlings. The whole camp was engulfed in a flurry of activity. The sounds of rain, wind, and the shouts of the tribe's people intertwined. However, amidst this chaos, Lu Yao suddenly halted. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing through the rain-soaked darkness of the forest beyond the camp. His heightened perception, surpassing that of ordinary men, caught a distinct aura moments ago. A dangerous presence, rife with brutality, hunger, and madness. And not just one. They were swiftly approaching. Something is coming. Lu Yao's voice was low yet clear, reaching you, who was nearby, directing the tribe members in their rescue efforts. You froze, straining to listen. The roar of the rain drowned out all sounds from the forest. Yet she trusted Lu Yao's instincts. Following his gaze, she beheld the forest, shrouded in rain, resembling a silent behemoth, exuding an unsettling stillness. Everyone, cease your actions. Arm yourselves. Retreat behind the walls. Lu Yao's voice rose sharply, imbued with an undeniable authority. Beginner's deterrence activated. The busy tribe members jolted, instinctively dropping what they were holding, grasping their spears and stone axes, and swiftly retreating behind the wooden walls. The camp fell into an immediate silence, save for the relentless rain. Everyone held their breath, nervously fixated on the dark forest outside. Moo, Bai, the large cow in the barn, anxiously pawed the ground, issuing a low warning. The four gentle triceratops abruptly ceased their grazing, instinctively positioning the three smaller ones behind them, their vigilant gazes directed toward a singular point. They have arrived. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps finally pierced through the curtain of rain, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. The earth seemed to tremble ever so slightly. Moments later, 7 colossal shadows emerged slowly from the forest. As they fully stepped into the illumination of the torches, an involuntary gasp escaped everyone's lips. Bears. 7 extraordinarily large black bears. Each one dwarfed even the adult triceratops, their bodies cloaked in sleek, rain-soaked black fur, and their robust limbs resembling mighty columns, exuding an explosive power. Level 2 creature, mountain bear, strength, 27, constitution, 18, agility, 5, skills, mighty charge, fury. A series of data flashed before Lu Yao's eyes. Each was no less formidable than the former Icefield Wolf King. Bears are solitary beasts. You stood beside Lu Yao, her expression gravely serious, her voice barely above a whisper. They could not possibly act in such a coordinated manner. Lu Yao also sensed the anomaly. The bear's eyes glowed with an unusually sinister red light in the fire's glow. This was not the ferocity of a predator, but rather a gleam filled with chaos, madness, and aggression. Their target was unmistakably the camp of the great wilderness tribe. You scrutinized them intently, a flicker of unease crossing her cold gaze as she leaned closer to Lu Yao's ear, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Something feels off. Their divine energy is faint, yet frenzied. Divine energy. Lu Yao's heart sank dramatically. The bear's abnormalities were, in fact, linked to divine power. Roar. The most robust of the black bears rose to its hind legs, unleashing a thunderous roar. It seemed enraged by the wooden wall, which was about half a person's height. In the next moment, it crashed down, its powerful limbs propelling it like an uncontrollable battering ram, hurtling violently toward the wall. Bang! A cataclysmic sound erupted. The wall, crafted from resilient cedar and embedded a meter deep into the frozen ground, quivered violently from this terrifying impact. The vines at the junction creaked under the immense strain. One bear's charge nearly caused the wall to collapse, and there were 7 such bears. The newcomers in the tribe had never witnessed such a horrific spectacle, their faces paling in terror, hands trembling as they clutched their weapons. Panic began to spread. Do not panic. Grab your weapons. Lu Yao's booming voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. He stood resolutely atop the watchtower behind the wall, rain drenching his hair and beast-skin attire. Yet he remained as straight as a javelin. His voice, amplified by the force of primal intimidation, reverberated throughout the gathering, swiftly dispelling the fears that lingered in the hearts of his kin and rekindling their wavering spirits. Prepare your javelins. Mu Hong, you. Equip yourselves and form ranks as we practiced. With a commanding presence, Mu Hong raised his shield and spear first, emitting a beastly roar. The remaining tribesmen were ignited with fervor, joining in a collective roar of defiance. Lu Yao calmly assessed the situation before him. The rain served as the greatest adversary to fire. They could retreat to the cave, but that would relinquish their initiative. If the bears were astute enough to lie in wait at the cave's entrance, they could not remain hidden indefinitely. Lu Yao furrowed his brow. In contrast, within the openness of the encampment, they possessed javelins, plate armor, and a degree of defense. Moreover, Dabai might also lend them assistance. He needed to convey to everyone that safety was not a product of concealment, but of combat. Bang, bang, bang. 7 black bears, led by the first, commenced their frenzied assault. The entire wall trembled under the relentless force of their onslaught. Chapter 74, Fireball Technique. Beast Tide. Mu Hong. Lu Yao's voice rang clearly amid the deafening cacophony of impacts. Bring your shield bearers and brace that section of the wall. We must not allow them to breach it. Yes, Mu Hong roared, unwavering as he lifted the massive shield reinforced with ceratopsian plates and hardwood, flanked by 3 fellow tribesmen wielding shields, and positioned themselves at the most battered section of the wall. Bang! Another violent collision ensued. Mu Hong felt an unparalleled force surge through the shield. numbing his arms and pushing him back half a meter. Yet, he gritted his teeth, anchoring his feet firmly in the mud, summoning all his strength to withstand the impact. Lu Yao's command echoed once more. Let all archers and prepare to launch javelins. Do not rush, await my signal. You nodded, having donned her fearsome wolf-hide boots. Standing steadfast upon the sodden ground, she and the 7 archers behind her raised their javelins and launching devices, the cold tips glinting with a sanguine gleam under the firelight. Locking their sights on the bear horde beyond the wall, Dubai and 4 ceratopsians burst forth from their enclosure, emitting low growls. Taking position behind Mu Hong and the others, poised to confront any adversaries that might breach their defenses. Under Lu Yao's command, the entire tribe formed a well-coordinated, orderly bastion of combat. A black bear, thwarted in its relentless assault, grew increasingly frenzied. It abandoned its charge, instead clawing at the top of the wall with its powerful forelimbs. The sharp claws of the bear sank deeply into the wooden post, producing a piercing sound. Its massive body climbed up with relentless force. A grotesque bear's head emerged over the wall, its eyes glowing ominously as they fixed upon the crowd within, drooling foul saliva that dripped from its fangs. Now, a glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Yao's eyes. Instead of throwing a spear, he seized 3 freshly crafted torches from the nearby fire pit. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, his arm muscles surged, unleashing a terrifying force of 13 points in an instant. Whoosh! The first torch soared like a blazing meteor, cutting through the rain with a chilling whoosh, striking the bear's face with pinpoint accuracy just as it poked its head over the wall. Crack! The torch shattered. The burlap, soaked in pine resin, erupted, splattering the bear's head and face with scalding oil. The torrential rain could not extinguish the flames ignited by the oil. Roar! The black bear emitted a horrific wail. Flames instantly engulfed its facial fur, scorching its eyes and flesh. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, it could no longer cling to the wall, its immense body toppling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, knocking over another companion that had been preparing to climb. But that was not the end. Lu Yao showed no signs of hesitation, his mind focused. Flame technique LV3. He spread his right hand, conjuring a fist-sized, even more intense and solid orange-red fireball from thin air. Go! With a flick of his wrist, the fireball shot forth, tracing a brilliant arc through the air, soaring over the wall and accurately landing in the densest cluster of bears. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, bursting apart. This was no ordinary flame, but an indelible fire conjured by the system. Even released, it burned with greater persistence than typical flames. Several black bears were soon engulfed in this orange-red blaze. The flames ignited their thick fur in an instant. The wind fanned the flames, intensifying their fury. In a heartbeat, 3 or 4 enormous black bears transformed into colossal torches, running and howling amidst the rain. The air was suddenly filled with the nauseating scent of charred flesh. This hellish scene utterly shattered the ferocity of these beasts, leaving all the tribespeople of the great wilderness within the wall in shock, summoning flames from nothingness to incinerate formidable foes in the pouring rain. Lu Yao was unstoppable. Feather. Now is the moment. Release. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Yao issued the final attack command. Kill. The eyes of Feather erupted with astounding bloodlust. Her spear shot forth like a streak of black lightning, the first to fly. Thud. The spear pierced precisely through the eye socket of a black bear, which was rolling on the ground, engulfed in flames, until it reached the tail of the spear. The bear's agonized roar abruptly ceased. At that moment, the remaining archers unleashed the pent-up power they had been storing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of spears, enhanced by the throwing mechanism, whistled through the air like a torrential downpour of death, striking mercilessly upon the disordered group of black bears. The battle transformed instantly into a one-sided massacre. The surviving black bears, stripped of their previous ferocity, dragged their burn-scarred bodies in terror, yearning to flee back into the forest. Yet, what awaited them was yet another relentless barrage of spears. In less than a minute, the conflict had concluded. 7 once mighty mountain bears lay sprawled in pools of blood and mud. Some had been charred to a crisp, while others were pinned to the ground by multiple spears. The walls remained unscathed. The great wilderness tribe suffered no casualties. Chapter 76. The Frantic Berries. A new enigma. The rain continued to fall, yet an eerie silence enveloped both inside and outside the camp. Lu Yao exhaled slowly, raindrops cascading down his cheek. The battle was over. But his heart remained taut with tension. He leapt down from the watchtower, disregarding the warnings of his clansmen, and strode directly towards the gap in the camp. Just moments ago, a great white bear had stood guard here, which seemed to deter the black bears from attacking this side. Yu immediately grasped her spear and followed closely, vigilantly protecting him. Lu Yao paid no heed to the charred or impaled corpses. He approached the body of a black bear, its eye socket pierced by Yu's spear, remaining in the most intact state. Drawing a bone dagger from his waist, he crouched down. Lu Yao, what is the matter? Yu inquired, puzzled. I want to see their condition, Lu Yao replied calmly, though his gaze was exceptionally sharp, ignoring the heavy stench of blood and the foul odor emanating from the corpse. He skillfully sliced open the bear's thick abdomen with the bone dagger. The putrid entrails, mingled with undigested remnants of food, spilled onto the ground. The tribesmen watching from afar felt a wave of nausea. Yet, Lu Yao seemed oblivious. He meticulously searched through the contents of the stomach, which emitted a sour, decaying odor. Soon, he halted his movements. From a mass of chewed roots and leaves, he extracted an unusual object, a handful of strange berries, roughly the size of a fingernail. Not yet fully digested. The berries were of a peculiar dark red hue, and even in the dim light of the rainy night, they emanated a faint, visible red halo. A subtle essence, akin to the frenzied divine energy previously described by Yu, radiated from the berries. This is it, Lu Yao said, pinching a few berries and placing them in the palm of his hand. Ding! Unknown energy item detected. The frenzied berry, unidentified, harbors chaotic and violent energy. Once consumed by a creature, it plunges them into a bloodthirsty frenzy, significantly amplifying their strength and aggression, yet stripping them of their sanity. Prolonged consumption can inflict irreversible damage to the body. Indeed, the aberration exhibited by these bears is a direct consequence of their consumption of this bizarre berry. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous bear's roar erupted from the depths of the dark forest in the distance. This roar was more resounding and savage than any bear's cry heard before, a true bear king unleashing its wrath. Following this, roars echoed in succession, one after another. Dozens, even hundreds of bear roars resonated from all directions, converging into a terrifying wave of sound that swept through the entire valley. It was as if every bear in the forest had been awakened, descending into madness. The tribe, having just celebrated their recent victory, found their faces drained of color in an instant, replaced by an expression of indescribable fear and despair. Confronting 7 bears was already challenging, should there be dozens. It would signify a tide of beasts. Historically, such a tide heralded death and even the annihilation of tribes. Yu's expression turned grave as she tightened her grip on her spear. Lu Yao, we must retreat to the cave. Chapter 75. The beast tide yet to arrive. Constructing the brick kiln. In the pouring rain, the terrifying roars of beasts stilled the breath of every member of the great wilderness tribe. Despair enveloped them. The pride and ferocity ignited by their recent triumph over the mountain bears were utterly crushed in this moment, leaving no trace. Some tribe members' legs buckled, nearly collapsing into the mud, their eyes vacant. Dozens, even hundreds of such monstrous creatures. This was the beast tide, a natural disaster. Lu Yao, we must retreat to the cave. Yu's voice, tinged with urgency for the first time, grasped Lu Yao's arm, the icy rain failing to mask the heat of her palm. This was the most rational and sole choice. However, Lu Yao remained rooted in place, unmoving. His mental energy transformed into an invisible net, penetrating the cacophony of the rain. Reaching into the distant forest, the bear roars sounded earth-shattering, yet they were chaotic, lacking coherence. Anger was present, but devoid of a unified direction. Lu Yao gestured to the others, shaking his head to signal them to remain silent. Gradually, the cacophony of roars began to thin. After an interminable silence, the beast tide did not arrive. With a sob, Shui could no longer hold back, crouching on the ground, cradling her head, emitting sounds of a survivor from the aftermath. The sound of weeping ignited a fuse. Everyone released their taut nerves, gasping for breath, with many collapsing onto the ground. They had survived. Mu Hong leaned against the crumbling wall, his chest heaving violently, and it was difficult to discern whether the moisture on his face was rain or cold sweat. He emitted a hoarse laugh, attempting to mask the fear he had just experienced. The others shared relieved smiles, and the camp was suffused with an atmosphere of survival. Yet, Lu Yao stood apart. His expression was graver than when he had faced the bear's roar. He approached the section of the wall that had suffered the most severe impact from the bear pack. The resilient cedar posts were marred with spiderweb-like cracks. And in the worst areas, several posts had already splintered, barely held together by vines. He extended his hand, gently touching the fissures with his fingertips. Cold, fragile. We were merely fortunate. Lu Yao's voice extinguished the warmth that had just begun to rise in the camp. All eyes immediately turned to him. These bears lack a mature leader at present, which is why a beast tide has not formed. However, we cannot rely on chance. Lu Yao was acutely aware that most creatures in this world possessed remarkable intelligence. For a group of carnivores just emerging from hibernation, their camp was a conspicuous larder. The emergence of a beast-tide leader was merely a matter of time. This wall, he said, gesturing to the dilapidated wooden barrier behind him, is still inadequate to protect us in the face of true danger. The smiles on the faces of the tribespeople, who had just basked in joy, froze. Lu Yao's gaze shone with an astonishing intensity in the rainy night. We must construct a more formidable defense. Mu Hong instinctively asked, with stones? But transporting and stacking them is too slow, and we can't build high with stones. No. Lu Yao shook his head, his gaze transcending the crowd. Resting upon the mound of black coal excavated from the cave, and recalling the clay by the lake. We will use fire and earth. His voice, imbued with an undeniable charm, resonated. We shall utilize them to forge something stronger and more uniform than stone. It is called brick. Brick? A term utterly foreign to this era. Confusion spread across everyone's faces, including the astute you and you. Creating something stronger than stone from mud. How is that even possible? As the tribespeople murmured amongst themselves, Lu Yao's consciousness delved deep into his mind. The survival manual opened automatically. A remarkably clear and three-dimensional blueprint unfolded before his eyes. It depicted a building constructed from earth and stone, featuring a unique domed structure and a ventilated flue. A brick kiln. Description: a semi-permanent structure used for the large-scale firing of pottery and bricks. At the bottom of the blueprint, a line of golden text shimmered enticingly. Illustration: unlock reward. 2 free attribute points. This was not merely a lifeline for the tribe, but also a pathway for his own empowerment. He lifted his gaze, observing the faces of his kin, etched with skepticism and confusion. However, the process of brickmaking could not be demonstrated. The endeavor required an extensive time commitment, whether it involved gathering clay, crafting molds, or drying them under the sun. Each step was immensely time-consuming. If he were to hastily seize a clump of earth to ignite, the only outcome would be a failed brick. Trust me, everyone. Although I cannot demonstrate it at this moment, clay can indeed surpass stone in hardness. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment. Before you was the first to step forward. I believe in Lu Yao. Yes, we trust Lu Yao. The others exchanged glances. Their survival thus far, free from the worries of sustenance, was a testament to their unwavering faith in Lu Yao. The following day, after the rain had cleared, the morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden glow upon the rejuvenated forest. Yet, the camp of the Dahuang tribe buzzed with unprecedented activity. All the tribe's people were driven by an unparalleled fervor and sense of purpose, dedicating themselves to this grand undertaking. Here, they excavated a pit 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, to serve as the kiln chamber. The ratio of earth to water was 3-to-1, filled into molds before being poured out. They would then be placed in the side chamber to dry in the shade, standing atop a high ground. Lu Yao held a piece of charcoal, sketching the kiln's structure on a massive stone slab, continuously issuing commands. Under his guidance, the entire tribe sprang into action. Mu Hong led the strongest men, tasked with digging and transporting heavy stones for the kiln's foundation. Yu, was responsible for the clay, utilizing molds to produce a multitude of clay blanks. The entire camp thrummed with vibrant energy. However, as they began constructing the kiln structure, challenges arose. The essence of the brick kiln lay in ensuring the flames and heat circulated evenly within, guaranteeing that each clay blank was thoroughly fired. Although Lu Yao possessed the blueprints provided by the system, they were merely two-dimensional. Many details required practical exploration. Prophet, is the vent here too small? Chapter 76. Shall I assist you? As Lu Yao pondered over a pile of clay, struggling to devise the most efficient arch and flue, a cool voice echoed from behind him. It was you. She had been quietly observing from a distance, seldom speaking, yet memorizing every line he sketched on the stone slab. Lu Yao turned, somewhat surprised. Do you have any thoughts? You approached the stone slab, her slender fingers gently tracing an inconspicuous corner of the blueprint. If the hot air enters from here, it will surge directly out through the flue at the top, potentially leaving the brick molds at the bottom of the kiln's sides insufficiently fired. She paused, picked up a small stick, and sketched a simple cross-section in the mud beside her. We could incorporate 2 slanted flues along the inner walls of the kiln chamber, allowing the flames to spiral upward from the bottom, thereby distributing heat more evenly. As she spoke, she outlined the additional flues with the stick. A simple yet ingenious improvement. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. He had only considered the main flue, neglecting the circulation path of the hot air within the kiln. Yu's proposal directly addressed the crux of the problem. This was no mere demonstration of learning ability. It was a gift, an innate intuition for space and structure. Genius! Lu Yao exclaimed involuntarily, his gaze towards Yu filled with admiration. Yu smiled confidently. I just thought it could be done this way. Your idea is excellent. Lu Yao generously offered his praise, swiftly taking charcoal to modify the plans on the stone slab, then announcing loudly to everyone, "Everyone, implement Yu's method. Add flues to the kiln walls." The diligent workers, including Mu Hong, paused in their tasks, astonished as they looked towards the woman who had remained quiet until now. Mu Hong scratched his head in disbelief, having previously perceived her as merely calm, yet realizing her intellect was remarkable. With Yu's pivotal improvement, the brick kiln's construction progressed significantly. The tribe's defenses were being upgraded, yet Lu Yao understood that passive defense could never truly resolve the issue. Amidst the kiln construction, he summoned Shui, Amu, and Jin Zi to his side. From today onward, the 3 of you will form the tribe's first patrol team. Lu Yao's expression was grave. The trio straightened their backs, their faces alight with excitement and pride. Your task is not to hunt, but to scout. Lu Yao drew a circle in the dirt, representing the camp. Every morning and evening, you will patrol a circle within a 5-kilometer radius of the camp. I want you to note anything unusual you observe. Any fresh tracks or droppings of large beasts. Or, like yesterday, those violent berries, upon discovery, do not approach, do not disturb, but return immediately to report to me. This is a direct order. Yes. Lu Gu, Shui, Amu, and Jin Zi responded in unison, their voices resounding with strength. This was not merely a task. It was a trust. At that moment, the tribe's defense system underwent a transformation from passive to proactive. The effectiveness of the patrol team was immediate. By the following evening, Shui returned with unsettling intelligence. Prophet, in the valley to the east, we discovered more of those berries. Shui's complexion had turned pale. The ground there was terrifying. Footprints abound, those of bears, wolves, and large prints reminiscent of swine, all intermingled. In several locations, signs of struggle and bloodstains mar the ground, compelling us to maintain our distance. This news cast yet another shadow over the tribe, which had only recently endured an assault. Lu Yao's heart sank further. The rampant spread of the wild berries is threatening to disrupt the ecological balance of the entire mountain. This seemingly bountiful forest is becoming perilous. Yet, from where do these berries originate? In the recesses of his memory, he cannot recall having seen such berries in the old lands. Regardless, their construction of fortifications must accelerate. As night descends, the cave is illuminated by a roaring bonfire. The weary tribespeople, having toiled throughout the day, gather together, their fatigued faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. Each individual cradles a steaming baked potato, the sweet, tender flavor serving as the finest reward for their diligent efforts. 3 small ceratopsians affectionately squeeze into the crowd, occasionally receiving morsels of potato from children, eliciting their joyful low hums. A scene of warmth and tranquility unfolds. Yu sits beside Lu Yao, having joined in the labor of mixing clay and transporting materials. A few specks of mud grace her fair cheeks, adding an authentic beauty to her appearance. She seems somewhat fatigued, leaning against the cave wall and unconsciously rotating her neck. A faint sound of creaking joints emerges. Lu Yao pauses, turning to see Yu frowning slightly, appearing uncomfortable. That motion, that sound, a long-buried term springs forth from the depths of his mind. Cervical spondylosis? In this era, whether through hunting or labor, the strain on the cervical spine is considerable, making such issues not uncommon. Does your neck hurt? He inquires casually. Yu responds with a soft, somewhat indistinct yes, indicating a slight ache. Lu Yao gazes at her elegantly curved neck and, almost unconsciously, utters, "Shall I give you a massage?" The moment the words escape his lips, he wishes to slap himself. What have I just said? Offer to massage her. Yu appears taken aback, a flicker of uncertainty passing through her clear eyes, and a blush swiftly spreads across her cheeks. The gaze of the cave's occupants drifts over, a mingling of scrutiny and curiosity. Under the weight of their attention, Lu Yao feels as though he is being placed upon a pyre. Summoning his resolve, and with a mindset tinged by a desire to atone for his verbal misstep, he extends his hand, gently resting it upon her soft, rounded shoulder. The touch is warm, supple, and astonishingly elastic. He steadies himself, recalling the massage techniques he had observed in a past life, channeling strength through his arm, and gradually applying pressure along the contours of her shoulder muscles. His strength is formidable, 13 points. Even with his utmost restraint, the force he exerts upon Yu's neck proves to be overwhelming. A brief, suppressed cry, laced with an odd tremor of pain, escapes her lips. The sound is not loud. Yet, within the tranquil confines of the cave, a sound erupted like thunder. In an instant, the entire cave fell silent. The faintest sound of a falling needle could be heard. All the tribe members, previously engaged in consuming potatoes and engaging in lively conversation, froze in their actions. The crackling of the campfire seemed to vanish into thin air. Mu Hong, with a piece of potato still lodged in his mouth, stared wide-eyed, resembling a petrified statue. He and Yu nearly dropped their potatoes, their faces displaying sheer disbelief. Shue, Amu, and Jin Zi exhibited expressions of terror, as if they had witnessed something they were not meant to see. Every gaze converged upon a corner of the cave, where Lu Yao rested his hands upon the shoulders of their equally formidable and aloof leader. Their leader's face was flushed, a deep crimson extending from her neck to her ears, her lips slightly parted, glistening with the hint of unshed tears. Lu Yao's hand remained suspended in the air, caught in a moment of indecision. Chapter 77. The brick kiln is completed, and Bai has disappeared. The cave was enveloped in a deathly silence. Save for the faint crackle of wood in the campfire, all movement was halted. Mu Hong, with a mouthful of potato, had forgotten to chew, his eyes wide with confusion. He and Yu's mouths formed perfect circles, their faces etched with disbelief. Shue Mu and Jin Zi were so frightened they felt as if they might bury themselves in the ground to escape the scene. What should not be seen, must not be seen. What should not be heard, must not be heard. Every gaze was fixated on that corner of the cave, where the tribe's oracle had placed a hand upon their powerful and aloof leader's shoulder. Their leader, with her traditionally icy demeanor, now bore a flush akin to a searing brand, her exquisite collarbone radiating warmth up to her delicate ears. Her lips parted slightly, and her cool, piercing eyes shimmered with moisture, obscured by a haze that blurred the line between pain and embarrassment. Lu Yao's hand hovered uncertainly, caught in a dilemma. He swore he only intended to alleviate her discomfort. His cheeks burned with embarrassment. This was a significant misunderstanding. Yu finally broke free from the wave of tingling sensations that had enveloped her, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Springing back to a distance of 3 meters from Lu Yao, she kept her head lowered, unable to meet anyone's gaze, her hands nervously clasped behind her, her knuckles turning white from the tension. "I'm fine," she murmured, her voice scarcely louder than a whisper. This explanation was far more damning than silence. Mu Hong struggled to swallow the potato in his mouth, his gaze towards Lu Yao now infused with a peculiar intrigue. He and Yu exchanged glances, each recognizing the fiery curiosity igniting in the other's eyes. Lu Yao felt his reputation was teetering on the brink of ruin. He cleared his throat, attempting to regain control of the situation. "Is there enough potato left? We can continue digging tomorrow." Yet, not a soul responded to him. Everyone cast him a knowing glance, one that required no explanation. The ambiguous and awkward atmosphere ultimately failed to hinder the momentum of the tribe's construction efforts. For the next 3 days, the entire Great Wilderness tribe became engulfed in the fervor of brick kiln construction, under the meticulous enhancements of the moon and the collective efforts of the entire clan. By the evening of the 3rd day, a robustly designed brick kiln stood proudly on the high ground beside the camp. Did we truly create such a magnificent structure out of mere mud? Mu Hong circled the kiln, touching and tapping here and there, his face a canvas of astonishment. "Prophet, can we ignite it now?" The moon gazed at her masterpiece, her eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement. Lu Yao chuckled and shook his head. He approached the side chamber of the cave, where hundreds of semi-dried brick molds were neatly stacked. Do not rush. These molds have merely completed the first step, which is to prevent them from cracking on their own. He picked one up and explained, next, we must place them under the sun for at least 10 days to allow all the moisture to evaporate. Otherwise, when the fire is lit, the water within the clay will expand with the heat, causing our painstakingly crafted bricks to burst into a pile of useless mud. The crowd, though only partially grasping his words, felt the weight of his caution regarding the bursting and promptly dismissed any thoughts of igniting the kiln. At that moment, the survival manual silently flipped pages in Lu Yao's mind. Illustration unlocked. Brick kiln. Description: a semi-permanent structure used for the large-scale firing of pottery and bricks. One of the cornerstones of civilization. Reward: 2 free attribute points. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao directed all points into his mental attributes. Mental, 1113. In an instant, a storm seemed to rise within his mind, only to settle into an exquisite clarity. Joy permeated the tribe as the clansfolk gathered around the brick kiln, excitedly envisioning its potential not only to produce sturdy bricks, but also to provide warmth during the cold winter months. Lu Yao smiled, relishing this moment of achievement and warmth. However, his brow soon furrowed slightly. Something felt amiss. His heightened senses detected a hint of discord. His gaze swept over he, who was feeding 3 small ceratopsians with stony root vegetables. "Where is Dabai?" he inquired, his voice soft, yet causing the surrounding chatter to falter. He looked up in confusion, scanning her surroundings, slowly realizing, Dabai went out early this morning to find food, but she hasn't returned yet. The atmosphere, once filled with joy, suddenly turned somewhat somber. Though Dabai was gluttonous, she possessed a strong sense of territory and an instinct to return home. It was unprecedented for her to be absent after dark. A foreboding sense of unease began to surface. "I will lead a search for her." Mu Hong was the first to react, seizing a stone spear and preparing to rush outside. "Stop!" Lu Yao raised his hand, halting him. He walked to the center of the campsite. In the next moment, he unleashed the bovine call skill, with a resounding moo that was distinctly different from the ordinary. A call imbued with spiritual power tore through the night, spreading into the dark wilderness in all directions. This was his unique signal of communication with Dabai. He was summoning his companion. The entire camp fell silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone held their breath, ears perked, their faces etched with tension. A minute passed. In the valley, only Lu Yao's call echoed in solitude. 2 minutes elapsed. The familiar and resonant response was still absent. Lu Yao's heart sank inch by inch. His fists clenched silently at his sides, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Dabai had truly gone missing. Yu, unbeknownst to him, had approached his side. Observing his furrowed brow, she gently touched his arm. "Don't worry," she whispered. "Dabai is strong. He won't easily get into trouble." Yet, despite her words, the hand gripping her spear was equally tense, knuckles pale, betraying her true feelings. Lu Yao took a deep breath. "We can wait no longer." His gaze swept over the group, voice resolute. "Mu Hong, Shui, equip yourselves with the finest weapons and the newly crafted torches. The 3 of us will search. You and you stay behind, safeguarding the camp with the others." Yes, the orders were given, and the tribe operated with remarkable efficiency. Soon, 3 resin torches blazed brightly, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Lu Yao crouched down, his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to easily spot the enormous hoofprints left by Dabai in the damp earth outside the camp. Under the firelight, the prints were strikingly clear, leading deeper into the mountain's profound darkness. Chapter 78. The herd of white yaks. The torches pierced the night, their orange glow casting 3 elongated shadows across the slick mud. Mu Hong, wielding a torch and stone spear, led the way, his robust frame taut, each step heavy enough to splatter mud. Shui's complexion was somewhat pale as he closely followed Lu Yao, one hand gripping his spear tightly, veins protruding on the back of his hand. The deep night forest was inherently a forbidden zone. The unknown sounds rustling in the darkness and the shadows of trees swaying in the wind felt like lurking monsters, continually fraying his taut nerves. Lu Yao walked in the center, the calmest among the trio. His mental attribute of 13 points elevated his perception of the surrounding environment to an astonishing level. Suddenly, he halted. "Wait." Mu Hong and Shui immediately stopped, alertly scanning their surroundings. Lu Yao's gaze did not wander into the darkness of the forest, but rather settled upon a cluster of low shrubs to his left. With the tips of his toes, he gently disturbed a few damp leaves, and in the flickering glow of the fire, several dark red fruits came into view. It was the ferocious berries. In the wavering light, the surface of these berries seemed to pulsate with a sinister crimson glow. Mu Hong's pupils abruptly contracted, his breath growing heavier. This ominous entity sent Shui recoiling a step back, reminded of those peculiar mountain bears. Crouching down, Lu Yao observed intently. The soil surrounding the berries bore the marks of being trampled, yet the berries themselves remained unscathed, showing no signs of being devoured. A sense of relief washed over him. At least this indicated that Bai had not mistakenly consumed them. "Let us proceed," Lu Yao declared, his tone steady. "Bai is more astute than we anticipated." The journey ahead seemed to affirm his assessment. Along the way, they uncovered 7 or 8 more clusters of the ferocious berries, and as they ascended higher into the mountains, these bizarre fruits became increasingly dense, indicating that their presence was anything but coincidental. Mu Hong's anxiety had reached its zenith. He could almost envision how that simple-minded creature, Bai, would transform into an unrecognizable monstrosity should it consume these berries. Lu Yao remained composed, while soothing the anxious duo with his steady voice. He meticulously examined the hoof prints on the ground. "Look," he pointed below. Though Bai's hoof prints were deeply embedded in this area, the steps were consistently measured, without a hint of chaos. This did not resemble a state of panic or pursuit. His words bore an undeniable authority, acting as a calming balm that gradually soothed the erratic hearts of Mu Hong and Shui. The two instinctively turned their gazes towards Lu Yao. In the firelight, their young prophet's profile was sharply defined, his deep-set eyes devoid of any turmoil, radiating sheer rationality and confidence. A sensation of reassurance quietly spread within their hearts. As the terrain continued to rise, the air grew thin and frigid. Upon laboriously traversing a steep rock face, the vista before them opened up magnificently. An expansive alpine meadow stretched out under the cool moonlight, unfurling like a silver carpet that extended to the horizon. Within the meadow, countless enormous silhouettes moved slowly, accompanied by a chorus of low, resonant moos that reverberated through the vast mountain wilderness. In an instant, Mu Hong and Shui tightened their grips on their weapons, their bodies stiffening. The sight before them was utterly staggering. In the moonlight, the massive outlines numbered no less than 100. Each creature was larger than any wild buffalo they had encountered, with robust limbs resembling stone pillars. And the curved horns atop their heads gleamed with a chilling light under the moon's gaze. This formidable force possesses the capacity to effortlessly obliterate their entire tribe. The two individuals were rendered speechless, their minds reeling at the sheer magnitude of the beastly horde before them, momentarily forgetting to breathe. However, Lu Yao's gaze was like the most precise searchlight, swiftly scanning the entire assembly of creatures. Soon, he discerned a familiar silhouette. On the fringe of the colossal beast group stood a figure that, though smaller than its counterparts, exuded remarkable vitality, none other than Bai. In that moment, Bai affectionately nuzzled against a mature cow, nearly twice its size, emitting a contented rumble from its throat, radiating sheer comfort and joy. It was unscathed, its coat glistening in the moonlight, appearing even more spirited than when it had departed. He had found it. A wave of immense joy and reassurance surged through Lu Yao, dissipating all his previous concerns. The tension he had harbored throughout the night melted away completely. It was Bai. Mu Hong also spotted the creature, yet he hesitated to rush into the herd, opting instead to quietly alert Lu Yao and Shui. "Shoo!" Lu Yao grasped him firmly. At that moment, the multitude of grazing giants began to shift their gazes toward their direction. Hundreds of enormous eyes turned as one, locking onto the 3 uninvited guests beneath the rocky ledge. The air thickened with an indescribable, primal pressure, crashing over them like a landslide or tsunami. Instantly, Mu Hong and Shui's faces drained of color, their legs trembling as if they were on the verge of collapse. Under the weight of such terrifying collective scrutiny, they felt like 3 leaves caught in a turbulent storm, poised to be crushed at any moment. The herd gradually parted, creating a pathway. From the depths of the throng emerged the largest highland white yak, stepping forward with deliberate steadiness. Its size dwarfed any creature Lu Yao had ever encountered, even surpassing the combined presence of the 7 mountain bears he had previously faced. Its coat was a pristine white, flowing like the luminous beams of the moon. The massive, curved horns atop its head gleamed with a metallic sheen, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Level 5 creature, King of the Highland White Yaks, Strength, 435, Constitution, 100, Agility, 20, Mentality, 100, Divine Power. Mountains Dominion LV4, Passive, Skills, Royal Moo LV3, Earth Tremor LV3. Charge LV4. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. A level 5 creature. Before he could fully recover from his shock, the King of the White Yaks approached within 20 meters of them. Its immense eyes, imbued with the wisdom of ages, regarded Lu Yao with a calm intensity. In the next moment, a distinctive moo, resonating directly within Lu Yao's mind, transcended the barriers of language and reached him. From the unfamiliar bipedal creature, I sensed the essence of kinship. My child, were you the one who saved it? It spoke of a being named Dabai. Lu Yao suppressed the shock within, activating the moo, skill and response with his mental energy. It is called Dabai. It is my companion. During winter, it found its way into my cave, and I welcomed it inside. The majestic head of the White Yak King nodded slightly, seemingly in acknowledgement. Its gaze swept over the trembling Mu Hong and Shui beside Lu Yao, before returning to meet Lu Yao's eyes. That ancient and weighty voice resonated once more in Lu Yao's mind. The bipedal creature capable of communicating with the bovine clan. I have heard from my child that you are seemingly enduring a calamity. Chapter 79, Calamity, Ferocious Berries Calamity. For a level 5 creature, a ruler commanding hundreds of colossal beasts, to label something as a calamity, it is surely not a mere snowstorm or a dozen mountain bears. Lu Yao recalled those ferocious berries. He forcibly quelled the turmoil within, focusing his mental energy to respond. What kind of calamity? The eyes of the White Yak King, akin to ancient wells, mirrored the cold moonlight and reflected Lu Yao's unusually calm face in the firelight. A curse. The voice of the Yak King bore the weight of time. Approximately half a winter ago, this mountain range underwent a transformation. Certain plants began to mutate, yielding the red fruits you have just witnessed. Any beast that consumes them experiences a sudden surge in power, only to lose all reason and be left with nothing but the instinct for slaughter and destruction until they exhaust themselves to death. Lu Yao's pupils constricted sharply. He was instantly reminded of the 7 fearless mountain bears that charged into the walls. He recalled the mixed tracks and bloodstains discovered by the patrol team in the Eastern Valley. Lu Yao struggled to articulate his thoughts. Why are you unharmed? This alpine meadow is rife with ferocious berries. Yet, these hundreds of highland white yaks remain serene, leisurely grazing on the harmless grass. As if those deadly temptations do not exist at all, because we are graced by the favor of the divine. The voice of the White Yak King carried an innate pride. The bloodline of the Highland White Yak is inherently immune to various curses. Divine favor? Lu Yao pondered for a moment, reaching a conclusion. The Highland White Yak clan may possess an innate ability to awaken certain divine powers, and species endowed with divine abilities are unaffected by the ferocious berries. Does this imply that I, Mu Hong, and you can consume these berries? Just as Lu Yao was deep in thought, Mu Hong beside him was nearing his breaking point. He could not comprehend the exchange between Lu Yao and the formidable Yak King. He only knew that since the appearance of that regal bovine, every second his spirit had been under immense strain. The weighty pressure, akin to that of a mighty mountain, caused his arm muscles, which gripped the stone spear, to tremble uncontrollably. Sweat drenched his back. The condition of Shui was even more dire. His face was as pale as parchment, his lips quivered, and he seemed on the verge of collapsing to the ground. They could not comprehend why Lu Yao remained unflinching in the face of this colossal beast, reminiscent of a mountain deity. My child informed me that you had provided it with a warm sanctuary and delicious sustenance. The voice of the king of cattle drew Lu Yao's thoughts back. The lineage of the Highland White Yak operates on the principle of reciprocity. Its gaze swept over Lu Yao, as if in scrutiny. However, whether it would return with him was a decision only it could make. A heavy sensation sank in Lu Yao's heart. He turned his gaze towards the distance, where the great white was nestled beside its mother, emitting contented grumbles. Suddenly, Lu Yao understood. The great white had returned home. He fell silent for a moment, his mental energy transforming into a gentle notion. I comprehend now. It is inherently destined for this place. This response seemed to surprise the king of cattle, as a glimmer of acknowledgement flickered in its enormous eyes. You can understand. That is commendable. Each descendant is one of the hopes for the future of my lineage. The voice of the king resonated once more, imbued with undeniable authority. However, as a token of gratitude for your rescue and nurturing, and as a testament to the friendship between our two clans, it slightly tilted its head and emitted a low moo towards the depths of the herd. The herd parted once again. A similarly massive adult white yak emerged, bearing an unimaginably large object of pure white upon its head, advancing step by step. It was a horn, nearly 2 meters in length. Its base thicker than an adult's thigh, the horn exuded a warm, jade-like texture, while its tip glimmered with an intimidating, icy gleam. The moonlight cascaded upon it, as if absorbed, casting a faint, sacred halo around the entire horn. This was a relic left by a departed ancestor. The voice of the king resonated with solemnity. Its resilience far surpasses any rock you can envision. Accept it, biped. This is my token of gratitude. The massive horn was gently placed on the grass before Lu Yao, producing a deep, resonant sound. Mu Hong and Shui's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. He extended his hand, with a sense of gravity, and slowly caressed the enormous horn. It felt cold yet smooth to the touch, its texture akin to the finest mutton fat white jade. The moment his palm made contact with the horn, the survival manual thunderously flipped its pages. Warning: high-level energy residue detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the illustration, Ancestor's Horn. The relic, embodying the essence of the high-altitude white yak lineage, is recognized as one of the most robust natural materials, possessing characteristics such as armor-piercing abilities and indestructibility. A momentary pause seized Lu Yao's breath, followed by a delightful notification that appeared before him. Ding! A deep interaction with the level 5 creature, the king of the high mountain white yak, has been detected, determining success. Congratulations. You have unlocked the active skill, Mountain Sovereignty LV1. A series of system notifications stirred a tempest within Lu Yao's mind. Chapter 80. The Divine Art of Mountains, Mountain Sovereignty. Lu Yao's heart raced with exhilaration. He immediately focused his thoughts to examine the newly acquired active skill. Mountain Sovereignty LV1, active skill, consumes a portion of mental energy, significantly enhancing one's strength and defense for a duration of 30 minutes. When the user is situated in a mountainous environment, the effects are doubled. Cooldown, 24 hours. The prospect of doubling the effects ignited a spark in Lu Yao's eyes. They were indeed in a quintessential mountainous region, suggesting that once he activated this skill, his strength and defense would surge to an extraordinarily formidable level in a brief span. It was as if this divine skill had been tailor-made for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao allocated the recently acquired free attribute point to strength. Instantly, his attribute panel transformed dramatically. Name: Lu Yao Divine Power. Territory of the Earth LV1 Strength, 14 Constitution, 10 Agility, 10 Spirit, 13 Skills. Flame Technique LV3, Basic Healing LV1, Freezing Technique LV1, Throwing Technique LV2, Bovine Call LV1, Deer Call LV1, Dragon Roar LV1, Basic Intimidation LV1, Sound Perception LV1, Capture LV1, Barrier LV1, Mountain Sovereignty LV1 New. Passives: Slumber LV1, Rough Hide LV2, Resistance LV1, Bloodthirst LV1, Swift Step LV1 Divine Power. Territory of the Earth LV1 under the territorial enhancement of the Territory of the Earth Divine Power. His attributes within the domain could astonishingly reach Strength 19, Constitution 15, Agility 15, Spirit 18. Coupled with the combat augmentation from Bloodthirst and the instantaneous burst from Mountain Sovereignty, Lu Yao inhaled deeply. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, his own strength remained his greatest reliance. However, I did not prevent him from returning to your side. The voice of the king of the white yak once again interrupted Lu Yao's thoughts. He looked up to see a glimmer of what seemed to be affectionate emotion in the enormous eyes of the yak king. My child is still young, his temperament undecided, enamored by the wonders of the outside world. In the future, he shall be free to traverse between your territory and my clan. But please remember, it must never be taken beyond the bounds of this mountain. It belongs here. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, I promise you. Having spent the entire winter with the great white ox, he had already developed a bond. The elder of the Highland White Yak tribe was evidently aware of this. An agreement was reached. Lu Yao cast one last glance into the distance, where the great white ox was frolicking joyfully with its mother and companions. It appeared so blissful, So carefree. Lu Yao refrained from intruding upon this tender moment. Instead, he utilized the Mu skill to convey a farewell thought to the great white ox from afar. Great White, I will return first. Come play when you have the chance. The great white ox, which was playfully nudging another young calf, paused its movements, lifted its head, and directed its gaze toward Lu Yao, responding with a clear and resounding moo. In that sound, there was joy and trust. Lu Yao smiled. He turned to his companions, the petrified Mu Hong and Shui, and said, "Let's go home." Huh. Oh, all right. Mu Hong, as if awakening from a dream, glanced at the majestic bull and then at the enormous horn on the ground, feeling utterly bewildered. "This is a gift from the Bull King," Lu Yao succinctly explained. "Can we carry it?" Mu Hong looked at the horn, which was longer than his entire body, feeling somewhat daunted. Lu Yao stepped forward, grasping the thinner tip of the horn with one hand and exerting a slight force. To his surprise, the incredibly heavy horn was effortlessly lifted at one end. "You two support the back and keep up," Lu Yao instructed, shouldering one end of the horn and turning to leave with a steady gait, showing no signs of strain. Mu Hong, wide-eyed, hurriedly teamed up with Shui to awkwardly lift the horn's robust other end. Together, they exerted all their strength just to keep pace with Lu Yao. "When did you become so strong?" Mu Hong's voice held disbelief. Lu Yao simply smiled, remaining silent. Leverage principle. How could it be strenuous? The three of them, bearing the immense horn, soon vanished behind the steep rock face. On the alpine meadow, the king of white yaks watched them depart, a complex and inscrutable light flickering in its enormous eyes. To communicate with all beings yet not be a favored one of the gods, this era is becoming increasingly difficult to comprehend. It let out a long sigh, turned, and its colossal form gradually blended into the herd beneath the moonlight. Chapter 81. The Transaction with the Ceratopsian, the Emergence of the Ceratopsian Armor. The return journey was far more silent than the ascent. Mu Hong and Shui's hearts were filled with immense shock and reverence, leaving them in a dazed state throughout the trip. They occasionally stole glances at the figure ahead, which effortlessly bore the majority of the horn's weight alone. To converse with a mountain deity, to receive a treasure from such a formidable being. Lu Yao seems to have grown increasingly formidable. What did Brother Lu say about that formidable Bull King? Finally, Mu Hong could no longer contain the surging curiosity within him and stammered his inquiry. Shui immediately perked up his ears. He said that Bai had found his family and would henceforth be our ally in the great wilderness tribe. Lu Yao's voice remained calm and unperturbed. He also mentioned that a calamity sweeping across the entire mountain range was imminent, urging us to prepare ourselves. Calamity. Both Mu Hong and Shui felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Is it those red fruits? Mu Hong quickly pieced it together. Yes. Lu Yao did not elaborate further. Those fruits would incite fury in the animals and provoke them to attack us. As he spoke, Lu Yao contemplated in his mind. Upon returning to the tribe, in addition to their daily tasks, they should proactively eliminate the violent berries near the tribe to create a safety buffer. When three flames flickered once more at the periphery of the camp, Yu, who had been waiting eagerly, rushed over. Lu Yao. Yu's voice carried a subtle urgency. When she saw that Lu Yao was safe and had returned with an unimaginably large bull horn, her anxious heart finally found solace. "Where's Bai?" she immediately inquired. "He is fine. He has found his kin." Lu Yao gently set down the colossal horn from his shoulder, producing a muffled thud that seemed to reverberate through the ground. All the startled tribespeople, awakened by the sound, gathered around. As they listened to Mu Hong and Shui recount the scene of the hundreds of mountain deities and the Bull King with dramatic embellishments, everyone fell into a state of astonishment. Ultimately, all eyes converged on the luminous white horn at the center of the camp. Its texture was as smooth as jade, exuding an indomitable aura, and its form was both sacred and majestic. "This is a gift from the Highland White Yak clan to our great wilderness tribe," Lu Yao proclaimed with clarity. A roar of exhilaration erupted, igniting the tribe's spirits to their zenith. The crowd cheered and rejoiced, celebrating Bai's safety and this sacred treasure. Only Yu keenly noticed Lu Yao's expression. Amidst the collective euphoria, although his face bore a smile, a trace of melancholy appeared to linger in the depths of his eyes, hinting at the sorrow of parting. She refrained from asking further questions, quietly stepping forward to take the nearly extinguished torch from Lu Yao's hand. That night, Lu Yao did not rest. After the festivities, the tribespeople had fallen into a deep slumber, and the camp was left with only the crackling sound of the campfire. He sat alone by the fire, retrieving the palm-sized, ancient scale obtained from the mature Triceratops leader. The scale was grayish-white, with slightly worn edges. Yet its overall hardness remained astonishing. He roused you and he, who were sleeping not far away. Two young maidens rubbed their sleepy eyes, gazing at him in bewilderment. "Come and take a look at this," Lu Yao said, presenting a piece of armor to them. You took the armor plate, curiously tapping it and scraping it with her nails, her lively eyes sparkling with contemplation. He then observed the material itself with keen interest, feeling the texture and thickness of the plate. "Prophet, is this the scale of a Triceratops?" she whispered. "Indeed," Lu Yao replied, his voice resonating distinctly in the stillness of the night. "I wish for you to study how to transform this into armor that can be worn by humans." Armor? The two maidens were taken aback. In the face of the impending calamity, we must grow stronger. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the enormous bull horn lying quietly in the center of the camp, his expression turning resolute. Weapons and armor must be comprehensively upgraded. This is our sole opportunity for survival. You stared at the armor plate in her hand, then glanced at Lu Yao's solemn profile. She seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. "I understand, Prophet." The following dawn, as the first light broke, Lu Yao resolved to mass-produce the Triceratops armor. One single plate could not constitute a full suit of armor. He required more, an abundance of armor plates. Soon, he ventured to the familiar gentle slope outside the camp, where a family of Triceratops grazed leisurely. The three young Triceratops immediately approached him affectionately, nudging their still soft heads against his shins. Lu Yao smiled and patted their heads before shifting his gaze to the imposing adult Triceratops. He activated the dragon's roar skill, conveying his request. "I need more of your shed armor plates to protect my people." However, this time, the adult Triceratops reacted unexpectedly. It did not lay down submissively as it had before, but instead emitted a low growl tinged with displeasure. A wave of irritation surged through Lu Yao's mind via the connection of Dragon's Roar. "There are none left. You took away all that had just shed. Our armor plates are not like grass. They do not grow back daily. Your demands are too great. We do not have enough." The matriarch of the Triceratops appeared quite displeased, feeling as though it were regarded merely as a resource to be exploited, which incited its resistance. Lu Yao momentarily froze. Then realization dawned upon him. He immediately recognized the root of the issue. He had assumed too much. The Triceratops family was not his subordinates, nor were they mere machines for producing materials. Any relationship, once it devolves into a one-sided demand, is destined for fracture. "I apologize, it is my mistake." Lu Yao promptly altered his approach, softening his mental intent to be sincere. He refrained from mentioning the armor plates again and turned back towards the camp. A moment later, he returned, cradling several fragrant pears and citrus fruits he had gathered days prior, untouched by his own hand. These delectable treasures, discovered through the remarkable talents of the Great White, had been meticulously preserved by the tribe as a precious reserve. He offered one pear to the mouth of the adult Triceratops. The mature creature sniffed the fruit before extending its tongue to taste a sample. Instantly, a wave of sweetness and juiciness enveloped its senses. It consumed the entire pear in one gulp, a contented rumble emanating from its throat, and its gaze towards Lu Yao transformed. The three young Triceratops eagerly surrounded Lu Yao, emitting excited cries. Lu Yao, smiling, divided the fruits among them. For a moment, the gentle slope was filled solely with the sounds of the Triceratops family relishing their feast. "With these delightful fruits, I shall barter for all the naturally shed scales over the next month." Lu Yao conveyed his thoughts once more. "Furthermore, I will instruct my kin to safeguard this territory, ensuring no beast harms you." This is indeed a fair exchange. The leader of the Triceratops, having tasted the sweetness of the deal, hesitated not for an instant. It glanced at the three young ones, realizing that Lu Yao's protection outweighed the value of the fruits. It willingly extended its massive head, affectionately rubbing against Lu Yao's chest in complete agreement. Thus, he established a sustainable trade model for the tribe. With the material issue resolved, the Great Wilderness Tribe's armory commenced its operations. You and he meticulously honed every edge of the Triceratops scales using hard stone shards, ensuring they were smooth and safe against the skin. Then, employing the bone awls crafted by Lu Yao, they pierced tiny holes in the scales. Finally, using the resilient tendons of the dire wolf, they meticulously threaded and stitched the polished scales together. This was an incredibly intricate task. As dusk fell, through U.S. ingenious design and the collective efforts of all, the first rudimentary Triceratops armor was finally completed. It primarily shielded the chest and back, its rugged form exuding an aura of unyielding strength. "Let me give it a try." Mu Hong volunteered eagerly, excitedly donning the weighty armor. The scales conformed to his robust physique, rendering him a formidable sight, akin to a human beast. "Here, use this." Lu Yao handed Snow a freshly sharpened wooden spear. Snow hesitated, gazing at the imposing Mu Hong, uncertain to strike. Lu Yao chuckled from the side. "Start with 1/3 of your strength, Snow. Just thrust. Don't be afraid." Mu Hong thumped his chest armor, producing a resonant sound. Gritting his teeth, Snow inhaled deeply, then gently aimed the wooden spear at Mu Hong's chest. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. Under the watchful eyes of all, the spear's tip, upon contact with the Triceratops armor, was deflected aside. As for Mu Hong, he merely swayed slightly, yet remained unscathed. Oh, the exhilaration! Following a brief silence, the entire tribe erupted in a fervor akin to a tidal wave. Success. Chapter 82. Catastrophic warning. The following morning, the dawn pierced through the clouds, casting a delicate golden fringe upon the wooden walls of the great wilderness tribe. In the central clearing of the tribe, all members had gathered. However, the atmosphere was far from the usual lightheartedness. Each face bore a trace of relief from surviving a calamity, mingled with a solemnity regarding the uncertain future. Their gazes were fixed upon the solitary figure of a man standing beside a colossal bull's horn. "Lu Yao, I believe Mu Hong and Shui have already informed you." Lu Yao's voice was calm, yet resonated clearly in every ear. A disaster, sweeping across the entire mountain range, was brewing. Without any pretense, he unveiled the existence of the frenzied berries, along with their terrifying potential to corrupt the minds of beasts, driving them into madness and ultimately leading them to attack all living beings. As his words settled, a suppressed gasp arose from the crowd. Many instantly recalled the 7 fearless mountain bears from a few days prior, remembering the reckless frenzy they exhibited while crashing against the walls. Despite their countless spears and the presence of 4 individuals endowed with divine powers, the consequences could be dire. "Brother Lu, what shall we do?" Shui stepped forward, his eyes brimming with unwavering trust. "Quite simple." Lu Yao's gaze swept over the assembly, his tone resolute. "Purification. From our camp as the center, we will advance outward for 5 kilometers. We must uproot and incinerate every single frenzied berry within that range. We shall forge an absolutely safe zone in this perilous forest with our own hands." The plan was straightforward, yet the crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Indeed, by eliminating the berries near the camp, they could significantly diminish the likelihood of being attacked by beasts driven mad by the berries. As the chieftain, you stepped forward the moment Lu Yao finished speaking, her voice ringing out. "I will lead the team." Her gaze was as sharp as a spear, scanning the young tribespeople. "Shui, you shall be my deputy. All members of the hunting team, set out with me, while we eradicate the frenzied berries. Gather any edible fruits you spot and place them in your baskets." "Yes, chieftain." Shui, Amu, Jin Zi, and others responded in unison, their spirits ignited with fervor. "Mu Hong," Lu Yao called to the other side. "Here, you stay behind to lead the remaining members in reinforcing the walls, processing the game, and guarding the camp." "Understood." In just a few succinct sentences, the division of labor was clear and the efficiency astonishing. The entire tribe operated like a finely tuned war machine, propelled into swift action under the core leadership of Lu Yao and Yu. Led by Yu, the purification team swiftly vanished into the embrace of the forest. Soon, they bore witness to a mere fragment of the impending catastrophe. In a secluded valley, the lifeless forms of a dozen beasts lay scattered, including elk, wild boars, and even a few dire wolves. Their demise was gruesomely horrific, with many corpses left mangled and bloodied. Surrounding these remains, clusters of vibrant crimson berries grew eerily, as if nourished by death itself. The sight sent shivers down the spines of all the tribe members present. Within the camp, Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the enormous ancestral horn. This artifact was the true treasure. He grasped the hardest stone axe, newly forged by Mu Hong, and swung his arm in a wide arc, striking the base of the horn with all his might. Clang! Sparks flew. A terrifying recoil surged through the axe handle, causing Lu Yao's hands to throb painfully, nearly dislodging the weapon. He focused intently, The sharp axe had already suffered a noticeable chip on its blade. Yet the mighty horn showed not a single mark. Its hardness was beyond imagination. Unyielding, Lu Yao switched to a stone spear and a stone awl, employing various methods. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The ancestral horn seemed an indestructible relic. Reluctantly, Lu Yao was compelled to abandon his efforts for the time being. He directed Mu Hong and the others to solemnly lift the massive horn into the largest main cave, positioning it upright at the center. In an instant, the dimly lit cavern appeared to be illuminated by the sanctity of the horn. It stood as a silent totem, vigilantly safeguarding the tribe. In the ensuing days, life within the tribe unfolded with both tension and order. Yu's purification team returned daily with the latest intelligence, having cleared nearly 3 kilometers of territory, thereby expanding the tribe's safety perimeter. Another highly anticipated event was finally at hand. The first batch of sun-dried brick molds was ready. Under the watchful eyes of all the tribe members, Lu Yao personally ignited the brick kiln. He tossed a burning pine resin torch into the kiln's flue. Flames erupted, licking the neatly stacked molds within. To err on the side of caution, Lu Yao only placed 10 of the 100 molds into the kiln. Anticipation radiated from every face, as they eagerly awaited the walls Lu Yao had promised. However, reality delivered a chilling slap. After a day and night, when the flames of the kiln extinguished and the temperature began to cool, Mu Hong was the first to rush forward, eager to retrieve the first brick from the kiln. It was scalding to the touch, yet crack. The highly anticipated brick crumbled in his hands like a fragile cookie. Soon after, one defective piece after another was unearthed. Some were marred by cracks, others displayed uneven colors, and a few were even soft clumps of clay. Out of 10 brick molds, not a single one was deemed satisfactory. Anticipation swiftly morphed into an eerie silence. The cheers froze on everyone's faces. The morale, which had surged due to the purification of the mountains and forests, plummeted as if doused by a bucket of icy water. Just as this oppressive atmosphere threatened to spread, Lu Yao's voice resonated once more. "We have failed." He acknowledged it calmly, showing no signs of discouragement. He picked up a cracked reject, scrutinizing it for a moment before explaining to the crowd. The fire lacks sufficient intensity. The heat is not evenly distributed. He gazed pensively at the now extinguished kiln, contemplating what was still missing. At that moment, a gust of mountain wind swept through, lifting a few fallen leaves into a swirling dance. Lu Yao's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The wind. He turned to the pile of complete animal hides, stripped from the mountain bears and dire wolves in the camp. A familiar term surfaced in his mind. "I know where the problem lies. We need to create a tool that can amplify the fire's power. A tool that can blow wind." Amidst the puzzled gazes of the others, Lu Yao pointed at the skins, his voice clear and resolute. "Let us craft a wind pouch from these hides." Chapter 83, Bronze. A wind pouch made from animal hides. This novel concept left the tribe's people bewildered. A tool that could unleash a gale, constructed from hides. They had never encountered such an idea before. Yet, the one speaking was Lu Yao. Despite their myriad questions, no one dared to voice their doubts. The resourceful he and Yu were entrusted with this new task. Drawing upon his memory, Lu Yao sketched the simplest design for a bellows on the ground. A wooden intake, an outlet, and in between, a massive pouch fashioned from a single dire wolf hide. The principle was straightforward, yet the crafting process was fraught with challenges. Hollowing out a suitable log, creating a unidirectional valve, stitching the enormous pouch with bone needles and vine threads to minimize air leakage. Each step tested the patience and skill of the artisans. 2 full days passed, under the meticulous craftsmanship of he and Yu, along with the collaborative efforts of others like Mu Hong. The first wind pouch in the history of the Great Wilderness Tribe finally came to life. It appeared somewhat rough, resembling a gigantic leather bag connected to 2 hollow wooden tubes. "I shall do it." Unable to contain his excitement, Mu Hong stepped forward eagerly. He grasped the wooden handles at both ends of the wind pouch, mimicking Lu Yao's instructions, and with a sudden pull and push, whoosh, a powerful gust of air erupted from the outlet, sending dust swirling into the air. They had succeeded. All the onlooking tribesmen gasped in astonishment, and a satisfied smile graced Lu Yao's face. Although the wind bag was rudimentary and its lifespan might be short, it was at least functional. He directed everyone to position the windbag's outlet towards the reignited fire channel of the brick kiln. "Amu, you and Mu Hong take turns. Do not stop." "Yes." Mu Hong and Amu exchanged a glance, excitement igniting in their eyes. The two began to alternately exert their strength, rhythmically pulling the wind back. A powerful stream of air was continuously funneled into the kiln. A miracle unfolded before the watchful eyes of all. Inside the kiln, the previously ordinary orange flames began to undergo a dramatic transformation under the artificial gale, shifting from red to white. The flames surged violently. With a thunderous roar, a deafening sound erupted from the depths of the kiln. The entire structure seemed to tremble, and blinding white light streamed through the cracks in the kiln walls. The terrifying heat even caused those standing several meters away to feel a stinging pain on their cheeks, prompting them to retreat hastily. Everyone was utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. They stared in awe at the roaring kiln, witnessing the whirlwind and white flames conjured by human effort. Their eyes filled with reverence and fervor. In that moment, the power bestowed by knowledge manifested in the most direct and shocking manner before all the primitive people. The second firing lasted a full day and night. When the kiln fire finally extinguished, everyone's hearts raced. As the first brick was extracted, the breath of the entire tribe halted. It was a square block, glowing with an even fiery red hue. Its texture was solid, with sharp edges. Muhong took it, his muscular arms straining as he exerted all his might to pry it. The brick remained immovable. Clang! He slammed the brick onto the ground, and the collision with the rock produced a crisp, resounding echo, leaving it unscathed. Oh! After a brief silence, ecstatic cheers erupted like a volcano, soaring into the sky. This cheer was louder and more fervent than any previous victory. The tribesmen rushed forward, eagerly touching the still warm bricks being continuously retrieved from the kiln. The unprecedented sense of solidity and weight transmitted through their fingertips, reaching into every heart. This was the cornerstone they had forged with their own hands to protect their homeland. Ding! A crisp system notification chimed in Lu Yao's mind. Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the illustration, Beast Skin Windbag. Description: a simple blowing device made from animal skins and wood, representing a crucial step in the development of smelting and firing technology. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao allocated the point to strength. In an instant, a warm current surged through his body, bestowing upon him a substantial enhancement of strength. The essence of confronting the unknown dangers lies in the fortitude of the self, an eternal truth. The successful firing of bricks ignited an unprecedented enthusiasm for the tribe's construction. However, new challenges soon emerged. The quantity of coal required for brick production far exceeded his expectations. Thus, the extraction from the open-pit coal mine had to be prioritized once more. Muhong was once again summoned. This time, he led a mining team fully equipped with the first batch of hastily crafted horned dragon armor and the latest polished stone picks, setting forth with great vigor to the Cave of Yore. Days later, a triumphant Muhong returned, brimming with excitement as he sought out Lu Yao, who was planning the foundations for a new wall. Lu Yao, look what I brought back. He proudly produced a stone the size of a fist from his bosom. This peculiar stone radiated an extraordinary emerald green hue, its surface glistening with a sheen reminiscent of peacock feathers, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. I found it nestled among large rocks while mining coal and thought it was beautiful, so I brought it back for you, he chuckled, tossing the stone lightly in his hand. However, the moment Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the emerald stone, his breath caught in his throat. This was no ordinary stone. Let me see that. Muhong handed over the stone, its icy touch sending a jolt through him, while simultaneously, a resounding notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the entry, Malachite, Copper Ore. Description: a common copper ore, pivotal for humanity's transition into the Bronze Age. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Boom! Lu Yao fixated on the ore in his hand, his expression shifting from shock to ecstatic joy. Copper ore. It was indeed copper ore. What is wrong with Lu Yao? Muhong was startled by Lu Yao's reaction. Lu Yao thumped Muhong's shoulder with enthusiasm. Muhong, you have made a significant contribution. Muhong felt a tinge of confusion. He merely thought the stone was beautiful and brought it back. Was that truly a notable achievement? It seemed he ought to collect more stones in the future. Lu Yao refrained from divulging to the others what the discovery of such a stone signified. The process of smelting copper might require higher temperatures and more stable kills. Given the tribe's current firing capabilities, it could take numerous trials, perhaps even dozens. He did not wish to dampen the tribe's spirits. However, There was no doubt that the discovery of copper ore was a monumental leap for the Dahuang tribe. The Stone Age was destined to end in his hands. An era of bronze, a true civilization of strength, was dawning. Morning light had already begun to break. Chapter 84. A Crisis in Meat Supply. The dawn of the Bronze Age did not immediately illuminate the Dahuang tribe. It is akin to a seed buried deep within the earth, requiring a lengthier and more arduous period of nurturing. At present, the tribe's primary focus lies on the vibrant crimson bricks within their grasp. The following morning, Lu Yao stood at the center of the camp, his voice piercing through the mist as he clearly assigned tasks. Shui, Jinzi Amu. Step forward. The trio emerged in unison, their makeshift ceratopsian shoulder plates reflecting a cold, hard light in the morning glow. Armed with wooden spears, their breath steady. Form the mining team and proceed immediately to the old cave. Lu Yao's gaze was sharp as a spear tip. Our foremost objective is coal. We require mountains of coal. Secondly, be vigilant for that verdant stone. Bring back anything resembling it. Understood. Shui, as the team leader, responded without a hint of hesitation, accepting the command. Elder, you mentioned. You, holding a long spear, stood tall like a pine, quietly beside him. The task of purifying the forest would continue, but the scope need not expand. Lu Yao pointed to the perimeter of the camp. Clear this 5-kilometer radius meticulously, as if plowing the land. You and Mu Hong, take everyone with you. It will be safer in case we encounter any frenzied beasts. Understood. Yu's reply was as concise as a blade. He, you, and sure, Yen, you four come with me. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yao indicated the recently extinguished brick kiln, still emanating waves of heat. We shall continue to fire bricks and construct walls. Shui's team took torches and provisions, swiftly vanishing along the forest path leading to the old cave. Meanwhile, you led the hunting team, slipping like a phantom into the depths of the mountains. Within the camp, it transformed into a bustling construction site. The kiln's flames burned throughout the night. With the frenzied expansion of the beast's skin bellows, the kiln emitted a deep roar, and the terrifying heat distorted the air. Lu Yao personally stood guard at the kiln's edge, directing the rhythm of the blowing by observing the flames transition from orange-red to bright white. Yu showcased her remarkable aptitude for learning, consistently finding the most perfect angles for stacking the brick molds, allowing heat to evenly caress every inch of clay. He was responsible for mixing clay, demolding, and drying. Her movements grew increasingly adept. Within just a day, the second batch of bricks emerged from the kiln. The success rate soared to an impressive 40%. Over 100 sturdy, uniformly colored crimson bricks were neatly piled in the center of the camp. The weighty, solid, and unassailable aura they exuded offered a sense of security that no wooden fence could provide. Is this the brick you spoke of, Lugo? To think it could turn out so well. How sturdy a defense line could we build with these? Sure, and Yin cautiously caressed the still warm bricks. For an indomitable home is the most primal desire within every human heart. Observing the excitement on everyone's faces, Lu Yao beamed with delight. He resolved to commence immediately. He intends to transform everyone's expectations into reality with a true wall. He directs the crowd to excavate a deeper and wider foundation within the log wall, using stone axes and picks. Then, he personally demonstrates how to mix fine clay and water into a viscous slurry. Like this, he instructs, applying the mixture to the bottom and sides. Lu Yao picks up the first brick and solemnly places it at the starting point of the foundation. He follows with a second brick, ensuring they are tightly pressed together. Yu and he watch intently, quickly grasping the technique. The three of them begin to work in harmony. One spreads the slurry, another hands over the bricks, while the last constructs the wall. However, just as 3 layers of the wall have been built, Lu Yao halts his actions. Something is amiss. Gazing at the creation before him, he suddenly realizes where the flaw lies. He extends his hand and gently pushes against the wall. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the wall, laden with hopes and aspirations, collapses without warning, as if stripped of its very bones. Bricks tumble to the ground, scattering and kicking up clouds of dust. The camp, once filled with laughter and joy, falls into an eerie silence. All smiles freeze on their faces. Yu and he stare in disbelief at the ruins below, their minds blank. Why? How could this happen? Those bricks were undeniably solid. The voice of the prophet he trembles with incomprehension. Lu Yao remains silent. He crouches down, retrieving an intact brick from the debris, and pinching some crumbling slurry between his fingers. The mixture crumbles easily into powder at his touch. It is the slurry. This blend of clay and water possesses insufficient adhesion. He points to the powder on the ground. This substance is far too weak. It lacks the strength to truly bind these solid entities into a cohesive whole. Lu Yao's words instantly clarify the confusion in everyone's minds. They understand now. Between the bricks lies a deficiency of something truly potent. What shall we do then? You cannot help but ask, her cool gaze revealing palpable confusion and urgency. Lu Yao looks toward the distant mountains, his eyes filled with longing. He certainly knows the answer. Limestone, calcined, matured, and refined into quicklime. Then mixed with sand and water, it can create the most primitive yet effective binding agent, lime mortar. That is the true power capable of uniting countless bricks into a magnificent wall. But where is the limestone? He surveys the surroundings, where lush forests abound, and dark granite and shale dominate the landscape, devoid of the distinctive pale rock. We lack a certain element. Lu Yao's voice grows serious as he decides to present the dilemma for all to confront. A specific type of stone. Only by locating that particular stone, burning it, and grinding it into powder can one create the adhesive that binds the bricks together. This presents a new dilemma. For aside from Lu Yao, the others do not even know what this stone looks like. The morale, which had just soared due to the successful creation of bricks, was once again cast into the depths of despair by the harsh reality. However, as one wave subsided, another arose. Just as the group fell into silence over the stone powder, a figure stumbled out from the storeroom where food was kept. It was he. She navigated through the crowd and rushed directly to Lu Yao. Prophet. His voice was barely above a whisper. This is dire. Our meat, it's almost gone. Chapter 85. The Bronze Fish Hook. Though his voice was soft, it fell like a bucket of cold water on the fervent joy brought on by the success of the bricks. The meat, it's almost gone. How could it disappear so quickly? Yet, Lu Yao felt little surprise. He had been inspecting their food supplies daily in the cave and had anticipated this result. Yu and Mu Hong's purification team had primarily focused on clearing the rampant berries, which naturally diminished their hunting efficiency. As for the ice lake, with winter's departure, the lake's surface had thawed, rendering their winter fishing methods ineffective. The stock of dried meat was visibly dwindling, although the potatoes in the field matured every 3 days. Preventing starvation for the time being, such a monotonous diet, lacking in fats and proteins, could not meet the high energy demands of the tribe's laborers. It seemed that sustenance remained the greatest challenge faced by these primitive people, Lu Yao mused. Isn't it fine to just eat potatoes? I think they taste wonderful when roasted, Mu Hong remarked, scratching his rugged crew cut. Lu Yao shook his head in bemusement, observing Mu Hong's increasingly robust physique. He understood that even a strong man like him would gradually be worn down by a prolonged lack of protein and fats. Diminished strength, waning spirit, and illness would inevitably follow. They must find new sources of meat. All eyes instinctively turned once more to Lu Yao, as if his presence alone could provide answers to any quandary. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Yao's gaze fell upon a fist-sized, verdant stone in the corner of the camp, the peculiar stone that Mu Hong had brought back. He approached slowly and picked up the malachite. The stone felt slightly heavy in his hand, its surface shimmering with an iridescent beauty reminiscent of peacock feathers. While using stone as a material would never yield efficient hunting tools, they were no longer primitive men of the Stone Age. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. This small piece of copper or may not serve many purposes, but crafting a few fish hooks should be more than sufficient. Mu Hong and Amu, ignite the kiln and fan the flames. Today, I shall craft a tool for fishing. Fishing? What is that? They had only heard of spear fishing. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, while Lu Yao had already turned to approach the brick kiln, which had only recently extinguished but still radiated an astonishing heat. Mu Hong and Amu shared a knowing look and nodded. Coal was once again added, and the leather bellows, worked vigorously by the two strong men, emitted a fierce hissing sound. A powerful gust of visible air was forcefully injected into the kiln. Lu Yao wrapped his hand in a thick piece of animal hide and carefully placed the malachite at the very center of the kiln. After completing this task, he stepped aside, his gaze firmly fixed on the changes occurring within the kiln. Time, at this moment, felt interminably prolonged. The tribe's members dared not even breathe, encircling the brick kiln with their necks craned, eager to discern what transpired amidst the white flames. They could only see the beautiful emerald green stone beginning to melt under the terrifying heat. Yes, melt, like snow dissolving. The once solid stone transformed into a flowing liquid that shimmered with an extraordinary red glow. Goodness! The stone has turned into water. Someone exclaimed in suppressed astonishment, only to be swiftly silenced by a companion. All were utterly stripped of their capacity for thought by this miraculous scene. Yet Lu Yao's expression grew increasingly focused. He used a long wooden stick to carefully immerse a rudimentary mold, crafted from wet clay, into the kiln. The red liquid was gently channeled into the mold. Having completed this, Lu Yao immediately withdrew the mold. Without a moment's pause, he grasped 2 prepared wooden planks. With a firm grip, he pressed the now solidifying object from the mold into a nearby bowl filled with cold water. A loud hissing sound erupted. Dense white steam erupted skyward, accompanied by a distinct metallic scent that quickly permeated the air. When the steam dissipated, Lu Yao used stone tongs to extract an object from the water. It was no longer emerald green, nor was it fiery red. Instead, it bore a rich, warm hue. As sunlight poured down, it reflected a dazzling brilliance. Bronze. The first true alloy of the great wilderness tribe was born before the eyes of these primitive people. What is this? Mu Hong's eyes widened as he gazed at the object in Lu Yao's tongs, then looked at his own hands. Lu Yao, is this my stone? He stepped forward, cautiously extending a finger to touch the bronze ingot. It was warm to the touch, hard in texture, yet possessed a delicacy and weight that stone tools could never embody. Mu Hong touched his face, revealing a hint of disappointment. It seemed he was no longer as striking as before. Lu Yao found his reaction amusing. What use is mere beauty? He placed the precious bronze ingot on a flat stone slab and picked up a stone hammer. Under the expectant gazes of all, Lu Yao swung the hammer down upon the invaluable bronze ingot with great force. Clang! Ding! The crisp sounds of striking echoed throughout the camp. The expressions on the faces of the crowd shifted from anticipation to confusion and then to utter bewilderment. They watched in disbelief as Lu Yao hammered, bent, and shaped that miraculous stone until it transformed into 4 small, curved hooks, each scarcely larger than a fingernail. The camp fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned. They had envisioned Lu Yao crafting an indestructible spearhead or a blade capable of severing anything, yet never imagined it would result in such trivial objects. Brother Lu. Shue's voice trembled as he pointed at the diminutive bronze fishhook, struggling to speak. What use is this tiny thing? The stark contrast left everyone's minds in a state of paralysis. Lu Yao paid no heed to their doubts. He simply picked up one of the fishhooks, sought out a flexible branch, and procured a segment of a dire wolf's tendon. Moments later, an exceedingly rudimentary fishing rod was fashioned. He securely tied the small bronze fishhook to the end of the tendon. Then, turning calmly to the assembled crowd, he stated, "Let us proceed to the lakeside." With their minds filled with skepticism and confusion, the tribespeople followed Lu Yao to the edge of the now completely thawed lake. The surface of the springtime lake glimmered under the sun. The tribesmen only knew of ice fishing in winter, and that fast-flowing streams were the prime spots for catching fish in summer. In this vast lake, their harpoons could not reach the bottom, and venturing into the water was fraught with peril. What on earth was Lu Yao attempting to accomplish? Lu Yao tore a small piece of dried meat from his provisions, attached it to the tiny fishhook, and with a flourish of his arm, cast the hook far into the heart of the lake. Time passed slowly. The lake's surface remained tranquil. Lu Yao furrowed his brow. This was strange. Given the lake's rich ecosystem, there should be plenty of fish. Why was there no activity? The tribesmen's expressions shifted from confusion to deeper skepticism. This prophet can't be reliable after all, murmured Xiao Tian beside him. You said nothing, but her brow also furrowed slightly, clearly unable to comprehend the situation. Just as everyone's patience was waning, Lu Yao suddenly smacked his forehead. He had forgotten a crucial step. Baiting the area, he immediately tore a large chunk of meat into pieces and vigorously tossed it into the very waters where he had cast the hook. After completing these tasks, he once again baited the hook and cast it into the water, this time in less than a minute. Whoosh! The once tranquil surface of the lake erupted with violent ripples. The fishing rod in Lu Yao's hands was instantaneously yanked by a tremendous force, bending into a heart-stopping arc of terror. It has come, Lu Yao exclaimed softly, his wrists snapping upward with force. He felt an immense power surging from beneath the water. Yet his current strength was formidable. His arm muscles tightened in an instant as he pulled back with great force. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere. A silver shadow was violently yanked from the depths, soaring through the air in a perfect parabola, crashing heavily onto the shore with a whistling wind. It was a lively fish, still struggling fiercely. Slap, slap. The fish's tail smacked against the ground, splattering mud. Each strike echoing like a heavy hammer upon the astonished hearts of the onlookers. The scene fell into hushed silence. Before anyone could recover from this bewildering sight, Lu Yao had already cast the hook again. Soon, the fishing rod bent once more. The second, the third, the fish seemed to be willingly presenting themselves, one after another, violently emerging from the seemingly calm waters, in the most direct and brutal manner. He demonstrated to everyone that this small green copper fish hook possessed power far surpassing that of spears and stone axes. It was a dimensional blow of wisdom and technology against this era. Crack! As he caught the fifth fish, the tendon of the fearsome wolf finally succumbed to the strain and snapped. Fortunately, the break occurred near the shore, and the precious bronze fish hook was not lost. In the evening, a roaring bonfire blazed in the tribal camp. 10 plump, fresh fish sizzled over the fire, releasing a rich aroma that made every tribesman salivate. The food crisis had been instantly resolved within a day. Mu Hong held the small fish hook, examining it from every angle, his expression a complex blend of admiration, reverence, and fervor. He was utterly convinced. Lu Yao, no, the prophet. Teach me this divine fishing technique. With a smile, Lu Yao explained the essentials and precautions of fishing, especially the principle of 3 catches and 1 line change, in detail to everyone. He appointed Shi, Yan, and Lin to form the tribe's first fishing team. At that moment, the long-awaited voice finally echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the entry, bronze fish hook. Description: a milestone in human fishing civilization. It heralds a new chapter in acquiring food through wisdom rather than brute force. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Unlock new skill, fishing LV1. Without hesitation, Lu Yao allocated the attribute point to spirit. A refreshing sensation swept through his mind, rendering the world within his perception a touch clearer. Chapter 86. The copper mine. The establishment of the fishing team bestowed upon the tribe a renewed stability in their meat supply. Each morning, 3 figures would reliably appear by the lakeside. Shi, Yan, and Lin, equipped with rudimentary fishing gear, would return to the camp bearing lively, wriggling fish. The oil from the grilled fish would drip into the bonfire, emitting a sizzling sound, while the rich aroma of fish once again became the most common scent enveloping the tribal camp. Yet, Lu Yao's heart remained restless. His gaze traversed the laughter-filled crowd, settling upon a wall of bricks, scarcely half a person's height. Over 200 successfully fired bricks stood there like silent tombstones, quietly piled up. They were hard and heavy, yet without a binding agent, they would forever remain but a heap of useless stones. This fleeting peace was akin to that unbound wall. A gust of wind, a downpour, or the onslaught of a beast could cause it to collapse with a resounding crash. The time for waiting had passed. A voice within Lu Yao urged him on. Rather than scouring the vast mountains and forests in search of an uncertain limestone, it would be wiser to stake the tribe's future on a known path. Bronze. The piece of malachite brought back by Mu Hong had already ignited a wildfire of ambition in his mind. As dusk fell, the bonfire blazed brightly, casting a rosy glow upon every face. Lu Yao gathered all the core members, including you, Mu Hong, and Shui. He dispensed with any idle chatter, instead producing 2 items from his pocket. One was a rough, heavy stone spearhead commonly employed by the hunting team. The other was a delicate, shimmering bronze fishhook, marred by cracks. Mu Hong, which do you think is harder? Lu Yao inquired. Without hesitation, Mu Hong pointed at the spearhead. Certainly this one. Yet, he scratched his head, pondering the hardness of the fishhook. After all, it must possess sufficient sharpness to pierce a fish's mouth. Lu Yao smiled and nodded. Indeed, if subjected to direct impact, that green stone would likely be damaged by the stones we previously used. Confusion spread across the faces of the group. Is that so? If the original stones are harder, why do we still seek these green stones? Mu Hong's eyes widened. This was the first time he had correctly answered one of Lu Yao's questions. Soon after, he let out an excited cheer. Lu Yao chuckled, patting Mu Hong on the shoulder. But you all have seen it. My voice, though soft, reached every ear. From that green stone, we can craft fishhooks. This is something the ordinary stone cannot accomplish. Hardness and sharpness are 2 distinct concepts. What he did not mention was that although bronze weapons may not possess the razor-sharp edges of flint, They are resilient, difficult to shatter, capable of blocking and cleaving without damage, and can be resharpened and restored. In contrast, stone weapons are not only challenging to hone to a fine edge, but even when sharp, they come with the significant drawback of extreme fragility. When forcefully struck against hard objects, they are prone to chipping or breaking, rendering them potentially disposable in combat. This is the paramount disadvantage of stone compared to metal, their inflexibility and irreparability. He paused, surveying the astonished faces of the crowd, his voice rising suddenly, filled with persuasion. Imagine, if our spearheads possessed such power, piercing the flesh of beasts would no longer be a struggle to create mere wounds, but rather, like slicing through fat, effortlessly tearing apart their hides and bones. We would wield sharper weapons to defend our homes, possess more efficient tools for constructing shelters, and even create agricultural implements to cultivate an abundance of food. This would herald a new era, an age belonging to us, an age of bronze. U.S. breath quickened, and for the first time, flames ignited in her eyes, which had always mirrored tranquil waters. Mu Hong continued to thump his chest, exhilarated by his correct answer. It was only upon hearing Lu Yao's words that he gradually ceased. Lu Yao, what do you propose we do? Indeed, Lu Gu, what should we do? Shui echoed. Eagerly, Lu Yao scanned the crowd, commencing to issue directives. Tomorrow, Mu Hong will lead the way. Shui and I, the three of us, shall search for more green ores. You, the hunting team, must not halt. Ensuring the safety of the camp's surroundings is your utmost responsibility. You and he continue to fire the bricks. We will inevitably construct brick walls. Simultaneously, devise methods to create more heat-resistant clay molds. Each command was resoundingly clear, and each individual was imbued with a sense of purpose. The following day, the sky remained shrouded in a gray, chaotic mist. Lu Yao, Mu Hong, and Shui, laden with their packs, embarked on their northern journey. Mu Hong's memory was remarkable. He precisely retraced the previous route. Approaching midday, he pointed to a crevice in the mountainside, obscured by layers of vines and shrubs, and halted. This is the spot. His voice was somewhat dry. That stone rolled out from this opening. Lu Yao parted the damp vines, and a gust of cold, decayed air, mingled with metallic scents, burst forth from the depths of the cave. The entrance was narrow and pitch black, resembling a gaping maw poised to devour. Lu Yao closed his eyes. With a mental fortitude of 14 points, his perception penetrated the darkness like mercury. He beheld the frigid rock walls, the profound void, and a faint, yet persistent pulsing of life. No, it was not a heartbeat. Rather, it was a subtle, low-risk thrum of existence. Let us proceed inside. Lu Yao's gaze sharpened as he ignited a torch, the first to bend and enter the cavern. Mu Hong and Shui, gripping their spears tightly, followed closely behind. Inside the cave, the expanse suddenly opened up. It was a vast natural cavern, where the torchlight illuminated only a corner. In the areas touched by the glow, verdant mineral veins, resembling frozen lightning, were deeply embedded in the rock's texture, exuding a deadly allure. Heavens, it's all glowing stones. Shui gasped, her voice barely contained. Yet, Lu Yao remained unperturbed by the immense treasure. His attention shifted to the ground, where numerous tiny claw prints were scattered, shallow yet abundant, as if made by some diminutive creature. The faint metallic scent in the air intensified, and among the crevices of the ore, a few feathers lay strewn about, their vibrant hues reminiscent of a shattered rainbow. There is something here, Lu Yao whispered, his voice low, causing Mu Hong and Shui to tense, instinctively backing against one another, scanning the surrounding darkness warily. Lu Yao crouched down, scrutinizing a vein of exceptionally high purity. He raised his pickaxe, poised to strike a piece. Just then, a sharp, brief cackle, tinged with a hint of warning, erupted unexpectedly from the rock crevice at his feet. A shadow shot forth from the gap with startling speed. What was that? Lu Gu. Be careful. The cries of Mu Hong and Shui hadn't even faded when the shadow emitted a second cackling call, vanishing into the deeper darkness of the cavern. Silence enveloped the space once more. Mu Hong and Shui remained breathless, still in shock. Yet Lu Yao stood frozen, his gaze locked on the direction where the creature had disappeared. That silhouette, that sound. If he wasn't mistaken, it must be a chicken. Chapter 87. The Beauty of Chickens, a Chicken. When that indistinct outline coincided with the call echoing in his mind, Lu Yao's heart tightened abruptly. It was indeed a chicken, the most thoroughly domesticated and significant poultry in human civilization. a stable source of meat, an unending supply of eggs. What did this signify? It meant that the tribe's protein intake would no longer solely rely on the unpredictable nature of hunting and fishing. He suppressed the surging excitement within, his gaze like a nail, fixated on the depths of darkness where the shadow had vanished. Mu Hong and Shui were still reeling from the recent ambush, panting heavily. Lu Go, what was that thing? It was too fast. Shui's voice trembled slightly. Lu Yao did not respond. He slowly raised a hand, signaling for silence. In the darkness, an oppressive stillness reclaimed the space, broken only by the occasional drip of water from the cave walls, echoing softly. The sound resonated like fine drum beats, striking at the taut nerves of the three individuals. Suddenly, another cry erupted from the crevice of a nearby rock. Almost instantly, a vibrant figure burst forth with even greater speed, seemingly startled by the flickering flames as it flapped its wings vigorously. This time, illuminated by the torchlight, Lu Yao discerned the creature clearly. It was a robust wild chicken, its plumage far more resplendent than any fowl he remembered. From head to tail, it dazzled with hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, resembling a living rainbow draped upon its form. The vibrant colors shimmered, captivating in their brilliance. Concurrently, the sound of the survival manual echoed in his mind, cold and clinical. New species discovered, colorful feathered chicken, biological level, level 0, biological traits, timid, aggressive, non-toxic, edible. Domesticated, skills, none level 0. Upon seeing this classification, Lu Yao nearly burst into laughter. In a world where creatures often boasted levels of 2, 3, or even 5, this crucial being for the tribe's future was, astonishingly, a mere level 0 novice with negligible combat prowess. The sheer incongruity of it all filled him with an inexplicable sense of absurdity, a blend of laughter and tears. Yet, precisely because of this, his confidence in capturing it soared to unprecedented heights. Shui. Lu Yao's voice dropped to a low, urgent whisper. Listen, this creature is of paramount importance to us. Shui shivered at the intensity of Lu Yao's unusually grave expression, nodding earnestly. The moment it appears again, Lu Yao instructed, his gaze sharp as that of a hunting eagle. You must use your powers to alter the surrounding air currents and direct it towards me and Mu Hong. A flicker of confusion crossed Shui's eyes. However, his instinctive obedience to Lu Yao compelled him to reply immediately. Understood, Brother Lu. Though he found it perplexing why such effort was being expended to capture a seemingly insubstantial bird, he trusted Lu Yao's judgment implicitly. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away in the eastern part of the tribe, Yu and Yu walked in succession through the forest, each wielding newly crafted stone sickles. With meticulous care, they severed clusters of violently glowing berries from their roots, placing them into the animal hide bags they carried, intending to incinerate them upon return. The post-rain forest air was fresh, yet it was laced with a faint metallic scent of blood and decay. Throughout their journey, the two exchanged hardly a word, the only sound being the rustle of sickles slicing through foliage. Just as Yu straightened after cutting the last berry, Yu, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. Did you migrate from the south? Her voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, resembling more a statement of fact than an inquiry. Yu's movements momentarily paused. She cast a surprised glance at Yue, then nodded slightly. Yue tossed a handful of berries into her bag and inquired, why not stay in the south? I have heard that it is warmer there, with an abundance of food. This question gently pricked at Yu's memories, causing her gaze to dim. She recalled the days spent fleeing in hunger and fear. We were driven out by a powerful tribe, she spoke softly. A powerful tribe? Yue echoed, her eyes flashing with confusion. Yu assumed disbelief lay behind her gaze and added, they are numerous and their divine powers are formidable. We stood no chance. However, Yue suddenly halted her actions. She turned to face Yu directly, her voice deliberate as she posed an unexpected question that left Yu momentarily speechless. Wasn't Lu Yao in your tribe at that time? Yu was taken aback. Before she could respond, Yue continued, her tone remaining calm. If he had been there, with his abilities, you should have been the powerful tribe. You should have been the ones driving others away. You knew all too well that Yue was correct. Given the remarkable feats Lu Yao had exhibited, creating fire from thin air, summoning divine thunder, misunderstood when he used a spear thrower to defeat enemies, healing wounds, transmuting stone into gold, refining copper, and crafting an array of astonishing tools, how could they possibly have been overcome by a mere tribe? She had pondered this question before, yet the answer eluded her. After a prolonged silence, Yu managed a bitter smile, her voice tinged with a perplexity she had not realized she possessed. At that time, Lu Yao was not as formidable as he is now. She refrained from elaborating further, for even she could not articulate the transformation. The once reticent and inconspicuous youth, who had seemed somewhat timid within the tribe, had undergone a metamorphosis, emerging as an omniscient and omnipotent individual. This profound change had rescued the tribe from the brink of annihilation, instilling hope in all. Yet, such a dramatic transformation, akin to that of a different person entirely, left Yu with an enduring sense of unreality lingering in her heart. Within the cavern, Lu Yao had just issued his command. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The third crow of a rooster echoed from behind a massive stalactite. Almost immediately, another rainbow chicken flapped its wings and burst forth from the darkness. Shua now? Lu Yao bellowed. This time, Shua hesitated not for an instant. His eyes widened as the divine power within him surged to life. An invisible current, imperceptible to the naked eye, lashed out like an unseen whip, swiftly coiling towards the rainbow chicken gliding through the air. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rainbow chicken let out a piercing scream of terror. It felt a strange force enveloping it suddenly, causing its flight trajectory to spiral out of control. Helplessly, it was propelled towards the direction of the most intense flames, crashing clumsily towards Lu Yao and Mu Hong. An opportunity. How? Mu Hong shouted excitedly. With a swift motion of his large hand, reminiscent of a bear spotting its prey, he lunged directly at that dazzling shadow, disregarding all else.